Please like and share the video, and follow the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks, and leave a comment with the novel you want to hear. I will upload it soon based on your request. Chapter 1095. The three divine envoys had originally come to find Yue Yang, but after this incident, they had no way to talk to Yue Yang in private. What's more, with his quick reflexes, he had already dragged Mingzhu Prince away. The girl holding the silver grimoire didn't say anything when she saw this. Instead, it was the tall and handsome girl who snorted lightly, as if she was dissatisfied with Yue Yang's escape. The one with the most adorable round face was a little amused, but she tried her best to hold back her laughter. Soon, it was time for the tri-monthly life assessment ceremony. Before the final results were announced, the participating students still needed to do an evaluation. This evaluation wasn't a fixed score for the students, but a reference. If the students didn't get a good score in this evaluation, they could choose to give up. On the other hand, the students could use the evaluation to add points. For ordinary students, this last test was not essential, but for elite students, it was a very important round, and they had to fight for it. Before the assessment began, the teachers led their students to the Heaven's Pride Academy. Some cities had a lot of students, such as Golden Leaf City, which was ranked first. But some cities had very few. For example, Silver Maple City. In order to support Yue Yang's evaluation as much as possible, the principal and teacher Meng only brought Yue Yang along to participate in the evaluation. The final evaluation is very important. You have to enter the Tower Beyond Tower, and defeat the war puppets there to gain points. But for you, clearing the puppets shouldn't be a problem. The only thing I'm worried about is that the former seniors, the elites of the previous years, will attack you inside, which will affect your final score. Previously, the principal had not told Yue Yang about Lu Weilu. He was a teacher who abided by the rules. Perhaps other teachers and principals would secretly tell the students about Lu Weilu and leak the secret in advance so that the students could prepare in advance, creating an unfair competition. But the headmaster wouldn't do that. As long as it was a rule that had been established since ancient times, regardless of whether it was important or not, regardless of whether others violated it, regardless of whether the leak of information would cause unfair competition, he would abide by the rules to the end. Yue Yang was slightly puzzled. Did you say, Luelu? Before the headmaster could answer, Mingzhu Prince, who had caught up from behind, had already answered on his behalf. Luelu is a special battlefield named after the ancient pavilions of Tianping Mountain. This place is called the Ancient Pavilions. Outside the Ancient Pavilions, there is another place similar to the Ancient Pavilions on Tianping Mountain. Therefore, we call that battlefield, Pavilion Beyond Pavilion. Green Mountains Beyond the Mountains. Interesting. Yue Yang smiled. It's not just a little interesting, it's very scary. Kai Mu, the Twilight Prince who always showed off and seduced beautiful women, finally arrived before the assessment, panting. Scary. Yue Yang looked at him strangely. All the students will be teleported to the special battlefield in Heaven's Pride Academy. They will clear the puppets and beast puppets there and gain points. It looks easy on the surface, but in fact, it is the place with the highest death rate among the students. It is much higher than the death duel. Pavilion Beyond Pavilion is similar to the ancient pavilions on Tianping Mountain, but it is 10 times bigger. There is nothing but puppets inside. Any student who enters will be attacked by puppets and beast puppets. If you hide in the Puppet Academy, you will be fine. At most, only bronze puppets will attack you. If you are brave enough to leave the Puppet Academy, you will find that there are golden puppets everywhere. They are like sardines in the ocean. They can drown the intruder in an instant. As Kai Mu said this, he could not help but shiver. Why is that so? Yue Yang did not understand. Puppets and beast puppets were not living creatures. They could not reproduce. If one was destroyed, there would be one less. Since ancient times, after tens of thousands of years of consumption, how could there still be so many puppets? Even if there were originally densely packed golden puppets, after tens of thousands of years of consumption, there should not be many left. I am not too sure about the specific situation. The headmaster shook his head slightly. However, there is one thing that we can be sure of. There are at least 10 puppet manufacturing factories in Lu Weilu. They can continuously produce new puppets. No matter how much we consume them, it is impossible for them to reduce their numbers. Because the speed of production is faster than the speed of cleaning, every 100 years, there will be a large number of puppets squeezed out from the teleportation door in the Puppet Academy. When Meng mentioned Pavilion Beyond Pavilion, his face did not look too good. It seemed that he had suffered a loss inside. The headmaster was deeply afraid that Yue Yang's morale would be dampened, so he quickly comforted him. In fact, speaking of pavilion beyond pavilion beyond pavilion, there have been several super elites who have accomplished the feat of destroying puppet factories. For example, Conquest Queen Fei Wen Li from 10,000 years ago. She once used a large number of beast puppets to destroy 3 puppet factories. Another example is that more than 10 years ago, the owner of the Star Diamond Castle, Little Titan's wise mother, also used a secret that we are still unable to crack to destroy 5 puppet factories at the critical moment of the outbreak of the puppet tide. This greatly alleviated the threat of the puppet tide. It is precisely because of this that there is the fief of the Star Diamond Castle. However, the puppet factories are controlled by a mysterious force. No matter how many times they are destroyed, to what extent they are destroyed, they can slowly recover. This may be the test that the ancient gods left for us, Human Valley, and the students. Yue Yang was stunned. He did not expect that there would be such a story in this special battlefield of pavilion beyond pavilion. Immediately, it aroused his strong interest. Perhaps he would be able to find some clues about his mother in those destroyed puppet factories. Most importantly, Yue Yang now had a strange feeling in his heart. The ancient relic that the 3 girls in white had entrusted him to find must be related to this pavilion beyond pavilion. Perhaps the key lay in the ancient relic in his hands. With it, it was possible to open an ancient switch and lead to a new secret. After some thought, Yue Yang decided to show his strength and search carefully in pavilion beyond pavilion. Perhaps the key to clearing the Human Valley was here. As for whether Ji Wei, Zhang Hua, and the others would also enter to explore, he could not care so much now. Moreover, with Ren Tianj, the great sage silver pupil, the phantom of the Spirit King, Captain Cook, and other powerhouses to attract attention, Yue Yang felt that he could still keep a low profile for the time being. In any case, he could just let others do whatever they want, and pick up the spoils in the middle. The assessment officially began. In this assessment, which lasted for several days, the students who had not reached the last step and competed with each other could not determine who the real champion was. Whether it was the puppet, personal creation, creativity, research and development, invention and cultivation, etiquette, knowledge, combat, strategy, etc., they were all within the scope of assessment. It was not necessary to be an all-rounder, but it must be the person with the best comprehensive strength to be the final champion. What results could be achieved in 3 months of training? That depended on the efforts and understanding of the students. A powerful person like Ji Wei could win the championship without any controversy in 3 months. On the contrary, a pseudo-genius like Kinch could retake the exam for 10 years and still be mediocre. If he didn't have the strong magnetic puppet and let Ji Wei, Zhang Hua, and the others eliminate a large number of elites, it was estimated that even a fool would not be optimistic that he would win the championship. In the Chosen Academy, the students who participated in the assessment were all gathered together. Amidst the warm applause, the president of the Chosen Academy went on stage and delivered the assessment speech as well as various assessment conditions and rules. His speech was concise and clear, unlike the long-winded speeches of the officials of the Celestial Empire. Yue Yang found that Kai Mu and the others did not have time to applaud before the old man finished speaking. He could not help but sweat profusely. The assessment of Lu Weilu is only for reference and is not necessary. If students feel that it is necessary to save their strength for later battles, they cannot sign up. On the contrary, students who feel that they need to warm up before the battle can sign up. The assessment points of Lu Weilu are not directly part of the assessment results, but are used as bonus points for reference only. In addition to the president of the Chosen Academy, there was also an old man who went on stage and explained the assessment rules of Lu Weilu. I've already signed up for you, and I'm going to join as well. We'll definitely pave a bloody path for you and protect you. Listen, you have to destroy at least 1 puppet manufacturing factory. Otherwise, it'll be considered a failure. Now that he had a gold battle puppet, he would probably feel itchy all over if he didn't show it off for a day. Will you die if you don't brag? Yang Ping, who was standing not far away, sneered. Ever since Yue Yang offended him for the first time, he had always harbored hatred in his heart, and vowed to never let go. I never talk to idiots. Kai Mu now looked down on small characters like Yang Ping. If it was Yang Ping's brother, Prince Yang Quan, he also felt that he was not an opponent of the same level. Now that he had 3 gold-ranked battle puppets and 7 silver-ranked battle puppets, he could even form a small puppet army by himself. How could he still treat his former opponents as his enemies? If it was not because it was not convenient to make a move now, an opponent of the level of Yang Ping would probably be blown away by Kai Mu's spider bomb puppet. Bickering was just bickering. On the surface, no one dared to behave atrociously in the Heaven's Pride Academy. Everyone pretended to be good students. It was just that when the teacher was not looking, they secretly hated each other and made some small moves. They were prepared to show their colors after entering the tower beyond tower. Yue Yang did not pay attention to those provocators, nor did he look at Ren Tianj, Silver Pupil, Great Sage, Qing Mo, Haug and the others. He only waved goodbye to the principal and strode up the ancient platform of the academy. He passed through the teleportation door on the ancient platform and directly teleported to the tower beyond tower. Mingzhu Prince followed closely behind him. Then, it was past its prime. Yang Ping originally wanted to catch up, but before he could even take a step, he was blocked by the giant Haug. With a strong push, he almost fell down. He was so angry that he scolded the vulgar mercenaries for not knowing etiquette. Fortunately, there was a teacher from the Heaven's Pride Academy watching from afar. Otherwise, the angry Yang Ping would not be able to control himself and curse. He could not catch up in time, and was squeezed by a slender figure. Then, there were nearly 10 figures dressed in mercenary clothes, one after another, passed him and entered the tower beyond tower. Damn it, where did these bastards come from? Yang Ping found that these people were all new faces. He had never seen any of them before. They were all strangers. Mercenaries entering the tower beyond tower is courting death. Kinch was also calm at this time. Although he was deeply humiliated by the farce yesterday, and almost the entire Tianping mountain was laughing at him, Kinch was confident that he could turn the tables. With the strong magnetic war doll in hand, Kinch felt that it was time for him to show his power. Although it was impossible to catch up with Ji Weri's points in the tower beyond tower, it should not be a problem to catch up with Zhang Hua and Captain Cook. Just when there was a commotion in front of the Heaven's Pride Academy's teleportation door, Yue Yang had already teleported to the tower beyond tower. As Kai Mu said, this place was indeed similar to Tianping Mountain. However, it was even bigger. It seemed that the ancient tower of Tianping Mountain was more like a miniature version of this place. The area where Yue Yang was at this time was in a puppet hall near the east. If one were to refer to the ancient tower, this was the location of the Heaven's Pride Academy. In the tower beyond tower, there was no Heaven's Pride Academy, but there were 4 puppet halls in the north, south, east, and west. Those who entered would be teleported to any of the puppet halls. However, like Mingzhu Prince, the moment the teleportation door flashed, he held Yue Yang's hand, and the two of them would be teleported to the same place. There are actually as many as 5 puppet halls, and one is said to be above us. However, without the flying war doll, no one can go there. Mingzhu Prince quickly explained, as long as a student comes here, the puppet war doll of Tower Beyond Tower will hear the news and rush over. It is indeed a wave of puppets. Yue Yang rushed to the entrance of the hall and found that in the distant area, there was a huge black wave like a tsunami, directly sweeping over and approaching quickly. Those were all puppet beasts. He estimated that there were at least 100,000 of them, otherwise, it would be impossible to create such a scene. Mingzhu Prince's expression was a little serious, and he nodded. These are just the beginning. If you continue to stay in the puppet hall, then only the bronze-ranked puppet beasts will attack, but if you want to go outside, you will be surrounded by countless silver-ranked war dolls. If you want to go a little further, with the intention of approaching the puppet manufacturing factory, then there will be tens of thousands of golden puppets. Yue Yang paused for a moment, then suddenly asked a very important question: has anyone entered the puppet manufacturing factory before? Why don't we go take a look? Mingzhu Prince looked at him dumbfounded. He could not answer. Now, even self-preservation was a problem, and he still wanted to enter the puppet manufacturing factory to take a look. It had to be said that this person's guts had reached an unimaginable level. Similarly, the students who were teleported into the East Puppet Hall, if they were the re-examination candidates, it would be fine, but those who had just entered were miserable, and they were scared out of their wits. The puppet beasts pounced over like a tsunami, black and dense, more terrifying than a tide, filling the entire sky and earth. These puppet beasts that were even more numerous than ants, how should they fight? This battle, could they fight? I am the Mig of Hightower City, people call me the Hightower War Wolf, you should have heard of my name. If you don't have a better idea, it is best to listen to my command. Listen, we will gather together, and first give up on the steps and the main door outside, and guard the second door of the hall. There is a kind of energy in the puppet hall that will reduce the energy of the puppet beasts. Other than bronze-ranked cannon fodder, or someone to lure the puppet beasts, silver-ranked and gold-ranked puppet beasts will not easily enter. We must gather all the war dolls, and work together to guard here. You don't have to be afraid. There isn't enough space here, so there aren't many puppets that can fit in here. Most importantly, large puppets can't come in. I once had a successful record of holding on for an hour. As long as you all listen to me, we can hold on until the portal reopens in half an hour. An elite student who had just been teleported in took over command without any hesitation. With a veteran like him around, many of the pale-faced newbies barely managed to calm down. Let's go. Yue Yang was not interested in this kind of defense, he only wanted to take a look at the puppet manufacturing factory. Mingzhu Prince was furious, but since Yue Yang wanted to leave, he could only follow. In any case, no matter where Yue Yang went, Mingzhu Prince had to follow. He would definitely not let him slip away alone. Ah, what are you guys trying to do? Even if you want to die, you don't have to do this, right? Come back quickly. The Mig, who was known as the Hightower War Wolf, was arranging the defense. He turned his head and saw Yue Yang and Mingzhu Prince rushing into the puppet wave. He was instantly scared stiff. Lunatic, he was definitely a lunatic. The sky was filled with puppet beasts, and they actually rushed over just like that. Yue Yang and Mingzhu Prince rushed into the puppet wave, and did not even cause a small commotion. They were directly drowned in the puppet wave that was rushing towards them. In an instant, they disappeared without a trace. The Hightower War Wolf Mig saw this, swallowed his saliva, and mumbled, "Illusion, this must be an illusion." Chapter 1096 Puppet Academy, South Hall. Zhang Hua controlled the sword dancer, the symbol of Silver Maple City, to guard the entrance. Countless puppet beasts surged towards him like a tide, but the sword dancer stood firm like a rock. In front of the powerful gold-rank puppet beasts, no amount of bronze-rank puppet beasts was enough. Moreover, under the command of a powerful person like Zhang Hua, they could only be abused. Layers upon layers of sword light flashed like lightning. Zhang Hua's sword dancer stood tall like a mountain, guarding the southern palace's gate. Any puppet beast that approached was cut into pieces by the sword light that could cut through iron like mud. For a moment, sparks flew everywhere. The puppet beasts that pounced on him had their limbs cut off, their remains flying all over the sky. With Zhang Hua's super strong defense, the students of the South Hall cheered. They all commanded their puppet beasts to help. All of them used their unique moves. Although the beasts attacking the South Hall were as numerous as the tide, their attacks couldn't advance any further as they slammed into Zhang Hua's impenetrable defense. In the West Hall, Jin Qi was gleefully piloting his blood-drop Heavenly King. With a gold-ranked strong magnetic battle avatar, he felt that there was no need for him to use his strong magnetic ability to deal with these cannon fodder puppet beasts. He could destroy them with just his gigantic arms. Poor mercenaries, why aren't you being arrogant now? While attacking, Kinch did not forget to mock Qing Mo, Haug, and the others. You stink, so you use your mouth to fart. Haug would not tolerate it. He immediately raised his lips to retort. Do you believe that I won't destroy you right now? Kinch's voice was extremely sinister. Now that we are facing a great enemy, do not kill each other. Perhaps you have heard that I am Yang Quan of Yuanyang City. If you wish, I am willing to guard the entrance and create a relatively safe environment for my juniors to fight. No matter what grudges we have outside, here, we must unite and fight as one. Otherwise, we will all be wiped out. Behind Yangping, there was a man with a formidable appearance. He stepped out from the crowd and spoke with a loud voice. This man was his elder brother, young Master Yangchong. To be known as the Four Princes of Guangmeng along with Kai Mu, Ming Zhu, and Kai Gui, Prince Yang Quan was definitely not simple. This time, he took out a gold-ranked battle puppet, Spitfire, that was not any weaker than Kinch's magnetic battle puppet in terms of level and combat ability. Before jumping on the battle puppet and piloting the Spitfire to fight, Prince Yang Quan not only stopped Kinch from attacking his own people, but also glanced at Qing Mo, Haug, and the others. Deep in his eyes, he looked at Haug and the others who were dressed as mercenaries with a little bit of disdain. However, his words were modest enough. Training on the battlefield is necessary for every student to grow. I am only slightly ahead of you and have accumulated some experience. If you don't mind, you can come up and fight with me. We can learn from each other and improve together. Kinch snorted, do you think they are worthy? However, because of Prince Yang Quan's identity, he could not offend him for the time being. Therefore, he lowered his voice as much as possible so that only a few people around him could hear him. Ching Mo was more low-key in his actions. Even if he had a gold-ranked battle puppet, he would not use it unless it was an important moment. Instead, he brought out the bronze battle puppet that he had bought with all his crystal fragments. The students around Kinch were all secretly sneering. With this broken battle puppet that was only slightly better than a whiteboard, he dared to challenge young Master Kinch to a fight. He really did not know what was good for him. However, Haug did not have too many scruples in this regard. If he had something good, he would naturally use it well. However, no matter how impulsive he was, it would not affect Yue Yang's evaluation plan. Haug, who rushed up to join the battle, did not take out the gold-ranked battle puppet early on. Instead, he rode on a silver-ranked giant steel wolf. Seeing this silver wolf, although Kinch still expressed his disdain, Prince Yang Quan was slightly moved. Although this was not a gold-ranked battle puppet, its combat ability was very close. Moreover, looking at Haug's skill in controlling the battle puppet, he was also a top-notch expert and should not be underestimated. A top-notch expert who was only a mercenary could own a silver wolf. He did not have any impression of this huge man. It seemed like he was a newbie. A mercenary with a silver-ranked battle puppet. Or a newbie. Prince Yang Quan suddenly felt a toothache. Not simple. This seemingly boorish and reckless huge man was definitely not simple. Ren Tianj and the great sage Silver Pupil and the others were even more low-key. They hid behind the crowd and rode on either the whiteboard battle puppet that they bought to conceal themselves, or the bronze-ranked battle puppet. Anyway, in the South Shrine's battlefield, no one noticed anything special about them. Actually, they were not the only ones who were hiding in the West Shrine and fighting in a low-key manner. If Yue Yang saw them, he would definitely recognize two of them. They were the Fire Shrine Master Burning Wind and the Dark Shrine Master Wan Mo from the Central Shrine. Mingzhu Prince's information was already 100% sure that Burning Wind and Wan Mo had been planning this for a long time. They had both gold-ranked blazing battle puppets and flesh battle puppets. They were the strongest competitors for the championship this time. Compared to the East Shrine where Yue Yang and Mingzhu Prince originally stayed, the South Shrine where Zhang Hua stayed, and the West Shrine where Qing Mo, Haug, Ren Tianj, the Great Sage Silver Pupil, Burning Wind, Wan Mo, Prince Yang Quan and Kinch, the North Shrine without any experts to defend it was a tragedy. The puppet beasts attacked the gate of the North Shrine like a tidal wave. The students inside, regardless of whether they were freshmen entering for the first time or experienced seniors, were all unable to resist this wave of steel. They were forced to retreat step by step. If they retreated a little too slowly, the puppets of a few students were drowned by the steel wave. Blood splattered everywhere, and their heads were separated from their bodies. Severed limbs were sent flying. In the blink of an eye, they were buried under the attack of the puppet beasts. It was not that the North Shrine did not have any experts. However, people like the Phantom Spirit King, the Skinner King Sanguinar, and the Skeleton King Golden Remains were all in the North Shrine. However, they were watching with a faint smile on their faces. They were completely indifferent to the deaths around them. The few of them were not good people to begin with. All of them were evil to the extreme. If they were not forced to cooperate with Yue Yang, they would probably have walked the path of a rebel army like the heaven-splitting demon Venerable. The world's order, rules, and laws were all nonsense to them. If it were not for the fact that they felt that cooperating with Yue Yang would be easier, they would not even bother to come to the ancient pavilion on Tianping Mountain, let alone take the assessment test. According to the thoughts of the Phantom Spirit King and Sanguinar, it did not matter how many students died. The key was how to deal with Ji Weri or Zhang Hua here. The previous setback in the Devil's Valley made the Phantom Spirit King, Sanguinar, and Golden Remains gnash their teeth in hatred. That brat Titan was too abnormal. It was destined that they would not be able to compete with him. Then forget it. However, they had to avenge Ji Weri and Zhang Hua no matter what. If it was possible, they would not let that heaven-splitting demon Venerable have an easy time. Help! The students in the North Shrine were scared out of their wits by the steel wave in front of them. They all fled in all directions. We would like to help, but we are unable to. The Phantom Spirit King and the others ignored them and let the puppet beast slaughter the students. Light of vengeance. At the most critical moment, a shadow suddenly floated out from the darkness inside the East Shrine. His entire body was emitting a light that was comparable to that of a god. Anyone who saw him would have an inexplicable urge to worship him. It was as if looking at his face for an extra moment was an unforgivable blasphemy. At the same time, an exquisite 15-meter-tall puppet beast appeared. It was golden in color and incomparably mighty. There was also a pair of silver wings on its back. Although this wasn't enough to allow it to fly, it could still greatly enhance its jumping and gliding abilities. Moreover, it looked especially holy and dignified. Before the godlike man flew up and floated on the exquisite puppet beast that looked 80% like its master, some students were so excited that they could not help but shout, "Prince of Vengeance, Prince of Vengeance Jiwari." Jiwari, who was riding on the Prince of Vengeance, jumped up in a cool manner and quickly swept through the space of tens of meters in the shrine. At an unknown time, he was already holding a sword in his hand. The Light of Vengeance, which was powered by the endless energy god stone, gently slashed across, and the dozens of puppet beasts that the wolf of the Tower Mig used to deal with were all instantly killed by the sword. Under the fanatical gaze of the wolf of the Tower Mig, the Prince of Vengeance, driven by Jiwari, rushed out of the East Shrine's gate and landed on the steps. He raised his hand above his head and slashed down heavily. The whole world was instantly immersed in a dazzling brilliance. When everyone's eyes regained their sight, they were shocked to find that all the puppet beasts within a straight line of a few hundred meters from the East Shrine to the North Shrine had disappeared. Amidst the ocean of puppets that were like tidewater, a terrifying mark of the sword was extremely clear. In the sword mark, no matter whether it was the bronze-level puppet beasts, silver-level puppet beasts, or even gold-level puppet beasts, they all turned into scrap metal and became debris on the ground. God, as expected of the man closest to God, the wolf of the Tower Mig murmured absent-mindedly. Behind him, many students were so scared that they knelt down. "My knights, where are you?" The Prince of Vengeance that Jiwari controlled waved his hand in a carefree manner. "Your Royal Highness, we've all answered the summons." 10 men flew out from the north, south, east, and west shrines and rushed over. Ignoring the wave of puppet beasts not far away, they knelt respectfully in front of the Prince of Vengeance that was driven by Jiwari. "Follow them." With a wave of Jiwari's hand, 10 golden battle puppets in the shape of knights flew out of his storage ring and landed in front of the 10 men. Yes, the 10 of them jumped onto the battle puppets in the shape of knights and followed closely behind Jiwari's Prince of Vengeance. They rushed toward the northern hall to save the students who were dying tragically. Some of the struggling students in the North Shrine were instantly moved to tears when they saw Jiwari leading his 10 knights and rushing over. Even the cowards who were desperately running away were immediately filled with hope when they saw that they could be saved. They returned to fight the puppet beasts to the end. Can't be compared. The difference is too big. I've worked hard for 10 years, but I don't even have a golden battle puppet. But he's only been here for a few months, and not only did he create the Prince of Vengeance, he also has 10 loyal knights. Even the knights are all riding on golden battle puppets. The wolf of the Tower Mig sat down on the steps powerlessly. To him, Jiwari's appearance was not only shocking, it also deeply injured him. His passion turned into cold sweat in the face of absolute power. Now that he thought about it, there was nothing but shock. Xianxia, who was showing off his power in the South Shrine, couldn't help but snort angrily when he saw this scene. Compared to Jiwari's flashy appearance, his previous efforts were all in vain. Now, not only the students from the East, West, and North Shrines, but even the students from the South Shrine who worshipped him couldn't help but cheer for Jiwari, who had just killed thousands of puppet beasts, and cheer for him. On the other hand, Xianxia, who had just killed thousands of puppet beasts, was ignored. Fire. Xianxia angrily released 2 gold-level jet beasts and asked them to store energy. They fired 2 shots at the puppet beasts outside, trying to turn the tables. The jet beasts were extremely powerful. They had once fought Captain Cook's Ocean Warrior one-on-one. The energy released by the 2 of them was, of course, terrifying. The sky and earth turned dark. The rumbling explosion was deafening. 200 meters in front of the South Shrine steps, 2 paths were cleared, and the puppet beasts inside were almost wiped out. Other than a broken golden puppet beast and a few half-dead silver puppet beasts, all the bronze puppet beasts were melted into molten iron, killed by the energy cannons of the jet beasts. However, it was a pity that, although this scene was shocking enough, it couldn't change the power of Jiwari's Prince of Vengeance. The sword just now was too shocking and shocking. Even Zhang Hua's 2 jet beasts seemed to pale in comparison. In the South Shrine, A few of Zhang Hua's fans also cheered for this, but more people were still immersed in the sword just now and couldn't wake up. Compared to Ji Wei, although Zhang Hua was outstanding, he was still far from being comparable. Seeing this, Zhang Hua couldn't help but feel bitter in his heart. He originally thought that it was very fast for him to make another jet beast, but he didn't expect that Ji Wei would have 10 more night puppets in such a short time, and all of them were above the gold level. They were not inferior to the jet beasts. This was Ji Wei's strength. This was also a distance that he couldn't surpass. After saving the students of the North Shrine, Ji Wei didn't guard in front of the door like Zhang Hua. He led the 10 knights and directly charged into the horde of puppet beasts. Moreover, they advanced with irresistible force, charging towards the nearest puppet manufacturing factory. Ji Wei, Ji Wei, Ji Wei. At first, someone shouted Ji Wei's name, but with this shout, more and more students joined in, and finally, like a flood, almost all the students shouted in unison to cheer for Ji Wei. Young people like Wolf of the Tower, Mig, and people like Kinch, who were eager to show off, rushed out of the puppet hall and attacked the puppet beast tide, launching an all-out counterattack. Among them, the one who charged the fastest and was the strongest was Zhang Hua, who rode on a sword dancer and had 2 jet beasts. Zhang Hua definitely didn't want to help Ji Wei, but he couldn't stand the fact that Ji Wei stole the limelight in the hearts of all the students. Besides them, Prince Yang Quan, who was riding a jet beast, followed closely behind. Idiots. Haugen Qingmo didn't rush out like the hot-headed students. Many people will die in this battle, Ren Tianj said with a frown. He felt that with Ji Wei's bait, many hot-headed and weak students would die. It was easy to rush out, but it would be difficult to come back. Now that 200 to 300 people had rushed out, it would be good if 1/10 of them returned. If not, how can Ji Wei save people and win their hearts? How do you win people's hearts? Great sage Yin Tong shook his head slightly. He could naturally see that Ji Wei was doing this on purpose. Ji Wei would lead people to attack the puppet factory, regardless of success or failure. He would win the hearts of the people. If he saved a few more students with potential on the way back, such as elites like Prince Yang Quan and Wolf of the Tower, then it would be very easy to get another batch of elite knights. Even if Prince Yang Quan and Wolf of the Tower Mig didn't join those knights, they would still form an iron alliance with Ji Wei for saving their lives. Therefore, it didn't matter to Ji Wei how many students died. What was important was that the fiercer the battle, the better it was for Ji Wei to bestow favors. In this bloody battle, 2 shadows were sitting on the roof of the puppet manufacturing factory, gnawing on roasted corn. They ate with relish. It was like watching a play in a big theater. The shadow on the left nudged the shadow on the right with his elbow. Look, it's so cool. Can't you learn a little? The shadow on the right was very calm. Don't quarrel, focus on the play. Do you think this kind of puppet factory is so easy to attack? Hehe, the best of the elites is yet to come. Even if that chicken, Ji Wei, wants to attack the puppet factory, he won't be able to walk away unscathed. How about, let's make a bet. Bet on what? The shadow on the left became vigilant. Nothing good would come out of this kid's bet. If you lose, then let me punch you. Punch where? Face. You dare to hit my face. Then where do you want me to hit? Chest. I didn't expect you to have chest muscles even though you're so skinny. You're asking for it. I haven't used the golden sledgehammer to impress you in a long time. Are you itching for a beating? Don't run. Chapter 1097. 10 minutes later. Ji Wei had led the hot-blooded and arrogant students to attack the puppet manufacturing factory, but now, they were in a tragedy. It was like poking a hornet's nest. Once the puppet manufacturing factory was attacked, countless puppet beasts immediately rushed out. If the previous puppet beasts were like a flood, then the current one was like the Milky Way pouring down. In an instant, all the genius students, including Ji Wei, were drowned. The most terrifying thing was that 90% of the puppet beasts that were fighting the students were bronze level. Now, there were almost no traces of low-level bronze level puppet beasts coming out of the puppet manufacturing factory. More than 80,000 were silver level puppet beasts, and close to 20% were gold level puppet beasts. God knows why there were so many gold level puppet beasts stored in the puppet manufacturing factory. There were tens of thousands of silver level puppet beasts and thousands of gold level puppet beasts. They were surrounded from all sides. They formed a destructive force. Not to mention the ordinary students, even Zhang Hua, who was controlling the sword dancer, and Ji Wei, who was controlling the Prince of Vengeance, felt the pressure as heavy as a mountain. Retreat. Jiweri's Prince of Vengeance was surrounded and attacked by hundreds of gold-level puppet beasts at the same time. He could no longer be as carefree as before. If this was not the human valley, there would be no restriction of laws, and there would be no prohibition of force. If Jiweri personally attacked, he would be able to kill 10,000 gold-level puppet beasts without any effort. Unfortunately, this was the human valley. Although he had the power of a quasi-god, Jiweri had no chance to use it. Everyone, follow me. Zhang Hua was happy and worried at the same time. He was happy that Jiweri was destined to be unable to act tough today, but he was worried that with so many gold-level puppet beasts surrounding him, he would be trapped if he was not careful. It was definitely not life-threatening, but the sword dancer and the two jet beasts were precious war puppets. Once they were all destroyed, it would take more resources and time to rebuild them. This was very different from the plan. The two jet beasts accumulated enough energy and shot out two powerful beams of light. After creating a passageway for the students to escape from the encirclement, Kinch, Wolf of the Tower, Mig, and the others' despair turned into joy. They rushed out immediately. Different from the two of them, Prince Yongchong was controlling the fire-breathing beast to protect his friends. Even though he was also in a dangerous situation, he did not forget the spirit of a senior. Many of the students around him were extremely touched. The passageway quickly closed, and the students who had escaped halfway were instantly killed by the golden puppet beasts without being able to retaliate. At this moment, a sword light slashed down with the power to destroy heaven and earth. Compared to the twin resounding cannons of the jet beasts, it was 100 times more powerful. Surrounded by golden puppet beasts, it also exploded instantly. Shatter. They scattered all over the ground, leaving behind a pile of remains. It was Jiweri. This sword was the light of vengeance that he had been accumulating for a long time. Even the golden puppet beasts could not withstand this powerful attack. The 10 golden knights under Jiweri took the opportunity to go forward and block the enemies from the outside, forming a golden defense wall to escort as many students as possible back to the puppet academy. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, a deafening noise broke out in the puppet factory. 4 puppet beasts of war, each with a height of 100 meters but all at the platinum level, appeared. They leapt into the air and fell to the ground with the force of a mountain, directly crushing the students who were escaping on the ground. A golden knight beast of war could not escape in time and was also crushed by a platinum puppet beast of war. Inside the machine, the follower of Jiweri was seriously injured and vomited blood. Before his companions could rescue him, the platinum-level puppet of war suddenly clenched its big hand. Everything within 10 meters of that follower seemed to have been twisted by an invisible demonic claw and instantly exploded into powder, turning into nothingness. Whether it was a person or a puppet of war, all of them turned into ashes in an instant. The 2 golden knight companions who came to rescue saw such a terrifying scene and were scared out of their wits. They no longer cared about covering themselves and immediately retreated. Bang, bang, the 2 of them were like fleas. They were smashed to the ground by another platinum puppet beast of war. This was not the most terrifying thing. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the 2 broken golden knight beast of war melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if they were corroded by a strong acid. The 2 followers inside the puppet beast of war who could not escape in time were also the same. Zhang Hua's expression changed. These 4 platinum puppet beasts were too powerful. It was impossible for him to fight against them. He did not know the abilities of the other 2. However, he could at least be sure of one thing. Of the 2 platinum puppet beasts that had shown their abilities, one had the ability of particle shock, and the other had the ability of acid corrosion. These 2 abilities were not something that a puppet beast of war made of steel could resist. Putting aside the fact that the opponent had a body that was 100 meters tall and had a higher level and combat power that had reached the platinum level, just the endless number of them and the inexhaustible production ability was enough to kill all opponents. Let's go. Zhang Hua dodged the attack of a platinum puppet beast of war and used the sword dancer to pull Prince Yongchong's Spitfire, forcefully pulling the young man away. In order to rescue Prince Yongchong, Zhang Hua sacrificed a jet beast. The other jet beast was also on the verge of collapse under the siege of more than 10 golden puppet beasts. It was almost destroyed. Fortunately, Prince Yongchong cooperated well and threw out a steel cable that was originally used to lock the enemy, forcefully pulling it back. The jet beast that was forcefully pulled back had already lost 2 of its limbs. If it was any later, it would definitely become a piece of scrap metal. The only person who was calm on the battlefield was Yue. He controlled the Prince of Vengeance and created thousands of sword gusts. The magical sword gusts appeared under the feet of the students like tornadoes, sweeping the students who had already closed their eyes and were waiting for death out of the battlefield and back to the Puppet Academy in the distance. This move made everyone cheer for Yue, regardless of whether it was the students who had been rescued, the new students who had stayed in the Puppet Academy and did not dare to fight, or the elite students who had escaped earlier. Even Prince Yangchong, who had been rescued by Zhang Hua with great effort, could not help but shout at Yue in excitement. Seeing this scene, Zhang Hua felt bitter in his heart. It was really a strenuous and thankless effort. The limelight was snatched away by Yue again. Could it be that he would never be able to catch up with him in this lifetime? This godlike Yue really made people feel hopeless. However, the depressed Zhang Hua quickly regained his confidence. Because in the Human Valley, Zhang Hua felt that the biggest change in his life was that he had met that young man. If that young man from the Eastern Hidden Tribe made a move and started a war with Yue, then it was not impossible to turn the tables in the future. There was someone behind Yue. However, behind that young man, there was a whole big clan. That young man would never fail. The only problem was how to make him fight with Yue. Zhang Hua knew that he could not compete with Yue for the time being, and the situation was very bad, so he did not show up. He kept a low profile and put away the jet beast. He only used the sword dancer to clean up the endless bronze puppet beasts under the stairs of the Puppet Academy. Yue is in the limelight today, aren't you going to attack him? After his anger subsided, Mingzhu Prince, who was sitting on the roof of the puppet factory with Yue Yang and eating corn, looked at Yue Yang strangely. No matter how he looked at it, this brat did not look like he would just stand by and watch. Mingzhu Prince believed that unless the sun rose from the west, this brat would not let Yue go so smoothly. Let's continue to watch the show. Yue Yang was very calm. As long as Mingzhu Prince did not pursue the matter of the chest muscles, it would be fine. Yue, no matter what he did, the one who would be picked up in the middle would be him. Yue could have easily retreated to the Puppet Academy. For some reason, the golden puppet beasts and the platinum puppet dolls were not willing to go near the academy. Even the silver puppet beasts only attacked a few times. If Yue was willing to retreat, even the 400-meter-tall platinum puppet dolls would not be able to stop him. However, it was unknown whether it was because of everyone's cheers or because he was unwilling to give up, but before Yue returned, he turned his light sword around and fiercely slashed at the puppet factory behind him. Boom! After the earth-shattering tremor, what came into view was a puppet factory that had been split into two halves. Although the puppet factory was buried deep underground and less than 1/10 of the surface was exposed, there were still buildings that protruded out of the ground that were hundreds of meters tall. One slash and it was cut into two halves. This power had completely conquered the hearts of the students who were watching from afar. Elite students like Wolf of the Tower, Mig, and Prince Yang Quan had already worshipped Yue to the extreme. Prince, the Prince of Vengeance. The Prince of Vengeance. Although they had suffered a great defeat and countless casualties, the students were still cheering and crying as if they had won a great battle. They cheered and cheered for Yue who had split the puppet factory in two. Except for one person, Temple Master Guang Zhonghua. Only he snorted sourly to express his disdain. At this moment, Yue had won everyone's hearts. However, this slash had also put him in an extremely disadvantageous position. The 4 platinum puppet dolls had already surrounded him, who was riding the Prince of Revenge, like an iron cage. On the outer layer, there were thousands of golden puppet beasts, and on the outermost layer, there was an ocean of silver puppet beasts and bronze puppet beasts. Deep in the sea of puppet beasts, Yue could not escape even if he had wings. Not to mention that Zhang Hua did not want to save him. Even if he wanted to save him, it was impossible for him to complete the task of killing his way out of the sea of puppet beasts. 2 golden knights rushed out of the temple and were instantly drowned in the sea of puppet beasts. However, at the moment when they were drowned, the remaining 5 companions all rode on the golden knights and stepped on their raised arms to jump over. Further ahead, another golden knight sacrificed himself as a stepping stone to help his 4 companions move forward. He intended to use his last bit of strength to save Yue, who was surrounded. No, don't come over. Yue's expression changed for the first time. This was definitely not what he wanted to see. He understood the loyalty of his subordinates and also wanted to receive it. However, He still needed people in the future. He did not want all of his followers to be used up in this sea of puppet beasts. After all, there were not many who were truly loyal to him. With his ability, even if the Prince of Revenge was destroyed, he could still escape safely. His life would not be threatened. Now that all the Golden Knights under him had come out, there was no doubt about their loyalty and dedication. However, was it really useful for them to do so? The 4 platinum puppet dolls raised their huge arms and each of them attacked a Golden Knight. Shock, corrosion, without any possibility of resistance, 2 Golden Knights died tragically in front of Yue. In the end, the last 2 Golden Knights who escaped to the Prince of Revenge did not even have the time to stand firm before one of them was frozen by the extreme cold. When that frozen Golden Knight fell to the ground, it actually shattered into a pile of ice. Young Master Yongchong and the others were scared out of their wits when they saw this. What kind of temperature did the ice have to be so cold that steel became even more brittle than glass? The one who suffered the most was not the one who was frozen into a popsicle along with the steel. It was the last one. There were no changes on the surface of the Golden Knight. However, the internal parts of the puppet dolls, including the driver, were all squeezed out of the Golden Knight's steel mask. Whether it was the steel or the human body, they were all stretched into thin threads. What was even more terrifying was that before being squeezed out of the steel mask, the unlucky guy kept vomiting out his internal organs. All of his internal organs were vomited out in pieces. It was as if there was an invisible giant hand constantly smashing his chest and abdomen. What kind of ability is this? Kinch was so scared that his whole body was trembling. Mig and Prince Yang Quan who were beside him had never heard of such a strange ability. Vacuum sucker. Zhang Hua snorted uncertainly. The extreme cold at the beginning was still understandable, but the vacuum sucker at the end was something that Zhang Hua had never seen before. Puppet dolls were not warriors with talents and domain abilities. It was not strange for them to have attack abilities such as wind, fire, water, or earth. After all, they were man-made and could be matched with the relevant battle equipment. The particle shock was still understandable, but the strange ability of vacuum sucker was really unbelievable. What kind of person would be able to create such a war puppet? What was the use of making a puppet dolls like this? If it was only used to guard the puppet manufacturing factory, was there a need to make a puppet dolls like this? Zhang Hua could not understand it at all. Not only him, even Ji Wei who witnessed it at close range could not understand it either. What's going on? Mingzhu Prince nudged Yue Yang with his elbow, asking him to explain. Although they usually quarreled, sometimes Mingzhu Prince felt that Yue Yang was a know-it-all, so he had to ask him about foreign affairs. It's very simple. Particle shock, strong acid corrosion, extreme cold, and vacuum sucker are not the abilities of puppet dolls. These 400-meter-tall puppet dolls only provide defense. It's the people inside that really exert their fighting power. Hearing Yue Yang's words, Mingzhu Prince immediately exclaimed and shook his head to deny it. Impossible. This is the human valley. It's restricted by the ancient rules. No one can use their fighting power, be it talent or domain. There's a possibility that is even more thorough than the fleshly puppets made by the devils. The victims have lost their self-awareness and their souls. The only thing that keeps them alive is the shell of their body. They have become puppets under somebody else's control. Yue Yang's face became serious, and he nodded affirmatively. If that's the case, then this walking corpse might have some inherent skills that can be preserved. In other words, it's also a puppet, but it's a living puppet made by humans. Ah, Mingzhu Prince shivered when he heard this. Who is so evil to use humans to make puppets? This is what I want to know. Yue Yang looked up at the sky. After a long time, he murmured. What happened in the human valley? Why did it become like this? I believe that the human valley was not like this when it was created in the ancient times. Who destroyed the order and rules here? Mingzhu Prince was stunned. He only reacted after a while. Let's ask the 3 oracles. They must know the truth. Yue Yang smiled. Of course they know. Otherwise, why would they keep looking for reincarnated people like us who can get the ancient relics? Chapter 1098. In the end, Ji Wei managed to escape back. Even the giant platinum war puppets that possessed the 4 special abilities of particle oscillation, acid corrosion, extreme freeze, and vacuum sucker could not stop him. However, Ji Wei, who had always been cool and mighty, was also in a sorry state. One of the steel arms of the Prince of Vengeance that he was riding had been corroded beyond recognition. Countless, terrible holes had burst out of his armor, and it was full of holes. It was even more tattered than a beggar's clothes. The Prince of Vengeance's left leg was still frozen below the knee. Even if it was thawed, the steel was probably so brittle that it could no longer be used. Fortunately, Yue had dodged the attack of the Platinum War puppet that possessed the ability of vacuum sucker. Otherwise, the Prince of Vengeance would definitely not have been able to escape back to the puppet hall. When the students saw that Yue had also returned in a sorry state, their spirits could no longer hold on. Other than Prince Yang, Wolf of the Tower, and a few other elites, who still dared to stay behind to defend against the bronze puppet beast's attacks, the other students had long since retreated through the teleportation portal like a swarm of bees. Fortunately, the time limit of half an hour was up, and the teleportation portal was opened once again. Otherwise, the students who had volunteered to challenge the assessment results would have really been in danger of being completely wiped out. Yue looked at the 4 Platinum War puppets in the distance and shook his head slightly. He put away the heavily injured and half-crippled Prince of Vengeance and left elegantly. He did not even look at Xianxia, who was gloating over his misfortune. I went for wool and came home shorn. Of course, Xianxia now had a reason to be happy. Wasn't Yue's failure to return what he had hoped for all along? Yue had originally wanted to take down the puppet manufacturing factory to further increase his reputation and gain more fanatical followers. According to the plan, even if he could not take down the factory, he could still rescue the students and win the hearts of the people. But now, not only were the 10 loyal fanatic followers and the Golden Knights that he had painstakingly developed completely annihilated, even the Prince of Vengeance's Platinum War puppet that had always been in the limelight was half crippled. Although he had helped the students, it could not make up for the loss this time. Most importantly, Yue, who was invincible in the hearts of the people, had finally failed. The legend of the undefeatable genius was shattered. Once he stepped down from the godly stage, no matter how much he displayed his prowess in the future, he would not be able to change the impression in the hearts of the people. With such an unexpected result today, how could Xianxia not dance upon hearing the song? Although Xianxia suffered some losses, he only destroyed 1 jet beast. Compared to Yue, his situation was much better. If it weren't for the fact that he had to maintain his demeanor in front of Wolf of the Tower, Mig, and Prince Yangchong, Xianxia would have laughed out loud. "Aren't you guys leaving?" Prince Yangchong found that Ren Tianj, the great sage silver pupil, Haug, and Qing Mo did not evacuate with the other students. He could not help but feel strange. This battle could not be fought anymore. Even Yue had to evacuate. Why were these people still persisting? "We're not like you guys. We won't touch the puppet manufacturing factory. We just need to clear some of the bronze puppet beasts." Haug laughed out loud, greedy and reckless. In contrast, Qing Mo was a little rude and directly mocked them. "Then be careful." Prince Yangchong's face turned red when he heard this. He awkwardly retreated with the Mig and the other elite students who stayed behind. Xianxia instinctively felt that it was a little strange. However, he, Ren Tianj, the great sage silver pupil, Haug, and Qing Mo were enemies in the Devil's Valley. It was already good enough that Ren Tianj and Haug did not besiege him. It was impossible for them to talk to him again. Moreover, Xianxia, who was in a good mood now, did not care about these trivial matters. Ren Tianj and the others were not insignificant people. If it wasn't for the fact that there was no one behind them, they would really be a group of strong enemies. Therefore, it was normal for Ren Tianj and the others to want to farm some points here. Xianxia, who was eager to leave, did not notice this point. The war puppets that Haug and Qing Mo were using were all silver war wolves, and they were exactly the same. Perhaps he noticed it, but he felt that Haug, Qing Mo, and the others were originally teammates. Moreover, with the strength of the great sage silver pupil, it was not strange for them to develop silver war wolves that were exactly the same. Therefore, he did not think too much about it. When Xianxia, who was the last to leave, left, Haug could no longer hold it in. He immediately released the golden lion war puppet. It swept away all the green puppet beasts that were constantly rushing in from outside the puppet hall. The golden war puppet is indeed powerful. I almost died of holding it in just now. Seeing those guys acting cool, I had to hide my strength and hide behind them. "Ha, my golden lion king, now is the time for you to go crazy. Charge, 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 send all these scrap metals to the garbage dump." Haug manipulated the golden lion king to transform into a war puppet. He jumped into the driver's seat and was as excited as a child who had just received a new toy. He cleared the puppet beasts around him unstoppably while cheering loudly. So childish. Qing Mo shook his head. He felt that Haug was completely hopeless. Don't go out for now. There are still 4 big guys outside. Ren Tianj was worried that Haug would not be able to control himself and really rush up to fight the 4 platinum war puppets one-on-one. I'm just excited and my hands are itchy. That's why I'm in a hurry to vent. I'm not stupid. Haug was speechless. Did he really look like a fool? At the top of the puppet-making factory, Mingzhu Prince, who had already finished eating his corn, reached out his hand and touched Yue Yang. He indicated that he could start working. Yue Yang calmly jumped down from the puppet-making factory. His footsteps were as leisurely as if he was accompanying a pretty girl shopping on the streets. His left pinky was digging at his ear from time to time. Seeing Yue Yang being so arrogant, Mingzhu Prince couldn't bear to look anymore. He was really worried that this brat would be flattened by the 4 platinum puppets and become a thin, human mat. The 4 platinum war puppets jumped down from Yue Yang's position. They immediately noticed him. 2 of them took a detour and were in charge of flanking him. The last one retreated slightly to be on guard and assist him. If he had not seen this kind of tactic with his own eyes, Mingzhu Prince would not dare to believe that the puppets without intelligence could actually work together to fight like this. If one were to say that there was no one controlling these puppets and that they were just working together naturally, Mingzhu Prince would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. Even the walking corpses and living puppets would not be able to do this. The great sage Silver Pupil frowned and shook his head. Is there a problem? Only now did Ren Tianj realize that if it was not for Ji Wuri's quick escape just now and the 4 platinum war puppets had used this kind of joint tactic, the Prince of Vengeance would most likely be defeated here. If there was someone controlling these puppets, then when they were dealing with Ji Wuri and the others, they were just holding back their strength for some reason. Now, they were showing their true strength. HMPH. Qing Mo sneered. His attitude was not because he hoped that Yue Yang would fail, but because he felt that it was unnecessary to worry about this brat. Although it will be very difficult, I believe in him. Haug had already become Yue Yang's fanatical fan. He felt that there was nothing in this world that could stop this abnormal genius. Ji Wuri could not defeat him. That was Ji Wuri, not this abnormal little titan who was even more abnormal than a monster. The first one to attack Yue Yang was the platinum war puppet that knew particle oscillation. Its giant hand was like a metal 5-finger mountain that came crashing down. Fortunately, it was not Buddha. Otherwise, even if Yue Yang turned into the monkey son who could wreak havoc in heaven, he would not be able to escape. Boom, rumble rumble rumble, a series of explosions caused shock waves that spread on the ground. Whether it was Ren Tianj's side, the Spirit King's shadow in the puppet hall, or Mingzhu Prince who was anxiously watching the battle from the top of the manufacturing factory, their vision was blocked by the smoke, and they could not see the battle situation clearly. In the last scene, everyone saw the platinum war puppet that knew particle oscillation chase after Yue Yang and kept pressing the oscillation waves, causing the ground to explode continuously. Just as Yue Yang was escaping, the extremely frozen platinum war puppet that was in charge of defending suddenly erected an ice wall with both of its arms to block the path. Then, a huge shockwave exploded, and the shockwave was earth-shattering. Sand and stones flew everywhere, and dust and smoke swept across the ground. Everyone's vision was blocked, and they could no longer see what happened to Yue Yang. In terms of individual strength, there was no need to worry about Yue Yang, who could fight against the sky-splitting demon Venerable for 100 days. However, this was the human valley. No matter how strong an individual was, it was useless. In a battle, one had to use puppet war puppets. Mingzhu Prince clenched his fists tightly, and looked at the battlefield anxiously, hoping that Yue Yang, this rascal, would quickly appear, and not make people worry. The smoke seemed to want to compete with people. Only after a long time did it disperse. However, when the situation in the battlefield appeared, everyone was dumbfounded. It was not that Yue Yang was blasted into pieces by the platinum puppet's particle oscillation, nor was he frozen into a human-shaped popsicle. Everyone stared dumbstruck at this inconceivable scene. Student Yu Liao, who was originally chased and beaten by the platinum puppet until he could not breathe, was now leisurely sitting on the platinum puppet's shoulder, crossing his legs. His appearance was as infuriating as it could get. If not for the distance, Mingzhu Prince, who was gnashing his teeth in hatred, would have used a hammer to reinforce his memory. Pooh! Haug was nervously drinking water, and spat it all out, splattering all over Ren Tianj's body. How is this possible? Ren Tianj did not feel anything, and stared blankly at Yue Yang, who was sitting on the platinum puppet's shoulder. Who knows what's going on? The Spirit King and Skinner King Sanguinar were also dumbfounded, completely unable to understand what was going on. Even if Yue Yang was born with a friendly aura, and was loved by everyone, it was impossible for him to be like this. That was the emotionless platinum puppet that would kill anyone it saw. Why would it allow this brat to sit on its shoulder? Furthermore, they were chasing after him just now. How did they suddenly become friends? If they did not see the scene just now, just by looking at the current situation, they could totally think that the platinum puppet was this brat's big toy. Forget it, with him, anything can happen. Even the great sage Silver Pupil could not help but shake his head and laugh bitterly. Ah, hurry up and come down. Mingzu Prince reacted, and immediately became angry. I've been worried about you for so long, and you actually went to such a high place to enjoy the wind. Even if you want to learn to be cool, you don't have to do this, right? Without waiting for Yue Yang to come down, the extreme frozen platinum puppet that assisted in attacking immediately launched an attack. Emitting a cold aura with its hands, it immediately patted its companion's shoulder. What was even more strange was that when it attacked Yue Yang, the platinum puppet that had the particle vibration ability immediately retaliated, as if it had seen its master being attacked. It used its giant arms to block its companion's hands, and as it froze them, the vibration wave exploded, sending its companion flying 100 meters away. What? Ren Tianj and the others' jaws dropped to the ground. What the hell was going on? Could it be that this brat had already taken that platinum puppet as his little brother? Seeing that Yue Yang was still safe and sound, the two platinum puppets that were in charge of flanking him also attacked. One of them had a strong corrosive acid, and the other had a vacuum suction cup, aiming at Yue Yang's small body. However, halfway through their attack, they suddenly stopped at the same time. As if they had received an irresistible order, the four balls of light in the eyes of the two platinum puppets that were emitting red light dimmed. After a while, the light that lit up again became white. Mingzu Prince's sharp senses discovered that other than the platinum puppet that had the extreme frozen ability, the other three platinum puppets' eyes had all changed from red to white, and the light they emitted was even brighter. There was definitely a problem. Yue Yang must have done something to them. However, no one could figure out what exactly he had done. Come back quickly, I have something to tell you. Mingzu Prince suddenly smiled and waved towards Yue Yang. What do you want to say? Yue Yang was very excited. Could it be that at this important moment, Mingzu Prince was going to tell him an extremely important secret? If you don't want me to strangle you to death, then tell me the truth immediately. My patience is not very good. Mingzu Prince's expression changed faster than flipping a page. He angrily grabbed Yue Yang's collar and lifted him up. Then, he glared at Yue Yang, who could only stand on his toes and lean backwards. Be gentler, my body is weak, I can't take too much violence. Yue Yang hurriedly raised his hands in surrender. You still dare to talk nonsense? Mingzu Prince didn't use his whip and directly used his golden hammer. Wait, I'll be honest, it's parasitic puppets. When we were fighting on the beach, I discovered parasitic crabs and thought of parasitic wasps. Hence, I created parasitic spiders. Just now, I only used them a little. To be honest, if we didn't fight on the beach that night, I wouldn't have thought of this idea. Yue Yang took out the small and exquisite golden spider puppet. Before he could even claim credit, Mingzu Prince hammered his head with his hammer. The crazy Mingzu Prince raged. You shut up, who fought with you on the beach? No one, I remember that the moon was very big on the night we fought. Yue Yang pretended to think, which made Mingzu Prince even angrier. Chapter 1099 Boom. Boom 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 boom, a series of explosions, deafening, the shockwaves created mushroom clouds that shot up to the sky. The towering puppet manufacturing factory finally collapsed under the frenzied dismantling of the four platinum puppets controlled by Yue Yang. The parts on the ground and the exit were completely destroyed, turning into a pile of scrap metal. Thick smoke billowed from the ruins. Flames and debris from the explosions flew all over the sky. In addition to the corpses of the puppet beasts lying all over the ground, the current battlefield of Lu Weilu looked like a scene of desolation and destruction. This is too awesome. Hog had never worshipped a person so much in his entire life. Even Ji Wuri had no choice but to return in low spirits from Lu Weilu. But now, Titan, this brat, had taken it down by himself. How could all the so-called geniuses of the world's elite students endure this? Continue forward. Mingzhu Prince was also indescribably excited. Controlling the platinum puppets. Destroying the puppet manufacturing factory was a completely different matter. Although it was difficult to use the gold parasitic spider to control the 4 platinum puppets, it was not impossible for others to do it. If Ji Wei and Zhang Hua had the same conditions, they could also do it. However, other than Yue Yang, even if others controlled the 4 platinum puppets, they would not be able to destroy the puppet manufacturing factory. The reason was simple. The puppet manufacturing factory had an endless stream of puppet beasts coming out, drowning the enemies, protecting the factory from external attacks. What was even more despairing was that this puppet manufacturing factory seemed to be protected by some kind of mysterious power. Even if it was attacked by a huge force and its appearance was deformed, it would quickly recover to its original state. Ji Wei had used all his strength to slash the exposed part of the factory in half. However, before he could retreat from the battlefield of Lu Weilu, the crack had already closed. It was restored to its original state. However, this puppet manufacturing factory, which looked to be 100 times stronger than an iron wall, was destroyed in Yue Yang's hands without much effort. He only released a thin and long black shadow. Its speed was so fast that even Mingzhu Prince, who was not far away, could not see what kind of existence it was. Not long after the slender shadow slipped in, the entire puppet manufacturing factory immediately let out an earth-shattering hum. The ground trembled incessantly, as if it was the wail of the end of the world. A series of explosions occurred within the puppet manufacturing factory. Following this, the 4 platinum puppets could easily destroy the exposed parts of the factory. Just like that, the puppet manufacturing factory that had forced Ji Wei to retreat in hatred collapsed in front of Yue Yang in less than 5 minutes. What is that? Mingzhu Prince rushed over and grabbed Yue Yang's hand forcefully. This was because Mingzhu Prince realized that when the slender black shadow slipped back, it seemed to have wrapped itself around Yue Yang's wrist. Unfortunately, when Mingzhu Prince grabbed Yue Yang's hand and looked left and right, the slender black shadow had already disappeared. It's a secret. Why don't we trade, 1 for 1? Yue Yang grabbed Mingzhu Prince's hand and suggested. Who cares? Mingzhu Prince slapped away Yue Yang's wolf-like claws. 1 for 2. Yue Yang still did not give up. No. Mingzhu Prince raised his chin and rejected the conditions of this trap. He easily saw through a certain wolf's intentions. Fighting with such a monster, there's only one word to describe it. It's easy. Haug, whose number teacher died early, was so excited that he could not choose his words. Rumble. Very quickly, another puppet manufacturing factory collapsed and collapsed. This time, Mingzhu Prince was greatly surprised. The one that Yue Yang sent to disturb the inside of the puppet manufacturing factory was no longer the slender black shadow, but a strange blade. This strange blade, shot from the puppet manufacturing factory, transformed along the way, and turned into a ferocious and extremely ugly prehistoric monster. It opened its black hole-like mouth and greedily swallowed everything in its path. When it pounced into the puppet manufacturing factory, it actually swallowed the countless puppet beasts that were surging out of the factory alive. Dao Tai, Earth Divine Weapon. The great sage Silver Pupil easily recognized this kind of beast. Can Earth Divine Weapons be used in Human Valley? The surrounding shadows and Sanguinar and the others looked at each other. They still did not know that Earth Divine Weapons could be used in Human Valley. No way, you guys have Earth Divine Weapons. Haug felt that although Earth Divine Weapons were not as rare as Holy Beasts and Divine Beasts, they were definitely not the kind of cheap goods that could be sold on the street. Not to mention the lower realm, even in the Heaven realm, how many people had Earth Divine Weapons? No, the Shadows and Sanguinar all shook their heads. They had semi-divine weapons that were similar to Earth Divine Weapons, but they did not have real Earth Divine Weapons. An Earth Divine Weapon was not as simple as a divine weapon, but a real metal life. A new kind of special metal life created by the master with supreme power or passed down by the ancient gods was called an Earth Divine Weapon. Not all divine weapons with spiritual awareness were called Earth Divine Weapons. Earth Divine Weapons not only had 2 forms of divine weapons and warbeasts, but they also had real life and could be regarded as a living creature. In the Heaven realm, there were many people who had fake Earth Divine Weapons or semi-divine weapons. The divine weapons in their hands also had good spiritual awareness, and even knew how to transform or fight as a warbeast alone. However, they were not real Earth Divine Weapons. Because they did not have real life. They were metal. But not metal life. This was the biggest difference between a fake Earth Divine weapon and an Earth Divine weapon, and it was also the gap between them that could never be crossed. During the 100 Days War, everyone thought that they had seen all of Yue Yang's treasures, abilities and battle power. However, they didn't expect that today. They realized that this brat still had a lot of things that he hadn't taken out. When Yue Yang commanded the Star Scorpion and the Heaven-Swallowing Beast to advance towards the other two puppet manufacturing factories and destroy their internal structures, everyone was sweating profusely. Even the calmest Great Sage Silver Pupil could not help but ask, "Little Titan, how many Earth Divine weapons do you have on you?" What he meant was that others who had one Earth Divine weapon were already extremely lucky, but Yue Yang had at least 4 Earth Divine weapons on him. How could he live like this? He hadn't seen the slender black shadow clearly, but he reckoned that it was an Earth Divine weapon that was the strongest and least willing to show to others. Great Sage Silver-Eyed even suspected that the slender black shadow that even he couldn't see through was the legendary Heaven Divine weapon. The 3 that were clearly displayed, Dao Tai, the Heaven-Swallowing Beast, and the Star Scorpion, could make people drool with envy. It was enough to have one Earth Divine weapon. However, if you monopolized so many by yourself, did you want to be punished by heaven? The most unbearable thing was that these Earth Divine weapons that Yue Yang had all had super high intelligence. This made people so jealous that they wanted to commit suicide by banging their heads against the wall. Isn't it just an Earth Divine weapon? What's there to fuss about? With a cold snort, Qing Mo raised his hand and took off his black gloves, revealing a blood-red magic eye ring. The magic eye ring quickly transformed into a strange frog-shaped Earth Divine weapon. Howd was so envious that he was drooling. He was so envious that he almost jumped off the cliff and shouted at the Azure Demon, "Azure Demon, if you can get me an Earth God weapon, you'll be my boss in the future." Get lost. Malachian Fiend kicked Howd, who was delusional, away. Your Earth Divine weapon seems to have suffered a special injury that is extremely difficult to heal on its own. Yue Yang looked at it with his Heaven Eyes divine vision and found that the strength of this little frog's Earth Divine weapon was greatly damaged, as if it had suffered some kind of fatal injury. Qing Mo used some kind of secret and his own vitality to save it. No wonder Qing Mo never used this little frog as a support in the human valley, no matter how difficult it was. You have a way to heal it. Mingzhu Prince felt that this was the best time to improve the relationship between Yue Yang and Qing Mo, so he quickly created an opportunity. Please call me the omnipotent miraculous hands cure disease, handsome and confident jade-faced little doctor. There's nothing in this world that I can't handle. Yue Yang boasted to the heavens. HMPH. Qing Mo did not ask Yue Yang to help, but instead turned the little frog back into the magic eye ring and put it back on his gloves. Coffin face, now is not the time to act cool. Open your golden mouth, moving your mouth won't kill you. Howd was anxious for Qing Mo. They were all on the same side. Was there a need to act so cool and make their relationship so stiff? Furthermore, how generous was Little Titan? Seeing that everyone was living a hard life and that it was not easy to save up money to buy a puppet beast, he gave them a golden puppet battle doll, and 2 at once. You, on the other hand, always covering your face and pretending to be cool, was this the attitude you should have towards your friends? Let's flatten the puppet manufacturing factory first, no rush, no rush. Ren Tianj, the former boss, quickly tried to smooth things over. If Qing Mo asked Yue Yang to heal his Earth Divine weapon in front of everyone, it would probably be harder than killing him. This was not very possible, they could only think of a way in private. Furthermore, Qing Mo was probably not willing to accept too many favors from Yue Yang. If there was a chance to do something for Yue Yang, he believed that he would accept the healing. He believed that he would accept the treatment. After all, everyone's earthly divine weapon was a precious treasure. It was impossible for anyone to watch it get injured. With the Earth Divine weapon destroying the core structure of the puppet manufacturing factory from the inside, the 4 platinum puppets that were comparable to the Celestial Empire's demolition office, and with the help of Ren Tianj, the Great Sage Silver Pupil, Qing Mo, Haugen the Virtual Shadow, Sanguinar, Golden Remains and other super experts, the remaining 3 puppet manufacturing factories around the Puppet Academy were quickly flattened. Just as Haugen was in high spirits and announced that he would flatten all the puppet manufacturing factories in one go. Patting his chest, he expressed his willingness to be the vanguard and immediately marched towards the puppet manufacturing factories in the north, south, east and west peaks. However, Yue Yang's expression changed and interrupted him. If everyone doesn't want to die, retreat immediately. If you don't leave now, not even your dregs will be left. What? Haug imitated Yue Yang's style of speaking and expressed his puzzlement. The current situation was equivalent to entering the bridal chamber. The red veil had been removed, the wine cup had been drunk, and the clothes had been taken off. There was only one last step left. At such an important juncture, they actually wanted to retreat. Yue Yang didn't have time to explain, and hurriedly pulled Mingzu Prince and ran. The great sage silver pupil's expression also suddenly changed, and he said in shock, "Run quickly, a god-level will is descending, and its target is us. If it is locked on, we will be doomed eternally." Haug was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Damn it, whether it was in the human valley or anywhere else, what was the most feared thing for an expert at Haug's level? It was only one word, God. At the level of Haug and the others, they looked high and mighty on the surface. Even in the heaven realm, they were also a tyrant and an overlord of a region. However, they, who were worshipped by thousands of people below, all knew one thing: compared to the real god level, they were still far from it. Those who reached the god level could be said to have truly stepped into the ranks of the invincible rankers. Just as Yue Yang and the others were rushing towards the teleportation gate in the Puppet Academy, suddenly, a shadow appeared in the sky. It was even bigger than a mountain. It shrouded the sky and covered the earth. Immediately after, everyone heard a terrifying sound. It was a sound that was 1,000 times, 10,000 times more shocking than the sound of a falling meteorite rubbing against the air. While Haug was flying, he looked up and was so scared that he almost peed his pants. What he saw was an unimaginably large hand pressing down on him. That hand was just a finger. It was as big as a mountain. What Haug could see was only the tip of the finger of that hand, the mountain-like finger, poking down. If he was pressed by this huge hand, Haug reckoned that he would not even have any residue left. Chapter 1100, What Should We Do? Mingzu Prince held Yue Yang's big hand and shouted as he ran with him, "What should we do? What should we do?" Yue Yang didn't know what to do now. The one who was raging above their heads was an unknown great god. The so-called raging of a great god was no small matter. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't fight against a great god. After all, the difference in strength and level was too great. Of course, if he couldn't win, he could still run. He had hands and feet. Who would be stupid enough to stand still and wait for death? But, I can't run at all. Mingzu Prince felt like crying. Now that he had been locked on by the divine sense, could he escape? The god's hand that couldn't be seen fully had a finger poking down. It was the portal of the Puppet Academy. If he rushed there, he would probably be crushed into meat paste. This wasn't running away, it was more like seeking death. However, the most despairing thing was that even though the hope was slim, the cruel reality still forced people to fight. Even though they knew that escaping to the front was equivalent to seeking death, they had to brace themselves and move forward. This was the greatest sorrow in life. The huge god's hand pressed down at an extremely fast speed. The fingertips that were bigger than mountains rubbed against the atmosphere violently as they fell at high speed. Bursts of flames were ignited. The fingertips were burning red. From time to time, tiny fragments peeled off from the fingertips and turned into a meteor shower. Together with the god's hand, they fell to the ground at an accelerated speed. All of this, while emitting a momentary beauty, brought about endless death. Other than the god's hand and the meteor shower, there was also an unimaginably strong shock wave that pressed down on the entire ground. The puppet beasts on the ground were all crushed by the force. None survived. Even the indestructible Puppet Academy let out a series of terrifying sounds that made people's teeth ache. Countless cracks spread like spider webs, and the academy was on the verge of collapse. More and more cracks appeared, looking like mocking mouths. The Puppet Academy could collapse at any time. Run over again. It was meaningless. However, did he really have to give up now and wait for death to descend upon him? What was even more cruel was that Yue Yang and the others who were running below, originally moving as fast as lightning, were now locked onto by a divine sense that was 100 times stronger than the pressure of the shockwave. A power that was equivalent to the nomological laws directly restricted their bodies. Not only were they unable to increase their speed, but they were also becoming slower and slower. Even though everyone was resisting under the threat of death and exploded again and again, the speed of the team still continued to decrease. In the end, they actually became as slow as a snail. If this continued, even Yue Yang and young Master Mingzu, who were walking in front, would not be able to reach the Puppet Academy in time. They might not even be able to make it halfway to the teleportation gate before they would be squashed by the giant, God's hand, above their heads. No one could survive under the hands of God. This was the judgment of God. Haug was about to go crazy. Facing an enemy of this level, it was impossible to resist. He would be killed in an instant. This feeling of powerlessness as a weakling was really annoying. Is there any hope? Ren Tianj had also lost confidence now. Yes, now, only Yue Yang dared to say there was hope. What should we do? The virtual shadow asked anxiously. No matter whether what Yue Yang said was right or wrong, he was willing to completely believe him and fully cooperate with him. Pray. Yue Yang's answer almost made everyone fall to the ground. What kind of solution was this? It was simply an irresponsible response. If praying was useful, would there be any unfortunate things in the world? If praying was useful, then God might be the busiest person in the world. He would be busy from day to night, busy with the trivial things in people's lives. Haug couldn't stand it. He let out a wild roar that sounded like a thunderclap. He clenched his teeth and fiercely stopped. Even if he was going to die, he wanted to die with a bang. He didn't want to be a futile running away. Ren Tianj had the same idea. Then, the virtual shadow, Sanguinar, Golden Remains, and the others all stopped. They looked up at the sky and looked at the hand of God that was pressing down on them. They desperately tried to think of a way to escape, but there was nothing they could do. They could only watch death pressing down on them. In the end, even the wise silver pupil, the great sage, gave up and stopped. Perhaps they sensed that their master was in danger. The 4 platinum puppets all rushed over and raised their arms to the sky, trying to hold up the sky for their new master, Yue Yang. However, before the god's hand could press down on them, they had already been twisted and deformed by the unparalleled shockwave and divine sense pressure. Their 8 arms were broken on the spot. Compared to the god's hand, their 100-meter-tall bodies were so tiny. It was impossible for them to withstand that kind of destructive pressure. The 4 platinum puppets exploded one after another and broke into pieces. The pieces flew all over the sky. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that these fragile toys were the invincible platinum puppets from before. There was no sound. There were no screams of despair. Everyone was dumbstruck and shocked. In fact, under this kind of destructive pressure, even their mouths couldn't make a sound. With the arrival of the hand of God, the pressure multiplied. Haug and the others' feet sank into the ground one by one. The entire ground started to shake and the ground that couldn't withstand the pressure started to explode crazily. Doomsday. Right now, the entire Lu Weilu looked like it was the end of the world. If there weren't the restrictions of the ancient code, everyone would still be able to use their strongest power to resist. Although it might not be useful, at least it was better than dying without any resistance. However, this was the human valley. Any power was restricted by the ancient code. Moreover, with the arrival of the hand of God, Haug and the others realized that their minds were blank. They couldn't even muster up the will to resist. In front of this kind of absolute divine power, they realized that even though they were already innate rankers, they were just slightly bigger ants. Compared to the gods, they were really so weak that it made people feel despair. I have a way to let you leave, but I have a condition. Mingzhu Prince sent a secret message to Yue Yang with tears streaming down his face. What condition? Yue Yang asked. Firstly, you can't forget yourself. Mingzhu Prince's tears fell like rain as he held onto Yue Yang's hand tightly. He changed his usual attitude of turning hostile the moment Yue Yang touched him. This is a little difficult. My memory is only effective towards beautiful women. Yue Yang scratched his head in embarrassment. Normally, if he dared to talk to Mingzhu Prince like this, Mingzhu Prince would probably hit his head with a golden hammer. But now, Mingzhu Prince's tears turned into laughter as he hugged Yue Yang. He used a gentle tone that Yue Yang had never heard before and said softly in his ear, I don't care, you just can't forget me, even if it's just by chance. I can't bear to leave you, I really want to be with you. I want to see you act like a fool every day, but I can't be with you anymore. I hope that when you live happily with your little wife, you will occasionally think of me. Goodbye, goodbye you idiot. Mingzhu Prince hugged Yue Yang tightly with both his hands. His face was full of tears, and he couldn't bear to let go. His body, however, emitted thousands of rays of light in an instant. The light was so dazzling that people couldn't look straight at it. The laws of heaven and earth also seemed to be changing slowly. No matter if it was time or space, they were all distorted by a kind of power. The god of destruction, that was descending with death above his head also seemed to stop in midair. Mingzhu Prince let go of Yue Yang and let out a scream. Didn't you want to know my secret? My secret is endless power. As Mingzhu Prince spoke, started to spin rapidly. Just when this power was about to teleport Yue Yang away, an unimaginably strong and terrifying god power suddenly attacked. With a sneak attack, it hit Mingzhu Prince, who was focused on teleporting Yue Yang while he himself was defenseless. After this attack, Mingzhu Prince spat out a mouthful of blood. Pooh, that secret couldn't be said anymore. And the magical power that was originally prepared to teleport Yue Yang away also kept weakening. In the end, it was suppressed by the terrifying god power, and everything returned to silence. The light on Mingzhu Prince's body became dimmer and dimmer. It was almost extinguished. Yue Yang hurriedly hugged the heavily injured Mingzhu Prince and gently wiped away the blood on his lips. You fool, even if we leave together. You should know that I won't abandon you and run away alone. Mingzhu Prince revealed a weak smile and said vaguely, all right, then we will die together. After saying this, he couldn't hold on anymore. He fainted. Ching Mo didn't make a sound. He seemed to have a way to escape. However, seeing that Mingzhu Prince's efforts were in vain, he knew that he couldn't fight against that terrifying god power. A bitter smile appeared in his eyes. He shook his head and gave up struggling. He closed his eyes and waited for death. How could this be? The human valley shouldn't have such a powerful god guarding it. Moreover, we only came here to train according to the requirements. We shouldn't be attacked by the god's anger. What went wrong? I don't understand. It's really a pity to die with this regret. The great sage Silver Pupil also felt regretful. However, he didn't cherish his life. He sighed because he didn't find out the truth. Damned God, I'm not afraid of you. I, Haug, will live and die standing. I will never beg for mercy. Haug shouted with his last bit of strength. However, under the pressure of the god power, his shout was not much louder than an ant's cry. Beside Yue Yang, two girls appeared out of nowhere. They were the dragon ladies, Yao and Feather. He gently placed the heavily injured and fainted young master Mingzhu into the hands of his sister, Feather. He was still worried and ordered Dao Tai, the star scorpion, and the heaven-swallowing beast transformed from Princess Xianxia's hell tiger divine sword to protect him. A slender shadow slid out silently from his wrist and formed a heaven-reaching war blade. Yue Yang, who was holding the heaven-reaching war blade, had an extremely serious expression. He had never tried such a challenge. It should be noted that he was no longer challenging an ordinary opponent, but an unimaginably powerful god. Under the pressure of the god's hand, Haug, who was the weakest, had already fallen to the ground. He couldn't stand at all. He fell to the ground and sunk deep into the rocks. Then, Ching Mo and the Silver Pupil Great Sage, and finally, the strongest Ren Tianj in the shadow. They couldn't withstand the pressure of the god's hand. The god power penetrated their bodies. They had the same feeling. Their bodies and souls had a sense of death, as if they were being crushed by the god power. And the god's hand was their grave. In their minds, their thoughts gradually became chaotic. Before the darkness came, there was only one thought left: it's over. The only one who could still stand and resist was Yue Yang. Compared to Ren Tianj, the Shadow, Sanguinar, and Golden Remains, Yue Yang had a stronger supreme will. Even a god couldn't shake his will. As long as he was willing, no power could make him yield. Therefore, even if it was a god, an invincible god, Yue Yang could still fight to the end. He also had the basic belief of resistance in resistance. Yue Yang hadn't reached the level yet, but his will had already reached the god level. It was the resonance between the Tree of World and the Supreme Will. Or it was the black hole space and the soul fusion of Queen Vivian Li, which allowed Yue Yang to learn the secrets of the god level. The Supreme Will that he comprehended was eternal and indestructible. It was far beyond the realm of Haug, Ren Tianj, and the others. The destructive divine sense seemed to have discovered the secret of Yue Yang. In an instant, the endless god power wrapped around Yue Yang, intending to destroy him. Get out of here. Yue Yang spat out a mouthful of blood. Between heaven and earth, the power of the law that belonged to him exploded. The god power attached to his body was completely bounced off. Space and time were under Yue Yang's control. The god's hand in the sky and the earth-shattering shock wave all stopped. When Yue Yang raised his hand, the god's hand in the sky shook, as if it was going to rise. A huge god power, so fast that it surpassed the obstruction of thoughts and the power of the small law, flashed like a thunder hammer, and hit Yue Yang. Yue Yang didn't take a step back. He clenched his teeth. Blood gushed out from between his teeth. On the broken ground, with the sword dance of Yue Yang's other hand, under the sword chi of the sky-reaching blade, a huge rune matrix flashed. The heaven and earth shook. Countless rock pillars protruded from the ground, as if God had created a mountain. Countless rock pillars that were comparable to mountain peaks rose up, blocking the god's hand. As for Yue Yang, who had created all of this, the armor on his body had long been smashed into pieces by the god power hammer, revealing his scarred and bloody body. This action had completely angered the god who intended to destroy the outside the tower world. The god's hand pressed down again with a power that was 100 times stronger. The mountain-like rock pillars, all shattered. Nothing could stop the god's hand. The god's hand pressed down, wanting to merge heaven and earth into one. As long as heaven and earth were merged, the entire outside the tower world would return to chaos, and all life would turn into nothingness. Yao and Yu were forced to sit at the feet of Yue Yang by the god power. They used their bodies to protect Mingzhu Prince, unable to help. As for Dao Tai and the others, they were also suppressed by the god power to the point where they couldn't move. They couldn't help but roar, unable to help even if they wanted to. Between heaven and earth, only Yue Yang was left. He alone supported heaven and earth to merge. Alone, resisting the god's hand that could destroy everything. Drenched in blood, Yue Yang bent his waist and planted both his feet on the ground. Both of his hands were supporting the unimaginably huge god's hand. Ji Zun's will would never waver. Yue Yang let out an unyielding roar from his throat, challenging the god who intended to destroy the earth to the end. Come, I can take it. I'll push your lungs, I'll push your stomach, I'll push until you're rich and powerful. Chapter 1101. Perhaps it was because it felt that a tiny ant dared to resist it. The high and mighty consciousness was immediately enraged. A divine power that could tear the heavens and split the earth. It was thousands of times more majestic than a tsunami as it swept over. Everything on the ground turned to dust wherever it passed. In an instant, this tsunami-like divine power drowned Yue Yang, who was pressed down by the giant divine hand. His tiny body was like a grain of sand in the ocean. How could he resist the tsunami? Don't move. Yue Yang's body was as still as a mountain as he stood proudly in the tsunami of divine power. Yao and Yu had already turned into lovebirds according to Yue Yang's will. They flew around Yue Yang's body, guided by their lovebird's divine power, and combined with Yue Yang's nomological power, they continued to expand outwards. This was not a battle of brute force, but a spiraling vortex of willpower energy. Through this mysterious willpower energy vortex, the destructive divine power tsunami gradually changed its direction of attack. It distanced itself from Yue Yang's body unwillingly, gradually leaving his body. The divine power surged and counterattacked many times under the influence of his consciousness. However, the willpower energy vortex grew larger and larger. Yue Yang's willpower was unshakable. In addition, the dragon ladies, Yao Yu, and the others were spinning together. His attempt to use his divine power to drown out Yue Yang's attack failed. The tsunami-like divine power suddenly changed form. It was no longer sweeping across the land. Instead, it condensed into a golden statue that was 1,000 meters tall. The statue had no face or gender. It was just a human-shaped giant statue of god power. High up in the sky, there was a divine will controlling its movements. The fingers of the giant statue of divinity shone with a dazzling radiance of energy. A beam of golden energy, so thick that even 10 people would not be able to encircle it, shot down from the sky. Its target was Yue Yang, who was struggling to support the god's hand. This kind of concentrated attack wasn't something that Yao and Feather could break through with their mysterious dual flight. Moreover, Yao and Yu had already used up a lot of divine power in the flying wings. They could not withstand such a fatal blow. Roar! Just when the Yao Yu sisters were prepared to grit their teeth and block this attack for Yue Yang in the end, a black figure suddenly jumped out. It quickly became larger, opening its enormous mouth that was never satisfied. It forcefully used its mouth to receive the pillar of energy that could pierce through the earth. It was Teodi. It rushed in front of the Yao Yu sisters, protecting in front of Yue Yang. Using its black hole stomach and its mouth that was never satisfied, it forcefully swallowed that fatal attack. Dong! Although the light pillar was swallowed by the Teodi, the explosion of divine power came from the inside of the Teodi's stomach. Even a black hole-like stomach could not completely devour divine power. The Teodi was almost blown to pieces. In a large area with its body as the center, the terrifying shockwave shook everything on the ground into tiny pieces, almost turning them into nothingness. A bottomless pit appeared under Dao Tai's body. Dao Tai's entire body was smoking, as if it had been hammered by hundreds of millions of blacksmiths for 100 years. Its entire body was in tatters. Even its master, Yue Yang, could not recognize that it was the divine weapon Dao Tai that he had personally created. Turning back, she wanted to take one last look at Yue Yang. But her body, which had lost control, fell powerlessly into that bottomless pit. The Yao Yu sisters did not have time to grieve. Another light pillar shot down from the sky above. It was so fast that they had no time to breathe. The heaven-swallowing beast also wanted to pounce and imitate the Teoti, forcefully taking the impact of the divine power light pillar. The star-sky scorpion suddenly swung its tail and threw the heaven-swallowing beast away. Although the heaven-swallowing beast could transform into a scabbard to fit the Hell Tiger divine sword, it had only been born for a few days. It could not unleash the true power of its main body. So, not only could it not compare to the Teoti, it could not even compare to the star-sky scorpion. The heaven-swallowing beast was thrown away by the star-sky scorpion. It looked on helplessly. The star-sky scorpion, which was not suited to take the attack head-on and was only good at sneak attacks, faced the divine power light pillar alone. Facing this divine power light pillar that even the Teoti could not take, the smart star-sky scorpion did not take it head-on. Its scorpion tail swayed lightly. Countless starlight was born on its body. Although it could not compare to its owner, Yue Yang simulated starry sky, and was far from night. Empress, starry sky domain, it had the same effect. The star Scorpio's body emitted specks of starlight, but it couldn't form the Milky Way that Yue Yang was good at imitating. It also couldn't perfectly display the constellations of the 12 zodiac palaces one after another like the Night Empress. It hadn't reached that level yet, but it could transform the starlight into the scorpion constellation that it was best at. A huge scorpion was born. It was vivid and lifelike. Its body was formed by millions of specks of starlight. At the moment when the divine power light pillar shot towards it, the huge sky scorpion that was formed by the specks of starlight waved its tail, intending to pull the divine power light pillar. It flung it away from its owner, Yue Yang's direction. The starlight and the divine power light pillar collided, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The huge scorpion in the sky shattered. The starlight was extinguished. It was like a fire tree that flashed and disappeared. It was unable to truly become an eternal star under the impact of the divine power. The shockwave that shattered the soul was even more terrifying than the eruption of a volcano. A few seconds after the destructive power turned the surrounding air, rocks, and the fingertips of the god's hand into powder, a mushroom cloud rose up into the sky, swaying and changing. The image was even more terrifying than a demon escaping from hell. The star-sky scorpion on the ground did not even have the time to cry out. It was sent flying into the air and landed heavily on the fingertips of the god's hand. It then rebounded and fell into the ground. Its body sank deep into the ground, and only a small part of its scorpion tail was exposed. The third divine power light pillar arrived. It was faster than before. It was more urgent. The Yao Yu sisters did not even have the time to stabilize themselves. They watched helplessly as the divine power light pillar shot down. The heaven-swallowing beast pounced out. It was finally its turn to face the enemy. Halfway through, a dragon's roar sounded. A slender figure glided over lightly and easily surpassed the heaven-swallowing beast. The soft and slender tail twitched. The little brother of the heaven-swallowing beast, who had just been born a few days ago, fell to the ground uncontrollably. It did not even see who did it. The divine power light pillar carried the will of destruction as it shot down. The Yao Yu sisters could not see it clearly. They could only see that there was a slender figure inconceivably charging towards the divine power light pillar. It forcefully chewed out a passage in the center of the divine power light pillar. It chewed until the end and came out from the other end. The huge god statue that had shot out 3 divine power light pillars had just raised its hand to catch the slender figure when it was cut off by its tail. Half of the god statue's hand was cut off. The moment the golden god statue lost the support of its owner's consciousness, it immediately dissipated. It gradually dispersed into ownerless god power smoke in the sky. It was not only the golden god statue's hand. The divine power light pillar that made the slender figure chew through a passage was also gone. It also lost control. The heaven-devouring beast had just taken in a few breaths of air to replenish itself when it noticed a figure flying through the sky at high speed, sucking up all of the remaining godly power. Then, with the severed arm in its mouth, it escaped the grasp of the colossus of godly power along with the wisps of godly power that had been left behind and fled into the distance. Its speed was as fast as lightning and as slippery as a fish. Even the Yao Yu sisters felt inferior, much less the heaven swallowing beast. Although the remote consciousness was furious, it seemed to know that it was useless to chase after it and gave up on the chase. It immediately changed its attack method. The god statue dissipated and no longer took shape. It looked like smoke on the surface, but it secretly formed a formation. It was like a god power trap, waiting for its prey to fall for it. At the same time, the god statue, whose fingertips were as large as mountains, suddenly pulled itself out of the ground. This time, Yue Yang, who was using all his strength to lift himself up, did not fall to the ground. Then, he lifted himself tens of thousands of meters into the sky and slammed down again at 10 times the speed. This time, the attack method that the god chose was the most direct and domineering brute force. In a disadvantageous situation where he could not abandon his friends and escape alone, this kind of attack was undoubtedly the most effective and fatal. This was the result of angering a god, an unimaginable punishment, death. But this was just the beginning. As long as Yue Yang could not defeat death, his soul would probably be extracted by the enemy. It would either be sealed or directly destroyed, never to exist again. In the face of such a heavy slap, Yue Yang looked at the unconscious Ren Tianj, Silver Pupil, Qing Mo, Haug and the others. These were all his friends. Unless he abandoned them completely, he would not be able to bring them away under the pressure of the god power. Then, he looked at Mingzhu Prince, who was seriously injured by a god in order to let him leave. Could he really abandon this Mingzhu Prince, who always used a golden hammer to teach him a lesson and leave? Yue Yang did not need to think to know that the answer was no. The most important thing was that Yue Yang had never cowered from any of the battles he had faced in his life. He had never run away from a battle. When he faced the powerful Marquis of Zijin, he did not run away. When he faced the even more powerful Shun Tian, he did not run away. When he faced the invincible demon King Ha Xin, the Scarlet Emperor and even the Black Hell King. In the prison Emperor Divine Palace, he did not run away. When he faced the three great leaders, Void and Zhu Shao. When he first went to the Heaven Realm, he did not run away. When he faced the powerful He Hu, Yan Zun and Yan Zong. When he returned to the Tong Tian Tower, he did not run away. When he faced the Thousand Goblin King, Ancient Demon King and even the Heaven Empress who led the Nine Light Clan to attack. When he went to the Heaven Realm again, he did not run away. When he fought against the extremely intelligent Sun King for the Divine Grimoire, therefore, no matter who it was, even if the enemy was a god, it was impossible to make Yue Yang surrender and escape. Fight, fight to the death. Fight to the death. This was Yue Yang, God Punisher. Yue Yang waved his hands and the two sisters, Yao and Yu, instantly turned into human divine weapons and connected with him. Princess Sissy, who was in the grimoire world, was shocked. She could sense the change in Yue Yang's mind with her sensitive six senses. Not only her, even Xiaonu, who was not interested in martial arts, Sickly Beauty, who was studying ancient runes quietly, Yu Yu, who was preparing materials in the laboratory, Yu Bing, who had just finished her cultivation, and the Impatience, who was still sleeping soundly, they all felt the change in Yue Yang at this moment. At that moment, they seemed to be able to connect with his mind and thoughts. All of them were shocked when they saw little Wen Li, who was crazily increasing her power in the grimoire. At Xiao Wen Li's side, Red and Ah Man had already arrived at some point in time. They released their supreme divine general's power together. Although they couldn't go out and help, they seemed to be able to help their master through Xiao Wen Li's secret technique or through telepathy. We're here, at the top of the sky in the grimoire world. Hornless Dragon Zhang Ying and Ika were evenly matched. One turned into a rain hornless dragon while the other turned into a demon-destroying angel. They joined the soul energy pillar that little Wen Li, Red and Ah Man had released. Compared to them, the chaotic spirits were a little slow, as if they didn't understand why they were doing this. But they didn't think and acted according to their basic will. They quickly descended and joined the group. Princess Sissy and the rest wanted to rush in and join, but they were repelled by the energy. They tried a few times but were unable to succeed. They were all very anxious. A sky full of flower petals floated down and a strange fragrance seeped into their lungs. Countless flowers bloomed rapidly on the ground. Once they appeared, the whole grimoire world turned into a sea of flowers. Like the flower gods, they descended from the sky. With a gentle wave of her hand, Princess Sissy and the rest felt comfortable as if they were bathing in a spring breeze. A wave of obstacles no longer existed and they naturally merged into the soul energy pillar that little Wen Li and the rest had released. They magically merged into one, and there was no longer any rejection. Actually, not only them, the whole grimoire world, all the creatures and powers were under Duo's will. Merge into it. They all entered the soul energy pillar, giving the greatest support to Yue Yang, who was outside the grimoire world. Pandora, who was usually in a dormant state, woke up under Duo's guidance. All the divine weapons and holy artifacts resonated together. All the beasts also shouted in unison. Soul and soul is one. Even Shui Wuxia, who had been sleeping in the ice sculpture of the goddess and that unknown goddess, suddenly opened her eyes. Yue Yang originally wanted to use his own strength to resist the enemy. He never thought that when he pulled out his sword in anger to fight with the god, little Wen Li, Red, Man and the rest would use their soul power that surpassed the protection of guardian beasts to forcefully break through the restrictions of the ancient code and transfer energy to him. Within a few seconds, more people joined in. There was the hornless dragon Zhang Ying and Ika, the chaotic spirits and Duo, Princess Sissy and the Impatiens. There was the powerful Pandora and Bauer who had almost no fighting power. There was the Freedom Queen who refused to accept his help to recover her body and the rebel girl Qing Ping whose body was broken and had not fully recovered. There was even Shui Wuxia who had been sleeping for a long time, which made him extremely surprised. Without this Shui Niu by his side, Yue Yang felt that he had done a lot of things in a mess. He did not know how many times he had hoped for her to return, but he had not been able to do so. Now, she actually woke up from the chaos to help him because he was in danger. There were also countless beasts who were trying their best to use their extremely weak soul power. Vaguely, Yue Yang even felt the support from Tong Tian Tower. However, he did not know if it was Fourth Mother or Her Majesty, or Night Empress or Ji Zun. God Punisher. Yue Yang was so excited that he could not control himself. With so many people helping him, even if he was a god, he still had to fight. Even if he was a god, he still had to kill him with his sword. Feathers Bai Yi bow wrapped around Yue Yang's body. She did not fight, but used all her Bai Yi god power to cooperate with her sister. As for Yue Yang, the twin-winged sword that his sister Yao had transformed into, was being waved around by Yue Yang. A sword towards the sky. Heaven Punisher, God Punisher, Chapter 1102. There was no longer any sound in the sky. It was dead silent. It was as if the huge divine hand no longer existed. If it wasn't for the shadow covering the earth, one would have thought that the crisis had been resolved. Yue Yang looked up. He looked and waited for a long time. He had used up all his strength for this sword. Together with all his spiritual force, it turned into endless sword chi and shot up into the sky. Was the God Punisher successful? If it was successful, why was there no movement? If it was not successful, why did the unimaginably huge divine hand stop and hover in the air? The strange situation and the abnormal situation made people unable to understand it. Even Yue Yang, who was as intelligent as a demon, couldn't understand it. Rumble. In the sky above his head, the divine hand moved again. Yue Yang was disappointed. He didn't expect that he couldn't do anything to the other party even after fighting so hard. It was indeed a high and mighty god. However, after thinking about it, he felt relieved. He, who had the immortal supreme will, could stand firm in a desperate situation, let alone a god, who had comprehended the godhood before him. Clumsy puppets, annoying consciousness remote control, everything is so boring. If it was my real body, I could destroy you in a second. But, kid, let me tell you, this is just the beginning. There was an incomparably powerful thought that was like a barbaric bandit who had barged into someone else's house. It forcefully broke through Yue Yang's mental defense and fiercely reflected in his mind. This was the consciousness of the god that Yue Yang was struggling against. Although he didn't say anything more, Yue Yang already understood that the god-killing sword that he had unleashed with all his might was useless. The god that had endured the god-killing sword was not injured at all. Yue Yang also knew one more thing. The huge divine hand that had been attacking him was actually not the real body of the god. And it was just a puppet created by God, a substitute for God's actions in the Valley of Men. A gigantic divine hand. Yue Yang didn't understand why that arrogant god didn't attack again. Instead, he continued to slap with his god's hand. If it happened again, even if it was just one more attack, Yue Yang would definitely not be able to withstand it. Yue Yang's energy had been completely depleted. He had poured all of it into the deity-slaying sword. God's hand attacked again. Yue Yang could only hope that he would lose his rationality and go berserk. The power of the giant of fate exploded. Or it could be the help of Qilin girl Bing Yin or Phoenix sisters. Why? What if God stopped attacking him? Judging from his tone just now, it didn't seem like he was going to let him off easily. Why didn't he continue to attack? Why? Just as Yue Yang was puzzled, suddenly, a mountain fell from the sky. It was even more terrible than a meteorite falling. It broke through the protection of the atmosphere and stabbed straight into the ground. When Yue Yang saw this, he was scared out of his wits. Ignoring the fact that he was exhausted, he picked up young Master Ming Zhu and ran away frantically. The Yao Yu sisters, who had transformed from humanoid divine weapons back into lovebirds, protected him along the way, smashing all the meteors in the sky that looked like a meteor shower. The heaven-swallowing beast had just dug Dao Tai and the star scorpion out of the ground. When it looked up, its jaw dropped to the ground. In the sky, a dragon-shaped image flashed past. Ren Tianj, Haug, the Azure Demon, the great sage Silver-Eyed, and the others who were buried in the ground were all forcibly shaken out of the ground by a mysterious power, and were thrown into the air in all directions. A shockwave came crashing down from the sky, and the burning giant thunder mountain pierced through the sky with lightning speed and momentum. With a terrifying shattering sound, it came crashing down and pierced the ground. Boom! The entire tower beyond was completely destroyed by this shock wave. Dust, dirt, and burning smoke rose rapidly after the shock wave spread, forming a mushroom cloud that was even thicker than a volcanic eruption, covering the entire sky. After an unknown period of time, Yue Yang carefully carried the still unconscious Mingzhu prince and walked out from the side of a rock formed by a huge meteorite, his face covered in dirt. Looking at the scorched mountain peak that was still burning, Yue Yang was stunned to find out that it wasn't a mountain peak, but a finger of the hand that he had bitterly fought against and lifted like Hercules before. Oh my God, it was a finger. On the peak of the finger, there was an extremely smooth and perfect section. Only now did Yue Yang understand that the deity-slaying sword, that he launched with all his strength with the help of everyone's mind power, was not completely useless. Although the deity-slaying sword did not succeed, at least he had severed a finger of the god's hand. In fact, the god's puppet that was controlled by God had suffered even greater injuries. It was just that due to its size and the suppression of God's power, he could not tell. Looking at this severed finger that was as large as a mountain, Yue Yang felt moved. Challenging a god, fighting a god, he did not fail in the end. Although he did not achieve his goal, he had successfully severed one of his fingers. Even if this finger was not the finger of a god's true body, but the finger of a god's puppet, from a certain perspective, wasn't it the finger of a god? Wasn't this also a kind of victory? Since ancient times, how many people in the world dared to challenge a god, and how many people could escape unscathed after fighting a god? He did not lose, he really did not lose. With the support of little Wen Li, Red, Man, Shui Wuxia, Princess Sissy, Impatience, as well as Fourth Mother, His Majesty, Night Empress, and Ji Zun, who were at the rear of Tong Tian Tower, he had defeated the mighty God, who was unfathomably powerful. The deity-slaying sword had severed a god's finger. In front of him was the result of his battle. The finger that was still burning like a mountain in front of him was the best proof of his victory. The two sisters, Yao and Yu, were also so touched that they surrounded Yue Yang and hugged him tightly. Dao Tai, Star Sky Scorpion and Heaven Swallowing Beast, who were almost destroyed, were also jumping around happily. On the other hand, Ren Tianj and the others, who had fainted from the divine power's sneak attack at the beginning, were still sleeping soundly like dead pigs. One day, I will surpass you. At that time, not just a finger, but even your head, I will use the deity-slaying sword to sever it. Yue Yang held the weak and unconscious Mingzhu prince with one hand and clenched his fist with the other. He made a great wish. Reaching the god level was every warrior's goal. And Yue Yang's current goal was not only to reach it, but also to surpass it. Not only to surpass it, but to surpass it far. When Ren Tianj and the rest woke up, they saw the tower beyond tower that was even more dilapidated than the ruins, and the god's broken finger, that was even taller than many mountains, and they could not help but be dumbfounded. They could not imagine what kind of battle Yue Yang had gone through. They did not even dare to imagine how Yue Yang had severed the god's finger in the battle with the god's broken finger. This was too unbelievable. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it even if they were beaten to death. Let's go, I have already reached the limit of my limits, I can't hold on any longer. Yue Yang felt that he was more tired than fighting with the heaven-splitting demon Venerable for 100 days. The most pitiful thing was that after he was exhausted, not only could he not rest, but he also had to transfer energy to Mingzhu Prince to help this stubborn fellow recover his body. Quick, 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 Haub was scared out of his wits, as if his butt had been bitten by a snake, and he quickly ran away. The transportation portal has clearly been destroyed, why does it still exist? The great sage Silver Pupil found something suspicious. Let's get out of here first, no matter what happened, we have to leave this place as soon as possible. The fearless Spirit King's shadow, Sanguinar, Golden Remains, and other demon path rankers saw that the great sage Silver Pupil was still standing in front of the transportation portal to study, and they were so anxious that they stomped their feet. They could not be bothered to be courteous, and they crowded around him, pushing and pulling this extremely curious great sage away. They were already scared out of their wits, and when they heard Yue Yang say that the god was not injured and had only left temporarily, and would return at any time, they were even more scared out of their wits. They ran as fast as they could, not wanting to stay a second longer in this tower beyond tower. Through the transportation portal, they saw 3 girls in white standing in front of the two-way transportation portal. Only then did they understand. It turned out that they were the ones who had repaired the transportation portal. Otherwise, they really did not know what to do. The white-clothed girl who was holding the silver grimoire in her jade-like hands waited quietly until she saw that Yue Yang was the last one to come out with Master Ming Zhu in his arms. Only then did she nod her head slightly. Looks like the situation is better than we had imagined. Yue Yang was furious, and he could not help but curse loudly. What the hell, what bullshit *T evaluation, it's simply asking for our lives. If you guys don't explain clearly, I will tear this damn Heaven's Pride Academy apart. Do you know that we just escaped from death, and our lives were saved? We were almost killed by a god just now. What cleaning up the puppets, there is a god that no one can stop, and you want us to go in and die. What kind of evaluation is this? The 3 girls in white were very good-tempered. They were as gentle as jade, as gentle as water. Only after Yue Yang finished scolding and venting his anger did the white-clothed girl in the middle, who was holding the silver grimoire, explain, other than you, no one else would be able to awaken that god. No one would be able to receive the god's attack. Because other than you, no one else has an ancient artifact on them. If you are willing to trust us and hand over the ancient artifact to us for safekeeping, then when you go in, it will be a normal evaluation, and there will not be any accidents. When Yue Yang heard this, he became even angrier. Are you blaming me for saying this? Am I the one who brought about my own destruction? Chapter 1103. The tall girl in white with a heroic aura shook her head lightly. We should have stopped you and asked you for the ancient artifact, but we were worried that if we told you, you would not trust us even more. Yue Yang was furious. You didn't say that. There was a god waiting for me inside. That's a god. Do you think it's a normal monster? Ren Tianj and the others who were listening at the side also agreed. Indeed, there was a god in there. You didn't even say that. You really want to harm people. The cute girl in white with a round face apologized to Yue Yang. We didn't make it clear, but my sister said that you would be fine, so I didn't stop you. I'll be fine, I almost died. Yue Yang really wanted to grab the cheeks of this round face and pull them apart. Even if you are cute, I can't forgive you. Because even if you want to act cute, you can't just say that you're fine and it's over. Do you think it's easy to fight a god like that? It's like going on an outing with a girl. If my willpower was slightly weaker, I would have become a corpse. There's a god sleeping in Lu Weilai, but you guys didn't say it and kept it a secret. Is it fun? Everyone was almost played to death by you guys. The evaluation of Lu Weilai has ended, but this is not the end of the battle in Human Valley. On the contrary, the real battle has just begun. The girl in white with the silver grimoire in her hand had a serious expression. Don't tell me you want us to fight that god. Haug shuddered. Yes. The girl in white gave an affirmative answer. No, I want to leave this place immediately. Haug felt that this was simply suicide. Fight a god? What kind of joke was this? Could a group of ants defeat an elephant? Moreover, in Human Valley, they couldn't use their physical strength. If they only used puppets, how could they fight against a god whose finger was bigger than a mountain? Can we not provoke him? Ren Tianj, who was such a powerful person, was sweating profusely. If you want to live, you have to stop that god from destroying the Human Valley. Otherwise, all of you will die. The heroic white-clothed girl warned without any trace of politeness. That god came to Human Valley. When Haug heard this, he felt like the sky was about to fall. That god was originally in the Human Valley, but his godhood, divine power, and divine sense were sealed in the tower beyond tower. Normally, it would be fine, but now, he could feel the power of the ancient era's remnant completely awakening. He believed that he would soon find a way to return to Human Valley and find his true body. When that time comes, all living beings in the Human Valley will be destroyed, because that is an evil deities, not a good god. The white-clothed girl holding the silver grimoire looked at Yue Yang and sighed slightly. The only way to stop that evil deities is the ancient era's remnant in your hands. However, we only know this information, we don't know how to use the ancient era's remnant and how to use it to restrain that evil deities. You are also a member of Human Valley, you also have a responsibility, can't you help to think of a way? Yue Yang was about to go crazy. Why did he have to do this again? He wasn't a worker working for them. Moreover, there was a salary for working, he was just a free laborer like himself. We, because of the restrictions of the law, can't help. Our existence is only limited to guiding, not fighting. The little round face looked at Yue Yang sympathetically. He expressed that he couldn't help even if he wanted to. When that evil deities comes, everyone will be finished. What's the point of guiding? Won't you all die as well? Yue Yang was furious. What kind of situation was this? Why were they still sticking to this damn rule? If the evil deities destroys Human Valley and we really can't stop it, we will choose to teleport away from here, because there is no need to stay here anymore. Let me tell you a secret in advance. In Human Valley, there is tower beyond tower, in Earth Valley, there is mountain beyond mountain, and in Heaven Valley, there is sky beyond sky. If you want to continue moving forward, Human Valley is a step that you must cross. If you can't even cross the easiest obstacle of tower beyond tower, then don't even think about mountain beyond mountain and sky beyond sky. The resistance of mountain beyond mountain was at least 10 times that of tower beyond tower, and the difficulty of sky beyond tower was estimated to be at least 100 times. Compared to mountain beyond mountain and sky beyond tower, Human Valley and tower beyond tower were actually the easiest to challenge. It can be said that this is also a warm-up for the difficult challenge later. The girl in white from the silver grimoire revealed a secret that made people feel hopeless after hearing it. Mom, I will be a good child in the future. I won't run around anymore. When I leave Human Valley, I will definitely go home. It's so scary outside. Haug was so scared that he almost cried. If he knew that this was the trial ground, the test would be so difficult. He wouldn't have come. Compared to Human Valley, Devil Valley's difficulty was nothing. Compared to Earth Valley and Heaven Valley, Human Valley and tower beyond tower with the evil deities was actually child's play. Damn it, how could people live? Ancient gods, even if you wanted to test the younger generation, you didn't have to set up such a difficult obstacle, right? Who could pass such a difficult obstacle? Not to mention a warrior, even a god wouldn't dare to boast shamelessly that he would definitely pass. Yue Yang was really speechless. After a long time, he sighed and asked, "Then what do you want me to do?" "Don't beat around the bush, just say it." The three girls in white looked at each other. Finally, the cute little round face opened her mouth and said, "It's very simple. Before that evil deities comes, find his real body, find a way to use the ancient relics, kill him, or reseal him." "Then how much time do I have to prepare?" Yue Yang asked. "I don't know. Maybe a day, maybe a month, maybe a year. It's hard to predict when the evil deities will return to Human Valley. Other than using his own divine power to forcefully break through, it's more convenient and faster to use his followers to break the 72 ceiling pillars. Once the 72 ceiling pillars are broken, that evil deities can immediately return to Human Valley." The heroic girl in white replied, "I'm going to faint." How couldn't take such a blow and fell to the ground on the spot. "What other bad news do you have? Say it all at once. Anyway, it doesn't itch to have too many fleas." Yue Yang was ready to go all out. Because the evil deities' followers have been destroying the 72 ceiling pillars since ancient times, there are only 9 left now. The cute little round face touched her little fingers and answered timidly under Yue Yang's angry gaze. "Oh my god, is there any worse news than this in the world?" Yue Yang really felt like fainting. Yes, this answer really made him want to bang his head on the wall and die. "Don't say any more, I'll go crazy if I hear any more. Before I go crazy and rape and kill all of you, stay away from me and let me have some peace and quiet." Yue Yang finally couldn't hold it in anymore and exploded. Damn it, bad news can have, but it also needs to be reasonable. Why did the whole world's bad news suddenly gather on top of his head? How could he live like this? Then you should have a good rest first. The three white-clothed girls were not angry at all. They even bowed to Yue Yang and floated away. They were quite carefree. Anyway, they wouldn't die in the end. If Human Valley was destroyed, they could just run away and change their territory. But could Yue Yang run away? Not to mention the forbidden law in Human Valley. Now that the Star Diamond Castle was so big, how could they abandon it? Moreover, there were still Mingzhu Prince, Kai Mu, Haug, Ren Tianj, the great sage Silver Pupil, the principal, the school's teachers and other friends and teachers. He couldn't just throw them away just like that. If Yue Yang ran away, these people would probably die under the attack of that evil deities. Therefore, anyone could run away. Only Yue Yang couldn't, because he, who had the ancient artifact, was the last hope of Human Valley. Don't look at me, I'm just a good-for-nothing, fight with a god. I've never dreamed of it. Really, I don't have that ability. Even if I do, I don't have the guts. Haug noticed that Yue Yang was looking at him and quickly ran away. Fighting with the evil deities was not something that he could do with his ability and intelligence. I'd like to help, but I can't. Ren Tianj also smiled bitterly and patted Yue Yang's shoulder helplessly. If there's something you can ask us to do, but you still have to rely on yourself. Sigh, the virtual shadow, Sanguinar, Golden Remains and the others' expressions were as gloomy as a widow who had lost her only son. I'm so stupid. I was looking for the ancient artifact. If I didn't look for this thing, the evil deities wouldn't have awakened. I could have passed the level leisurely and passed through this damned Human Valley. Now that I've found this damn thing, I'm really asking for trouble. FCK, it's not that no one can find it, but it's that I'll be unlucky if I find it. Damn it, how could I be so stupid? Because the blow was too big, Yue Yang temporarily became a different world's version of Shenglin Sao, falling into remorse and self-loathing. Because the crisis was pressing on, he was no longer in the mood to care about the evaluation. As for Heaven's Pride Academy, because Ji Wei led the students to attack the puppet manufacturing factory, they lost half of their members. They had no choice but to temporarily stop the evaluation and deal with the aftermath of the sacrificed students first. In the past, it was not that there were no students who died in the evaluation, but there had never been such a serious loss. More than 300 students went in, and only 100 people came back, and all of them were injured. The most serious thing was, the dead students couldn't even retrieve their corpses. This was very difficult to explain to the parents of the students. At this time, the teachers of Heaven's Pride Academy had a headache. In the dead of the night, Yue Yang was guarding the unconscious Mingzhu Prince in the student's residence. He patiently waited for Mingzhu Prince to wake up, and at the teleportation gate of Heaven's Pride Academy, a black shadow came at an extremely fast speed and disappeared in a flash. In the next second, he had already appeared in the ruins of the battlefield in Lu Weilu. Looking at the divine finger that was burnt black and pointing straight to the sky, the black shadow's eyes revealed an inconceivable shock. Even if it was him, it was hard to imagine that there was someone who could rival the owner of this finger. And what was even more unbelievable was that the person actually chopped off this finger. The black shadow seemed to be alert and was ready to immediately teleport away from Lu Weilu. But a wave of divine power that was as vast as the sea enveloped the black shadow's entire body. There was a strong will that could not be defied, forcefully breaking through the black shadow's mental defense, directly reflecting his will into the black shadow's mind. I like clever and evil juniors like you. Come, let us make a divine pact. As long as you fulfill your obligations in the divine pact, then I will fulfill one of your wishes. Even if you want to step into the God realm and become a true god. Step into the God realm and become a true god. This was a temptation, it was something that all the warriors in the world could not refuse. Chapter 1104 Student Residence. Yue Yang, who was waiting by the bed, fell asleep unknowingly. After the fierce battle in the day, he endured his fatigue and used his energy to heal Mingzhu Prince who was heavily injured. Even if Yue Yang had a body of steel, he couldn't hold on anymore. Most importantly, after the battle, in a safe and comfortable environment, he had already relaxed his mind. He couldn't maintain his tense state like he did during the battle. Unknowingly, Mingzhu Prince woke up. He opened his eyes slowly. He looked around his surroundings in a daze. When he realized that he was in the student residence's bedroom and realized that the person sleeping in front of the bed was Yue Yang, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. The battle had ended, and both of them had returned safely. Now he didn't even think about how he came back. As long as he could escape safely, he would be satisfied. Mingzhu Prince then raised his hands, as if he was checking his palms and touching his clothes. He found that everything was fine. Although his clothes were torn, his secret armor was still there. Furthermore, some of his unique concealment techniques were not damaged or negatively affected by the divine power. In fact, young Master Mingzhu felt that his body was even better than before the battle. The heavy blow from the divine power had disappeared without a trace, just like Meng. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't use his power in the human valley, Mingzhu Prince would really want to try and see how much stronger he would be after he fully recovered. Looking at Yue Yang, who was sleeping soundly, Mingzhu Prince was full of curiosity. How did he do it? Not to mention the injuries caused by the divine power's sneak attack were healed by him. Some of his old injuries were secretly injured. It was extremely difficult to recover. And it was hidden very deeply. How did he help him completely recover? What kind of power did he use? And what did he combine with to help? God's dew, God's blood, or some other treasure that he didn't even know about? Because of certain reasons, he had not been able to recover to his peak condition due to his hidden injuries. But now, young Master Mingzhu felt that not only had his body completely recovered, it was even stronger than what he had originally expected. This unexpected surprise was most likely the increase in his cultivation after he had recovered from his injuries in battle. The guy who only thinks about women all day long is like a child when he's asleep. When Mingzhu Prince saw Yue Yang sleeping soundly, he had an indescribable feeling in his heart. For some reason, he felt that this guy was actually quite lonely. How pitiful. Of course, he didn't spare him with his words. Mingzhu Prince looked at him for a while and suddenly wanted to play with him. He wanted to use his hair to touch his nose to see how he would react. Or, he wanted to use a pen to draw on his irritating face. He wanted to see his expression when he looked at himself in the mirror the next day. However, just as Mingzhu Prince was about to execute it, he suddenly stopped. This was because Yue Yang had muttered something in his sleep. It was very soft and indistinct. He seemed to be calling his mother. Or maybe it was his mother or sister. Although Mingzhu Prince was near, he couldn't hear it clearly. His tears fell like pearls from a broken necklace. He couldn't help but hug the sleeping Yue Yang tightly in his arms. This guy, no one loved him. He was really pitiful. The next day, when Yue Yang woke up and opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was young Master Mingzhu, who had recovered his vitality and was full of energy. He jumped in fright. First, he picked up the mirror to see if his face had been painted like a cat's by young Master Mingzhu. When he realized that there wasn't, he was startled. Something was wrong. He rushed to the window to see if the sun was rising from the west. Mingzhu Prince saw it and held back his laughter. He pretended to be serious and snorted coldly. Hey, am I that boring? What kind of person do you think I am? You look a little weird today. Yue Yang felt that Mingzhu Prince was a little different today. But strangely, he couldn't tell what was wrong. Really, I'm in a good mood today, I won't argue with you. Mingzhu Prince looked disdainful on the surface, but he was happy in his heart. I'm not dreaming, right? Yue Yang scratched the back of his head. What do you mean? If I'm in a good mood, I'll use a hammer to strengthen your memory. Are you itching for a beating? Mingzhu Prince pretended to be fierce. But for some reason, no matter how Mingzhu Prince pretended to be angry today, he wasn't fierce at all. Not only did he not scare Yue Yang, he even made him feel that this threat was cute. When he was eating breakfast, Yue Yang suddenly remembered something. He looked left and right, there was no one. So he moved closer to Mingzhu Prince's ear and asked, "Yesterday at Lu Weilu, what was the secret you wanted to tell me?" When Mingzhu Prince heard this, his expression was very interesting. He stared at Yue Yang's eyes for a long time before he suddenly smiled mysteriously. He smiled with his red lips and white teeth and asked, "You don't know?" Yue Yang was speechless. He rolled his eyes. "If I knew, why would I ask you?" When Mingzhu Prince heard this, he became even happier. He smiled sweetly. "You really don't know?" Yue Yang angrily stuffed a big bun into Mingzhu Prince's mouth. "Are you trying to tease me?" It would be strange if Mingzhu Prince didn't use his golden hammer to chase Yue Yang for 10,000 miles. But now, Mingzhu Prince was in an extremely good mood. Even when Yue Yang stuffed a big bun into his mouth, he didn't get angry. Instead, he took a small bite of the bun and held it in his hands, shaking it left and right in front of Yue Yang. I've decided. Confused, Yue Yang was stunned. Decided what? Young Master Ming Zhu looked at him and giggled. I've decided, I won't tell that secret to a dumb goose like you. But you were the one who wanted to tell me. Now that you've aroused my curiosity, you won't tell me. What's going on? Yue Yang was furious. That was then, now is now. Ming Zhu Prince smiled comfortably. The expression on his face was that of, I won't tell you, what can you do about it? Tisk, I don't care. Yue Yang turned his grief and anger into appetite. He ate 3 more big buns than usual, as if the person in his mouth was Ming Zhu Prince. Ming Zhu Prince was overjoyed by the angry Yue Yang's actions. He kept laughing, even for the whole day. Sometimes, he would stop, but when he saw Yue Yang, he couldn't help but laugh again, as if he had thought of a funny joke. Laughing was laughing, but the problem of the evil deities' counterattack was still there. Ming Zhu Prince didn't have a good idea either. After all, this was the human valley. They couldn't fight directly. They had a body full of power, but it was useless. As for the ancient artifact that Yue Yang brought back from the bottom of the sea, the two of them couldn't figure out what it was. On the surface, it looked ordinary, but inside it stored an incredible sealing power. It didn't look like a powerful ancient artifact or a divine equipment, but more like the black jade necklace that sealed Queen Vivian Li. Yue Yang wasn't sure, but he guessed that it was something similar. Could it be that he wanted to seal the evil deities into this ancient artifact like how he sealed Queen Vivian Li? Whether it could be sealed or not was not a question. Now, it was a question of whether it could be sealed or not. When Yue Yang asked Ming Zhu Prince, he realized that it was indeed a big problem, because Ming Zhu Prince also didn't know how to seal. Sealing was not difficult. For example, Yue Yang often sealed the Heaven Realm's evil fallen warriors, beat them half to death, and then threw them into the demon-subduing tower. Of course, that kind of seal couldn't be considered a real seal. It could be used to deal with heaven-ranked warriors, but it was very difficult to deal with Ji-Zun rankers, almost impossible. Using that kind of method to seal a real god, no matter how confident Yue Yang was, he didn't dare to say that he would succeed. Or, even if Yue Yang was able to comprehend the ancient secret method of sealing gods in a short period of time, how could he have the ability to seal the evil deities, who was far more powerful than him, in an ancient artifact? If the purpose of this ancient artifact was not to seal the evil deities, but something else, wouldn't it be a waste of time and effort? In short, Yue Yang had a headache. Ming Zhu Prince sighed. The two of them thought for a day, almost breaking their heads, but in the end, they still couldn't think of a good idea. In the end, it was Ming Zhu Prince who comforted Yue Yang. Take it slow, don't be anxious. If the 9 great sealing pillars are properly protected, we still have at least a year's time. After hearing this, Yue Yang nodded his head. Then, he shook his head. Even the best defense would always be passive. What's more, with a countdown of at most a year, how many people would be able to unite to defend? The worst thing was, in order to save their lives or for the sake of their future, many people who were not originally followers of the evil deities would join the ranks of the followers, turning from defenders to destroyers. In a flash, 2 days had passed. Although there were heavy casualties among the students in the assessment, the Heaven's Pride Academy quickly dealt with this problem. The life assessment ceremony of the novice in Human Valley was finally successfully unveiled. Ren Tianj, Haug and the others still felt a little strange and came to discuss with Yue Yang. Ming Zhu Prince replied them on behalf of Yue Yang. Compared to the awakening of the evil deities and their imminent arrival, the destruction of Human Valley, the death of the students is not even worth mentioning. No matter how serious the consequences of a large number of students dying in battle is it more serious than the destruction of the entire Human Valley world by the evil deities? If there are no accidents, the major forces in Human Valley should already know about this news and are planning for their own future. Who would care about the students? That's true, but we can't just sit and wait. Ren Tianj was a little dizzy. It was definitely not a good idea to continue waiting like this. You guys think of a way. If there's any action, if there's anything you need to do, just order us around. Don't be shy. Haug also felt that he was not able to use his brain. It was better to listen to Yue Yang and Ming Zhu Prince. If the two of them thought of a way to deal with it, he would definitely execute it without hesitation. Don't worry, if I can cut off one of his fingers, I can also cut off his head. Yue Yang quickly comforted everyone to prevent them from being too desperate. Last night, I saw Jiweri enter Lu Weilu through the portal again. The great sage silver pupil said a very bad news. Ah, what? That's not even the worst. Qing Mo suddenly snorted coldly. After Jiweri left, there were a few people who entered Lu Weilu one after another. Jiweri and the others didn't show anything on their faces, but among them, the last person who came out had a very smug expression on his face. He had a look of, I'm going to be the ruler of the world in the future, I'm going to be the king of Human Valley in the future, on his face. Even if you're 9 streets away, you'd still throw up the food you had the night before. I suspect that all of them who came out of Lu Weilu unscathed had made some kind of deal with the evil deities. Who do you think the last person who came out was? Mingzhu Prince didn't have to ask. He could vaguely guess the answer. Jinkala, Yue Yang guessed correctly. Qing Mo nodded in affirmation. That can't be wrong. Even Haug, who didn't want to use his brain, slapped his forehead. He felt that the deal with the evil deities mentioned by Qing Mo was about right. If the evil deities made a deal with Kinch and the others, how should we deal with it? Although Kinch is not a problem, we have to be wary of Jiweri and the others, especially Jiweri. If he made a big deal with the evil deities, there would be a lot more deaths in Human Valley in the future. Ren Tianj remembered that Jiweri had done something in Devil's Valley and almost killed all the challengers in the Angel Alliance. With Jiweri's ruthlessness and the overwhelming power of the evil deities, the number of people who died in Human Valley would probably be hundreds or even thousands of times more than in Devil's Valley. Alright, don't think too much about it. Let's wait for the newcomer assessment ceremony to end first. Yue Yang didn't know what to do now. Fortunately, Shui Niu in the grimoire world was showing signs of waking up. If there was no other way, he could go back and discuss with her. Maybe with everyone's wisdom, they could come up with a good way to deal with it. Yue Yang really couldn't wait to go back and visit Shui Wuxia, who had forcibly woken up during the battle with the evil deities in Lu Weilu and used her spiritual power to support him. Chapter 11:05 Yue Yang and Mingzhu Prince rushed to the venue. The evaluation ceremony had officially begun. Because more than 100 people had died during the attack on the puppet manufacturing factory, and more than 10 were heavily injured, among the remaining 100 students who could still participate in the evaluation, many of them were injured. The venue was filled with a gloomy atmosphere. After the morning ceremony personally presided over by President Tianzhao, this year's heartbreaking evaluation ceremony had officially begun. After many days of consistent evaluation by the 36 prodigies and 36 special evaluators, from this year's students Jin Qi, Yang Ping, Haug, Tian Zhe, Silver Eye, Phantom, Blood Razor, Golden Skeleton and so on, we have specially selected the newcomer student Tai Tan from Silver Maple City. With the first work, Saint Grade Quill Brush, the second work, Unique Rune Circle, and the third work, Unique Battle Doll, we have unanimously chosen the newcomer student Tai Tan from Silver Maple City. With the first work, Saint Grade Quill Brush, the second work, Unique Rune Circle, and the third work, Unique Battle Doll, we have unanimously chosen the newcomer student Tai Tan from Silver Maple City. I hope that student Tai Tan will continue to work hard after winning the title of champion, and create new heights. At the same time, I hope that all the newcomers will use this as a role model to learn and improve. Now, let's welcome student Tai Tan on stage to receive the title of champion. Everyone, please give him a round of applause. President Tianzhao personally awarded student Yue Yang a golden scroll representing the title of champion, and a gold-ranked champion's ring of creativity. I am very grateful to President Tianzhao and all the teachers for their recognition of my work. Tai Tan will redouble his efforts, and improve together with all the students below the stage. Yue Yang gave a simple and boring acceptance speech. What a lazy bum. Mingzhu Prince, who was below the stage, was not very satisfied. He felt that when Yue Yang gave his acceptance speech, he should have thanked some people for their support, such as himself. Now that he had finally won the championship, he immediately came down after saying a few words without any new ideas. He did not even mention the people who had helped him before, and did not even say a word of thanks. What was this called? Of course, Mingzhu Prince also knew that Yue Yang wasn't an ungrateful person. He was just too lazy, he couldn't even be bothered to stay on the stage for a while longer. The principal's face was glowing, and he seemed very calm on the surface, very different from teacher O Meng and the others who were cheering excitedly. However, if one walked a little closer, they could see that the excitement in the principal's eyes was unconcealable. Kai Mu clapped vigorously while ignoring the provocative glares from Qinch and Yongping. Now, he felt that Qinch and Yongping were too inferior. He was already disdainful of becoming an opponent. Even Prince Yongchong, who used to be known as the Four Princes of Guangmeng, Kai Mu felt that he was much better than he was now. As for the creation and creativity laurel, many people did not expect that Yue Yang, a newcomer who invented the holy quill pen, would win the creation and creativity laurel. Including Qinch, Yongping, and other people who hated Yue Yang, they only secretly hated him. They did not raise any objections to the laurel. After this result came out, there were a small number of students who did not understand and had doubts. At first, they were puzzled. Why was the Creation and Creativity Award not awarded to Qinch, who invented the strong magnetic war doll? However, after hearing the name of the Holy Quill Pen and learning about the related rumors from their acquaintances, they were speechless, shook their heads, and sighed, giving up their doubts. Holy level. In the human valley, this was a gap that made people feel hopeless. Although the strong magnetic war doll was good, it was only gold level. How far was it from the holy level? If this newcomer Little Titan, who invented the Holy Quill Pen out of boredom, did not focus on the quill pen but on the war doll, perhaps even Ji Wei, who had the Prince of Vengeance, would pale in comparison. Of course, none of them knew that the real reason why Yue Yang won the Creation and Creativity Award was not just because of the Holy Quill Pen. More importantly, it was because he invented the Flying War Doll. Out of protection and the special request of the principal, the president of the Chosen Ones did not directly say that it was a flying war doll when he was awarding the award just now. Instead, he used the words, unique war doll. Otherwise, the students in the audience, as well as the teachers, scholars, and representatives of nobles sent from all over the country to participate in the evaluation ceremony, would definitely be so shocked that they did not know how to react. When Yue Yang returned from the stage, Qinch snorted coldly at him, HMPH, if you have the guts, then go ahead and win the next few awards too. Jealousy is the behavior of the weak. Yue Yang smiled and did not even look at the other party. It was as if Qinch, who was originally the most favored to win, was a maggot. If he looked at it, it would also pollute his eyes. This kind of humiliation made Jin Qi clench his teeth in hatred. He wanted to rush up and challenge Yue Yang to a duel several times, but he was hindered by the presence of the president of the Heaven's Chosen Sect and many other teachers. In order to maintain his qualifications to participate in the assessment, he endured it with all his might. Yongping and a few friends hurriedly dissuaded Qinch, don't mind it, the evaluation has just begun, this kid will definitely not be proud for long. According to the usual practice of the evaluation ceremony, the first day's evaluation of the champion was based on creativity and creativity. Because of the appearance of the Holy Quill Pen, such an abnormal item, Qinch and the others had long been mentally prepared for Yue Yang to win the championship. However, in the following evaluation, they were confident that they could defeat Yue Yang and win the final evaluation championship. The overall evaluation, of course, was not easy to win. Championship. The evaluation ceremony could be divided into 5 major categories. Creativity and creation were one category, and the reward for the championship honor was the Ring of Creativity, a gold-level ring, which was the thing that student Yue Yang was currently wearing. Next, it was the evaluation of the champion in research and invention. Compared with the championship of creativity, this championship was also difficult to win. In the previous evaluation, there was often a lack of performance in these 2 categories. In other words, if a student of a certain year did not reach the goal, the chosen ones would rather not award the prize than hastily select the unqualified work. The Ring of Creativity and the Research and Invention Champion's honorary treasure, superlative workmanship, were known as the 2 most difficult champion honors in the evaluation ceremony. Generally speaking, the works that could win the Ring of Creativity were mostly works that had nothing to do with war puppets, such as art, food, architecture, or other works. Research and invention were just the opposite, almost all of them were works related to war puppets. The previous Ji Wei was in the limelight. The platinum-level Prince of Vengeance was unparalleled, but in the end, he did not win the championship for creativity, and only won the award for research and invention. Young City Lord, your magnetic war avatar is more than enough to sweep the floor. There's no need to compete with that idiot from Silver Maple City who invented the Saint Tier Goose Feather Pen for a moment of pride. The grand prize for research and invention will definitely be yours. Jin Qi's companion flattered him with all his might. It was no wonder that they had this kind of confidence, because when they besieged the puppet manufacturing factory, the students suffered heavy losses. Some died, and some puppets of battle puppets were broken, but they were barely able to return unscathed. Even someone like Ji Wei returned in failure. On the contrary, Jin Qi had preserved his strength very well, so how could he not be proud of himself? How could his followers not celebrate? I want the overall champion. Qinch glared at Yue Yang, gritted his teeth, and snorted hatefully. If he wanted to be the overall champion, he had to be like Ji Wei in the previous year. He had to win more than 3 subcategories. If he only won 2 or less subcategories, it would not be convincing. Therefore, the overall champion of the assessment ceremony was often vacant. Usually, when students boasted that they were the champion, they meant that they won one of the 5 subcategories of the assessment ceremony, and not the overall champion like Ji Wei. The 5 subcategories included creativity and creation, research and invention. These 2 were the most difficult to win. There were also subcategories to assess, cultivation and etiquette, and knowledge and academics. These 2 were the easiest to win, and there would be no lack of candidates in every year's assessment. Finally, there was tactics and strategy. Through a group competition among the students, the winner would be determined, and the winner would be decided. Tactics and strategy was the focus of the subcategories, and there would definitely be a winner every year. This was also the subcategory that Qinch was most confident in winning. If he could not win this subcategory, then he could forget about being the overall champion. Whatever Qinch thought, Yue Yang and Mingzhu Prince directly ignored it. Even those who were past their prime knew the result. That was, Yue Yang believed that the research and invention awards that were going to be given out wouldn't escape his grasp. After all, no matter how awesome other people's war dolls were, they could not be compared to the flying war dolls that had created a new era and created a new fighting method. However, it was different from the Creation and Creativity Award. This Research and Invention Award could be won by a team. In other words, it was not only the students who won this award, but also the principal, Teacher Omeng and other participants who developed the flying war dolls. After winning the award, it was customary for the students to have a group competition. Qinch was extremely eager to fight with Yue Yang. He wanted to step on this hateful enemy in front of the world. Unfortunately, there was no such possibility in a competition that was decided by drawing lots. After Qinch defeated his opponent in an awe-inspiring manner, he could only watch as Yue Yang easily passed with a silver war wolf. Let's see how long you can laugh. Qinch was now completely relieved. Little Titan did not use a holy tier war doll, nor a platinum tier war doll. It was not even a gold tier war doll. It was just a silver wolf. In this way, no matter how lucky he was in the competition, he would not be able to win in the semifinals and finals. Even if he was lucky enough to pass and come to the finals, his gold tier strong magnetic war doll would be able to defeat that silver wolf. Congratulations, young master. You will definitely win. The people beside Qinch flattered him. Definitely win. Yang Ping also clenched his fists. If it was a silver tier war doll, he might also be able to defeat this arrogant titan. What an idiot. Kai Mu shook his head and sighed. If he really met Yue Yang's Qinch and Yang Ping, would he be so scared by the war doll invented by Little Titan that he would pee his pants on the spot? Perhaps, this brat Titan would be tortured to tears. So boring. Mingzhu Prince yawned. The days without an opponent were really lonely. Ji Wei was considered a good opponent. He had defeated Qinch and Yang Ping. There was really no sense of accomplishment. If it was not for the imminent return of the evil deities, which still affected Mingzhu Prince's mood, then Mingzhu Prince would have dozed off watching this level of battle. Yue Yang and Mingzhu Prince were preparing to go back and sleep. Suddenly, they saw Kai Mu panting as he ran over and shouted, "Oh no, there's an accident. There's a guy called Haug in Burning Wind." On the West Peak battlefield, they fought fiercely. This Haug was not famous at all before this, but he actually has 2 gold war dolls. If he was compared to Qinch, who was previously determined to be the champion, Haug would probably have his *T burst out. The most unbelievable thing is that Haug, who has 2 gold war dolls, is actually being suppressed by Burning Wind. This is impossible. Burning Wind can't be that strong. Even if he held back his strength in the evaluation, it's impossible for him to have a platinum war doll that is comparable to Ji Wei's Prince of Vengeance. Mingzhu Prince was stunned. Platinum war doll. Burning Wind has a platinum war doll. It's not a gold level Inferno war doll. Yue Yang immediately reacted. It's the trade with the evil deities. Otherwise, Burning Wind wouldn't have a Platinum War doll, and he wouldn't be able to suppress Haug, who has 2 Gold War dolls. Now, the headache finally came. If this is the trade with the evil deities, then how many more secrets and Platinum War dolls does Burning Wind have? Burning Wind got a Platinum War doll after trading with the evil deities. Then, what about Yue, who was the first to enter Lu Weilu that night to trade with the evil deities? Chapter 1106. Not only Burning Wind, but also Wan Mo, who had hidden his strength but still shocked all the students. Wan Mo was an expert in flesh puppets. These flesh puppets looked no different from living creatures on the surface. There were beasts, monsters, and even human-like existences. The lowest level was bronze ranked, and most of them were silver ranked. The leader was a demon-like flesh puppet, and there were even gold-ranked powerful puppets. Compared to ordinary war puppets, flesh and blood puppets were easier to control and more powerful. Their flesh and blood could strangely use energy crystals and some mysterious heaven rune patterns to increase their strength and heal themselves. It could be said that they combined the advantages of 2 completely different forms of living beings in war puppets. If not for their fatal weakness of having no intelligence, these flesh puppets would be even stronger than real beasts. Even so, when the flesh puppets appeared on the battlefield, the students who were fighting against Wan Mo were immediately stunned. They were beaten to a pulp in front of everyone's eyes. Kinch was the popular candidate to win. Yue Yang, the little titan, also won the recognition of some people after winning with his holy ranked goose feather pen. But for Burning Wind and Wan Mo, other than people like Mingzhu Prince and Kai Mu who were well informed, ordinary students did not know about them. Kinch is in danger. After the first day of battle, there were students discussing in the public square. What, Kinch? He's just trash, he won't even be in the top 5. Someone was very disdainful. I don't know if Burning Wind's platinum puppet is stronger or Wan Mo's flesh puppet is stronger. I really hope they can meet each other earlier, this was just a show. Of course the platinum puppet is stronger. After all, there is a difference in levels. A student threw out a theory of levels. That's not necessarily the case. The myriad fiend clan's flesh puppets are numerous, and they have the ability to regenerate themselves. Their levels aren't low either. Even if they outnumber us, they might still be a match for the Burning Beacon Platinum Battle Avatar. Moreover, Wan Mo's opponents were too weak to force him to use his trump card. Maybe Wan Mo still has stronger flesh puppets that he hasn't taken out. Who dares to say that he doesn't? There were also students who believed that when the quantity reached a certain level, it could overwhelm the quality. I have some news. It is said that Burning Wind and Wan Mo are Jiwari's friends. This is a top secret that I heard from an acquaintance. There is an 80% chance that it is true. Among the students, there was never a lack of well-informed people. No wonder. I was just wondering why Burning Wind and Wan Mo are so powerful. So they are Jiwari's friends. Some students were surprised to hear this. If that's the case, with Jiwari, Burning Wind, and Wan Mo, does Human Valley still have opponents? Jiwari alone is already unbeatable. Okay. Who is that Haug who has 2 golden battle avatars? Who is his backer? It doesn't make sense. I have never heard of this guy's name. How can he have 2 golden puppet? If Burning Wind did not fight him, Haug would still be in the dark. Moreover, even Ran Feng had to expend a great deal of effort to defeat him. During the assessment battle that day, I saw Haug controlling the silver wolf. I thought that was his limit. Who knew that he had 2 golden puppet? What a freak. It's a pity for Haug. If he did not encounter Burning Wind in the first round, he would at least be in the top 5. That's right, with his strength, it is natural for him to be in the top 3. After the first battle, the students were discussing and exchanging their opinions. Judging from the performance of today's battle, the 2 nobodies, Burning Wind and Wan Mo, were undoubtedly in the limelight. Kinch, who was originally the favorite to win, was overshadowed by the platinum puppet and the flesh and blood puppet. Although the magnetic puppet easily defeated its opponent and passed, it could not avoid the fate of being overshadowed. In the combat strength assessment concluded by the students, Kinch, who had the magnetic puppet, King of Blood, had fallen out of the top 5. Burning Wind and Wan Mo led the way. The unlucky Haug, who was defeated by Burning Wind, won everyone's respect. Although the official ranking could no longer be on the list, in private, everyone agreed that Haug was in the top 5 or even the top 3. Of course, apart from Haug, there were a few unfamiliar names among the students. For example, the rookie Malachian Fiend. Although he only had 1 silver wolf, he managed to kill his opponent, who also had a silver-level battle doll, with his breathtakingly gorgeous control skills and perfect battle posture, he was unscathed. His opponent was not an ordinary person, but an elite student that the outside world, including the teachers, thought highly of. If Kinch did not have the golden puppet, this person would be a strong competitor for the championship. However, in front of the unknown Qing Mo, he was as weak as a baby. He lost without any temper. In the whole process of the battle, he did not even have the chance to struggle, let alone resist or counterattack. The students who had watched Qing Mo's battle were sure of one thing. If Kinch, who had the golden puppet, fought with Qing Mo's perfect control skills would make him lose his shit. Therefore, Kinch would definitely not be in the top 3. The students who had not watched the battle were more reserved. They felt that, after all, Qing Mo was using a silver wolf. The gap between the silver and gold levels was not small, and it might not be made up with control skills. Of course, they also knew the real level of Kinch's strength. If Kinch wanted to win against Qing Mo, it would at most be a Pyrrhic victory. If he was not careful and allowed Qing Mo's gorgeous consecutive attacks to succeed, it was not impossible for Kinch to lose. Kinch should be able to win. The gap between the silver and gold levels is too big. Most of the students believed that it was difficult to surpass Kinch's level. Yes, why don't you guys look at Haug? He has 2 golden puppets, and he fought against Burning Wind's platinum puppet. Didn't he lose in the end? Isn't Haug's control skills great? I dare say, if Haug was in the previous tournament, other than Ji Wei, if Zhang Hua and Captain Cook were to fight against Haug, would they dare to say that they could win? Haug is so powerful, but he can't go against the heavens. Therefore, Qing Mo is really at a disadvantage when fighting against Kinch. If Kinch doesn't make a stupid move, Qing Mo definitely won't have a chance. Someone took the opportunity to put forward practical evidence. What a messy comparison. It's not like that at all. You said that Haug can't go against the heavens when fighting against Burning Wind. That's because Burning Wind himself is also a powerful existence. Compared to Haug, he isn't inferior. That's why he can suppress Haug. What kind of person is Kinch? Can he be compared to Burning Wind? However, it wasn't that there weren't any rebuttals. That's right, Kinch isn't Burning Wind, and Qing Mo isn't Haug. Qing Mo's control skills can go against the heavens. I don't think Ji Wei's control skills were as magnificent as that day. A small number of students who had watched Qing Mo's first battle had become his fans. Aren't you exaggerating a little too much? Can Qing Mo surpass Ji Wei? However, there were still a lot of doubters. He can't surpass Ji Wei, but I dare say that Qing Mo is definitely not too far off. Let's bet on it. I bet that he won't be able to enter the top 3. I dare say that he will definitely enter the top 3. I don't believe this. Can he really go against the heavens with just a silver wolf? Speaking of this silver wolf, I suddenly thought of something. It seems that there are a few contestants who are using silver wolves. For example, Tian Zhe, who has outstanding control skills, and that silver pupil who has an extraordinary temperament are also using silver wolves. Their silver wolves look exactly the same. Could they be related to Qing Mo? Could they be from the same place? I don't think I've heard of the power that produced this kind of silver wolf puppet beast before. Could it be a new power? What did you say? There are a few other contestants who are also using silver wolves. Someone discovered something suspicious. Phantom, Sanguinar, Golden Remains and a few other contestants are all using silver wolves. Moreover, their designs are exactly the same. Another student added, I think I've seen this kind of silver wolf in Silver Maple City. Another person affirmed, now that you mention it, I have some impression of it. Silver Maple City is indeed rich in this kind of silver wolf. I've seen a dozen mercenaries riding on this kind of silver wolf before. I was shocked at that time. Among the crowd, there were many students who had been to Silver Maple City before. Mercenaries even have it. That's impossible. Since when could mercenaries use silver battle puppets? Someone immediately doubted. Speaking of which, Haug, Tian Zhe and Silver Pupil are all mercenaries. Someone took out evidence, and that Qing Mo is also, someone added. The students immediately discovered the problem. There's an unbelievable rumor. I'm not sure if I should say it or not. I have a female relative who works as a receptionist in the Puppet Guild. According to her, when she was chatting with Twilight Prince accidentally told her a secret. He said that the golden battle puppets he had were all created by the crazy genius Little Titan who invented the Saint Tier Goose feather pen. She also said that the little titan was like a god who could create golden battle puppets from the ground with just a point of his finger. Because it was too comical, I didn't take it to heart. Now that I think about it, if that little titan could invent the Saint-Tier goose feather pen, it's not impossible for him to invent a golden battle puppet. Someone revealed the secret that made people go crazy. Golden battle puppets can be created, but they definitely can't be created from the ground with just a wave of his hand. If there is, why didn't Little Titan take it out during the review? Little Titan entered the puppet beast horde right from the start. Maybe he took it out, but we didn't see it. What? It can't be, right? Little Titan entered the puppet beast horde right from the start. How did he manage to make it back alive? That overwhelming puppet beast horde really makes me shiver just thinking about it. I heard from Black Mountain Eagle Spread Wing that with his amazing eyesight, he once saw Titan Jr. and Prince Mingzhu sitting on the roof of the puppet factory, watching the battle. Below them was a surging wave of puppet beasts, but none of the puppet beasts attacked them. It was as if they were invisible people. Originally, I was a little skeptical about him winning the championship, but Winged Spread suspected that Little Titan hadn't displayed his true strength. If he did, I'm afraid he wouldn't be any weaker than Ji. Impossible. Are you kidding me? It's scary enough that there's a person like Ji in the world. Do you think peerless geniuses are cabbages that can be sold on the streets? Whether he's a peerless genius or not, there's no doubt about it. The only question now is whether Twilight Prince was bragging or not. If he didn't exaggerate, then there's at least a 50% chance that he was. Haug, Qingmo, Tianzhe, Silver Pupil, and the rest of the newcomers were all together with Little Titan. In other words, their war puppets were most likely provided by Little Titan. Maybe you guys don't know this, but Little Titan is the owner of Silver Maple City's Star Diamond Castle. He's a baron who can inherit the title and territory from birth. His strength and wealth are so strong that equipping his companions with the Silver Wolf is not a problem. Especially when he's a genius puppet maker himself, it's even more possible. Let me say something too. I watched Little Titan's competition. He also used the Silver Wolf and easily passed. Could the Silver Wolf be their unified war avatar? I have reason to suspect that the Silver Wolf is not a unified war puppet, but two golden war puppets like Haug. Maybe you guys didn't notice, but at the beginning of the battle between Burning Wind and Haug also used the Silver Wolf. However, because the Silver Wolf was destroyed by Burning Wind's Platinum War puppet, there were two Golden War puppets after that. It's also because of their fierce battle that you guys heard about it and came to watch the exciting and prolonged battle. I watched the whole process, from the beginning to the end, without missing anything. I dare say that Haug also used the Silver Wolf at the beginning. What do you mean? Using the Silver Wolf is just a cover-up, and they actually have two Golden War puppets each. Although it's unbelievable, I really have this suspicion in my heart. Impossible. Damn, two Golden War puppets each. Do you think Titan Jr. is a god? Unless he can pull the golden battle puppets out of the ground like a radish, and he doesn't even need to dig a hole to water them, it's impossible. If Twilight Prince is not bragging, then, it's getting more and more mysterious. Impossible is impossible. Giving two Golden War puppets each. Even Ji isn't that generous. Now, no one knows what the truth is. Let's just wait for the results. Anyway, it will be out in 3 days. Whether the Human Valley will have another peerless genius like Ji or a liar, we'll know in 3 days. The students were in a heated discussion, their faces flushed with anger. No one could convince anyone. In the end, they could only wait for the next competition helplessly. Yue Yang, who was the center of their discussion, had already returned to the grimoire world and was discussing countermeasures with the Impatiens, Princess Sissy, Yu, Fallen Flowers and Inan. Ji was already having a headache. Now there was another evil deities who was about to return to Human Valley to destroy the world. What a headache. In terms of puppets, they could still develop flying war puppets to restrain them, but what about the evil deities? Who could use any methods to restrain this guy who could destroy the whole Human Valley? The most terrible thing was that Ji and the others chose to cooperate with the evil deities in order to obtain more benefits. It seemed that the day when the 9 ceiling pillars would be destroyed was not far away. The time for the evil deities to return had been greatly shortened. It was so soon that there was not much time to prepare. If we want to deal with the evil god, we need to create a god that can rival the evil god. Princess Xianxia suddenly said something that shocked everyone. Create a god. Yue Yang sweated. Could a god be created? That's right, I have a method. but I don't know if it can be implemented. If it can, then there is hope for the Human Valley battle. Princess Sissy muttered, as if she was organizing her words, preparing to say a shocking theory. Chapter 1107. After Princess Sissy said her theory, everyone fell into silence. It had to be said that although her theory was bold, it really had a certain degree of feasibility. The problem was how everyone would implement it and turn it into a reality. Finally, everyone looked at Yue Yang. They hoped that he would make up his mind. As long as he gave the order, no matter what the result was, everyone would try their best to cooperate. Yue Yang was a little hesitant at this time. He quietly pondered for a long time before revealing a trace of a bitter smile. Don't look at me like that, I can't see through you either. I can only say, try your best. I don't know if it will work or not, this idea is really too crazy. If Fourth Mother, His Majesty, Knight Empress, Jizun and the others were here, it would be great. They would definitely be able to give us a good suggestion, but unfortunately, I can't ask Pandora. Maybe she still has some kind of deep memory that can help us solve this God creation problem. After waking up the sleeping Pandora from Xiaonu's body, everyone talked about the matter. However, Pandora gave a negative answer. She almost shook her head without thinking. Although Qian's theory has a certain degree of feasibility, in fact, there is not even a 1 in 10,000 chance of success. Stepping into the God realm, not only does one have divine power, divine sense, and divine body, but also divine wish, divine sense, divine power, and so on. Most importantly, it is the Godhead. The Godhead is the core of talent, domain, many divine power, divine sense, divine wish, divine sense, divine power, and so on. It is the internal and external embodiment of a God's realm, strength, wisdom, divine power, and so on. For a God realm life, he or she, at the core of his or her Godhead, extends infinite and independent divinity, which is impossible to be moved or changed by any ordinary power in the world. For the life in the human world, the Godhead is the double crystallization of the God's will in the law set by the God. It is an existence that can never be challenged or resisted. Pandora softly explained to everyone, I believe that with your efforts and theories, as well as the various treasures in your hands, creating a powerful God is not a problem. However, none of you can bestow a Godhead to this creation. If there is no Godhead, then the God you create cannot be called a God, but a demigod or a false God. Creating a God without a divine spark is extremely terrifying. A false God that doesn't have a godhood, doesn't have its own unique divine will, and doesn't have a basic divine will. It only has divine power and a divine body, so it's definitely evil. Once it gains great power and becomes a false God, it will immediately use its power to break free from its master and devour its master. Gods can't be created by humans. If it's possible, then it must be the Father God or the Mother God who can directly give birth to the next Son of God. Or perhaps, an even more advanced primordial God could directly bestow a divine spark upon a living being, turning it into a true God. Finally, I understand your intention to create a powerful God to fight against the evil deities of the Valley of Man, but I do not agree with your attempt. This is because the probability of failure for such an attempt is 100%, and the probability of success is always 0. It's not even 1 in a billion. No matter how feasible it is in theory, it's just an illusion. Pandora expressed her attitude and also explained the consequences of this matter, which were extremely serious. It was so serious that no one wanted to see it, nor could they accept it. When Princess Xian heard this, she shivered. She was frightened by the serious consequences that Pandora had described before. Princess Sissy would never have thought that creating a God would lead to the evil consequences of a backlash against the owner. If it weren't for Pandora, then Yue Yang would have most likely tried it. At that time, the consequences would be unimaginable. After listening to this, everyone even suspected that the evil deities sealed in the Valley of Man. Could it be that it was created by someone before them? It was precisely because it was a fake God, created by humans, that it was so evil and became an evil deities. If this path doesn't work, then what else can we do? The impatiens looked at Pandora. If the path of creating a God would lead to a backlash, then was there any other way? The evil deities was not an ordinary warrior. It was a God with immeasurable divine power. It was not something that humans could fight against. Moreover, in a place like the Valley of Man, where the laws of nature were confined, no one could use force. This made things even worse. No, Pandora shook her head. She also couldn't think of a good idea. Why don't we see if we can help Sister Wuxia to advance to the godly state and then fight against the evil deities? Inan suggested a seemingly feasible idea. Wuxia did wake up before, but it would probably take some time before she could completely integrate her divine power. As for giving birth to her own unique godhead, that is even more unimaginable. In the end, even if Wuxia gave birth to a godhead, how much strength could she exert outside the Valley of Man? She had just advanced to the godly state, so she would need at least a long period of exploration and learning before she could learn how to use her own divine power, develop her own God's will, and manifest her own divine power. She still has a long way to go. Even if she has enough opportunities, strength, and wisdom to become a real god, she still needs to learn and improve constantly. Pandora was sure of Shui Wuxia's potential, but she felt that she was not of much help now. Even if she forced herself to come out, she would not be a match for the evil deities. Pandora, do you think Xiao San can directly advance to the godly state? Yu always had the greatest hope and confidence in her brother. That's right, it would be best if he could directly fight against the evil deities. Fallen Flowers also nodded in agreement. If he can forcefully develop a part of his potential that he has yet to understand, there is no doubt that he will reach the godly state. Pandora shook her head and said, but none of your elders did that. If they did that, it would be a foolish act of rushing for quick success. It would be like pulling up seedlings to help them grow. Why did Night Empress and Jizun pretend that they did not know? They already knew all of this when they were in the World Tree's collective enlightenment, but they did not say anything and only waited for Yue Yang to grow. The reason was that they did not want to interfere too much and affect Yue Yang's growth. I can't see what realm he will reach in the future, but it will definitely be an unimaginable existence. To reach such a high realm, he needs more time and more enlightenment. In other words, he needs more training and tests. This is just a small test on his path of growth. Yue Yang has to step over it. If he forcefully develops his potential now, then he may be stuck in a certain realm in the future, and his achievements will not be even 1/10,000th of his true potential in the future. If that's the case, even if he defeats the evil deities, what's the point? Finally, what I want to say is that if Yue Yang advances to the godly state, he may not be able to stay in the human world anymore. He will ascend to the heavenly realm or a higher realm in a short period of time. If he leaves, what will you do? Then let's not discuss this anymore and think of other ways. Sickly Beauty saw that everyone was scared to death by Pandora and quickly changed the topic. If it really doesn't work, I will ask Her Majesty Queen Vivian Li to come out. Yue Yang still had a trump card. However, if Queen Vivian Li came out, then her world of ice and snow would probably reach its limit and could no longer expand. The black hole sealed space and the world of ice and snow were now one. Queen Vivian Li's will was the bridge between the two. Through her supreme will, the power of the seal was slowly transforming into the world of ice and snow. Once Queen Vivian Li left, the power of the black hole sealed space would definitely dissipate. Or it could be resealed and mutated. The result was hard to predict. Most importantly, if Queen Vivian Li came out of the human valley, it would be hard to predict who would win between her and the evil deities. If the evil deities saw Queen Vivian Li appear and refused to fight, then went into hiding and hibernated for 10 or 20,000 years, waiting for Queen Vivian Li and Yue Yang to leave before coming out, wouldn't all their efforts be wasted? Queen Vivian Li's current situation was similar to Shui Wuxia's. Both of them were constantly improving. If it wasn't for the last moment, it would be a pity to come out like this and waste such a good opportunity. There's no need to do that. This is just the human valley. Behind us, there are more difficult Earth Valley and Heaven Valley. It won't be too late to wake up Queen Vivian Li and Wuxia at that time. Impatience suddenly took out a small thing from Yue Yang. Her enchanting little face had a serious look that had never been seen before. She said, "Maybe, you can try to open it." "What is this?" When everyone saw it, they all surrounded it curiously. Yue Yang recognized this little thing. It was a small white jade box. It was the dowry that Yue Yang secretly gave to the Impatiens that day at the Succubus Palace. It was said that this small box hid the Impatiens' life and had a shocking secret. At that time, Yue Yang thought that this little thing had some kind of information about Jizun. But later, he discovered that this small white jade box had a special sealing power, similar to the black jade necklace. Once opened, there might be unexpected consequences, so he didn't dare to open it easily. If there was a senior like Queen Vivian Li in the small white jade box, then he would be dizzy. Or, once the small white jade box was opened, he would be teleported to a certain secret realm and face all kinds of unpredictable things. If he was teleported to other places, it would be fine. If he was teleported to the gods' ruins, Yue Yang was really not prepared for this. This was brought out from the gods' ruins by our ancestors. There are 2 pieces in total. They have always been the keepsakes of our clan from generation to generation. In our generation, they belong to me and my sister. Impatience's pink face was rarely seen. She looked at Yue Yang, as if to stop him from saying what happened that day. She then turned to everyone and explained, "My sister was afraid that I would use it to walk the wrong path, so she left it in the hands of the succubus clan's queen. Later, the queen gave it to him. I remember when my sister was young, she once said that if she encountered difficulties in life that she couldn't solve by any means, she could open it. As for what is in this small box, I don't know what was in this small white jade box. Was it really as Ji Zun said, opening it could solve all the difficulties in the world?" Yue Yang looked at Phoenix Fairy Beauty, then looked at everyone else. Seeing that everyone's face was filled with anticipation, he took a deep breath and made a decision. Since Ji Zun had already said so, then he would believe her. He opened the small white jade box that was supposed to be Phoenix Fairy Beauty's dowry and took a look. Maybe there would really be a miracle. Chapter 1108. When Impatience saw that Yue Yang had decided to open the small box, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. She couldn't help but stretch out a small hand. She held Yue Yang's arm tightly. Usually, everyone only saw this TNFA Empress's majestic and lofty aura. It was very rare to see her acting like a little girl. Luo Hua, Xianxia and the others wanted to laugh secretly, but they were afraid that they would ruin the atmosphere, so they could only hold it in. Yue Yang quickly comforted this queen of TNFA and held her hand. Whether she was called the queen of TNFA or Impatience, she was a woman who needed his protection. Being strong in front of everyone didn't mean that she wasn't a little girl. Yue Yang knew that when the 2 of them were alone, this queen of TNFA would be as gentle as water. It was just that she didn't show this side of her easily. When they held hands, Impatience could already feel Yue Yang's comfort. Her heart was filled with warmth and harmony. She forgot about her surroundings as she let go of that small hand and wrapped her arms around Yue Yang's waist. She originally wanted to give him a sweet kiss, but she suddenly realized that everyone was looking at them. She immediately changed her mind and only gave him a light kiss on the lips. Suppressing her embarrassment, she pretended to float behind Yue Yang. She was still hugging his waist tightly, and her little face was pressed against his back. First, she was hiding her embarrassment. Second, she was overflowing with love. She couldn't control herself and couldn't bear to let go. Yue Yang turned his arm back and hugged her slender waist to comfort her. Then, he focused all his attention on the small white jade box in his hand. Princess Sissy, Fallen Beauty, Yu, Little Inon, Southern Demon King, and the other girls were also eager to see the result and gathered around. Yue Yang opened the small box with his unique power of the law, and injected the purest innate chi into it to activate and guide the treasure in the box. As soon as the small white jade box was opened, without waiting for the innate chi to guide it, a divine power immediately gushed out like a fountain from the ground. Once this divine power left the outside world, it turned into a dazzling brilliance. It shone brilliantly, unparalleled, limitless. This brilliant divine light instantly engulfed the entire grimoire world. Everyone was bathed in the brilliant divine light, and their minds became empty. It was as if they had returned to their mother's wombs and were born. They didn't think or think, but they knew that their bodies were constantly being purified and sublimated in this divine light. This kind of beautiful and peaceful sublimation was not only on the spiritual level, but also on the physical level. All the living beings in the grimoire world, including the sleeping shui wuxia and the guardian beasts in the grimoire world, had all received the same divine light bath, and received the same purification and sublimation. Among them, the ones who sublimated the most in this brilliant divine light were none other than Yue Yang, who personally opened the small white jade box, and the original owner of the small white jade box, Impatience. Yue Yang, who was a level 5 supremacy, and Impatience, who was of the same level, both improved in the divine light at the same time. Speaking of Yue Yang's improvement, everyone wasn't surprised. After the battle with the demonic god, Yue Yang had already shown signs of leveling up. However, at that time, he was too worried about the heavily injured Master Ming Zhu, so he couldn't reach the state of emptiness. Hence, it affected his leveling up. However, Impatience, who stayed in the grimoire world every day and never stepped out, could also easily improve. This really shocked Princess Sissy and the others. The most inconceivable thing was that after Phoenix Fairy Beauty and Yue Yang reached innate elder level 6 at the same time, the divine light erupted once again. It shone 10 times brighter than before as countless divine power gathered on her body. She, who had just leveled up in front of everyone's eyes, let out a shout and broke through again. Countless lightning of heavenly punishment was born from the top of Impatience's head. It spread towards the sky. It pierced the heavens. Impatience looked like she was wearing a crown of heavenly punishment at this time. Her face was full of divine power, shocking the universe. The lightning of heavenly punishment did not disappear. Instead, it formed a 1,000-meter-tall goddess of heavenly punishment. After absorbing more than 80% of the divine light, she was born from nothingness to reality. The process of her birth was so wonderful that no words in the world could describe it. As bystanders, when they saw such a splendid scene, they sighed in their hearts. Their instincts told them that being able to see such a wonderful scene of birth was a blessing in disguise. At the same time, a kind of expectation rose in their hearts. No one knew when it would happen. They could also do the same. The 1,000-meter-tall goddess of heavenly punishment, formed entirely from lightning of heavenly punishment and divine light, swooped down and turned into a purple lightning bolt, sinking into Impatience's forehead. Impatience's body shook violently, and she instantly rose to level 7 supremacy. After rising 2 levels in a row, her divine power still existed. Under the guidance of the divine light, which had dimmed by more than 20%, Impatience spat out a purple lightning bolt from her mouth. That purple lightning bolt seemed to have a life of its own, swimming like a dragon. In an instant, it entered Yue Yang's heart, completely activating his true dragon heart. Yue Yang only felt a surge of divine power filling his chest, and he had to spit it out. He opened his throat, and a golden divine dragon with purple lightning bolts came out. Even he himself was in disbelief. The golden divine dragon with purple lightning bolts was extremely small, only the size of a child's arm. However, it was vivid and lifelike, as if it was truly alive. It did not look like it was formed from divine power or divine light at all. It circled around Yue Yang's body in a dignified manner, piercing through Impatience's forehead and exiting from her back. Then, it passed through the Southern Demon King, who had activated Yue Yang's true dragon heart with the true dragon blood in her body, and exited from her back. Then, it sank into the clear forehead of Princess Sissy, who was closest to it. It passed through the entire body at high speed. Then, it shot out from Yue Yu's back and returned to Yue Yang's true dragon heart. The moment everyone returned to Yue Yang's spiritual world, they all felt an extremely mysterious yet extremely gentle power connecting everyone together. Yue Yang had advanced to the peak of level 6 supreme martial artist. Just as he was about to make a breakthrough, the knowledge inheritance in his mind suddenly exploded, and he fell into the blossoming of the inheritance's mysteries. He could not extricate himself, and his breakthrough stagnated. On the contrary, Phoenix Fairy Beauty, who had been connected by the golden divine dragon strikes the heart, exploded once again. In just a few seconds, she had actually risen to innate level 8. The divine power in her body, along with the newly born sky punishment goddess persona, surged out at the same time, resonating and shouting above her head. It was as if the golden divine dragon strikes the heart would grant her an unparalleled increase in power. It was not just Impatience. Princess Sissy and the others, who were bathed in the divine light that had dimmed by less than 20%, also collectively advanced a level through the connection with the golden divine dragon. Bao, who had almost no combat power, advanced several levels in a row. Of course, she was still in the innate realm before this. Now, she was only in the heaven realm. Even if she advanced a few more levels, she would still be far away from the innate realm. The divine light emitted by the small box gradually dissipated. About 80% of it entered Yue Yang and Impatience's bodies, 10% returned to the girls, and the remaining 10% was converted into the life energy of the various battle beasts and the plants in the grimoire world. It could be said that the entire grimoire world was bathed in the divine light and advanced, benefiting everyone. When the divine light dissipated, Yue Yang looked inside and realized that there was only one item in the box. It was a jade pendant with a phoenix pattern on it. It was as white as butter and had many mysterious patterns. It faintly emitted a faint divine light, and upon closer inspection, it looked like a faint rainbow. If he met someone who didn't know what it was, he would probably look down on this seemingly ordinary little jade pendant. But in Yue Yang's Heaven Eye's divine vision, this was a treasure that was hard to compare with. Yue Yang had seen countless treasures in his life, but there were very few that were as precious as this phoenix pattern jade pendant. It was estimated that this jade pendant was comparable to the black jade necklace left by Sister Xianxia. If there was a better treasure, it would be the immortal clothing, immortal footwear, and immortal pendant worn by Qilin girl Bing Yin that could transform into Qilin. Treasure armor, the immortal weapon of the Eastern immortal tribe. Although Yue Yang didn't know the name of this treasure, nor could he see through the hidden secret of this phoenix pattern jade pendant, he could immediately react that this was an immortal weapon. Unlike immortal weapons, the existence of this immortal weapon seemed to be more of inheritance, guidance, and enlightenment. It was not a treasure that could be used in battle. The phoenix pattern on it seems to have a deeper meaning. Can you see it? Princess Sissy looked thoughtfully at the jade pendant in Yue Yang's hand. Maybe it's, the Southern Demon King suddenly had a bold guess. Could it be the guide map of the gods, ruins? Is it a message left to us by our ancestors on the jade pendant? Impatience was still a little unaccustomed to her body that had risen 3 levels to supreme level 8, but the excitement and joy in her heart made her extremely energetic. Although there was discomfort, she completely ignored the changes in her body. If it's true, then it's great. Even Yu, who had always been calm, cheered excitedly. Put the jade pendant on her. Sickly Beauty held Yue Yang's hand and Impatience's at the same time. As Yue Yang's first woman, she did this as a form of recognition and acceptance for Impatience, because it was impossible for Impatience to marry Yue Yang in Tong Tian Tower. After all, Shui Wuxia, Xianxia, and Fallen Flowers were all her juniors. If they married openly, Fourth Mother and the Yu clan wouldn't know how to address them. Although Impatience didn't care about the status, if everyone could give her a small ceremony like today, where Yue Yang personally put on the phoenix pattern jade pendant that symbolized the inheritance of her ancestors, it would be a great acceptance and acceptance. The small white jade box was her dowry. It was also the inheritance of her clan's daughter, passed down from generation to generation. Taking out this phoenix pattern jade pendant, other than benefiting everyone, it was also a symbol of the inheritance of her ancestors. Now that Yue Yang personally put it on her, how could she not be touched? The ladies around her all congratulated and clapped their hands. Impatience's TNFA Empress dignity was completely lost. She shed tears on the spot and was so touched that she couldn't speak. Yue Yang personally put on the phoenix pattern jade pendant for Impatience. Her slender and beautiful neck was like that of a swan. Her skin was as white as cream, and her phoenix patterned jade pendant contrasted beautifully. Seeing the beauty crying, Yue Yang couldn't help but gently embrace her. Amidst the cheers and congratulations, he kissed the beauty's sweet lips. This is great, I must be like this in the future. No, I want to be even more romantic. Bao raised her little fist and adorably fantasized about her future happy times. Her little face was full of longing, but she suddenly shifted her attention to something else. Why isn't this bad guy wearing clothes? Ayaya, where are my clothes? After hearing her shout, the girls who had woken up from their blissful happiness realized that they were naked. Their original clothes had all been melted by the godly power and godly light and turned into nothingness. Even some silver and gold-grade treasures had also been shattered into powder by the energy resonance of several degrees. Bing don't look. Yu reacted and was extremely embarrassed, but she couldn't care about herself. She first took out some clothes and wrapped little Yu Bing up. Her grimoire appeared. The angel's blade had evolved into a dawn angel. She covered her body. She flapped her wings and instantly brought little Yu Bing back to her room. The ladies who reacted also changed into the moon-treasured armor and left shyly. On the other hand, Bao who was dragged away by Sha Yi, pretended to lower her head shyly and covered her eyes with her hands. However, she kept her face turned sideways and her eyes peeked through the gaps between her fingers. She didn't say anything, but she was secretly shocked in her heart. So it's like that, it's really too big, so scary. Chapter 1109 Curiosity Can Kill a Cat. The fact that Bao would peek shyly now proved that this lively elf girl had slowly grown up and was curious about the opposite sex. This was not strange at all. If she had always been a silly girl, she would not have grown up. Anyway, they would not lose anything even if they peeked. Everyone pretended not to know. Moreover, the elf empress had agreed to let Bao join them to train, grow and live together with them. Wasn't this also a kind of entrustment? On the surface, Bao usually acted like Yue Yang was the wrong door god, as if she couldn't see eye to eye with him. She had to fight with him and cause trouble so that it would be easier for her to get by. But on the other hand, wasn't this a natural quarrel? Maybe Bao herself did not know what love was. She was a muddle-headed girl, but everyone could see that the reason why this lively and cute elf girl was full of energy and lively every day was because he was by her side, teasing her every day. If Yue Yang did not return to the grimoire world for 3 days, this elf girl would definitely be listless and idle. In other words, the source of happiness in her life was completely because of him. If there was no Yue Yang, everyone was sure that this elf girl's life would not be as lively as it was now. She would not be overflowing with happiness, and it would be even more impossible for her to laugh like a bell all day long. It was fine if they did not have the chance to peak normally. However, the situation today was very special. After Bao saw something bad right in front of her, if she still did not have the slightest bit of curiosity, then everyone would be worried if she was normal. Everyone just laughed over Bao's matter. No one cared about this small accident. About 2 hours later, Princess Sissy and the others gathered beside Yue Yang again. They all knew what Yue Yang and Impatience had done in this house in the past 2 hours. Looking at Impatience's enchanting face that was glowing with moisture and her delicate body that was limp and powerless, one could tell how intense the battle was just now. Princess Sissy, who was pretending to be disdainful, did her best to suppress her sour anger. Yu, on the other hand, had the mentality of an ostrich and did not think in that direction at all. She had clearly seen Impatience's extremely satisfied laziness after her pleasure, but she also hypnotized herself and told herself that it was because Impatience was temporarily not used to it after she had advanced to level 8 Supreme Martial Artist. In any case, she was just unwilling to think in that direction, deeply afraid that if she did, others would find out and she would be too ashamed to show her face. Sickly Beauty was very magnanimous. She knew that the Empress of Celestial Wrath, who had advanced 3 levels in a row and received everyone's blessings, would definitely find it hard to restrain herself and want to have a good time with Yue Yang. She smiled at Impatience, who was still half lying in Yue Yang's arms. Although Fallen Flowers snorted, "Pervert," she secretly winked at Yue Yang. He was the only one who understood this secret signal. Inan was the most obedient. When she saw him waving his hand, she obediently sat beside him. Even when Yue Yang quickly touched her little butt with his wolfish claws when she sat down, she only blushed and rolled her eyes at him, warning him not to mess around in front of everyone. Who knew that her cute and coquettish grumble was even more alluring? Not only did it not suppress a certain pervert's arrogance, it even boosted his prestige. With the celestial equipment and the inheritance of divine light and celestial power, if we work a little harder and use the 3 drops of ancient god's blood to help, Her Majesty the Empress of Celestial Wrath might be able to make another breakthrough and reach the godly state within a year. When Yue Yang saw Yu come in and Bao and Yu Bing poking their heads in from outside the door, he hurriedly pretended to be a good brother and talked about serious matters. Although that's true, can we really defeat evil deities like this? Drunken Cat still had doubts in her heart. Everyone had benefited a lot and leveled up collectively. Impatience had leveled up 3 times in a row and reached the 8th level of supremacy. But could this really defeat evil deities? Not to mention that Impatience had yet to enter the godly state. Even if she did advance to the godly state a year later, she might not be able to defeat evil deities. Princess Sissy replied, "If one sky law is not enough, there's still shui wuxia. But I object to using all 3 drops of ancient god's blood on the Empress of Celestial Wrath. I think we should think of more ways to make a breakthrough on Yue Yang. For example, Little Wen Li, Zhang Ying and Duo all have enough potential to advance to the godly state within a year. As long as we use the 3 drops of ancient god's blood on them, maybe it won't be Sky Law and Shui Wuxia who will fight evil deities, but Little Wen Li and Duo. Little Wen Li did not say a word, but the hornless dragon Zhang Ying quickly stood up and waved her hands. "We are all guardian beasts and have the restriction of the ancient code. Even if we reach the godly state, we might not be able to leave the human valley to fight. So, the ancient god's blood is the most suitable for the Empress of Celestial Wrath. If you reach the godly state, you will have the unique power of the ancient code. You should be able to escape the restriction of the ancient code." Fallen Flowers nodded in agreement with Princess Sissy's plan. Where's Duo? Drunken Cat suddenly realized that she had not seen Duo for a long time. She is cultivating inside and improving rapidly. Even without the ancient god's blood, it is only a matter of time before she reaches the godly state. Zhang Ying was talking about the situation inside the divine grimoire. Duo and little Wen Li, as well as the hornless dragon Zhang Ying, had the best potential. Qilin girl Bing Yin, who liked to sleep, often gave pointers to her. Xiao Wen Li often had to stay by Yue Yang's side to protect him. Furthermore, her cultivation method was mainly to awaken her past life, so she didn't need to practice too much. As long as she continued to comprehend, she wouldn't be as focused as Duo in the divine grimoire. Duo has always been very hardworking. She did not have a chance to show off her skills against the Sun King. This time, she will definitely give it her all in the fight against the evil deities in the human valley. Yu also knew that the duo that her brother had cultivated was not just a golden crown thorny flower queen, but a flower goddess with limitless potential that would always improve. It's a pity that we don't have much time to cultivate. Otherwise, the evil deities are really nothing to be afraid of. Princess Sissy's only regret now was that she was not strong enough to help Yue Yang. The evil deities is only the first stage. There is still the earth valleys, mountain beyond mountain, and the heaven valleys, heaven beyond heaven. Yue Yang laughed. Would Tigress be afraid that there would not be a battle to fight? What a joke. What did the three girls in white say? They hinted that the evil deities was still a small character. Did they really think that the trial was that simple? The grimoire was definitely not easy to obtain. Otherwise, why was it that no one could obtain the recognition of the grimoire in the past tens of thousands of years? Sometimes, Yue Yang really wondered if the entire trial ground was inside a divine grimoire's space. Were the valleys, one after another, equivalent to the pages of the divine grimoire's space? Were passing the 10 trials and completing the entire trial equivalent to reading the entire divine grimoire, and finally obtaining and contracting the divine grimoire? Of course, this was only his suspicion. As for the truth, it was impossible for Yue Yang to understand at the moment. If the space within the grimoire was as big as the 10 valleys, then obtaining the grimoire would be equivalent to controlling all the lives in the 10 stages. It would be equivalent to controlling all the lives in the 10 stages. The life and death of all living things would be in the hands of a single thought. Then, how powerful and awesome would that be? Other than that, is there any other way? Yu looked at Pandora, who had fused with Xiaonu, hoping that the former goddess of misfortune could give her some good advice. Because of the enlightenment from the divine light just now, I thought of a possibility. Pandora seemed to really have a way. Really, Princess Sissy and the others were pleasantly surprised when they heard this. This has to go back to the previous topic, which is to let us create a god. When Pandora said this, everyone was dumbfounded, including Yue Yang, who listened inexplicably. Didn't you just say that creating a god is not feasible, and that there will be a backlash? Inan asked curiously. Direct creation definitely won't work. I'm not talking about the previous kind of creation, but another way. Actually, because of the enlightenment from the divine light just now, I have recovered some of my forgotten memories. Perhaps it is not recovery, but awakening. Anyway, in the depths of my mind, there is a kind of divine consciousness that has awakened. I dare not say that it is 100% feasible, but if you are willing to try, you can also give it a try. Not only Pandora, but in the divine light just now, everyone had a feeling that their wisdom had been greatly enlightened. Alright, then what is the method? Yue Yang couldn't help but be curious. At the teleportation entrance of the other grimoire, you obtained half a god's body. That fallen goddess, her divinity and will are scattered in the inheritor. If you merge her inheritor with the god's body again, with the addition of the ancient god's blood, or those secret techniques on your body, you might be able to awaken that goddess in the inheritor's consciousness. Of course, it might not awaken, but reshape. Anyway, no matter what, it is equivalent to using your power to create a new goddess. You can call it creation, or awaken and reshape. In any case, it is to let that fallen goddess be reborn in the inheritor's body. Pandora's consciousness directly communicated with Yue Yang's soul. In an instant, her awakened divine consciousness was imprinted in Yue Yang's consciousness. You are talking about the freedom girl Wang Yingluo. Princess Sissy immediately reacted and hit her palm with her fist in ecstasy. That's right, why didn't I think of her? That won't do. Yue Yang objected. Objection invalid. Princess Sissy immediately removed Yue Yang's right to veto. Damn, I say, Tigress. It's not like you don't know that even if all the girls in the world like me, Yingluo would never like me. She doesn't have any feelings for me at all. Moreover, you have seen her attitude. She is refined and courteous, but she keeps people thousands of miles away. That's why I say, anyone can use their brains, but she can't. When Yue Yang mentioned the freedom girl, Wang Yingluo became discouraged. You idiot, who wants you to talk about feelings with her? She's not willing to cooperate. Can't you first consummate your marriage before dating? Let's cook the rice first. Impatience's words sounded a little like a bandit leader who went down the mountain to kidnap a young lady to be the wife of a bandit. My image in her heart is already bad enough. If I still use force, she will probably hate me for the rest of her life. When Yue Yang heard this, he really wanted to cry. What I want is the result. No matter what method you use, you have to win. If Impatience became a leader, she would be a good leader. Even if I want to push Yingluo down, she only has her upper body. Yue Yang expressed his helplessness. That's why you have to reattach her god's body and let her become a brand new goddess. Impatience slapped Yue Yang's face in exasperation. She then took out the prestige of the Sky Law Empress and grabbed the bitter guy's collar, snorting. Also, you idiot, how do you know that she doesn't like you? Maybe she likes you in her heart, but because of her pride, she's too embarrassed to show it. Or maybe she's an idiot who doesn't know what love is and is waiting for you to open her heart. Shut up immediately. What you need to do now is not to argue with me, but to take Yingluo down. Listen, tomorrow, at this time, I want to see a brand new goddess, a goddess whose body has fully recovered and is even flawless. Sister, save me. Yue Yang could only ask Yu for help. What they said is very reasonable. I won't help you this time. You handle it slowly, I'm leaving. Yu was afraid that if she stayed any longer, her heart would soften and she would leave immediately. Big bad guy, actually you don't have to be so worried. The Southern Demon King, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said something shocking. She laughed softly. It's normal for a girl to be more reserved. However, as long as she has good feelings towards you and doesn't have any bad feelings towards you, her heart will naturally belong to you once you conquer her body. As long as you reattach half of Ying Luo's godly body and restore her to the state of a complete goddess, then push her down, I guarantee that she will become an obedient little sheep, gentle as water and obedient to your every whim. Darling, I am very confident in you because you are invincible. Wherever the divine spear points, there is no woman in this world that can resist your conquest. You slut. Princess Sissy was speechless. Chapter 11:10. Although the Impatience and Southern Demon King encouraged him, Yue Yang didn't make a move immediately. Forcefully pushing. What's done cannot be undone. He wasn't against it. According to his selfish nature, as long as the girl he fancied, he wouldn't let her escape from his grasp. Thinking like this was not wrong, but when it came to execution, it required a little skill and patience. Forcefully pushing wouldn't work. It depended on the target and the time. For example, if he asked the Impatience and the others to rush out and take down Yingluo, the Queen of Freedom, what would Princess Sissy and the others think? The good impression that they had built up with so much effort would probably be destroyed by this lustful action. Even the instigating Impatience and Southern Demon King might be smiling on the surface, but they might be jealous in their hearts. Who could see through a woman's heart? Even Yue Yang, who had the heaven eyes divine vision, couldn't do it. Let me talk to Ying Luo first. As a guy from another world, Yue Yang had long since gotten used to seeing women acting jealous on television and in movies. He knew that it was very important to perform well now. If he performed well, he would be able to gain a lot of points in everyone's hearts. On the other hand, if he didn't perform well, Princess Sissy would probably be able to cook 3 plates of sweet and sour pork ribs by herself, not to mention there were so many girls around. Who are you lying to? You must be feeling very happy right now and want to laugh out loud, right? Princess Sissy snorted. Her pouting mouth could fit a bottle of soy sauce. I won't go anywhere tonight, I'll just accompany Tigress. Yue Yang expressed that he was an obedient child. Tisk, who cares? The princess seemed to be very disdainful, but even a blind person could see that her heart had softened. If she didn't purposely maintain her arrogant princess demeanor in front of everyone, she would probably become a gentle kitten. Yue Yang opened his arms to hug her. Princess Sissy rolled her eyes at him and rejected him without hesitation. She meant, who wants to hug you? Who are you? I don't even know you. The guy from another world knew how reserved the princess was, but he did not give up. He immediately stood up and reached out for another hug, but Princess Sissy still twisted her waist to avoid it. However, Yue Yang still insisted on hugging her. For the 3rd time, he pounced on Princess Sissy, who was hiding behind Sickly Beauty, and pinned her to the ground. He was determined to hold her in his arms. Princess Sissy struggled a few times and realized that her struggle was futile. She punched him a few more times with her pink fists. Her strength was as light as cotton. In the end, she could not resist anymore and was kissed by him. She blushed and quickly asked Sickly Beauty for help. This big pervert is crazy. Come and save me. Aya, how dare you bite me? Annoying fellow, stay away from me. The Tsunere princess was embarrassed. She changed the kiss to a bite. She actually didn't want to reject such a bite. It was just that there was someone next to her, and the delicate princess was too embarrassed to be too intimate with him. If there was no one, if Yue Yang bit her, she would probably bite him back. However, everyone was watching. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Princess Sissy was too embarrassed to bite him back. She could only pretend to be angry and chase him away. Because of the enthusiastic help of Fallen Beauty and Little Inon, the princess who had fallen into Yue Yang's wolf mouth was quickly saved. Although she looked angry on the surface, she was actually in a good mood. All the sourness and dissatisfaction had disappeared. Now, she was extremely sweet, but she couldn't say it out in public. Xianxia, come with me. I have something I want to talk to you about. Fallen Flowers and Inon, come too. Sickly Beauty brought Princess Sissy and the others away. Your first wife is still the most virtuous. Impatience smiled like a flower. What do you mean? Yue Yang pretended not to know. She saw your Queen of Gentle Wind and the Empress of the Sea, and she couldn't control herself. So, she took Princess Xianxia and the others away for you so that you can have a feast. With such a wife, what more can a husband ask for? Impatience was naturally referring to the Southern Demon King, Aquamarine, Bai Lu and the others, who had been training diligently recently and had reduced their intimacy with Yue Yang due to time conflicts. If they didn't talk about pushing him down, they wouldn't have thought of that. Now that they were talking about it, they all blushed and looked at Yue Yang. What do you want? Do you want to take turns fighting me? Yue Yang's expression was like a handsome guy who had met a group of female perverts, looking like a little boy who was afraid. One-on-one. Southern Demon King was amused by him. She laughed until her body went soft and fell into his arms. Phew, luckily I'm not afraid of one-on-one. Yue Yang purposely wiped the non-existent sweat off his forehead. We'll fight you one-on-one. Aquamarine looked outside the door. Yue Bing and the others were not there. Sickly Beauty and Princess Sissy had walked far away and immediately closed the door. I object, this is not one-on-one, this is ganging up on me. Yue Yang raised his stern protest and condemnation, while Impatience expressed her deep sympathy for him who was trapped in a sea of breasts. Anyway, this was not the first time they ganged up on each other. After countless practice, Aquamarine, Bai Lu and the others were already familiar with the killing technique of drowning breasts. They didn't care about Yue Yang's mood and directly attacked him. Master, I'll help you. This was the cute little slave girl with the most powerful weapon on her chest. She would always stand by her master's side. Teach this brat a lesson, don't let him be too arrogant. This was the former goddess who was in the same body as the slave girl. She was an expert who helped the evildoer to do evil. She loved to play with spears and clubs, and she was also a fierce girl with max combat power. Once she made her move, it was definitely the beginning of Yue Yang's fear. After a night of intense fighting, the invincible godly spear finally managed to obtain the final victory. As the winner, Yue Yang was still in good spirits. However, because he didn't sleep much, he accidentally yawned twice when he was eating breakfast with Mingzhu Prince. Young Master Mingzhu had been suspicious of him from the start. Seeing that Yue Yang kept yawning, he couldn't hold it in anymore. Seeing that the principal and the other teachers weren't around, he immediately glared at Yue Yang angrily, slapped the table and stood up. He grabbed Yue Yang's collar and shouted, "Tell me, where did you fool around last night?" This shout was like thunder from the 9 heavens. The Twilight Prince, who was eating and drinking at the side, was scared out of his wits. The steamed bun in his hand fell to the ground and he hid under the table. He was so scared that his whole body was trembling, like an adulterer caught in bed. Yue Yang, on the other hand, was very calm. There was even a smile on his face. The more he smiled, the angrier Mingzhu Prince became. Without needing Yue Yang to explain, Mingzhu Prince moved his nose closer and sniffed twice on Yue Yang's body. He immediately glared at Yue Yang angrily. There's at least the smell of 2 women. How dare you sneak out to eat last night? And you didn't even wipe your mouth. Kai Mu was so scared that his teeth were chattering and he almost peed in his pants. On the contrary, the calm Yue Yang didn't deny it. He even admitted it. Your nose is really good. In last night's battle, you did surpass the two girls. Seeing that he admitted it, Mingzhu Prince immediately took out his golden hammer and prepared to send this brat to heaven. Who would have thought that Yue Yang would say, I know that it was wrong of me to eat alone last night. I want to apologize to you. If I had known earlier that you would have such needs, I would have definitely brought you along to have a great battle in bed with me. What kind of relationship do we have? We're brothers that are even stronger than iron. How could I not share a good thing with you? Actually, I also hesitated for a long time last night. I had to deal with a few girls by myself, so I couldn't split my attention. If you could help me, that would be the best. Mingzhu Prince was stunned. He swung his golden hammer a few times, but didn't smash it down in the end. Yue Yang struck the iron while it was hot and hugged Mingzhu Prince's shoulders. Why don't we have another battle tonight? I guarantee that you'll feel great. We're brothers, of course we'll share our blissful sexual life. Brothers, feel great. Mingzhu Prince really wanted to use his golden hammer to smash this brat's head into a watermelon. However, for some reason, Mingzhu Prince was no longer angry. Instead, he smiled and revealed a warm smile. Idiot, I'm not jealous of your blissful sexual life. I'm just worried about your body. You also know that you still have to compete these few days. How can you compete if you're already being sucked dry by the girls? That's not good. Yue Yang was touched. You're so good to me, you're so concerned about me. No, I'll treat you tonight. We'll have two girls each, one on each side. When Kai Mu heard that someone was treating him tonight, and that there were two girls each, he immediately crawled out from under the table. Big brother, I'll go too. He didn't even finish his sentence. Go and die. The pitiful Kai Mu had already been kicked to the sky by Mingzhu Prince. Then are we still going tonight? Yue Yang asked for Mingzhu Prince's opinion. Rest well in the dormitory tonight. I'll supervise you. Don't even think of sneaking out in the middle of the night. Mingzhu Prince was furious. After throwing a tantrum, he felt that his tone should be more tactful, so he suppressed his anger and revealed a smile. I'm also thinking about your body. Maybe the enemy is preparing to use a honey trap. At this crucial moment where we're going to win the championship, we can't be careless, don't you think so? I love honey traps the most. Yue Yang accidentally revealed his own intentions. Try saying that again. Mingzhu Prince was prepared to get rid of the scourge for the people. I said, honey traps, I won't fall for it at all. A proper gentleman like me has always scoffed at despicable honey traps and hated them to the bone. Yue Yang patted his chest and said that his idol was Lu Xiaowei, who wouldn't be disturbed even when he was in love. Is that really the case? I believe you. Mingzhu Prince said that he believed him, but on the surface, he had a disdainful expression of, I don't believe you. Mingzhu Prince had already made a decision in his heart. He decided to keep a close eye on this brat. No matter if it was day or night, Yue Yang wouldn't be able to escape from his line of sight. Especially at night, even if a female cockroach crawled in through the crack of the door, it wouldn't be able to get close to him. If not, he would kill without mercy, because Mingzhu Prince's murderous aura was too strong. Kai Mu, who still had a shoe print on his face, didn't dare to get within 500 meters of the two of them. He ran to the other side and mixed with Haug and the others. As for Yue Yang, he was escorted by Mingzhu Prince as if he was escorting a criminal to the North Summit's ice and snow arena. His opponent was coincidentally Yang Ping, who had been waiting for a long time in the arena and couldn't wait to kill Yue Yang 100 times. Trash, I guarantee that you will die a horrible death. Yang Ping was already fantasizing about how he would kill this pretty boy titan who invented the *T holy ranked goose feather pen. Ha, is that so? On the contrary, I think you will die a wonderful death. Yue Yang couldn't help but yawn again. It wasn't because he didn't have enough sleep. It was purely because his opponent was too weak, he couldn't raise his spirits. Chapter 11:11 On the other side of the ice peak. Yang Ping waved his right hand confidently. From the crimson flame ring on his middle finger, a gold-level battle avatar appeared. It was not the silver-level battle avatar that he had before. Could it be that this guy had also received a gift from the evil deities and had made a deal with the evil deities? Yue Yang was slightly surprised, but when he looked at it, he couldn't help but laugh. He felt that he had made a deal with the evil deities a little too paranoid. In fact, things were not as simple as that. Although the golden battle avatar that Yang Ping was currently driving was also gold level, it could be seen that its real combat power was actually a little weaker than the golden battle avatar that the evil deities had traded. This was a golden battle avatar made by the master of battle avatars in the Human Valley. It was probably similar to the sword dancer of Silver Maple City, which was the force behind Yongping. All the golden battle avatars of Yanyang City were probably invested in it because they wanted to get a good result in this assessment. Although the Human Valley was not divided into different levels, if the golden battle avatars were divided into 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower, then the golden battle avatar that Yongping had now, it was undoubtedly below the middle level of combat power. If Yongping had really made a deal with the evil deities, the golden battle avatar that he had gotten would definitely not be this weak. The evil deities would definitely not make such a lousy golden battle avatar. Golden battle avatar, huh? When did Yongping get his hands on a golden battle avatar? The students who were watching the battle from outside the shield were extremely surprised. This is Spinny Back. Among the 4 dragon-like golden battle avatars of Yanyang City, Spinny Back is at least ranked 3rd. In a special terrain like the Ice Peak, its combat power can even be ranked 2nd. Other than Prince Yongquan's Spitfire, it's next. No, Prince Yongquan's Spitfire has been greatly damaged. It won't be able to be repaired in a short period of time. The current Spiky Back should be the strongest golden battle avatar in Yanyang City. Someone immediately recognized Yongping's current mount. Little Titan is in danger, some of the students sighed worriedly. These were the people who had bet on Yue Yang. To be able to invent a Saint-tier quill pen, Silver Maple City might even gift a golden war avatar to Little Titan. Zhang Hua wouldn't be so short-sighted. Some of the students were still relatively calm. After all, someone who could defeat all the other students and become the champion of creativity and creation would definitely not be a simple person. It's not like Zhang Hua has the final say in Silver Maple City. Besides, who said that anyone who invented a Saint-tier quill must be a combat expert? Was Little Titan someone who was inclined towards literature and art? In the previous evaluation, Little Titan didn't have an outstanding performance at all. There were also students who had bet on Yongping. They immediately raised their lips and retorted. When Yue Yang took out a silver wolf from his storage bracelet, the students who supported him were dejected. The students who placed their bets on Yongping cheered excitedly. Silver against gold. Even without looking, they knew that they would lose. The only problem was how long they could last. However, this was no longer important. As long as they lost, no matter how long they could last, the students who had bet on him would lose everything. Ha 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 ha. Yongping was a little apprehensive at first. This powerful opponent, Yue Yang, had cast a shadow on him. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him. These days, he had been pressured to the point where he could barely breathe. It wasn't easy for him to obtain a golden battle avatar from his family. Only then did his confidence recover a little. However, at the same time, the pressure doubled. Because if he still couldn't win after using the golden battle avatar, he would probably be blacklisted by the family head and elders. This year's evaluation had gone wrong. Many students had died, and those who were lucky enough to survive had mostly lost their battle avatars. In order to obtain a good ranking, the family had invested heavily. Even a golden battle avatar like the Thornback Dragon had gritted its teeth and taken it out. If he still couldn't win, he would probably become a sinner in the family. For the past 2 days, Yongping had been suffering from insomnia due to the too complicated emotions of excitement and anxiety. Now that he saw it, he could finally relax completely. This was because the battle puppet of his nemesis, Titan Jr., was actually just a silver-ranked battle wolf puppet. Golden battle avatar versus silver wolf. Needless to say, it would definitely be a crushing victory. Right now, it wasn't a question of victory or defeat, but rather how to kill this arrogant little Titan. Go, charge. What Yongping was thinking about now was how to kill this enemy that he hated to the bone in the most gorgeous way possible. Perhaps, dismantling the silver wolf piece by piece, turning it into a pile of scrap, and then making the crying little Titan kneel in front of him and beg for mercy was a pretty good idea. At that time, what should he do to relieve the hatred in his heart? Step on his face and make him lick his toes with his tongue? Or make him kneel in his own urine, and make him kowtow while smearing his face with the urine? Boom! Just when Yongping thought that his Thornback Dragon would charge forward and shatter the opponent's entire wolf head, he suddenly had an illusion. It seemed that after the collision, he was getting further and further away from the enemy, and his body was also flying higher and higher. The one flying higher and higher, shouldn't it be the silver battle wolf puppet opposite him? Could it be that his gold-rank thornback dragon was sent flying by a silver battle wolf whose size and weight weren't on the same level? Before Yang Ping could understand what was going on, a shadow covered the sky. A shadow approached at high speed. Light leaked out. Yang Ping looked up and found that the enemy battle wolf's sharp claws were shining under the sun. An indescribable heavy force penetrated through the thornback battle puppet's armor and deeply shook Yang Ping's body, making him feel like he was going to throw up after being hit by a violent impact. The unbearable force made him, who was in the driver's seat, blacked out. He couldn't bear the gravity that made his internal organs churn. Boom! The hard ice was smashed into pieces by the thornback battle puppet. Without Yang Ping's mental control, the gold battle puppet couldn't adjust its falling posture and cushion its fall. It fell on its back on the ice. The spikes on its back, which could be used as weapons, pierced deeply into the ice. Yang Ping, who had just regained a bit of consciousness after the violent shock, was temporarily unable to control the battle puppet to turn its body. Jet! Yang Ping saw another shadow in the sky and immediately activated the thornback battle puppet's unique skill. In the blink of an eye, the gold battle puppet, who was still lying on the ice and unable to move, shot out 10 flame thorns from its arms. Each of the flame thorns was as long as a spear. And its power, it was indestructible. It could pierce through metal and stone. The shadow of the battle wolf in the sky, which Yang Ping thought would definitely not be able to escape, suddenly disappeared without a trace. Before Yang Ping could search for the enemy, the gold battle puppet's head was hit by a terrifying force again. Yang Ping found that the scenery in front of his eyes was like a flower, the world was rotating, and he couldn't help but fall down. It seemed that after a long time, he fell heavily on an ice wall and stopped. Yang Ping controlled the gold battle puppet to struggle out of the deep ice wall and slide to the ground. He was horrified to find that there was no silver battle wolf in front of him. There was only a humanoid silver battle puppet. If there was any similarity between it and the silver wolf, it would be that the shoulders of the silver wolf were the claws of the silver wolf just now. Impossible, this is impossible, it must be an illusion, Yang Ping roared crazily. He was absolutely unwilling to believe that he, who was controlling the gold battle puppet, would be beaten to a pulp by the opponent's silver wolf. Moreover, he had never heard that a silver wolf could stand up and transform into a humanoid silver battle puppet. This was a battle puppet, not a beast, how could it transform? Therefore, everything that happened just now was an illusion. Yue Yang yawned again. Nothing is impossible, Yang Ping. It doesn't mean that you can use the power of the gold battle puppet just by sitting in the driver's seat. People should know their limits. If you don't have such a big head, don't wear such a big hat. Otherwise, in the end, you will only become a laughing stock. Yang Ping was so angry that he almost vomited blood on the spot. He rushed towards Yue Yang desperately. Kill you, I can't lose, my gold battle puppet is. Yue Yang controlled the silver wolf to transform into a silver battle puppet and dodged the attack skillfully. It easily came from behind. With a kick, it sent the thornback battle puppet controlled by Yang Ping flying. The thornback battle puppet fell on the ice again. Because of the dexterity of the kick and the slipperiness of the ice, the thornback war puppet slid 100 meters away before it came to a stop. At this time, Yang Ping wanted to cry but had no tears. Being beaten so badly by the enemy, even if he won this battle in the end, he would still lose his family's face. When he returned, he would definitely not have a good ending. However, before that, he must first kill this damned little titan. Yang Ping's eyes were burning with hatred. He controlled the thornback battle puppet to jump up and madly pounce on the silver battle puppet controlled by Yue Yang. 1, 2, 3, 30, 31, 32, 98, 99, 100, oh my god, 107, 108. It really reached 108. What did I see? I can't believe it. Little Titan actually used a completely different but equally beautiful 108 combo. I thought that there was only one combat genius like Qing Mo in the world. Who would have thought that Little Titan is also such a combat genius? I'm so moved that I'm about to cry. It's so beautiful, so cool. Using the silver battle puppet to completely suppress the golden battle puppet, making it unable to fight back, but he's so skillful and at ease. How is this a battle? This is simply a dance. Even a dancing beauty isn't as dazzling as this. A fanatical supporter of the Azure Demon watched Yue Yang's battle unintentionally. He was so moved that his eyes were brimming with tears as he muttered to himself. Freak, apart from Qing Mo, is there really another freak in the world who can use 108 combo? The other students were also shocked and couldn't believe their eyes. Rumble, after being hit by Yue Yang's 108 combo attacks, Yang Ping had already lost his spirit and fainted in the cockpit. His golden battle puppet, the thornback battle puppet, also fell to the ground after Yue Yang stopped his combo. It smashed into pieces of ice. The silver-ranked wolf that coolly transformed back into its beast form in midair looked incomparably heroic in contrast to the scene of the golden battle puppet falling to the ground. When it stood on the ice with its master on its back and raised its head towards the sky, wanting to howl, everyone had an urge to worship it. Although they knew that it was a cold metal body, a dead object that couldn't breathe or howl, at this moment, everyone had forgotten that it was a lifeless puppet beast. However, at this moment, everyone had forgotten that it was a lifeless puppet beast. Instead, they felt that it was a living, breathing creature. It felt like a living wolf. An invincible wolf king that defeated a strong enemy and claimed its territory to the world. Even Yue Yang himself, through this battle, had a new kind of enlightenment, and his gains were not small. This brat, he's really arrogant. If he's done, then he's done. Why must he pretend to be an expert to receive everyone's cheers? Mingzhu Prince didn't know that Yue Yang was currently comprehending and thought that he was trying to act cool. Of course, on the surface, Mingzhu Prince looked down on this kind of behavior, but his lips unconsciously revealed a smile, revealing the pride and joy in his heart. I regret it so much. Kai Mu was beating his chest and stamping his feet. He realized that he had never regretted so much in his life. Why didn't he bet all of his assets just now? If that was the case, then he would have struck gold. But now, that kind of opportunity would never come back. When this brat used the 108 combo attacks of the golden battle puppet with his silver-ranked wolf, would there still be any hope for him to bet in the future? The more Kai Mu thought about it, the sadder he felt. He was practically sobbing. Chapter 11-12. It was the same 108 combos, but two completely different fighting styles. One was a breathtaking magnificence. The other kind was so perfect that it made people feel dejected. After seeing Little Titan's combo, all the bystanders would have an illusion that even if God came in person, he might not be able to do it better than him. Before this, people thought that Qing Mo's gorgeous combo was the limit of the world's martial artists. Who knew that after watching Little Titan's combo, everyone found that the manipulation of combo was actually just the threshold of another world of martial arts. The endless mystery was still to come. It was the same 108 combos. Who was stronger and who was weaker? No one dared to give a definite answer. But now one thing was certain. Under the situation of controlling the Silver Wolf, Little Titan used a combo to kill Yang Ping, who had the golden war puppet, Thornback. And Qing Mo only killed a silver war puppet of the same level. It did not mean that Qing Mo's combat skills were necessarily inferior to Little Titan's, but in terms of battle record, Little Titan was indeed more amazing. In fact, the 108 combos was not the most shocking and explosive news. The most amazing thing was that Little Titan and Qing Mo were not the only ones who had the Silver Wolf. There were also Tianjie, Silver Pupil, Void, Sanguinar, Golden Remains, and other students. Even Mingzhu Prince, who had won the championship in the past, and Twilight Prince, one of the four princes of Guangmeng, also had the same Silver Wolf. What did this mean? It meant that these people might have mastered the kind of combo that would make their opponents unable to fight back once they used it. Perhaps not all of them were abnormal like Qing Mo and Little Titan, who could use 108 combos as soon as they appeared. But Tianjie, Silver Pupil, Void, Sanguinar, and Golden Remains, who could use 10 combos in a row, would make their opponents feel 3 times stronger. There was one more point. If these silver wolves were all made by the same person, then this creator would be the best war puppet maker in the human valley. This was because he had created a new realm called the shapeshifting war puppet. This new realm represented the creation of a new battle technique. The reason why Malachian Fiend and Titan Jr.'s war puppet combo skills were so beautiful and magical was because their silver wolves could shapeshift. At the beginning, Qing Mo's combos were too gorgeous. People only paid attention to the flashes of the combos and the sparks from the collisions. They only remembered to count the number of combos, and because they were too fast, they did not realize that Qing Mo's Silver Wolf had undergone rapid transformations during the battle. But after the battle between Little Titan and Yang Ping, the latter had also used 108 combos, but because of the difference in difficulty, it was not easy to kill Yang Ping's golden war puppet. Unlike the silver war puppet, the golden war puppet's defense was not as fragile as the silver war puppet's. Instead, it persisted until the end, allowing the onlooking students and teachers to completely see every step of Little Titan's, every combo, and every magical transformation of the war puppet, who made these silver war puppets. How many people could use the transforming combo? Finally, what was the ultimate combat ability of Little Titan and Qing Mo? These three questions deeply troubled the hearts of every teacher and student on the ancient pavilion. No one knew the answer, or if someone knew, he would not say it. The situation doesn't seem to be good. After hearing the news, Burning Wind and Wan Mo frowned deeply. Impossible. Prince Yang Quan and others could not believe their ears. Ha, I knew it. After hearing it, Zhang Hua looked up to the sky and laughed. In fact, he did not know that Yue Yang would have such an amazing performance. But as a temple master of the central shrine and a competitor of Ji Wuri, he was smart enough to believe that Little Titan, as an outstanding descendant of the Eastern Hidden Tribe, was not someone that could be easily bullied by the small fish and shrimps in the human valley. After all, he was also a member of the Eastern Hidden Tribe. Not only did Zhang Hua not doubt the possibility of Yue Yang using the 108 styles, but he also believed that the silver wolves that could transform were all masterpieces created by his old friend. Some people say that Little Titan is just a good-for-nothing who can create a holy quill pen. This sentence still echoes in my ears. However, I am low-key and did not correct those idiots. Little Titan is right, you can't argue with some mice or maggots. Whoever gets angry with those lowly and dirty guys is degenerating. As a noble and elegant aristocrat, how can I do that kind of degrading thing? That is really damaging to my identity as the head of the four princes of Guangmeng. Riding on the silver wolf, Kai Mu proudly showed off to the surrounding students. I am a very low-key person. If I was not so low-key and humble, I would have told you all about my close relationship with Little Titan. Yes, that's right, he and I are best friends. Oh no, even better than best friends. We are brothers. Do you all understand? Do you think I would casually tell others that he gave me a few golden war puppets? Little Titan has golden war puppets. Wolf of the Tower Mig was shocked. Please, don't use your brains to plant grass. Occasionally, you should also open up wastelands. God gave us a brain, not only to drink water and eat food, it can also think. Kai Mu was arrogant. He sneered and pointed at the crowd. The holy quill pen is the most difficult to make. Don't you all know that? The surrounding students were choked by this guy and rolled their eyes, but no one admitted that they were ignorant. The holy quill pen is the most difficult to make. Think about it. It seemed that it was really the case. Making a holy war puppet does feel easier than making a holy quill pen. One is that the war puppet has wisdom, and the other is that the pen has wisdom. If you think about it this way, damn, this Little Titan is really an abnormal monster. No wonder President Tianzhao and other teachers would directly give him the championship of creativity and creation. He is not on the same level as ordinary students. The Wolf of the Tower, Mig, hesitated for a long time and suddenly asked, so, Titan Jr., who can make Saint-Tier quill pens, also has a Saint-Tier battle puppet. Kai Mu showed a cheeky smile and asked the other party in return, what do you think? Seeing this guy's confident look, the Mig and the others gasped. Really? No way, then what's the point of this duel? Kai Mu shrugged his shoulders. Maybe being abused is your hobby, how would I know? Besides, even if I bet 10,000 heaven crystals with you here, some people won't believe me. They will think that we are scaring everyone and deliberately forcing everyone to withdraw from the competition so that we can win the championship. Ha ha ha, the world is like this. Sometimes you want to be kind, but people will think that you are evil. Since I have drunk with you before, let me give you a piece of advice. Not to mention Little Titan, you can't even mess with the others. It's up to you whether you want to believe it or not. It's okay if you want to be abused, but don't cry afterwards and say that I didn't protect you. What a big tone. I thought it was some toad yawning. You are the head of the four princes of Guangmeng. Since when did the last ranked Twilight Prince become the first? What a joke. What holy war puppet. How can there be a war puppet with intelligence in this world? Why don't you just say that Little Titan is a god? Don't you know how to brag? Jin Qi, who had appeared out of nowhere, stepped out from the crowd and said, it's a pity that this young master grew up in fear, so I'm not affected by the foul mouths of some people. It's impossible for me to withdraw from the competition, but let me tell you this. no matter if it's an insignificant combination skill or transformation, it's all a joke to a clown. With me, Jin Qi, taking action, everything will become a joke in the Valley of Men. Aya, you scared me to death. Kai Mu was not angry. Idiot, I hope you can still stand here tomorrow and talk nonsense. Alright, ignorance is not your fault, but coming out to show off is your fault. If you have the ability, come down and fight with me. The so-called head of the 4 princes of Guangmong, I will be waiting for you at any time. Kinch seemed very confident. I don't talk nonsense with people who are about to die. That will only waste my time. Kai Mu rode the silver wolf and left blindly. Kinch sneered. He also turned and left. When the 2 figures disappeared at the corner of the street in the distance, Wolf of the Tower Mig frowned. The fact that Little Titan has a Saint-Tier war puppet is too shocking. I can't believe it now. The weirdest thing is that Kinch is not worried that he will lose. This is too abnormal. Prince Yongchong floated over from afar and analyzed. There are 2 possibilities. One is that Kinch still has a trump card and has a powerful war puppet that is not afraid of the Saint-Tier war puppet that Little Titan may have. 2. Kinch knows the details of Little Titan and has enough confidence in ways to break it. He can easily counterattack and win in the face of Little Titan's 108 combo skills. When everyone heard this, they all shook their heads. Impossible. No matter what kind of speculation. It was simply too unimaginable. In the student's residence, Yue Yang and Mingzhu Prince, who heard Kai Mu's report, fell into deep thought. Previously, Kai Mu was not purely showing off. He deliberately let out the words to see the reactions of the surrounding people and to absorb information from all sides. After Great Sage Silver Pupil and Ren Tianj looked at each other, they seemed to have figured something out. There was a flash of wisdom in their eyes. However, they did not immediately share the secret in their hearts. They just smiled and did not say anything. Void, Sanguinar, and Golden Remains, who also came as guests, frowned. They had not found the final answer yet. Ching Mo's silence was golden. Haug's mind was in chaos. He stood up angrily and slammed the table. Think my ass. Even if Kinch is possessed by evil deities, he can't win against us. I am hiding my strength to deal with Jiweri. Otherwise, I can squeeze the yoke out of him with one hand. As soon as he cursed, Shu Kong, Shui Shou and the others immediately jumped up. That's it, the evil god's possession. If it wasn't for this, Jin Qi wouldn't have dared to talk to us even if he had the guts of a water jar. We are sure that the deal with evil deities must involve this. When the representatives of evil deities are in trouble, the evil deities will jump out and clean up after them. Otherwise, Kinch would never be so confident. Evil deities possessed him. It's unlikely, it's even possible that it's a doppelganger. Yue Yang waved his hand, gesturing for everyone to quiet down. Kinch is a scum. There's nothing to fear. What we need to think about is Jiweri, who made a deal with the evil deities. I am sure that this two-faced guy is up to no good. It's very likely that he will use the evil deities to plot against us. But I haven't figured out where to start and when to start. If Jiweri wants to make a move, it's impossible for us to stop him. However, we can set up an ambush and see if we can lure him into taking the bait. Mingzhu Prince thought for a long time and made a suggestion. For example, what kind of bait? The Great Sage Silver Pupil could guess Mingzhu Prince's plan. For example, a ceiling pillar of evil deities. As soon as Mingzhu Prince said this, everyone was shocked, including Yue Yang, who had the most confidence in Mingzhu Prince. Think about it again. Jiweri is not an ordinary person. I'm afraid that we will only end up worse off. What we need the most now is to stall for time. If we act too impatient, Jiweri will see through us. He won't fall for it. Yue Yang hurriedly gestured for Mingzhu Prince to calm down. If this plan was used to deal with Burning Wind, Wan Mo, or Zhang Hua, Yue Yang would not object too much. However, if it was used to deal with Jiweri, it was really dangerous. We must have bait. Otherwise, with Jiweri's paranoia, he will know that we are preparing a plan to deal with him without doing anything. So, even if we know that he won't fall for it, even if we give him bait for free, we still have to do it. We must not let him know our real plan. Otherwise, he will destroy the entire human valley at all costs. I know this kind of person. He's definitely the kind of person who wastes all the food and wine on the table just because he can't eat a big meal. Mingzhu Prince seemed to have a certain understanding of Jiweri. His words were filled with extreme disgust. Let's worry about the evil deities as doppelganger first. I have discussed it with Tianj. We will withdraw from the competition, hide our strength, and fight for a chance to kill Wan Mo and Burning Wind in one go. The rest will be up to Qing Mo and Little Titan. Anyway, you are good at destroying the enemy's morale. The great sage Silver Pupil suddenly said, a plan that he had been thinking about for a long time. It sounds like a good plan. Haub scratched the back of his head. Anyway, he did not need to use his brain. He just needed to raise his hand in support. This could not be better. Chapter 11:13 Inside the Grimoire World. Yue Yang sneaked back while Mingzhu Prince was sleeping soundly. When he came back this time, he did not attack at night as Princess Xianxia had thought. On the contrary, he sat quietly beside the sleeping Shui Wuxia for the whole night. After the battle with the evil deities, Shui Wuxia, who had helped him with her spiritual power, fell back into a deep slumber. If not for Yue Yang sensing it himself, he would not believe that she had broken through all the obstacles to help him. Shui Wuxia's condition had improved compared to before. Although Yue Yang's spiritual call was still unable to wake her up from her deep slumber, at least she could sense it. Maybe it was not clear. But it was okay, as long as she knew that he was the one calling her. He gently held her little hand and gently told her what he wanted to say from the bottom of his heart. She, who had not woken up, did not respond. Her small face was as peaceful as if she was sleeping. Even her eyelashes did not move at all. However, Yue Yang knew that she could hear his voice from the depths of her soul. She could hear his call. She would definitely return to his side as soon as possible. Shui Niu, come back quickly. I can't live without you. Without you by my side, my heart is broken. I can't fill it up no matter how hard I try. Come back quickly, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Not only me, but also Tigress. Without you, she won't be able to live well. Without a competitor, an enemy, without you who can suppress her in all aspects, she has no motivation to do anything. Her cultivation is stagnant. Originally, she had been improving by leaps and bounds, but now she is breaking through very slowly. Also, there's still Luo Hua, Yi Nan, Wu Hen and Sister Yu. Everyone is waiting for you. You can't continue sleeping like this. You're not a sleepy pig. You're my most intelligent and strongest fiancé. If you're not by my side, I won't be able to do anything well. I didn't think it would be like this before, but after you fell asleep, I realized that I can't live without you. Shui Niu, do you hear me? I miss you so much, so you have to come back as soon as possible. Yue Yang had never been so gentle. Princess Xianxia, who was peeking from afar, saw this scene. Even someone as strong as her felt like crying. The night passed. Yue Yang leaned over and kissed Shui Wuxia's smooth forehead. He then turned and left. In the outside world, the student lifestyle assessment competition was still going on. Ji Wei and the others had made a deal with the demonic god. Ran Feng, Wan Mo, and the others, who were originally strong enemies, had obtained powerful trump cards. Even the ant-like Jin Qi had unexpectedly obtained the power of the demonic god's doppelganger. However, Yue Yang was still fearless. Even the demonic god couldn't suppress him, so he would definitely not be intimidated by those people who only had the demonic god's doppelganger. This was because he was the one and only guy from another world. He was the Yue Yang Titan Yu who couldn't be defeated by any power or difficulty. He had the support of countless friends and family. He had a perfect Ji Zun will. He had the innate invisible sword Qi that could defy the heavens and change fate. He had the unparalleled divine will that could pierce through the heavens and shatter the Milky Way, and he had an abnormal innate talent that no one in history could compare to. He had an unparalleled innate talent, an immortal beast's protection and the power of fate. Would the Yu clan's third young master be afraid when facing his enemies? The answer was obviously no. Even if Yue Yang did not have all these, as a man from another world, he was still an indomitable man who would never give up. The biggest benefit that the old Taoist priest gave him was not a treasure, but a chance. A chance to turn Yue Yang from a dead otaku into a man from another world. With this opportunity, Yue Yang would be like the rock of the southern sea, riding the wind and soaring into the sky with a wingspan of 10,000 miles. From then on, he would soar in the sky and look down on all living things. Morning. Yu saw Yue Yang walking out. That smile was even more beautiful than the sun that had just risen. Wait for my good news. Yue Yang also smiled. He walked towards Yu and gave her a gentle hug. Under her rebuking gaze, he waved his fist confidently to show her his determination. Princess Sissy did not come out. She was purposely avoiding him. She knew that he needed her encouragement now, but she was still unwilling to come out. This was because she was afraid that once she got out, she would hug him tightly and never want to be separated from him. Facing an opponent like the demonic god, Princess Xianxia hated herself for not being strong enough. She hated herself for not being able to get out and help him in this difficult human valley pass. Since she could not help him, Princess Sissy did not want to act like a little girl, so that he would not worry about her. She also did not want to let him see her cowardly side. After Yue Yang left, Princess Sissy came to Shui Wuxia's bed. Similarly, she held her soft little hand. Just like Yue Yang, she gently called out to this former opponent, "I won't fight with you anymore. Come back. If you were by his side, maybe you would have a way to help him. In this aspect, I am indeed not as good as you. But, you know, I will not admit defeat. Jun Yuan, am definitely not any worse than you. No matter how much you surpass me, I will immediately catch up. That guy, I admit, he can't do without you. But, there is also a place for me beside him. I am also indispensable. Come back, only when you are awake, are you my opponent. Maybe you still don't know what realm I have broken through. If it wasn't for your good luck and Godhead fusion, you might have been left behind by me long ago. Don't be unconvinced. If you want to prove that you are outstanding, then wake up and compete with me." At the end of her words, Princess Sissy suddenly sighed. "Well, I have to admit, I am jealous. You don't know, that guy has never been so gentle. He always bullies me, but he treats you so well." There seemed to be an extremely faint, almost invisible aura emitting from Shui Wuxia's body. It seemed to be some kind of response to Princess Sissy's words. Princess Sissy focused her attention, but it had long disappeared. There was no trace left. Seeing such a special reaction, Princess Sissy almost suspected that it was an illusion. Finally, she smiled and patted Shui Wuxia's little hand. Then, she leaned over and kissed Shui Wuxia's forehead where Yue Yang had kissed. "He kissed you, so I kissed you. It is equivalent to him kissing me indirectly. In this way, we are even, and my heart is also balanced." After Princess Sissy left, there seemed to be an almost invisible aura emitting from Shui Wuxia's body. But it was too faint. Even Princess Sissy, who was in a good mood, did not notice it. Outside the door, Yu smiled and looked at Princess Sissy. She did not say anything. But Princess Sissy knew that she was teasing her. She was so shy that she covered half of her face. "Don't look at me. I am jealous. Can I go in and fight with the most favored Shui Niu for her favor? Who asked your brother to be so biased? He accompanied her for a night, but did not even look at me." Yu opened her arms and hugged Princess Sissy lightly. "He also hugged me. I will give you another hug, and then we are even. You are also teasing me. It is all that guy's fault." Embarrassed, Princess Qian stomped her feet. In her heart, she couldn't wait to catch the bad guy who made her lose her composure and use her teeth to ruthlessly bite him. If she didn't bite his lips until they bled, she would never forgive him. That thief of a heart. He is really a thief that I will never forgive in my life. Mingzhu Prince's current mood was a little similar to Princess Sissy's. Right now, Mingzhu Prince was grabbing onto Yue Yang's collar. His face was very close to Mingzhu Prince's. The fuming Mingzhu Prince was going crazy, as if he could open his mouth anytime and give Yue Yang, this thief that he would never forgive in his life, a painful bite. He would not let go until he saw blood. Towards Mingzhu Prince, although Yue Yang had a frightened expression on his face, even a blind person could see that it was fake. The real him was still smiling, without any intention of reflecting. "There's a woman's fragrance on your body. How dare you sneak out while I'm asleep?" Mingzhu Prince had never seen such an arrogant thief before. He had obviously made a mistake, but he still dared to show such an arrogant smile. His bones were really itching. He had to hit him. Misunderstanding. When Yue Yang saw the golden hammer, he hurriedly explained, "It is my sister." The golden hammer in Mingzhu Prince's hand instantly disappeared. He put down Yue Yang, who was in midair, and helped him adjust his collar. So it is a misunderstanding. Why didn't you say so earlier? It is you who did not give me a chance to explain. Yue Yang was now the one who complained first. "I didn't sleep well yesterday. You should know that people who don't sleep well are always a little grumpy when they get out of bed. So, the weather today is not bad. Student Titan, you are full of energy today. You must have rested well." Mingzhu Prince was influenced by the company he kept. He had also learnt Yue Yang's trick. He immediately changed the topic and praised Yue Yang, which was a rare occurrence. Of course, today, I'm trying to wake myself up from my coolness. Yue Yang shamelessly accepted everything. Ah, is that so? Haha. Mingzu Prince could not talk to this kind of thick-skinned fellow, so he could only reply with a haha. I also woke myself up because of my handsomeness today. Kai Mu felt that he needed to praise himself, because he realized that compared to Yue Yang, he was too humble in the past. Being overly humble was hypocritical. Kai Mu decided that from today onwards, he would definitely not be a hypocritical person. Get lost. Yue Yang kicked the fellow to the ground. The other people were just whispering to each other, why the hell did you come here to mess things up? If you don't honestly say that I am handsome, I really won't leave. Kai Mu was originally a little afraid, because no matter if it was Yue Yang or Mingzu Prince, he didn't dare to provoke them, especially the latter who was violent. However, since he had already been beaten up, if he didn't get any benefits and left with his tail between his legs, it would really be a loss. Hence, no matter what, he had to earn back a high-level, handsome guy evaluation. Otherwise, wouldn't he have been beaten up for nothing? Yue Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this rascal. Whether he was handsome or not, why didn't you look at yourself in the mirror? Whether he was a pockmark or a scam, it was obvious at a glance. Cool your head, go to hell. Young Master Ming Zhu was enraged. His golden hammer smashed down, causing the ground to tremble as if it was a magnitude 10 earthquake. The student who was past his prime was so scared that his soul almost left his body. He barely dodged the attack, but he didn't expect young Master Ming Zhu to kick him in the face. His entire body instantly turned into a shooting star, directly kicking him into the sky. An hour later, Kai Mu, who didn't look like a human anymore, returned to the student's dormitory and confidently knocked on Haug's door. His face was bruised and swollen. He brushed his hair and snorted proudly, "How is it? Handsome, right? Although I am already handsome enough, I realize that every day when I wake up, I become even more handsome." Giant Haug's eyes were opened wider than a cow's. He stuffed his hands into his mouth and cried out in fear, "Ghost." Chapter 11:14. The results of the draw for the next round are out. Wolf of the Tower Mig shouted loudly, Ching Mo vs Wan Mo. A fight between two demons. This time there will be a good show, ha ha ha. Interesting. One of the most anticipated battles. Is Wan Mo, who has a golden battle avatar, more powerful, or is Azure Demon, who can perform 108 styles consecutively? The students discussed among themselves. When Kai Mu, whose face was swollen, scared away the surrounding students and occupied the precious viewing spots, the battle between Ching Mo and Wan Mo had officially begun. Yue Yang had a bye now because the student who drew the lot to fight against him had already forfeited. What a joke. Yang Ping, who had the golden puppet, spinny back, was beaten by Little Titan until Fallen Flowers looked for her teeth all over the floor. Knowing that the guy who invented the holy tier goose feather pen was a big pervert, who would still want to fight against him. Only an idiot and an idiot. Haug happily patted Kai Mu's shoulder and said with a smile, "Fortunately, you are here. Otherwise, it would be really hard to get this spot." Kai Mu was angry. "What do you mean? My face is a little swollen now, but I was definitely a handsome guy. Besides, among the swollen faces, who can be more handsome than me? You didn't get slapped in the face, but you already look like you are disfigured. You still have the nerve to shout, 'Ghost,' at me. Don't you have any self-awareness? Bro, if you don't clarify it in front of everyone, I won't let you off." Haug hurriedly apologized. Yes, I was wrong. I shouldn't have shouted, 'Ghost,' at you. But when you knocked on my door in the morning, I really wasn't mentally prepared at all. I was scared half to death and screamed. That was a natural reaction. You also know that it's okay for ghosts to scare people, but people can be scared to death when they scare people." The more Kai Mu heard, the angrier he got. He was so angry that he couldn't find a place to vent his anger. What's going on? Am I not even comparable to a ghost? Besides, did I ask you to tell the truth? Haug quickly waved his hand and gave an affirmative answer. No, I mean, you're definitely much better looking than a ghost. Kai Mu was so angry that his nose was crooked. You might as well not have said it. Mingzu Prince turned around and glared at them when he heard the two of them mumbling endlessly. The pitiful duo immediately shivered in fear, deeply afraid that the golden hammer would fall on their heads in the next second. Other than the undying cockroach Yue Yang, no one else would be able to withstand that golden hammer. Kai Mu was not like Yue Yang. No matter how he was hit, he was still a handsome guy. Moreover, Mingzhu Prince never hit his face. If it was someone else, who would have such good treatment? If not, just look at Kai Mu, who was beaten into a pig's head. Previously, the powerful Burning Wind had eliminated Haub with his platinum-ranked battle puppet. He was temporarily evaluated by the students as the strongest person in terms of combat power, and was the strongest candidate to become the champion. With a platinum-ranked battle puppet, no matter which year he was in, he would definitely have a good result. Even in the previous year, Ji Wei was undefeated. Wasn't he also relying on a platinum-ranked Prince of Vengeance? There was a reason why Burning Wind was evaluated as the strongest person in terms of combat power. The second person was Wan Mo. Putting aside the fact that he was a friend of Burning Wind and Ji Wei, and how many trump cards he had, just the flesh and blood puppet that he had revealed was already shocking enough. Some students even dared to say that if Wan Mo also had a platinum-ranked flesh and blood puppet, he would be even stronger than Burning Wind. Flesh puppets were the only puppet beasts and war puppets that could self-heal and self-adjust through rune marks and other means among all puppet beasts and war puppets. They were also the only puppet beasts and war puppets that had skin, hair, flesh, and blood. Compared to normal battle puppets, the flesh and blood puppet that Wan Mo had created was closer to life. Its appearance was extremely similar to some wild beasts or orcs. Some teachers even thought that if this kind of flesh and blood puppet was not destined to be unable to be mass-produced, and the method of creating it was too cruel, then it might be able to win the Creativity and Creativity Champion Award. Qing Mo, Wan Mo, who is stronger and who is weaker? Who will advance in the next round? Prince Yang Quan also quietly came to the periphery to watch the battle. The duel officially begins, the teacher in charge of judging announced. At this moment, in the wilderness battlefield of the West Peak, the two of them stood face to face, solemnly. Behind Qing Mo stood 3 silver wolves. One of them slowly transformed. The wolf's head turned up and back, the wolf's body split open in the control room, its claws retracted to its shoulders, and the other 2 claws extended to its legs. The wolf's tail coiled into a belt, and its body turned into armor. The entire body quickly transformed into a swordsman battle puppet. This was the battle puppet that Qing Mo was going to personally control. The silver wolves on the left and right would become battle beast puppets. Wan Mo sneered and said disdainfully, "Transformation. Insignificant skill." He quickly spun the pitch-black puppet wristwatch in his dry hand. One by one, the flesh and blood puppets jumped out. There were 10 of them in total. All of them were silver-level battle puppets. The height of these silver-level flesh and blood puppets was a bit strange. All of them were dwarfs, and none of them was taller than 5 meters. Their heads were abnormally large and looked a bit deformed. Before the onlookers outside the East Peak battlefield could react, one after another, giant battle puppets were released from the puppet watch. Each of the war dolls was at least 5 meters tall, and their faces were as ferocious as demons. Their sharp fangs and claws shone brightly. The bodies of these war dolls were covered in steel, and there were barbs all over their bodies. They looked even more terrifying than Yongping's previous flood dragon, Thornback. No more, no less. There were also 10 of these extremely ugly and frightening giant battle puppets. Moreover, they were the same as the flesh and blood puppets released before. They were also silver level. The control room in the belly of the fierce and ugly giant battle puppet opened. Those dwarf-like flesh and blood puppets jumped in and merged with the battle puppet. They were as flexible as real people. They scattered and formed a circle, easily surrounding Qing Mo and the 2 silver wolves. "That's it, it's just a chicken and a dog." The Azure Fiend let out a scornful sneer and jumped into the battle puppet that had transformed into the silver wolf. "Stubborn duck, let's see what you can do when I make you poop." Wan Mo waved his hand again. He released a golden battle puppet that shone with golden light. This golden battle puppet was not the golden battle puppet that was shown before. It was another flesh and blood puppet that had flesh and blood. Different from the golden battle puppet that was made of pure metal like Ji Wei's Golden Knight, this flesh and blood puppet looked more like a battle beast than a battle puppet. It had skin and hair, and it was no different from an ordinary man-eating troll. However, its eyes were completely replaced by energy crystals. They were shining, showing that it was actually a puppet that needed energy to move. Almost every inch of the flesh and blood puppet's skin was enhanced by runes. Countless runes were shining and intersecting with each other like runes. Only Yue Yang could see it. In terms of using runes, although Wan Mo could be said to be an expert, it did not exceed Yue Yang's estimation. At the very least, among the dozens of rune circles, Wan Mo could only effectively use 3 of them. The rest were completely empty, and could only be used after changing them. Moreover, to bring out the power of the runes, if it was Yue Yang, it would be at least 10 times easier and save 10 times. Moreover, it could even increase the power by 10 times. Wan Mo was very strong, but in terms of runes, Yue Yang felt that he was only at the level of Fatty Hai and Yi Kong. Perhaps, when using runes, he might not even be as wretched as Fatty Hai. Not bad. Although Mingzhu Prince did not think highly of the rune circle that Wan Mo used, he still gave his approval. In all fairness, it was impossible for everyone in the world to be as abnormal as Yue Yang. There were not many who could recognize the Heaven Realm runes, let alone use them in combination. At least, among the many onlookers, other than the great sage Silver Pupil, no one could compare to Wan Mo. Ching Mo's battle is a little risky. With great sage Yin Tong's eyesight, he could tell at a glance that Wan Mo's man-eating troll, flesh and blood puppet had both offensive and defensive capabilities. It had no weaknesses and was extremely difficult to deal with. Actually, this flesh and blood puppet has a weakness. If Ching Mo can find it, there is still hope. Yue Yang disagreed. It's easy for you to say that. You go and try. Mingzhu Prince laughed and scolded. I will definitely win. Of course, I can't use the Silver Wolf. The Silver Wolf really can't defy the heavens. Yue Yang also admitted that it was impossible to use the Silver Wolf to defeat this flesh and blood puppet that had both offensive and defensive capabilities. This golden flesh and blood puppet was different from ordinary golden battle dolls. It had the power of runes, could attack, defend, and heal itself. The Silver Wolf could defeat Yang Ping's thorny back, but it would definitely not be able to defeat this flesh and blood puppet. There were 3 reasons. First, they were both golden battle dolls, but the thorny back was far inferior to the flesh and blood puppet. Second, the person controlling it was different. How could Yang Ping compare to Wan Mo? If Yang Ping fought with Wan Mo, he would be instantly killed. The ability to control directly determined the final battle power. There was also the third reason that made Yue Yang feel that he would not be able to defeat the flesh and blood puppet. It was not because of the flesh and blood puppet's strength, nor was it because of Wan Mo's amazing control. He was worried about the evil deity's doppelganger. Even if the doppelganger of the evil deities had 1/10,000th of the evil deity's strength, it was still not something that any silver battle dolls could defy. Not to mention silver battle dolls, even gold or platinum battle dolls were destined to lose against the doppelganger of the evil deities. Boom boom boom, a huge battle had already broken out in the field. Ching Mo also knew that this battle would be difficult, but in order to make Wan Mo expose more of his abilities and weaknesses, he did not hesitate to jump up and attack first. Regardless of whether he would win or lose, what he really needed to do was to go all out and strike fear into the hearts of his enemies. Under the predetermined gazes of the spectators, the gorgeous and suffocating 108 styles of combo appeared once again. Different from Yue Yang's combo, Ching Mo's combo was extremely fast. It was like a flash of lightning. In an instant, the combo had already reached nearly 100 styles. By the time the slower students blinked their eyes, the Azure Demon had already completed his series of 100 moves. The only thing they could see was the scene of him smashing the man-eating troll, who was in the body of 10,000 demons, onto the ground. The silver battle dolls that Ching Mo was controlling elegantly ended their combo. They gently drew the long sword in the air and put it back into their arms. The students who supported Ching Mo cheered in unison. Although the final result of the battle was not out yet, they felt that the 108 styles were enough to determine the victory. On the other hand, the students who supported the 10,000 demons and had placed heavy bets on him were overshadowed. They were shocked that the 10,000 demons had such high hopes for a target who was controlling a gold-tier battle puppet. How could he fail? Don't be too happy just yet. The man-eating troll that had been smashed into the ground and sunk deep into the mud suddenly bounced up from the mud and somersaulted. That heavy body actually landed lightly on the ground. There was not even a tremor. That 10-meter-tall body was as light as a feather. The flesh and blood puppet that had suffered the 108 styles of combo were as good as new. There was not a single wound on its body. If it were not for the fact that a small amount of mud could still be seen on its fur, no one would believe that it had been beaten up by Ching Mo's silver warrior for 108 moves. Wan Mo's voice came from the flesh and blood puppet's belly. He shouted arrogantly, "Come, I'll let you have 2 more moves. It's best if you use all your strength." Otherwise, a battle where you can't even hurt a single hair is really boring. Whoosh! Seeing this scene, the students who supported Wan Mo and placed their bets on him immediately burst into cheers. As expected of the second most popular person to win the championship. He was really awesome. On the contrary, the students who supported Wan Mo were so frightened that they did not know what to do. This Wan Mo's flesh and blood puppet was too strong, wasn't it? After suffering the 108 styles, it was actually unharmed. It should be known that Yang Ping's spine had also suffered the 108 styles, but it had turned into scrap metal. This gold-tier puppet of flesh and blood, the man-eating troll, wasn't even injured at all. Mingzhu Prince saw this and frowned. He turned around and looked at Yue Yang with his starry eyes. Chapter 11:15 Qing Mo lost. He did not achieve a heaven-defying result in this battle. They were both using golden war puppets, but Wan Mo's control was 100 times better than Yang Ping's. They were both golden war puppets, but Wan Mo's flesh puppet, man-eating troll, was 100 times stronger than Yang Ping's golden lesser dragon, spiky back. The same combo and the same moves were effective against Yang Ping, but they were completely useless against Wan Mo. The flesh puppet, which could both attack and defend, not only could provide support, but it could also heal itself. This was the first time people saw its strength. If it was not for Ji Weri's performance, people would even think that Wan Mo's flesh puppet was the strongest war puppet in the past 10 years. Even Burning Wind's platinum war puppet seemed to be inferior. Different from Haug's battle against Burning Wind for several hours, Qing Mo suddenly turned around and admitted defeat to the referee after realizing that it was useless after fighting for half an hour, giving up the match. Even though he could not defy the heavens and lost the battle. But it did not harm Qing Mo's reputation. Moreover, through this battle, the students acknowledged Malachian Fiend's powerful abilities even more. If it was not Qing Mo, but another opponent, Wan Mo might have tortured him to death right from the beginning. Why didn't we fight? Silver can't compete with gold, but Qing Mo still has 2 golden war puppets. If we don't fight to the death with Wan Mo and just give up like this, it will be too easy for him. Kai Mu snorted unhappily. He knew that Qing Mo had at least 2 golden war puppets. Moreover, with Yue Yang's insane ability to randomly plant war puppets, if Qing Mo crippled 2 golden war puppets, he would be able to replenish 20 golden war puppets tomorrow. He was not afraid of fighting with Wan Mo in a battle of attrition. He was deliberately hiding his strength. What do you know? Haug laughed and patted Kai Mu's head. It's not that I don't understand, I'm just unhappy. Kai Mu couldn't help but snort back. Qing Mo was not afraid of fighting Wan Mo in a battle of attrition. However, if the strength he displayed was too strong, it would easily arouse the vigilance of Wan Mo, Burning Wind, and even Ji Weri. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many students watching, and if it were a secret one-on-one duel in a certain area, with Qing Mo's personality, it would be strange if he didn't go all out to fight Wan Mo. Now, it didn't matter if he let Wan Mo be complacent for a few days because Yue Yang needed time and materials to develop more battle puppets. If Ji Weri set his eyes on them early, it would definitely have an impact. One Ji Weri was enough of a headache, not to mention there was also the evil deities eyeing them. It was fine to fight for a ranking, but there was no need to display too much strength. Moreover, even if Qing Mo won against Wan Mo, he would have to fight Yue Yang in the next round. It would be better to leave Wan Mo to Yue Yang to deal with and indirectly increase Yue Yang's prestige. The competition continued. The opponents of Burning Wind and Yue Yang both forfeited because they felt that they couldn't win against strong opponents like Burning Wind and Yue Yang. Both of them advanced to the next round. The proud Kinch also defeated his opponent easily and successfully advanced to the next round. Ren Tianj and the Great Sage Silver Pupil forfeited, but the Shadow, Sanguinar, and Golden Remains were not as easy to deal with as Ren Tianj and Yue Yang. They all used the Silver Wolf to beat their opponents until they were half dead, and just when their opponents were about to surrender, they suddenly announced that they would withdraw from the competition. This made their opponents sad and happy at the same time, and they were at a loss of what to do. The judges also didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In any case, a busy day passed. Because of the exciting battle between Qing Mo and Wan Mo, no matter how intense the following matches were, they couldn't raise the spirits of the audience. Even Kinch's showy victory seemed to be overshadowed. A few people thought that if Qing Mo used the golden battle puppet to fight against Wan Mo, it would be hard to tell who would win. On the other hand, the students who supported Wan Mo laughed loudly. They thought that no matter what battle puppet Qing Mo used, he was destined to be unable to go against the natural order. This was because Qing Mo's magnificent combo that he was proud of was completely ineffective against Wan Mo. Although not everyone thought so, the winner was king, and the loser was a bandit. Since Wan Mo had already won and Qing Mo had admitted defeat in front of everyone, there was no way for him to prove to everyone that he could really go against the natural order. No matter what the truth was, at least Qing Mo had lost this battle. One day passed. The more intense matches were still tomorrow. After Yue Yang returned to the grimoire world, the first thing he did was to look for Princess Sissy and the others to discuss. It was not because of Wan Mo's flesh puppet, but because of another reason. During the deal with the evil deities had given Wan Mo, Burning Wind, Kinch and the others the energy of the clones. That kind of demonic god's energy is actually so powerful. After Princess Xianxia heard Yue Yang's description, her heroic and valiant long eyebrows slightly wrinkled. It seems that this evil deities is the puppet god. Impatience became bolder and directly speculated in a certain direction. It could also be because of the god's stone. After careful research by Yu, Princess Sissy, Drunken Cat, Southern Demon King and Sickly Beauty, they discovered that the energy of the god's stone was an extension of the law of the Valley of Men. An existence like the evil deities would definitely be good at using the energy of the god's stone. Similarly, the clones of the evil deities could also control the endless energy of the god's stone. Although the clones of the evil deities are strong, they wouldn't dare to use them completely in the competition, right? Fallen Beauty was still a little suspicious. Did they think that the teachers and students of the Valley of Men were blind? I'm not talking about the competition, I'm talking about the private duel. Yue Yang shook his head and waved his hand. You're worried that if you kill Wan Mo and the clones of the evil deities, the real evil deities will notice it and take precautions. Princess Sissy knew Yue Yang the best. I'm sure I'll be able to sense it. The only thing I'm worried about is whether the demonic god intentionally sent his doppelganger to the human valley so that I could kill him. Then, it would serve as a sacrifice or lead to the awakening of his own divine consciousness. Perhaps, it would also allow him to break through some kind of restriction. Think about it. If that wasn't the case, the demonic god would have already made a deal with Jiweri. Why would he make a deal with Ran Feng and Wan Mo? It's fine to trade with Burning Wind and Wan Mo. After all, they are strong. But why would they trade with Kinch? A scum like Kinch is not someone the evil deities would want. But he also gave Kinch at least 100,000th of the clone's energy. This makes me suspicious. Yue Yang carefully observed the battle from the outside and found that the clones' energy obtained by Wan Mo and Burning Wind were about 100,000th of the evil deity's energy, while Kinch was only 100,000th. However, not to mention 100,000th. Due to the strength of the evil deity's main body, the power of this doppelganger was extremely terrifying. Kai Mu, who also controlled a golden battle avatar, was able to win against Kinch previously. However, under the influence of the evil deity's doppelganger, he would definitely not be able to defeat the current Kinch. If he was not careful, he might even lose miserably, and it would be difficult for him to achieve a draw. Prince Yang Quan, Wolf of the Tower, Mig, and other elite students of Guangmeng were no match for Kinch now. Only Qing Mo or Mingzhu Prince could completely defeat Kinch. Otherwise, even the powerful Haub would not be able to defeat him. It would not be easy for him. After all, 100,000th of the evil deity's doppelganger was too terrifying. Previously, the evil deities only used one finger to almost kill everyone except Yue Yang. From this, it could be seen how powerful the doppelganger of the evil deities was. If it was not for the fact that Kinch's strength was weak and his control ability was far inferior to the Mig, Yang Quan, Kai Mu and other elites of the same generation, 100,000th of the doppelganger's energy would have increased his strength even more. Well, if it really doesn't work, you can use the power of the minor code to kill him. No matter what the result is, weakening the power of the evil deities is not wrong. Impatience, the Sky Law Empress, laughed. She was very open-minded. If the situation is really bad, we can just go back to the grimoire world and hide for a year and a half. When our strength increases, it won't be too late to go out and fight him. Of course, we are not that desperate now. During the day, I went to visit Sister Yingluo and told her about the human valley. She seemed to have agreed to meet the big bad guy. Little Inan gave everyone a piece of good news. When did you go to look for her? Princess Sissy was stunned. She couldn't deal with someone she couldn't deal with, but this Sister Inan could. I'm going with Bing. Because I felt that I couldn't help much in other areas and it was useless to stay idle every day, I decided to directly talk to Sister Yingluo. Maybe it would be helpful, so I boldly went. Luckily, Sister Yingluo was very kind and did not refuse, so we were very happy. When Inan said this, Princess Sissy was overjoyed. She almost hugged her and kissed her hard. Yes, we will also support brother. Yu Bing actually had no idea what everyone wanted to talk about with the freedom girl, Wang Yingluo. She only hoped that she could help her brother. She really agreed. Drunken Cat still couldn't believe her ears. Yu and Sickly Beauty also looked at each other. If it wasn't for Inan and Yu Bing who said it, and if it was someone else, they really wouldn't believe it. What kind of person was the freedom girl, Wang Yingluo? Although she looked kind on the surface and her temper was as gentle as water, her personality was actually the most unyielding person in the world. As long as she set her mind on something, it was impossible to persuade her. Inan and Yu Bing, how did the two of them persuade Yingluo? Moreover, looking at how muddle-headed Bing was, she had no idea what her brother was going to do to Yingluo. How did she persuade her? Everyone looked at each other. In the end, even Yu couldn't make up her mind. She broke the silence and said, "Ah, this is a good thing. Inan and Bing deserve to be praised. Xiao San, you should go and visit Yingluo later. Let's put this matter aside first. Since Yingluo is so thoughtful, you should go and thank her." Because everyone was here, Yu didn't want to be too direct. What she meant was for Yu Yang to go and take a look first and build a good relationship with Yingluo. Only when Yingluo fully agreed would they implement the special plan of creating a god. Yu Yang also suspected that Inan and Yu Bing had misunderstood. However, it wasn't good for him to directly question them since they were actively helping, so he praised them. The two girls were so happy that they were waving their fists around. They were full of joy. They were smiling sweetly. Under the urging of the impatience and the Southern Demon King, Yu Yang suppressed the confusion in his heart and quickly went to find the freedom woman Wang Yingluo. To be honest, this freedom queen, he didn't know how much effort he had put in to persuade her. However, her character and temper were even more resolute than a rock. Once she was determined, it was useless. Previously, she refused Yue Yang's help to recover her body. Later, after the god creation plan was released, Yue Yang, Princess Sissy, and the others had all tried many times. Even Yu had taken the initiative to persuade her, but it was useless. Inan and Yu Bing really convinced this freedom queen. What method did they use? This was really an unexpected success. Chapter 11:16 Wang Yingluo, the Lady of Freedom, looked demure, and her heart was like a lake. Towards Yu Yang's arrival, she did not reject Yu Yang at the door like she did in the past. She only glanced at him with her unfocused eyes. Her eyes definitely couldn't see, but her blind eyes could see through the world and into the depths of his soul. Yu Yang wouldn't feel ashamed in front of any powerhouse in the world. Even if he wasn't as good as others in terms of skills, he definitely wouldn't lose when it came to being thick-skinned. It was only when he was facing the Queen of Freedom. There would be a feeling of uneasiness in his heart. This wasn't because of her strength, but because of her character, realm, and kindness. He believed that in this world, there was no one more compassionate than the Queen of Freedom. Furthermore, her kindness and compassion weren't the kindness of cowards and fools, nor was it the compassion of sympathy and redemption, it was a higher realm of compassion. A kind of compassion that had already reached the godly state or even higher realm. She didn't think that suffering was a bad thing for humans. On the contrary, she thought that suffering was actually a kind of training to become a god, a good opportunity for improvement, and a way to ascend to the godly state and never suffer again. However, in the midst of people's pain and confusion, she also gave comfort and help to those who suffered. She knew that it was a kind of training for those people to suffer, but because it was too painful, she felt compassion for those who suffered. Yu Yang once asked her, was this contradictory? However, at that time, the Queen of Freedom replied with a smile. Some things had to be done even if one knew it was wrong, as long as that action was done from the heart. Before going to the central island of Still Wind Swamp to fight the Sun King, Yu Yang had a conversation with her. It was precisely because of her enlightenment in realm that Yu Yang was enlightened and had an epiphany about the truth between humans and gods. His state of mind was greatly improved. In the end, with the help of Yu, his cultivation and comprehension improved, achieving the purest water and the most perfect fire. Without the Queen of Freedom's enlightenment, Yu Yang definitely wouldn't have improved so quickly. Although on the surface, the Queen of Liberty did not play any decisive role in the battle between Yue Yang and the Sun King. But in fact, long before the war started, her enlightenment had already produced a positive effect. Defeat the Sun Queen. Yue Yang brought the Freedom Queen, who was knocked unconscious by the Sea Dragon, into the grimoire world. Although this action was a little selfish, Yue Yang did not have any intention of pushing her down. He simply wanted to keep this Queen of Freedom here and not let her wander around. For the Tianhua region, which was a swamp of war, for some ant-like weaklings and cowards, she had wasted her life energy for nothing. After that, the impatiens in the southern Demon King took over the Tianhua domain. The Tianhua domain, which had become a quagmire of war, gradually improved. There was even more reason to not let her leave. The Queen of Freedom did not resist. On the contrary, she stayed. Other than occasionally discussing runes or ancient secret books with sickly beauty and Yu, she mostly thought quietly. How did Inan and Yu Bing convince her, who had no desires and was as calm as an ancient well? Would she, who did not explicitly reject him, wait until Yue Yang arrived before telling him the truth and using the reason that it was not easy to reject Inan and Yu Bing to reject him? I'm here. Yue Yang was already mentally prepared for the worst. I've been thinking a lot during this period. Freedom Queen Wang Yingluo did not send him away as Yue Yang had imagined. Instead, she broke free from the lake of her heart and calmly poured out her inner world as if she was chatting with a good friend. Because I had nothing to do, I thought a lot. Then, what did you think about? If it was someone else, Yue Yang would definitely joke and say that if you had nothing to do, you could masturbate to pass the time. Otherwise, he would not sneakily say that he would introduce the famous old Master Kang to you. However, in front of the Queen of Freedom, he was more serious than in front of the Night Empress and Ji Zun. He would not smile mischievously. I was thinking, is the end of one life the beginning of another? When Freedom Queen Wang Yingluo said this, Yue Yang broke into a sweat. Such a profound thing, let's leave it to the experts to study. Yue Yang hurriedly waved his hand, unwilling to discuss too much. Indeed, there is no point in exploring this kind of thing. I'm not doing academic research. More for the sake of relief, I was thinking, if the termination of life, whether it is a relief. If it is the beginning of another life, then it may not be liberation, but the beginning of more happiness or suffering. In short, it can't be the kind of liberation that is free of all worries, the kind of liberation that is clear and perfect, without any sloppiness. Freedom Queen Wang Yingluo sighed slightly. I can imagine, think, and explore, or rather, pursue that kind of release in a very small place. But I also understand that I might not be able to reach that realm in this lifetime. You don't look like a pessimistic person, do you? Yue Yang was puzzled. You are very carefree now and living very well. What are you dissatisfied with? I'm not dissatisfied, but I have a strange feeling in my heart. It's not demanding. It's possible that it's a kind of thinking that goes beyond imagination. Or maybe, as you said, I'm thinking too much. The Freedom Queen shook her head slightly. Release. Yue Yang frowned at first, but he suddenly relaxed and smiled like a dark cloud seeing the sun. You always seem to get the answer very easily. Can you tell me about it? Freedom Queen Wang Yingluo already knew that Yue Yang, this weirdo, was the most perceptive person she had ever seen, including herself. She could understand certain principles, but she might not necessarily comprehend them into Tao. However, not only could he transform it into enlightenment, but he could also put it into practice. It was not an exaggeration to call him a monster and a pervert. Let's put it this way. Every realm has a different way of release. Yue Yang tried to give an example. For example, an ordinary commoner, the burden of life is so heavy that he bends over from exhaustion. Work, food and clothing, income, expenses, livelihood, etc., all of these make him suffer unbearably. In order to let his wife and children eat and wear warm clothes, he runs around day after day, never having the time to stop and take a breather. If, one day, all of these things are solved, then it would be a kind of relief. For example, if he receives 1 million, food and clothing will no longer be a problem. All of a sudden, the bitterness in his heart will fade away completely, and it will be filled with joy. This way, he can be said to be in a state of release. And relatively speaking, obtaining 1 million isn't a release at all for another person. Instead, it's a kind of hardship. For example, Freedom Queen didn't expect Yue Yang to give an example like this. She suddenly had an interest in probing. Winning 1 million and not feeling happiness, unable to release oneself. For example, that person isn't a civilian struggling on the line of food and clothing, but an artist. A famous artist who forgets to eat and sleep in order to create works needs peace and inspiration, not vulgar things like money. Yue Yang tried to give an example. In that case, an artist who obtains inspiration from creating works is a form of release. Freedom Queen asked thoughtfully. This, yes and no. Yue Yang's answer suddenly took a huge turn. Freedom Queen was curious, because as I said just now, every level has its own level of release. Similarly, every level has its own level of suffering. For example, a civilian struggling on the line of food and clothing. His suffering is the pressure of life. The expectations of his children and wife who are crying piteously for food or a heavy burden that he can't release himself from but desires to release himself from. This release is the easiest to achieve. For people with a higher standard of living and strength, this isn't a problem. This is because as long as money is used, this heavy burden can be easily released. As for another level of artistic creation, it isn't that simple. This isn't a problem that can be easily solved with money. Yue Yang paused for a moment and said, of course, in this world, there are things that are more difficult to release than the bitterness of artistic creation. Moreover, there aren't just one, but thousands and thousands of them. For example, you also have things that you wish to release yourself from. In fact, you don't even know what to do to release yourself, or it can be said that people who are trapped in a predicament, no matter what level they are at, are confused by the predicament they are facing and find it difficult to extricate themselves. Makes sense. Freedom Queen agreed with Yue Yang's speech and asked, a bystander sees things more clearly. Can you give me an opinion? Of course. Yue Yang became happy. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Hey, can you be more serious? Freedom Queen was a little speechless at Yue Yang, who had accidentally exposed his true colors. Student, can you not be too smug? You're still panting when I say you're fat. Actually, it's very easy for you to release yourself. You just need to be an ordinary person. Yue Yang hurriedly pulled the reins back to the horse. He was careful not to stray from the topic, and returned to the state where he was giving the president's inaugural speech. If you were a commoner at the bottom of society, struggling to get enough food and clothing, and working hard just for 2 meals, then it would be very easy to free yourself. The problem is that I don't have to worry about food and clothing here. It really doesn't seem to have any effect if you give me $1 million. Freedom Queen couldn't help but smile when she heard that. That's because you still think of yourself as the Queen of Freedom who is worshipped by millions of people. If you abandon that identity and become an ordinary girl, you'll realize that there are many things in life that are worthy of your joy and sorrow. At that time, you will have a sense of happiness that you have never felt before. You might shout happily because of something and be so happy that you can't wait to sing and dance immediately. Otherwise, you won't be able to express your excitement. You might also cry bitterly because of something and be extremely sad. In your heart, you hope that you can have 1,000 or 10,000 friends by your side to comfort you, or hope that you can correct your actions even if you have to pay 1,000 times the price. If you are willing to listen, I dare to say bluntly that you are not like a normal person at all. Instead, you are like a demigod looking down on all living beings. There is no sadness or joy in your heart. You see all living beings as ants, look down on everything on the earth, and see through the truth of the world and the spiritual world. How can you feel happiness and joy like this? Without happiness and joy, what is there to pursue in this life? How can you, who doesn't even have a goal, obtain liberation in life? Yue Yang finally came to a conclusion. Yingluo, your biggest weakness is that you don't have anything that needs liberation, so you can't obtain liberation. Freedom Queen was dumbfounded. She never expected that Yue Yang's final answer would be like this. Do you think I'm very powerful? Do you start to worship me a little now? Yue Yang also felt that he had exceeded his usual level this time and couldn't help but praise himself. Do you think it's possible for me to become a normal girl? Freedom Queen shook her head and sighed. If you believe me. Yue Yang patted his chest to express that there was no problem with sacrificing himself for the revolution. This is the purpose of your visit today, right? Freedom Queen finally reacted. I'm wrong. Before I came, I really didn't think of discussing this topic. Yue Yang hurriedly expressed his innocence. In fact, this was a rare truthful statement from him. Let's not talk about me first. Let's talk about yourself. Freedom Queen looked at Yue Yang with her eyes that could see through the spiritual world and reach straight to the soul. She asked, have you ever thought that this human valley trial, this tribulation, is actually an opportunity? Only by passing this trial can you speed up your improvement. Of course I've thought about this question. Not only Human Valley, but every trial. Or perhaps, every little thing in life is the same. Yue Yang laughed and said, I've long been prepared to deal with everything in the trial. I've also reflected on the little things in life and used these to comprehend higher realms to improve myself. On the other hand, Freedom Queen Wang Yingluo, have you ever thought that this is also a trial in your life? This is also an opportunity in your life. Of course, you can reject it like before and continue to be the you without yourself in the past. However, if you continue like that, you will forever be like now, trapped in an inextricable confusion without anything that needs to be released. Forever wandering, never having the goal to improve and reach the other side, never having the most basic pursuit, not even the most basic happiness and joy. I really didn't think of it that way. Freedom Queen was stunned. After a long time, she bowed slightly to Yue Yang. Thank you. It turns out that when Inan and Yu Bing came here, I was still confused. But now, I completely understand. She wasn't finished yet. A ray of light emerged from her body. At first, it was an extremely light and gentle light, like the gurgling of spring water. It gradually expanded, and finally, the light became brilliant. It turned into an extraordinary and spectacular pillar of light, pointing straight to the sky from the top of her head. Silence. But it instantly drowned the entire grimoire world. Yue Yang, who was very close, seemed to hear a kind of soundless heavenly sound from the bottom of his heart. His body, which was bathed in the light, felt extremely comfortable. His entire person seemed to have become clean all of a sudden. Even his thoughts and distracting thoughts didn't surge out at all. It was pure, completely calm and peaceful. Above the Freedom Queen's head, in the light, the image of a beautiful goddess floated out. Her posture was incomparably beautiful as she bent down. She opened her snow-white, flawless arms and gently hugged the Freedom Queen, Wang Yingluo, who was in a state of enlightenment with her eyes closed. Chapter 11:17. Yue Yang was very happy. Although it wasn't because of his own cultivation and leveling up, he was the one who helped Yingluo gain enlightenment. Seeing her being freed and leveled up in front of him, he was extremely happy. Moreover, after this heart-to-heart talk, the relationship between the two of them improved greatly. Yue Yang, who was in a good mood, was still full of smiles the next day. For some reason, Mingzhu Prince was very unhappy. What happened? Why are you laughing like a dog? Mingzhu Prince pretended not to care, but even a blind person could see that Mingzhu Prince really wanted to dig out this guy's heart and see what secrets he had hidden inside. Mingzhu Prince was in a bad mood. Kai Mu was afraid that the fire at the city gate would bring disaster to the fish in the moat, so he hurriedly pulled Haug away. One must know that the power of the golden sledgehammer wasn't something that everyone could withstand. Do you think that I'm especially handsome today? Yue Yang brushed away the black hair in front of his forehead, looking incomparably cool. Look in the mirror, you'll see a pig inside. Mingzhu Prince laughed coldly. It's useless to be jealous of me. You'll probably never be able to catch up to such an earth-shattering handsome guy like me in your lifetime. However, you don't have to be too obsessed with these things. Although you're not masculine enough, you're feminine enough. Your looks are also not bad, so you'll have a bright future as a slightly milky, delicate, and handsome little boy. Although I'm the type that kills all beauties, you're not bad either. In the eyes of mature aunties, there's a market for you. Work hard, one day, you'll become a gold medal nanny killer. You're the gold medal nanny killer. This was probably the title that Mingzhu Prince didn't want to receive the most in his life. A gold medal nanny killer is still better than a perverted ladyboy killer. Yue Yang consoled him sincerely and patted Mingzhu Prince's shoulder lightly. You can't always be like this. As a man, you can't be too introverted, and even more so, you can't be too feminine. Otherwise, others might misunderstand that you're a girl. Other than you, no one would be blind. Mingzhu Prince gritted his teeth in hatred. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that I only like girls and have no interest in guys, I might really be attracted to your little face. You're too feminine, you're even prettier than many beauties. I can't, I feel so uncomfortable. When I remember that you are a man, Yue Yang suddenly reached out his hand and caressed Mingzhu Prince's face. Mingzhu Prince felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his entire body trembled. Before he could react, he suddenly saw Yue Yang's disgusted face, as if he was about to vomit. Mingzhu Prince immediately flew into a rage and smashed his golden hammer heavily on Mingzhu Prince's head. Go die, you idiot. After the farce passed, Yue Yang, who was suspected of worshipping the great god Chun and resurrecting on the spot after being beaten up, was summoned by the referee and prepared to participate in the competition. His next opponent was Wan Mo, who was rated as the second strongest after Ji Wei by the students yesterday. Zhang Hua, who was originally ranked second, was pushed to the back by Wan Mo, who was in the limelight. He was even ranked below Burning Wind, who had a platinum battle puppet. In this battle, almost no one supported Yue Yang. After all, the flesh puppet's battle power was too shocking. Even Yue Yang, who was also good at 108 combo attacks, was not in the students' list. Everyone's only guess was how long this little titan, who had monstrous intelligence, could last in the battle. Wolf of the Tower, Mig, and a few other students who could be considered friends ran over to show their support before entering the arena. Ahem, little titan, even though I also bet 100 heaven crystals on Wan Mo, I still support you in spirit. Get lost. Kai Mu was strangely angry. It was one thing for you to bet on Wan Mo, but you even ran over to say that you supported him. Support my ass. Was this support? Thank you. Yue Yang had a good temper and even thanked Mig. I'm going all out. In order to support my brother, I've decided to bet all my wealth. A total of 50 heaven crystals. Kai Mu was definitely a loyal brother. You seem to have a total of 500 heaven crystals, right? If you really support me, then bet all of it. Otherwise, get lost too. Mingzhu Prince laughed coldly and directly exposed Kai Mu's pretense. Even Kai Mu, who was only second to the guy from another world in terms of shamelessness, could not help but blush. In order to save his face, Kai Mu, the Twilight Prince, was really going all out. He patted his chest. 50 heaven crystals is just my test. The real support is yet to come. In order to support my brother, I'm betting all of it. A total of 550 heaven crystals. That's not good, right? You're too impulsive. Shouldn't you bet more? When Yue Yang saw this, he was shocked and quickly dissuaded him. Don't stop me. I'm just fighting for my pride. A second ago, Kai Mu's image was still bright and righteous. Unfortunately, he could not hold on for even a second. He cried and hugged Yue Yang's thigh. Big brother, you must win. If not, my plan to woo girls will be ruined. If you don't want me to freeload with you every day, then burst Wan Mo's chrysanthemum. Please, I'm counting on you for my blissful sexual life, get lost. The more Yue Yang heard, the more disgusted he felt. What did your blissful sexual life have to do with me? He kicked Kai Mu away. Just as Yue Yang was prepared to enter the West Peak and fight with Wan Mo, Kinch, who had advanced to the next round because his opponent had forfeited, suddenly walked over. When he opened his mouth, everyone was stunned. This was because he said, Lord Arbitrator, can you let me exchange opponents with Wan Mo? I'm eager to fight with Little Titan. You also know that Little Titan might not be able to advance to the next round. Before that, I'm eager to fight with him, even if I have to pay a huge price. Lord Arbitrator, I'm willing to exchange opponents with Wan Mo. As for Wan Mo, he can obtain the ranking after my victory just now and advance directly. When the black-clothed arbitrator heard this, he immediately frowned. Student Kinch, exchanging opponents is not that simple. It's not just because you're willing to exchange. First, you need the approval of the arbitrator and the relevant personnel. Second, you need the approval of your opponent. Third, which is also the most difficult point, this kind of exchange requires the approval of your dual target, which is Little Titan. Let's put it this way. I can't use my authority to cheat you, but as long as Wan Mo and Little Titan both agree, I will ask for everyone's opinion before deciding whether or not to approve this request. Agreed. Wan Mo glanced at Yue Yang. His eyes shone like a blade, but he finally agreed unexpectedly. What about you, Little Titan? If you refuse, this request will definitely not be approved. The black-clothed arbitrator looked at Yue Yang. In this exchange, the most important thing was to listen to Yue Yang's opinion. This is too much. Haub clenched his fists angrily. If we fight with him, even 1,000 demons wouldn't be able to beat him. It's just a small Jin Chi. Forget about you, even I would be able to beat the shit out of him. What's there to be afraid of? Seeing that he didn't have to fight against 1,000 demons, Sunset Kai immediately encouraged Yue Yang to agree to exchange opponents. Between Wan Mo and Kinch, even an idiot would know who was stronger. Alright, I also agree. Before the black-clothed arbitrator could dissuade him again, Yue Yang suddenly waved his hand and revealed a smile that was brighter than the sun. I would also like to make a request. It's too boring to exchange opponents. I suggest that Wan Mo and Kinch come at me together, and I will fight the two of them alone. This way, we won't have to waste everyone's time. What do you think? What? Jin Qi had never thought that Yue Yang would be this arrogant. This slap to the face was so resounding that it made him tremble in anger. What an arrogant junior. Wan Mo's expression also changed drastically. As the number one person after Ji Wei, he was being challenged on the spot. He felt like he was being humiliated in front of everyone. He knew how powerful the flesh puppet of war was, and he knew that Kinch was much stronger than before, but he still dared to fight the two of them alone. This little titan was really arrogant. Are we really going to fight like this? The black-clothed arbitrator had never seen an application like this before. Agree. The spectating students were ecstatic. What did excitement mean? This was what it meant to be hot-blooded. The little titan, who didn't think highly of him before, actually slapped Wan Mo and Kinch in the face in front of everyone. What a big event. The black-clothed arbitrator quickly went back to seek the opinion of the assessment ceremony committee, but the result was beyond his expectations. They actually agreed. This time, all the students gathered around to watch the duel between Yue Yang and Wan Mo and Kinch. All other matches were put aside, including the contestants who originally wanted to fight against each other. They first came to watch the intelligent, little titan, fight against Wan Mo, who had the flesh puppet of war, and Kinch, who had greatly increased his strength. After winning, Burning Wind, who had arrogantly returned to the student residence to rest, also came after hearing the news. Before entering the arena, Wolf of the Tower, Mig, and the others still didn't give up and tried to dissuade Yue Yang. Little Titan, it's not too late to give up now. I know you're very powerful, but you don't know that there has never been a contestant who could fight against two opponents who are similar or even stronger than themselves. Prince Yang Quan pretended to be heroic. If I didn't think you were so outstanding before, I'm already convinced by your courage now. No one knew if these words were true or not, but Yue Yang still smiled and accepted this support. Are you really not going to change your mind? The black-clothed arbitrator asked for the last time. If they are willing to kneel and beg for mercy, then maybe I will let them go. Yue Yang gestured for the arbitrator to ask for the other party's opinion. Humph. Wan Mo was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Later, I will beat you into a pile of mush, and then let you swallow your teeth back into your stomach with blood and water. If I don't pull out all your teeth, even if there is only one left, it will be considered my failure. Kinch was so angry that his nose was crooked. In his life, he had never seen an opponent as arrogant as Yue Yang. Even when he was about to die, he still didn't know the smell of a coffin, right? If he didn't beat Yue Yang into a pulp, he would be merciful. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, everyone finally understood. In the world, there was no one more arrogant and wild than Little Titan. Even if he was usually refined and courteous to others, humble to his teachers, kind to his friends, and had a smile that made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze, as bright as the sun, but all of this did not mean that his courage, and pride were inferior to others. It was just that he usually did not show it. Chapter 11:18 The craziest battle in history had begun. There had never been a 1 versus 2, a crazy showdown like this before. A single silver wolf was fighting against several golden war puppets, which could attack, defend, assist, and heal themselves. Burning Wind and Zhang Hua, who were watching this battle from afar, frowned. They believed that it was impossible for the weak to win against the strong. Moreover, they believed that even Ji Wei, who was known to be the closest to God, could not defy the heavens. Kinch piloted the strong magnetic war puppet, King of Blood. From the beginning, he had decided to go all out. He was not Wan Mo. Even if he wanted to be arrogant, he did not dare to be too presumptuous at this juncture. Kinch, of course, knew very well what kind of monster Yue Yang was. No matter how disdainful he pretended to be, he felt pressure in his heart. Wan Mo, on the other hand, did the same thing as Qing Mo. With a wave of his hand, he released 10 silver-level flesh puppets dwarf, and 10 silver-level war puppets. After the two merged into one, he released the gold-level flesh puppet, man-eating troll. Merged with it, it was a crushing power. Some of the students watching the battle from outside could not help but boo. 2 against 1 was already too much. Now, it was not as simple as 2 against 1, but 20 against 1. It was too outrageous. Crush it. When the arbitrator gave the order, the battle began. Kinch had already rushed over like lightning. When Yue Yang saluted his opponent according to all the rules of the competition, He punched down heavily and smashed the silver wolf behind Yue Yang into pieces. The audience was in an uproar. Despicable, shameless, disgusting, obscene, cheap, countless abuses came from the mouths of the students. It was embarrassing enough that you did not salute. Was there any nobles like you? Not only were you worse than a boorish mercenary, but you even sneaked an attack when the opponent was saluting. What was most infuriating was that this sneak attack was carried out right under the eyes of the arbitration. It was actually savage and shameless to this extent. It was truly infuriating. According to the rules of the competition, whether it was a friend, an enemy, or a murderer, it didn't matter how much they hated their opponent. Before the match, one must first pay respect to the opponent. Apart from respecting the opponent, this was also a form of respect for one's character. In addition, before the arbiter retreated from the safe zone, normal students were not allowed to attack in order to avoid accidentally injuring the arbiter. But Jin Qi did both, and he did it with ease, as if doing this kind of thing was an innate ability. 20 against 1, a gold rank against a silver rank, and they even launched a sneak attack while the opponent was saluting. No matter how good-tempered a person was, they couldn't stand this kind of trash. If it were not for the fact that he could not enter the arena before the end of the match, Kai Mu would have rushed in immediately and beaten Kinch into a pig's head. He would let him know why flowers were so red. This is too much. Wolf of the Tower Mig smashed the viewing device in his hand. Indeed, Kinch values victory too much. This kind of behavior is despicable and despicable. Even if he wins, it will damage his reputation. In fact, the gains do not make up for the losses. Prince Yang Quan had a straight face, trying his best to maintain his rationality, and gave an analysis. Ran Feng, who was standing a short distance away from Jin Qi, sneered and said, "You can use any means necessary in a war. Victory is the only thing that matters." If Jin Qi didn't do this, would he have waited for Titan Jr. to unleash his combo? Now, naturally, everyone is condemning him. But if Kinch wins the final victory and takes the championship, what will people say about him? So, I think that Kinch's move is not without wisdom. Burning Wind originally did not have a good impression of Kinch, but the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Zhang Hua was his greatest enemy. And Little Titan was Zhang Hua's friend. He was the biggest obstacle for him and Wan Mo to win the championship. Therefore, no matter how Kinch sneak attacked, Burning Wind did not feel that it was a wrong move. On the contrary, such a move made Burning Wind the happiest. Zhang Hua's face was full of contempt. Do you think that you can defeat Little Titan with just this? What a joke. Kinch is just a clown. What is there to be afraid of? If it were not for Wan Mo, I guarantee that the idiot Kinch would not be able to last for a quarter of an hour. In the West Peak battlefield, Yue Yang did not look at the shattered silver wolf. It was as if what Kinch controlled King of Blood to shatter was an insignificant puppet and not a silver wolf that needed to participate in the battle. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yue Yang jumped into the air. A silver wolf appeared in the sky and transformed into a valiant-looking silver war puppet. Boom! Wan Mo had been waiting quietly. He had been waiting for this moment. Now that the golden opportunity had appeared, it would not come again. The man-eating troll descended like the Grim Reaper, its shadow completely covering the silver-ranked battle dolls that were transforming and preparing to fuse with Yue Yang. At the moment when the silver war puppet was hit, the man-eating troll used its extraordinary agility and technique. With its huge body, it launched a series of attacks. The attacks fell like raindrops. The silver war puppet was first hit in the back, and the moment it landed, its legs were grabbed. When it hit the ground, the man-eating troll picked up the silver war puppet and threw it 180 degrees. 18 consecutive throws. After that, with its right foot as the axis, it spun 9 times at high speed. It loosened its grip and threw the silver war puppet that had been smashed into scrap metal far away. This was not the end. When it was thrown into the air, the flesh and blood puppet, the man-eating troll, opened its huge mouth and spat out a beam of energy. Its power was not inferior to that of Zhang Hua's shooting beasts. The energy beam accurately chased after its target. Boom! The silver battle avatar in the sky exploded with an earth-shattering sound. Except for some broken parts, there was nothing left. Kinch piloted King of Blood and searched for a long time at the explosion site. Other than a small number of broken parts, there were no human remains or limbs. Could it be that the little titan in the explosion did not have any flesh or blood left? Although the beam of energy was extremely powerful, there was no reason for there to be nothing left. Wan Mo was different from Kinch. Only with Qinsh's intelligence would he think that he could kill Yue Yang in one shot. After controlling the man-eating troll to spit out the beam of energy, he immediately started searching. Front, back, left, right. He spun 360 degrees, searching for traces of his opponent. Unfortunately, no matter how he searched, no matter how he spun, he could not find any trace of Yue Yang. Only the students and teachers who were watching from the sidelines knew the truth. Originally, the astonishing combo that the 10,000 demons had just unleashed was enough to shock them both physically and mentally. However, Yue Yang, who had been hovering above Wan Mo's head and watching the man-eating troll's attacks leisurely, had already stolen Wan Mo's limelight. If one was lucky enough to escape an enemy's attack, it would not be strange. Even if it was Wan Mo's attack, many people would have the confidence to escape successfully. However, he had been hovering above the man-eating troll's head, not letting it discover him. This was the truly terrifying scene. "Are you looking for me?" When Yue Yang said this casually, Wan Mo's expression immediately changed. "What?" Wan Mo raised his head. Only now did he realize that he had only attacked an empty silver-grade battle avatar. His opponent was not inside. Instead, it had been hovering quietly in the blind spot above his head. It did not even seize the opportunity to attack. What kind of attitude was this? This was not looking down on him, this was simply looking down on him. The third silver-ranked wolf appeared and instantly transformed into one with Yue Yang. Just as the man-eating troll was about to retreat to avoid the battle, the silver puppet's hand had already pressed onto the man-eating troll's big face. The man-eating troll, the golden puppet made of flesh and blood, which the azure demon had been unable to move even after attacking repeatedly, fell to the ground in disbelief under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The silver puppet that Yue Yang was controlling pressed deeply into the mud and sand, stirring up a cloud of sand and dust that was more than 10 meters high. "FCK, this is too awesome." Kai Mu, who had been holding back for a long time, finally had a reason to erupt. He jumped up like a madman, waved his fists and roared, "FCK, FCK him to death. That's it, FCK them to death. Are my eyes playing tricks on me?" The wolf of the Tower Mig also rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Prince Yang Quan, who thought he was calm, was dumbfounded. The silver war puppet had defeated the golden war puppet. Was this real? Was it real? Under Wan Mo's control, the golden man-eating troll's reaction was extremely fast. In a thousandth of a second, it had already completed its counterattack. Its huge arms clasped together crazily. Its huge palms, which were thicker than a gorilla's, slapped hard as though it was swatting a mosquito. Comparing the size of the man-eating troll to the silver war puppet, the silver war puppet was indeed like a mosquito. Unfortunately, this mosquito had once again trampled on the gorilla-like opponent. With a thought from Yue Yang, the silver war puppet mysteriously slid out of the center of the giant palms. After the opponent's futile counterattack, the silver war puppet grabbed the gorilla-like man-eating troll's thumbs with both hands. Whoosh, rumble, the man-eating troll's huge body was pulled out of the deep hole in the ground by the silver war puppet, and thrown far away. However, Wan Mo's reaction speed was not something an ordinary student could compare with. Even an elite student would not be able to catch up to him. At the instant the man-eating troll fell to the ground, it immediately used its arms to support its body. Its body did a nearly 300-degree turn, and its feet dug deep into the ground to support the force of the throw. At the same time, its feet exploded with the force of the throw, stirring up a sand and dust pillar that was 100 meters tall. In the sandstorm, the man-eating troll flew back at a speed faster than lightning, and punched the silver war puppet that was still in the process of throwing. Bang! Under Yue Yang's control, the silver war puppet was ridiculously agile. It first dodged the man-eating troll's heavy punch, and then dodged Qinsh's strong magnetic war puppet's double attack. With a kick, it sent the King of Blood, who was about to launch a combo, flying dozens of meters away. Then, as it dodged the man-eating troll's throat cannon, it circled to its back, stretched out its hand a second time, and pressed the man-eating troll deep into the sand pit from the back of its head. The ground shook violently, and the shockwave spread. A shockwave that could even shatter sound engulfed the entire West Peak. The soil rose up like a pillar. The sandstorm was like the end of the world. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Everyone knew that if Yue Yang's silver war puppet was hit by Wan Mo or Qinsh's gold war puppet, it would not be able to withstand even one punch. It would shatter into pieces and return in defeat. However, under the control of the unparalleled demon, no matter how hard Wan Mo and Kinch tried, they could not land a single punch. Instead, Yue Yang, who was controlling the silver war puppet, was humiliatingly toyed with in the palm of his hand. Everyone knew that Little Titan, who was good at 108 consecutive attacks, had abnormal control skills. However, no one had ever thought that this kid would be so abnormal. This was not only abnormal, but it made people despair. Not to mention the others. Even Zhonghua and Burning Wind were so scared that they could not swallow a mouthful of saliva. It was already a miracle that a silver war puppet was not at a disadvantage against a gold war puppet. How could it be like Little Titan, who was able to completely suppress them like a cat playing with a mouse? Zhonghua felt that if he was Wan Mo, he might as well knock his head on a piece of tofu and die. This was the shame of his life. Controlling a gold war puppet, the man-eating troll, and letting Little Titan, who was controlling the silver war puppet, beat the fallen flowers to the ground. How could he still have the face to return to the central shrine? How could Wan Mo not know that he had lost his face? However, he had to win this round and kill this damn Little Titan. Otherwise, he would never be able to erase this shame for the rest of his life. Unfortunately, no matter how he attacked, he could not do anything to his opponent. If his man-eating troll was said to be an unstoppable mammoth, then Yue Yang's silver wolf was an agile bird that could fly freely. No matter how strong the giant elephant was, it could not do anything to a bird with wings. Comparing control skills, even a blind person could see it. Wan Mo was undoubtedly an expert. However, compared to the crazy and enchanting Little Titan, he was really not on the same level. If one had to find a reference to reflect the comparison between Kinch, Wan Mo, and Little Titan, then Kinch, who was controlling the strong magnetic war puppet, could only be regarded as a slow tortoise. It was better than the snail of an ordinary student, but not much better. Kinch was a tortoise, and Wan Mo was a giant elephant, fast and powerful. Unfortunately, he met the eagle-like Little Titan. No matter how strong the giant elephant was, it could not touch a feather of an eagle. Battles were so tragic, the stronger side, and it was 2 against 1, was oppressed, and it was very miserable. It was so humiliating that it made people want to cry but have no tears. No, impossible, I will not fail. Jin Qi, who had been sent flying after his consecutive attacks had missed, roared in exasperation, Little Titan, don't get too full of yourself. If you think that's all I'm capable of, then you're wrong, very wrong. You forced me. I dare say that as long as I want, I can easily kill you 1,000 times. You die. After losing his mind and falling into madness, Kinch decided to use that power. No matter what taboo power it was, as long as he could win. He did not care. As long as this annoying Little Titan fell in front of him and let him trample on him, then Kinch did not care what price he had to pay. Chapter 11:19 Kinch's eyes turned blood red. A destructive violence emanated from the depths of his widened pupils. As this power that did not belong to him gushed out of his body, the entire strong magnetic war puppet began to deform. In the cockpit, countless tentacle-shaped metal tubes drilled into Kinch's body and merged with him. Then, they squirmed incessantly as if they were absorbing some kind of energy from Kinch's body, looking extremely disgusting. The ferocious-looking Kinch, in addition to madness, also had a vague sense of indescribable pleasure. It was as if he were taking drugs that could make people degenerate and happy. The metal shell of the strong magnetic war puppet was stained with a layer of blood at some point. It quickly deformed. Its hard body was softer than rotten meat. The original strong magnetic war armor had turned into a demon-like monster. No one could recognize what it was. But one thing was certain. This demon-like eccentric war puppet should be the same as Wan Mo's flesh puppet, and it looked much more advanced than the flesh puppet. At the very least, the flesh puppets of the 10,000 fiends didn't have any intelligence to speak of. This fiend war puppet that had just been transformed had 6 blood-red eyes, each of which revealed a kind of frightening evil and madness that could destroy everything. In fact, the most powerful experts like Great Sage Silver-Eyed could even see a trace of slyness that only intelligent creatures had in those evil blood eyes. There was no doubt that this demonic war puppet had intelligence and was not the cold steel machine it was originally. Oh my god, what kind of monster is this? Wolf of the Tower Mig turned pale with fright. Can war puppets also have intelligence? Prince Yang Quan was also stunned. It's not a saint-tier battle avatar. It's a different form, a terrifying demonic creature. This match attracted the attention of the headmaster, the president, and the other seniors. When they saw the demonic battle avatar, they frowned. their hearts filled with worry. How could Kinch possess such power? Impossible. What's going on? There were also quite a few students who had doubts. Everyone knew what kind of person Kinch was. A person like him couldn't even be considered an elite. At most, he could be considered an egomaniac and a rich second generation. How could he have such a powerful ability to transform battle puppets? In the field, Kinch let out a burst of crazy laughter after his battle puppet finished its transformation. It was a fiendish demon war puppet that was produced by the forbidden power. Kinch believed that within Human Valley, no one would be his opponent. Be it Jiwari or the annoying little titan in front of him, they were no match for this invincible demonic puppet of war. He didn't even need to control it. As long as the killing intent rose in his mind, the demonic demon battle puppet would automatically chase after the enemy. Right now, the only thing Kinch needed was to think of a way to kill his opponent. Because no matter what he wanted to do, the demonic demon battle puppet would do it for him. He didn't need to control or do anything in the process. The demonic demon battle puppet was dripping black blood. Every drop of blood corroded the sand on the ground, making sizzling sounds. At the same time, the blood also spread rapidly, polluting a large area of the ground into a plague-like dead land. The demonic demon battle puppet waved its arms, spraying a rain of black blood around. Seeing this, Wanmo quickly retreated from the battlefield with his flesh puppet. A silver puppet retreated a little slower. After its two metal legs were stained with the black blood, they rusted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before it could run out of the filthy dead land, the whole demonic demon battle puppet collapsed. The flesh puppet in the driver's seat was controlled by Wanmo to jump out. But before it could escape from the dead land, the second wave of black blood had already hit it. The flesh puppet had no intelligence and no life. But it had the skin and flesh of a living creature. In the sizzling corrosion, people saw that the skin and flesh of the flesh puppet peeled off layer by layer, turning into blood and pus. Even the metal skeleton inside its body was rusting. Before it could take 10 steps, it had already peeled off and melted into the black dead land. Seeing this scene, all the students were so scared that they had goosebumps, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. What in the world could resist such a horrible corrosive and contagious ability? Even the sand and mud couldn't escape, not to mention the flesh and blood of human beings. Once they were infected, they would be like maggots in the bones, unable to get rid of them no matter how hard they tried. They could only wait for death. Facing such a demonic demon battle puppet, how could they deal with it? This kind of thing was not something that a metal puppet battle puppet or a human's flesh and blood could resist at all. Perhaps only by using Zhang Hua's spray beast or Jiwari's Prince of Vengeance could the demonic demon battle puppet disappear. The onlookers were imagining this, trying to find a solution. All of a sudden, Yue Yang flew out of the silver puppet battle puppet. The silver puppet battle puppet transformed in midair, returning to its silver wolf form. The silver wolf opened its mouth. An energy ball was ejected from its throat. Its speed was as fast as lightning, and it accurately hit the demonic demon battle puppet that was still proudly spraying black blood to pollute the surroundings. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion occurred in the energy ball. The majestic demonic demon battle puppet was blown into several large pieces, and the black blood splashed on the ground. What? Prince Yang Quan's eyes widened. Is this the silver wolf? Not only good at close combat, but also able to eject energy balls. Wolf of the Tower Mig felt bitter in his mouth. In comparison, his Wolf of the Tower title seemed to be a bit unworthy of the title, Wolf. Look at the silver wolf in Little Titan's hands, how awesome was it? 108 combos in close combat, long-range lightning, and ejecting energy balls, it was simply superb. This was the real wolf. I dare say that the power of the energy balls ejected by the silver wolf is no less than that of Zhang Hua's spitting beasts. A student who specialized in research in this area affirmed. The surface of the energy light beam is gorgeous, but in comparison, the highly condensed energy balls are more effective and faster in attack. However, for a silver-level war puppet to be able to unleash such power, I have to say that Titan Jr.'s creativity and control abilities have already reached an abnormal level. A student who was more professional shook his head and evaluated. Of course, who doesn't know that Little Titan is an abnormal and devilish genius? The people next to him immediately snorted. That being said, is Kinch really defeated? Look, there's something strange on the ground. In the wreckage and dirty blood on the ground, several pieces of the demonic demon battle puppet suddenly stretched out countless disgusting flesh tubes and intertwined with each other. In 2 or 3 seconds, they were completely connected and then restored to their original state in front of everyone's eyes. When it stood up again, even the corrosive blood on the ground swam back as if it had a life of its own and merged with the demonic demon battle puppet once again. This demonic demon battle puppet, on the surface, looked the same as before, but if there was a careful person, then he would definitely find that the demonic demon battle puppet that had returned to its original state was not quite the same as before. Its skin had a strange and slippery luster. The silver wolf opened its mouth again. The second time, it ejected an energy ball. The demonic demon battle puppet was still motionless, standing there like a piece of wood. Boom! What made people's eyeballs drop to the ground was that it was almost completely undamaged by the explosion of the second energy ball, even though it had been smashed into pieces just now. On the surface, there was only a little damage. It quickly recovered, and in less than a second, it was restored to its original state. It has formed an energy-absorbing skin. Attacks and explosions are no longer effective against it. The teacher of the Heaven's Pride Academy was also stunned. This thing can evolve. Kai Mu was so scared that he cried out, "This is not fair, this is simply cheating." "Shut up." Young Master Ming Zhu sent him flying with a kick. Yue Yang looked at it and also took a deep breath. The ability of the evil deity's doppelganger was really abnormal. It seemed that he also had to be more serious. Kinch himself was nothing to be afraid of, but the demonic demon battle puppet that was bestowed by the evil deity's doppelganger ability was indeed a troublesome fellow. Not being able to be killed and being able to evolve was not a big deal. The most important thing was that this fellow still had intelligence. It was a doppelganger of the evil deities, not cold steel. Normal attacks were completely useless against it. Ahahahaha. Cry, shout, kneel and beg for mercy. Your fate is destined to be hopeless. In front of my power, you are all some pitiful ants. Only I am invincible in the world. Kinch laughed proudly. He felt that he had never been so awe-inspiring in his life. Ever since he was born, this was the most satisfying moment. What could be more satisfying than abusing the opponent? If there was, that was to abuse the genius that was supported by the people in front of everyone. Just thinking about it, personally destroying that world's treasure, that kind of future hope, that kind of peerless genius that was destined to be outstanding, making that kind of proud son of heaven kneel at his feet, letting out pitiful and miserable cries, and then stepping on his head, that noble head under the sand, just thinking about it, could directly reach the climax. Let me send you on your way. Kinch laughed madly. The demonic demon battle puppet leapt high, pouncing towards the silver wolf. Wan Mo retreated even further, under the gaze of Yue Yang. In the blink of an eye, the speed of the demonic demon battle puppet, which was at least 100 times faster than the original strong magnetic demon battle puppet, had already caught up with the silver wolf like a gust of wind. One hand pressing on the silver wolf's waist, the black blood directly melted the silver wolf into two halves. Kinch let the demonic demon battle puppet throw the silver wolf's head in front of Yue Yang, arrogantly taunting, "Genius, how much more of this kind of scrap metal do you have? Take them all out. I haven't had enough fun. There is no way to get too much pleasure." "Ha ha ha ha. Look at you, you are so scared that you are about to cry. Do you want me to be kind and spare your life? Come on, kneel down and lick my toes. Don't miss any of the toes, lick them clean. If you do that, I may consider letting you go." "Idiot, there is really no cure." Yue Yang sneered. His feet heavily stamped on the ground. The whole earth shook. He raised his hands towards the sky. Between heaven and earth, extremely mysterious rune patterns flashed, and countless beams of light shot out from the ground. The whole west peak was shaking violently, and a 1,000-meter-tall sand giant drilled out of the ground. When its whole body came out, the floating rune patterns sank into its body, making the 1,000-meter-tall sand giant shrink rapidly, shrinking into a 500-meter-tall gravel giant. When Yue Yang rose into the air and pressed his hand on its forehead, the 500-meter-tall gravel giant shrank again. In the end, the gravel giant shrank into a 100-meter-tall crystal giant. Its whole body was shaped like a diamond. It was crystal clear. It stood in the filthy dead land, unstained. The black blood that could even corrode metal was completely useless against this crystal giant. Thud! Before the demonic demon battle puppet could escape, it was directly stomped into the ground by the crystal giant. Compared to the 100-meter-tall crystal giant, the demonic demon battle puppet, which was 10 meters tall, was as small as a bug. Standing on the crystal giant's forehead, Yue Yang turned to look at Wan Mo. "Use your real strength, this clown will only waste my time." Chapter 11:20. In the face of Yue Yang's challenge, Wan Mo laughed. as if he still had a card up his sleeve and was not moved by the invincible crystal giant in front of him. Everyone was stunned. Seeing that the crystal giant was incomparably powerful, why was he not moved? Could it be that Wanmo still had a secret trump card that he had yet to reveal, and an even more incredible power that he had yet to show? Or perhaps, he knew the weakness of the crystal giant and already had a way to defeat it in his heart? Just as everyone was guessing, a slight vibration suddenly came from the ground. It was as if a dead body buried deep underground was resurrected. Digging from the bottom up, it wanted to return to the surface and devour people. In the dead land, the extremely corrosive black blood that was sizzling and emitting smoke seemed to have a life of its own. It continued to condense and then collectively flowed into a pit. Seeing this strange situation, Yue Yang frowned. The crystal giant under his feet immediately launched an attack. It stretched out its huge foot for the second time and raised the pit where the black blood gathered to the ground. The pool of black blood that had been gathered with great difficulty was trampled on and immediately splattered. It splashed all over the sky and the ground. Wanmo was not angry. His shoulders trembled and he laughed strangely. Do you really think you can kill Kinch like this? Maybe you don't know, but his demon war puppet, Black Blood, will never die. Young man, after you defeat Kinch, come and challenge me again. His opinion implied that Yue Yang was not yet qualified to challenge him. Even if Yue Yang now had an invincible crystal giant. As soon as Wanmo opened his mouth, the audience was in an uproar. This was too exaggerated. How powerful was the little titan with the crystal giant? The students estimated that even Jiweri, who had the Prince of Vengeance and was said to be the closest to God, was no match for the little titan. Even if the Prince of Vengeance and the crystal giant were both platinum grade, even a blind person could tell that the crystal giant was much stronger than the Prince of Vengeance. It had a body that was over 100 meters tall, and its crystal body was immune to corrosion and other types of energy. It was also as nimble as its own arm. Such a crystal giant would definitely be able to flatten an entire city in just a few minutes. Who would have thought that the shamelessly boastful Chaos Demons believed that the current Titan Jr. didn't even have the right to challenge him? That was too arrogant. This was definitely too arrogant, boundlessly arrogant, arrogant to the point that there was no basis for it. Rumble. Black blood splashed everywhere on the ground, and a giant hole suddenly burst out. From the hole, a demon-like battle puppet made of black blood crazily crawled out of it. The onlookers found that the demonic puppet of war, which was only 10 meters tall a moment ago, had now grown into a 100-meter tall giant. The most incredible thing was the demonic battle puppet's ugly forehead. There was also a strange rune circle imprinted on it. It shone brightly. When the rune circle emitted a strong light, the crystal giant suddenly broke away from the control of its master, Yue Yang's will. It became an unintelligent puppet that attacked automatically and pounced towards the 100-meter tall demonic battle puppet. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, the demonic battle puppet was knocked down by the crystal giant with one punch. However, it was not injured at all. The black blood quickly flowed back, and the demonic battle puppet recovered instantly. It continued to fall in retreat, bringing the crystal giant with it as it gradually left the battlefield. The crystal giant only cared about chasing it and beating it up. It was completely out of control. Yue Yang, who had the Heaven Eye's divine vision, could naturally see the meaning of the rune circle on the forehead of the demonic battle puppet. This was the legendary lure. Not to mention the unintelligent crystal giant, even a beast with low intelligence would not be able to break free from the power of the lure rune circle. Although the demonic battle puppet had the crystal giant, Wanmo had successfully broken it. The crystal giant was attracted by the undead demonic battle puppet and the lure rune circle, which made Yue Yang lose everything again. He should be punished. Do you have a second crystal giant? If not, I'm sorry, I'm going to win. Wanmo asked Yue Yang with a complacent smile. I don't have the crystal giant or the silver wolf, but I still have the golden tiger. Yue Yang was not anxious at all. On the contrary, the students who supported him were so anxious that they were sweating for him. Yue Yang caressed the storage ring on his finger, and a gold-ranked ferocious tiger puppet beast jumped out. It was like a fierce tiger coming down the mountain. It was unstoppable. Even if it wasn't as powerful as the platinum-level crystal giant, it was still better than the crystal giant that couldn't fight as one and would lose control once it was lured. Yue Yang would be able to use the fierce tiger puppet that automatically opened its combat cab and quickly transformed into the berserk tiger claw to fight together with its master. Compared to its mighty appearance and tyrannical strength, the man-eating troll that Wan Mo relied on seemed to pale in comparison. It was extremely stupid. Clap, clap, clap. The students who supported Yue Yang couldn't help but clap their hands and cheer non-stop. On the other hand, the faces of those who supported Wan Mo turned from sunny to gloomy. When the crystal giant left just now, they thought that they could easily take down this little titan. Who knew that this little titan still had the golden tiger puppet? What a terrifying opponent. At this moment, Wan Mo's face was also a little gloomy. He sneered, "Golden tiger. It's just a small trick. I can take care of the platinum-level crystal giant. A mere gold-level battle puppet is nothing to me. Little titan, maybe you're good at 108 combos. Maybe your control is unparalleled. But in the face of an absolutely invincible god's power, it's nothing. Compared to God, you're just a pitiful little worm. Even if it's just 1/10,000th of my god's power, it's enough to crush you into a pile of mush. There's no point in talking anymore. Bring it on." Yue Yang jumped into the berserk tiger claws cab and merged with the fierce tiger puppet to fight. He already knew that Wan Mo had the power of evil deities. In comparison, Kinch, who only had 1/10,000th of the power of evil deities, was just a pile of mush. However, even so, Yue Yang could not easily kill Kinch. He could only create a crystal giant out of thin air and carry out a comprehensive suppression. Under the power of evil deities, Kinch, who had transformed into a demon puppet, Blackblood, was forced to retreat step by step without dying. Compared to Wan Mo, Yue Yang naturally could not use the same method. Miao Yi pretended not to notice the 10,000 demons' little tricks and purposely had the 10,000 demons secretly help Jin Qi. He also purposely had the 10,000 demons place the lure of the demonic god's power on Blackblood's forehead. Miao Yi even gave up on the crystal giant's control and cooperated with the 10,000 demons to make Miao Yi and Jin Qi, who had lost their rationality, believe that the bait was effective, thus increasing the power of the demonic god. In fact, Yue Yang only wanted to explore and consume the power of evil deities. As long as he found the truth about the power of evil deities, then, in the future, he would have more confidence in the final battle with the resurrected evil deities. I'll let you see what the world's most irresistible attack is, a completely one-sided battle. Wan Mo laughed wildly. He knew that his opponent was a super strong person, and with his own strength, he could not defeat this opponent. But he was still full of confidence, because the power bestowed by that god gave him a reason to believe that he would always be in an invincible position. Especially in the human valley, no one could surpass or defeat him. Wan Mo's skinny hands gently stretched out. 2 balls of black light condensed in his palms. In the human valley, it was absolutely impossible for him to use his personal power. However, under the situation where the demonic god's power had temporarily broken through the law restriction, the 10,000 demons instantly recovered their innate talents and domain power. In just a second, countless balls of black light gathered in the distorted space of the palm, forming 2 extremely terrifying black suns. The black suns left his hands. They fell to the ground. Wan Mo, who had used the power of evil deities to temporarily break the law of prohibition, could not hold on any longer, and hurriedly withdrew the power of evil deities to prevent his body from exploding under the backlash of the law of prohibition. He forcefully gasped for breath, calming the pain and suffocation caused by the law of prohibition in his chest, while laughing crazily. In the midst of that perverted crazy laughter, the 2 black suns fell to the ground, silently devouring a small part of the battlefield. They did not explode, but continued to spread, covering the sky and the earth as they spread. When the black light gradually dissipated, when the spectating students regained their vision, everyone was horrified to discover, unknowingly, a large army of Bone Clan had already stood behind Wan Mo. Their numbers could not be calculated. It was estimated that this army of Bone Clan, each emitting a terrifying aura, had at least 50,000 of them. In the Bone Clan army, any one of them had the strength of a gold-ranked war doll. These Bone Clan were not living beings, nor did they belong to the Demon Clan. They were recognized by the law of the human valley as a type of war doll. Their appearance on the battlefield did not violate any law of punishment. In other words, now Yue Yang's opponents had changed to more than 50,000 Bone Clan warriors, 50,000 enemies that were equal to or even stronger than the Golden War Tiger. I say, little Titan, aren't you very good at fighting? Fight, use your 108 moves to fiercely attack this army. Don't be courteous with me. I dare say that as long as you can defeat these 60,000 Bone Clan warriors, I will simply admit defeat, ahahahaha. Oh right, I almost forgot to tell you that among the 60,000 Bone Clan warriors, there are 60 white skeleton generals. If they are converted to the standards of the human valley, any one of them is above a platinum-ranked war doll. They even have intelligence that is not inferior to humans. Now, please work hard and defeat all of them. With a wave of his hand, Wan Mo did not give Yue Yang a chance to speak, nor did he give the spectating students any time to curse and despise him. He directly ordered the Bone Clan warriors to charge forward and crush Yue Yang with their advantage in numbers. Before Yue Yang could speak, the ferocious tiger battle doll had already been drowned by the Bone Clan skeletons that covered the sky and covered the sun. The spectating students were dumbstruck. Impossible. Even though the Bone Clan warriors were not living beings and were only skeletons, there was no reason for them to appear in the human valley. The most unbelievable thing was, what kind of power did Wan Mo use to break through the law of prohibition and bring these Bone Clan skeletons to the battlefield? Did this mean that Wan Mo already had the power to break through the law of prohibition? Even 1 second was enough for him to bring tens of thousands of Bone Clan warriors to the battlefield or the human valley. President Prodigy's originally youthful face turned ugly. He did not expect things to develop to this stage. The many mentors around him also felt their hearts turn to ashes. They secretly marveled at the imminent birth of the new overlord, Wan Mo, with 50 to 60,000 Bone Clan skeletons that were comparable to golden war dolls, who in the human valley could be his opponent. It was estimated that even if all the forces in the human valley gathered together, it would not be enough to defeat Wan Mo. Not to mention that he also had 60 white skeleton generals that were comparable to platinum-ranked war dolls. The whole place was dead silent. Even the blabbermouth in his twilight years was rendered speechless. It was possible to fight 1 against 10, or even 1 against 100, but 1 against 1,000, 1 against 10,000, 1 against 10,000, how could he win? 1 against 10,000 was a number that made people despair. Seeing that Wan Mo had 60,000 Bone Clan warriors, even Ren Tianj and the great sage Silver Pupil shook their heads and sighed. They felt that Yue Yang was powerless to turn the situation around. Even if he had the Crystal Giant and the Golden Tiger, how could he fight against 60,000 Bone Clan warriors? Many ants could devour an elephant, not to mention that these Bone Clan warriors were not weak. I believe in him, he will definitely return victorious. The only person who still believed in Yue Yang was Mingzhu Prince. Although it is difficult to fight 1 against 10,000, I also believe in this little fellow. In addition, the person who also believed that Yue Yang would have the last laugh was the principal. He knew that Yue Yang still had a trump card that he had not used. If he used it, although it was not an absolute victory, he would at least be able to retreat unscathed. Moreover, as a senior teacher, the principal would not easily waver in his support. He would definitely support his proud students' battle to the end. If you can get through this, the secret of the human valley will truly be revealed to you. 3 girls in white appeared on a distant rock out of nowhere. As they looked over, they smiled and looked at each other. Their faces were filled with joy. They seemed to be very happy to see such a battle. Chapter 11:21. Surrounded by tens of thousands of bone race warriors, Yue Yang's ferocious tiger puppet broke out of the encirclement with an unstoppable force. The enemies that it faced were all sent flying 100 meters away. For a moment, no one could match it. The ferocious tiger puppet stood proudly in the midst of the enemies. Who in the world could match it? However, powerful enemies were surging in from all directions. No matter what kind of existence it was, they would be crushed into pieces under this torrent of steel skeletons. 1 against 10,000, in the end, it was still an impossible battle. At this moment, Yue Yang's gaze was as sharp as a blade. There was a rare seriousness on his face. If it wasn't for the fact that it was an extremely powerful opponent, the guy from another world wouldn't have been able to fully focus on the battle. He controlled the ferocious tiger puppet to stomp on the ground. It jumped up with a boom. With a leap, it soared 100 meters into the sky. Looking at the torrent of steel bones above, it was really densely packed, like a tidal wave. The enemies had already flooded the ground. Despite the vastness of the West Peak, there wasn't even an inch of land to stand on. Hundreds and thousands of skeleton clan warriors formed a bone ladder for their companions to climb, intending to intercept the ferocious tiger puppets that had fallen to the ground. On the other hand, the 60 terrifyingly powerful white skeleton warriors grabbed the skeleton clan warriors beside them and threw them towards Yue Yang, preparing to smash him to the ground. Yue Yang controlled the ferocious tiger puppet to dodge the smashes and throws. With incomparable agility, it stepped on the backs of the bone race warriors like a dragonfly skimming the water. With a few leaps, it had already jumped more than 300 meters into the sky. Then, just as the white skeleton generals shot out their bone spears, it kicked the bone spears. It continued to climb. When the bone spears were no longer a threat, the ferocious tiger puppet had already leapt 500 to 600 meters into the sky. The bone race warriors who originally intended to chase after it were completely hopeless. At this height, even if tens of thousands of bone race warriors built a bone ladder together, they still wouldn't be able to catch up. Moreover, a small number of attacks would be of no use against the terrifyingly agile ferocious tiger puppet. Of course, the enemy's ability to avoid attacks in the sky wasn't without weaknesses. The bone race warriors quickly retreated from their landing point. They scattered far away from the circle. They were waiting for Yue Yang and the ferocious tiger puppet to lose their momentum and fall to the ground. As soon as the ferocious tiger puppet hit the ground, it would definitely be crushed into dust by the tens of thousands of bone race warriors. Moreover, it was unlikely for the ferocious tiger battle puppet to land safely at an altitude of 500 to 600 meters. As long as it fell from a high altitude and broke both its legs, would it be able to save itself? High jump. No matter how high you jump, you're just an ant that's about to die. Don't tell me you can hide up there forever. Wan Mo scoffed. Oh no. The spectating students felt their hearts sink. The bone race warriors retreated as far away as possible. They formed a big circle. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws. He was waiting for this pitiful enemy to break its legs before he pounced on it and tore it into pieces. However, their hopes were dashed. The ferocious tiger puppet did not fall down. Instead, it opened the cockpit and ejected Yue Yang from within. Under everyone's gaze, it quickly transformed into an extremely strange winged battle puppet. It didn't look like a tiger at all, but more like a battle eagle. Flames shot out from the battle eagle's feet. Carrying Yue Yang, it continued to rise into the sky at an unbelievable speed until it reached an altitude of 1,000 meters. Looking at the unimaginable little black dot in the sky, the students were dumbfounded. Impossible. Little Titan's battle puppet could fly. Was it really possible for a battle puppet that could fly? It was one thing for this golden tiger to transform into a humanoid battle puppet, but it could also transform into a battle eagle. It wasn't a big deal for it to transform into a battle eagle, but it could actually fly. It could soar in the sky like a real eagle. President Tianzhao and the other seniors and teachers had long known that Yue Yang had developed a flying battle puppet. They had even seen the real thing before. However, they had never imagined that the way the flying battle puppet appeared would be so shocking. Not to mention them, even the principal and the teachers of Silver Maple City were surprised. This was because the battle eagle that Yue Yang was riding on now was much more outstanding than the one that had participated in the competition. Of course, at this moment, they also understood their students' helplessness. If it wasn't for Wan Mo, who had the support of tens of thousands of skeleton clan warriors, why would he need to use such an extraordinary flying battle puppet in front of everyone? If it was a normal battle, he would only need to use the lowest level of flying battle puppets to sweep the battlefield. Now, Little Titan had revealed his final trump card because he was forced by the grim situation. No one would care about his previous concealment and concealment. You guys really hid it from this old man. President Tianzhao patted the principal's shoulder and nodded in satisfaction. On the surface, he was criticizing them, but everyone could see how happy he was about this surprise. We just wanted to protect this little fellow. The headmaster spoke modestly, but his face was glowing, as if he had suddenly become 10 years younger. In front of his many old friends, he held his head high and chest out. That proud smile was unintentionally showing off to everyone. Look, that's my student, a direct disciple. Incredible, incredible. Many of his old friends were extremely envious, shaking their heads and sighing. You're too kind. The little guy does have some talent, but he still needs to be sharpened. He mustn't be praised, lest he grows arrogant. The principal's beard was raised to the sky. Only then did the students burst into wild cheers. Due to the uncontrollable excitement in their hearts, waves and waves of applause rang out, erupting like the rain, lasting for a long time. Mingzu Prince scoffed. He looked calm on the surface, but deep down, he was overjoyed. As for the students who were past their prime, they were crying tears of joy. They shouted, Da wei 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 da wei. Ren Tianj and the great sage Silver Pupil punched each other and laughed out loud. Wolf of the Tower Mig and Prince Yang Quan, who were standing not far away, had their jaws dropped to the ground. Until now, they still maintained an expression of disbelief and astonishment. It was very comical. A small number of students who supported Wan Mo were as dispirited as if their own father had died. They were like two different people compared to their previous complacency. Wan Mo, who was standing on the battlefield and looking up at Yue Yang, also had an uncomfortable expression as if he had eaten a fly. He cursed repeatedly, "What the FCK, flying war avatar, damn it. How can there be a flying war avatar in the human valley? Damn it, if you have the guts, come down and fight. Otherwise, you can only hide in the sky forever, I'll see how long you can fly." Wan Mo had 60,000 skeleton clan warriors, but now, he could only watch helplessly as Yue Yang flew freely in the sky. What was the use of having more ground troops? On the battlefield, whoever controlled the sky would always be in an undefeatable position. Now, the person who controlled the sky was Yue Yang, who was flying freely above his head. He was a peerless genius that he could never hope to catch up to. "You're just a fly, what's the use even if you fly high? You only have one flying war avatar, and I have 60,000 bone clan warriors. What do you have to win against me? I'll wait for your flying war avatar to exhaust all its energy, and then I'll tear you into pieces." Wan Mo was very angry, but he did not lose his rationality. Although he did not have a flying war avatar and could not do anything to Yue Yang, he had 60,000 bone clan warriors densely covering the entire West Peak battlefield. Even if his opponent's flying war avatar could fly, what was the use? Wan Mo felt that no matter what, he would not lose. Obtaining victory was only a matter of time. What's the use of having more soldiers? Yue Yang laughed coldly. He looked down at Wan Mo and the 60,000 bone clan warriors with disdain and said proudly, "First of all, I want to correct you. Not only do my flying war avatar save energy, it also uses God's stone of unlimited energy to supply its energy. Even if it flies in the sky for 100 years, it will not fall. Or perhaps, my flying war avatar is enough for you to look up to for the rest of your life. Secondly, if you think that 60,000 bone clan warriors will be useful, then you are gravely mistaken. I only want to give you the heaviest and most painful blow when you are at your most complacent. You think that 60,000 bone clan warriors are invincible and undefeatable. What a joke. With your intelligence, of course, that is the case. However, those who are smarter than you, such as me, see that this trap of yours is full of flaws. You still want to borrow the power of the evil deities to break the seal and summon 60,000 bone clan warriors to defeat me. What a stupid move. Ever since the death arena, the bone race's undying abilities have become trash among trash in my eyes." In the end, Yue Yang used an extremely confident tone and shouted, "The most difficult power in the world is the power of life. If you don't even understand this, you are at most an idiot who pretends to understand." Wan Mo was furious. If it was not for the fact that Human Valley had restricted his martial power, he would have long since flown into the sky and fought to the death with Yue Yang. Yue Yang waved his hands repeatedly, and like a farmer scattering beans, he scattered dozens of small black dots, each as small as marbles. Those marble-like black dots flew rapidly. They were as fast as lightning. They fell from an altitude of 1,000 meters, leaving clear trajectories in the air. Because these targets were extremely small, and their speed was as fast as lightning, the Bone Clan warriors attacked them one after another, but to no avail. Instead, they fell into chaos. Wan Mo cried out in his heart and leapt into the air. When he saw what was happening, his eyes immediately widened like a cow's. He saw a terrifying scene. Through the flight of those tiny marble-like war puppets, he could see that the trajectories they left at low altitudes were actually a kind of runic circle that he did not recognize at all. Although he did not know what was about to happen, he knew that what was about to happen was definitely not something good. Retreat. Even though he immediately ordered the Bone Clan warriors to retreat from this huge runic circle, it was already too late. Moreover, this runic circle was still going to continue to expand, and in the end, it would envelop the entire West Peak battlefield. The 60,000 Bone Clan warriors under Wan Mo's command were like tidewater, and there was simply no place for them to retreat or hide. Yue Yang pressed down with his right hand. The tiny marble-like war puppets transformed one after another. Rays of light shot out from their tiny bodies, connecting to form and activating the Great Runic Circle. A kind of natural life force surged out from within the Great Runic Circle. Any living being that came into contact with this kind of life force would definitely feel refreshed and comfortable. Even a sick person who had been bedridden for a long time would temporarily forget about their pain and reveal a joyful smile on their face. However, this kind of life force that was completely harmless and only contained pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth, once it came into contact with the bodies of the Bone Clan warriors, it would be the world's greatest punishment. Even the heavenly punishment of the gods would not be more severe than this. Tens of thousands of Bone Clan warriors burned as if they were in the flames of hell. They struggled, rolled, and wailed in pain. To them, the life force was even more painful than strong acid corroding a human's skin. What was even more terrifying was that the Bone Clan could not endure pain like humans could. When the pain reached its limit, they would faint. Because they did not have life force or flesh and blood, they would not be affected by hunger, fatigue, sleep, fainting or any other negative state. They would always remain conscious. Even if they were to endure the greatest pain in the world, they would not be any less painful just because they had lost consciousness. Even if the Bone Clan warriors forcibly removed their bones that had been tainted with life force, it would be of no use. This was because they were all bathed in the great runic circle of the source of life. This kind of bathing in life force did not only affect the surface of their bones, but also their souls. The students who were watching the battle from outside were so scared that they trembled all over. In their entire lives, they had never seen a torture that was more terrifying and more painful than the Bone Clan being bathed in the great runic circle of the source of life. Begging for death. Begging for death. This sentence was referring to the current situation of the 60,000 Bone Clan warriors. Now, do you still have the confidence to say that your 60,000 Bone Clan warriors are very strong? Wan Mo, let the merciful me tell you a famous saying. Fellows who think they're smart usually die very miserably. Remember it well. This sentence is actually referring to you. Yue Yang had the ability to use the great runic circle of the source of life to instantly kill 60,000 Bone Clan warriors. However, he did not do so. He only watched leisurely, using this painful thing to mercilessly mock Wan Mo, who thought that he could do whatever he wanted just because he had obtained the power of the evil deities. Chapter 11:22 He had won. He had gone from being forced into a hopeless situation where he had been forced to fight against tens of thousands of enemies to turning the tables in the blink of an eye. Everyone who was watching the battle felt as if they had fallen into a dream. Before this, who could have imagined that the little titan would be able to defy the heavens and achieve victory despite being surrounded by 60,000 skeleton race warriors? Who could have imagined that a torrent of steel like 60,000 skeleton race warriors would actually wail in agony under the feet of the little titan and be unable to withstand a single blow? Some of the students who supported Yue Yang were so excited that they even cried tears of joy. Kai Mu hugged Haug with tears streaming down his face, desperately smearing his tears and snot on the other party's body. As for Haug, he looked as if he would rather die than live. Even the experienced and prudent Lord Principal felt that the corners of his eyes were a little moist. While no one was looking, he quickly turned around and wiped them away. The teachers who had been developing the flying puppet with him were so excited that they laughed and cried at the same time. As for the O brothers, who had given up their fame and fortune to participate in the development of the flying puppet of war, they could not help but express their emotions when they saw this scene. The few brothers hugged each other tightly. Iron Men shed tears and knelt down in unison, silently telling their Father in heaven, "The flying puppet of war has been successfully developed. I believe that your spirit in heaven has also witnessed this unparalleled battle. Your sons are slow-witted, but today, your wish has finally been fulfilled." In the arena, Wan Mo's face was ashen. He knew that he had lost. He had lost so much that he had nothing to say, lost so much face, and suffered a crushing defeat. Even though he still had the godly power that he had obtained from that god, no matter how many Bone Tribe warriors there were, it would be of no use. This was because this Titan Jr., who was so monstrous that it made one's heart turn cold and despair, was not an existence that he could fight against at all. This fellow was even more frightening and despairing than Ji Wei, who was said to be the closest to deity. If one were to say that Ji Wei could still manage to chase after him, as for this little Titan, they could only humbly look up to his existence. This unfathomable man was not someone who could be defeated with strength or even imagination. He was an existence beyond imagination, an unbelievably monstrous genius. Every time a challenger thought they could win, he would stand high up in the clouds, looking down at his opponent like a god looking down on ants. Wan Mo was in great pain. He felt like he had been nailed to the pillar of shame. If only he wasn't the Dark Temple Master, Wan Mo, but the Fire Temple Master, Burning Wind, who was watching the battle from the outside. Unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong opponent. Even if he exposed the ability he had obtained from trading with the gods, he would only end up with even more dirt on his face, adding even more glory to this little titan's victory. Before this, who would have known that the little titan's strength would be so terrifying? He was not the only one. Everyone had underestimated this young man, and it was a serious underestimation. The price of underestimating his opponent had caused him to suffer. There was no turning back now. It was too late for Wan Mo to regret his decision to fight now. Even if he had not used his divine power to temporarily break the law restriction and release the 60,000 skeleton race warriors, he would not have been so unlucky. Now, no matter what, he was destined to be nailed to the pillar of shame in history. The little titan had single-handedly fought against 10,000. Wan Mo, who had 60,000 skeleton race warriors, was the biggest loser in the history of Human Valley. This record was unprecedented, and it was believed that it would never be broken in the future. Wan Mo closed his eyes in pain. He knew that the best thing he could do was to admit defeat as soon as possible. Because with every passing second, the shame would increase. The skeleton race warriors could not be saved. Instead of watching them struggle in pain as their life energy permeated their bodies, it was better to admit defeat as soon as possible in exchange for their release. Wan Mo wanted to open his mouth several times to admit his defeat, but as soon as the bitter words reached his mouth, he swallowed them back down. Admitting defeat was just too bitter, too difficult for him to say. As the Dark Temple Master of the Central Shrine, when had he ever suffered such a defeat? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, how could he say the words, "I admit defeat"? Wan Mo looked at Yue Yang, who was flying freely in the sky on his war eagle. He had no choice but to make the most reluctant decision in his heart. He waved his hand. He ordered the heavily injured but barely surviving skeleton generals to return quickly. He prepared to store them in his storage ring in an attempt to save the last of the skeleton race. One must know that the value of each of them was comparable to a platinum war puppet. Before Wan Mo could react, a series of dense and terrifying explosions rang out around him. The explosion, which was so violent that it could destroy everything, blew the white skeleton general, who was approaching the myriad fiends, into pieces. The badly battered 10,000 devils raised their heads. Only then did they realize that in the sky, there was already a black Ran. A type of black spherical metal rained down like raindrops. Each of them had the explosive power to destroy a small mountain. What was more terrifying was that these black metal objects were puppet beasts. If the skeleton generals wanted to resist or dodge them, they would instantly transform into a ferocious-looking mecha battle spider. Like maggots on bones, they would stick closely to the opponent and self-destruct. No one could escape from this kind of deadly attack. Spider bomb, ha ha ha, this treasure has finally appeared. Good. Kai Mu was as crazy as a loser who had seen a goddess. Not only Wolf of the Tower and Prince Yang Quan, but even Haug and the others did not know about it. This is a spider bomb. Tell us about it. The students gathered around excitedly. Twilight Prince is really the Twilight Prince. He actually knew that Little Titan had such a secret weapon. It's really amazing. Someone flattered. Do you think I would casually tell anyone that I participated in the development of the spider bomb back then? Secret weapons, of course, should be used in secret. Let me tell you jealous guys, I personally led by example and cooperated fully with Little Titan to complete the research. To put it bluntly, if it wasn't for me, there might not have been Little Titan's spider bomb today. Do you think it's really that simple? I've always been low-key and hidden. Do you think that mere fame and fortune in the world can tempt me? What a joke. Fame and fortune are like fleeting clouds to me. Kai Mu held his head high and chest out. Under the admiring gazes of countless people, he felt a burst of pleasure all over his body, even from his toes. Mingzu Prince was silent. He didn't expose his lie and let him go. Otherwise, Kai Mu's lofty image would collapse instantly. At this point in the battle, there was no longer any suspense. Even Kinch, who was in the body of a demonic battle doll, gave up the battle dejectedly and lowered his head to admit defeat. Not to mention the fact that the flying doll and the spider bomb's fatal blow could beat him up like a fallen flowers. Even if Yue Yang didn't make a move, just the never-tiring crystal giant alone would be enough to make Kinch suffer. The power of evil deities wasn't omnipotent. Once it was overused, the repercussions would be terrifying. Kinch's divine power was starting to feel like it was about to run out. If he continued to resist stubbornly, the consequences would be dire. The never-tiring crystal giant would definitely have the last laugh. It would definitely explode when Qinch's body returned to its original state, putting on a show of destruction. Before that happened, Qinch bowed his head and admitted defeat. Anyway, even Wan Mo, who had 60,000 skeleton race warriors, had lost. What was there for him to persist for? Wan Mo looked at the skeletons on the ground and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. When the last skeleton general fell, he finally lowered his noble and arrogant head and admitted defeat to Yue Yang, admitting his humiliating defeat. I lost. Wan Mo looked at Yue Yang and the arbitrator dejectedly and admitted defeat. Are you sure? The black-clothed arbitrator's voice was very excited. He was in charge of Zhang Hua's battle, and this battle would definitely be recorded in history. This was an honor that would benefit his descendants for generations to come. No matter how the history of the Human Valley progressed, no matter how many classic battles there were in the Human Valley, no matter how they were ranked, this battle would definitely enter the top 10, or even the top 3. I'm sure. Compared to the arbitrator, Wan Mo also knew that he would definitely be recorded in history. However, this was what he was most unwilling to do. This was because he would be recorded as a disgrace, a tragedy that increased the honor of others. Wan Mo was an ambitious person. Even if he failed, he still had the courage to admit it. Since he had already been utterly defeated, he would accept it fully. This was because he believed that even in the future, there would not be anything worse than today's battle. Burning Wind, who was standing outside and watching the battle, was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he was not fighting against Little Titan. Otherwise, the person who would be nailed to the pillar of shame would not be Wan Mo, but himself. Zhang Hua, on the other hand, could not stop smiling. He was extremely happy. His goodwill and his investment were indeed not wrong. Little Titan was indeed a genius of the Eastern Clan. Although he was not famous in the past, he was still a member of the Eastern Clan. He would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Thinking about it, with Little Titan's identity and strength, how could he lose to Qinch and Wan Mo? So what if they joined forces? So what if they fought against 10,000 alone? Little Titan was a descendant of the Eastern Clan. Once he was born, he was a divine eagle with great potential. How could a small worm like Qinch and an old and shedding rooster like Wan Mo threaten his existence? It was already good enough to look up to him. Yet, he still wanted to win. What a joke. Now, let's see what kind of tragedy would happen when the genius Jiweri, who was said to be the closest to God, fight against Little Titan. Seeing Yue Yang reverse the situation and inconceivably fight against 10,000 alone, forcing his two opponents to bow their heads and obtain the final victory, the three girls in white looked at each other and left with a smile. Although their expressions were indifferent, it could be seen that they were quite satisfied with this result. Moreover, the result of Yue Yang's battle was beyond their expectations. It made them feel very surprised. I'm tired. I want to rest for a while. Yue Yang returned to the middle of the crowd. Just as the students were about to lift him up and carry out a victory parade, he quickly pretended to be very tired after the battle. He expressed his gratitude and asked everyone to leave first. He would come back to celebrate after he had rested. After saying that, afraid that everyone would reject him, he quickly dragged Mingzhu Prince's little hand and ran away. Mingzhu Prince was very angry at his thieving behavior. Why was he behaving like a loser after winning the battle? What kind of person was this? However, because his hand was held by Yue Yang, Mingzhu Prince could not stop his steps. He could only let it be for the time being. He had won. He couldn't take a golden hammer and smash it on the back of his head, right? Anyway, there would be plenty of opportunities to deal with him in the future. Mingzhu Prince raised his fist and snorted. Kid, consider yourself lucky. I'm in a very good mood today. Otherwise, humph. Chapter 11:23. Due to the crushing defeat of Wan Mo and Qinch, Burning Wind and the others at the back hurriedly forfeited the competition. What a joke. Who would want to compete with Little Titan for the championship? That wasn't courage, it was courting death. Even self-abuse wasn't like that. At this moment, Ranfeng was secretly rejoicing that the myriad devils had blocked this calamity for him. Otherwise, the person who would have been nailed to the pillar of shame in Human Valley's history would have been him, and not the myriad devils, who had lost all face and was feeling bitter and dejected. The forfeiting of the competition here was not over, and the punishment on the other side had also come out. It wasn't that the 2-on-1 battle was unfair. Instead, it was because both Jin Qi and the 10,000 demons had used some unknown divine power to cheat. One of them had broken through the restrictions of the laws and transformed into a terrifying demonic puppet. The other was even worse. The 10,000 demons had used his divine power to break through the restrictions of the laws and also created an army of 60,000 skeleton tribe warriors. This was a serious violation of the original intention and will of the ancient seniors in the human valley to evaluate the newcomers. If it wasn't for the heaven-defying Titan Jr., the other would have died a long time ago. Therefore, Little Titan's victory was one thing, but even if Qinch and Wan Mo admitted defeat, they still had to be punished for their cheating. Otherwise, it would be unfair to other students and future generations. Wan Mo and Qinch were disqualified on the spot. Once they were disqualified, the situation of this year's evaluation was completely different. Everyone did not think about the championship, because it was definitely in the bag of Little Titan. No one dared to fight for it, and even if they dared to fight for it, they would not be able to snatch it. Other than the championship, there was no need to think about it. The second place was a little controversial. Was Burning Wind with the Platinum Battle Puppet stronger, or was Qing Mo with the 108 combo better? One had to know that the reason why Qing Mo admitted defeat was because of the obstruction of the cheater, Wan Mo. Now that Wan Mo was disqualified, if Qing Mo was willing to participate in the semifinals, then it was very likely that he would be able to fight for the second place. However, both Qing Mo and Burning Wind rejected the semifinals at the same time and were willing to give the runner-up title to each other. This reaction made the students who wanted to continue watching the show a little stunned. What was going on? They were fighting so fiercely before, so why did they stop now? Only Qing Mo and Burning Wind knew that no matter how outstanding their performance was in the following battles, everyone would not be satisfied. Because with the Little Titan's Crystal Giant, Flying War Puppet, Spider Bomb, and Life Energy Runic Circle in front of them, no matter how good their performance was, it would still pale in comparison. Rather than letting everyone criticize him with a critical gaze, it was better to hide his incompetence and save some face. Especially Burning Wind, he was very worried. If Qing Mo insisted on fighting and forced him to use the divine power he had obtained from the transaction, he would probably immediately become the same as Wan Mo and Qinch, the target of everyone's scorn. This secret could not be easily exposed. Attention, after the voting of the evaluators and the students, the results have finally come out. Student Burning Wind won the runner-up title with a very small margin of votes, while student Qing Mo won the third place without any dispute. At the same time, I also want to announce something to everyone. That is, after the evaluation, the teachers of Heaven's Pride Academy will go to Golden Leaf City and the Imperial Capital together to personally question the elders of students Qinch and Wan Mo, and then give everyone a satisfactory explanation. The president of Heaven's Pride Academy indicated that this matter was not over yet. Using cheating methods, no matter what the unknown divine power represented, they must be held accountable and punished. The dejected Qinch and Wan Mo, who had gradually recovered their normal state of mind, were invited to the confinement room by the arbitrator. It seemed that they must clearly explain the source of the unknown divine power and the reason for cheating before they could leave. As soon as they left, the remaining students immediately cheered. Although the first and second place awards had nothing to do with them, to be able to witness these exquisite and peerless battles with their own eyes, they already had no regrets in their lives. Especially when Little Titan fought 1 against 2, single-handedly against Qinch and Wan Mo. In the end, he put on a good show of reversing the situation. That was an ultimate battle that had never happened in thousands of years. Other than Little Titan, who could fight 1 against 2. Other than Little Titan, who could create a flying puppet. Other than Little Titan, who could fight 1 against 10,000, and make 60,000 skeleton clan warriors turn into ashes with a wave of his hand. This was a battle that was destined to be recorded in history. In the history of Human Valley, this was definitely a decisive battle that had never happened before. No one knew how powerful people were in the past, but everyone felt that, at least in the past thousands of years, Little Titan defeated Wan Mo and Qinch. This battle could be ranked in the top 3, and might even be ranked first. Fighting 1 against 10,000, just the thought of it made people's blood boil. Yue Yang wasn't as happy as others thought. He didn't look excited or happy either. He was a little lazy. Lying on the bed, not moving at all, as if he was a young master who had nothing better to do. Mingzhu Prince was a little curious. What was wrong with this brat? Was he really tired? It was indeed not easy to fight 1 against 10,000, but seeing how relaxed he looked just now, he thought that he could defeat them effortlessly. Could it be that it was not the case? Thinking of this, Mingzhu Prince's heart softened a little. He prepared to give this brat a massage as a reward. Thus, Mingzhu Prince took out a relatively gentle tone and asked softly, "Tired? Where do you feel uncomfortable? I can't talk to an inexperienced little sprout like you." "I'm not tired, I'm just bored. I haven't had a girl to vent for a few days, I'm a little suffocated now." Yue Yang signaled to Mingzhu Prince, who didn't have a common topic of conversation, to not care about him. Suffocated, Mingzhu Prince flew into a rage when he heard this. He even took out his golden hammer. "All right, I'll make you suffocated." It wasn't easy for him to show concern for him, but he actually treated his conscience as a dog's lungs. This brat was born to be beaten up. If he didn't get beaten up for a day, his skin would itch. Who knew what was in that brain of his, thinking about women all day long? Couldn't he think of something else? Yue Yang was so scared that he jumped out of his bed and ran out of the door. He dared to say that if he ran a little slower, he would definitely be beaten up by Mingzhu Prince. The might of that golden hammer was too terrifying. It was 100 times more terrifying than Wan Mo's 60,000 skeleton clan warriors. "Don't let me see you again, you lecherous idiot." When Mingzhu Prince saw that there was someone outside, he took care of his image and stopped chasing after Yue Yang. "La la la, I'm a little expert at selling newspapers." "Ah no, I'm a little expert at picking up girls." Yue Yang made a face at Mingzhu Prince complacently and ran away like a wisp of smoke. He then found a place with no one around and returned to the grimoire world. Under little Wen Li's guidance. When he returned, the first thing he did was to find Princess Sissy. He first hugged her tightly and kissed her fiercely. When Tigress was about to flip out, he hurriedly threw out the good news. "I won against Wan Mo. If you won, then so be it. Look at your complacent face, you're just like a dog." Princess Sissy glared at him. She originally wanted to ignore him, but she couldn't help but ask curiously, "Tell me, how did you beat him?" "The process is very interesting," Yue Yang coughed. "Cough cough, I suddenly feel a little thirsty. You want to drink tea?" Princess Sissy understood what this brat meant. If there was a beauty to accompany me and drink plain tea together, even if there wasn't a drop of wine, I would still be happy. Yue Yang almost pasted the words, "The drunkard's intention is not in the wine," on his forehead. Tisk, this book bag dropped. "It's a pity that I'm not your shui niu, this kind of trick doesn't work on me." Princess Sissy put on a straight face and snorted coldly. "If you don't want me to smash the teapot on your head, then hurry up and say it. Don't talk nonsense." However, although she was disgusted on the surface, she wasn't angry. She even took the teapot and poured a cup of tea for Yue Yang. Tigress is indeed a cute girl, although she is a little tsunere. Yue Yang expressed that he was very touched. "If you don't want to die, take back the last sentence you said." Princess Sissy glared at him with her tiger-like eyes. Actually, tsundere can be quite cute sometimes. Yue Yang felt that it wasn't a big problem. He had to have all kinds of girls. If he didn't have a tsundere young master by his side, he believed that his happy days would be halved. Who could do anything to this cheeky and thick-skinned fellow? Princess Sissy had long learned to ignore him. Otherwise, she would have been full of anger long ago. Listening to Yue Yang talk about his battle with Wan Mo, Princess Sissy was immersed in it. She was especially shocked when she heard that Yue Yang had 60,000 skeleton clan warriors surround and attack them. She then secretly heaved a sigh of relief when she heard that the life energy runic circle and the flying puppet spider bomb had displayed their invincible might, killing all the enemies and winning the battle. She never doubted that Yue Yang would lose, but she didn't expect it to be so easy. She originally thought that he would have to expend a lot of energy to achieve victory. She didn't expect that he would use his pure life energy to defeat all the skeleton clan warriors. She secretly rejoiced in her heart, as expected of the Yu clan third young master who had many tricks up his sleeves. If it was someone else, it probably wouldn't be so easy. Princess Sissy was in a good mood and rarely praised him. In the end, when she saw that this brat was insatiable and wanted to stay and rest, she immediately became hostile and pushed Yue Yang out of the door, slamming him in the face. "Tigress, you better not fall into my hands. Otherwise, I will punish you according to the family law and beat you with 180 paddles." Yue Yang was only saying it verbally. If he really beat her, he wouldn't bear to do it. No matter how angry he was, Yue Yang couldn't bear to hit Princess Sissy's perfect butt. Brother-in-law is so powerful. A cry of surprise came from behind Yue Yang. He didn't even need to look back to know who this girl was. Sky disaster. Only this girl, Sky Disaster, would dare to sneak behind Yue Yang and make small movements to cause trouble. Only a girl like her would shout, brother-in-law, brother-in-law, at Yue Yang non-stop with her sweet and cute voice. Previously, because she was in closed-door training, Sky Disaster didn't come out for a long time to breathe. She also didn't have the chance to act coquettishly towards Yue Yang. Now that she came out, she immediately rushed over. Who was closest to the current Sky Disaster? It was definitely her brother-in-law. This was because her brother-in-law not only had treasures to take, but also often gave her pointers on training, breaking through bottlenecks and leveling up. Something seems a little different. Yue Yang felt that this girl seemed to be a little different after coming out of closed-door training, but he couldn't tell what was different. It was really strange. Really, brother-in-law, where do you think I'm different? Did I become prettier? Sky Disaster, who was wearing the Thunder God chain, came closer without hesitation. Her little face was less than 2 inches away from her brother-in-law. Her swan-like beautiful neck stretched out and her mischievous and cute big eyes blinked, as if she wanted her brother-in-law to see her clearly. No matter how you look, you're still just a silly little girl. Yue Yang knocked on Sky Disaster's little head while saying what he meant. You always knock on my head, what if you become stupid? You still knock, damn it, brother-in-law hates it the most. Sky Disaster covered her little head and complained to Impatience, who was walking over pitifully. Sister, this bad brother-in-law is too much. How dare he lay his hands on me, my sister-in-law? You have to help me. Then should I give him a little punishment? That's a must. Alright, I'll use the drowning milk skill tonight and see if I can suffocate him to death. Sister, how is this a punishment? This is simply a reward. No, this is too easy on him. Get out of here immediately, or else I'll strip you naked and whip you. Do you think I don't know what a little devil you are? You just want to see the world in chaos. Act obedient, or else I'll cut your skin and flesh. A certain girl who was scolded stuck out her pink tongue cutely. Then she made a face at her brother-in-law. With a gust of fragrant wind, she slipped away like smoke. From afar, only a bell-like laughter could be heard. Chapter 1124. After a night's rest, Yue Yang, who was served by the Sky Law Empress until he was full of energy, returned to the student house in a good mood. Once he came out, he saw Mingzhu Prince sitting in front of his bed. His expression was very bad, as if someone owed him $3 million. Yue Yang ignored his murderous gaze and sat beside Mingzhu Prince with a face full of smiles. He stretched out his hands, wanting to hug the shoulders of this friend, who claimed to be able to pick up girls and complete his dreams together. However, Mingzhu Prince turned around angrily and pushed his hands away, giving him a view of his back. Yue Yang laughed out loud and apologized profusely. I was wrong, I shouldn't have left you to go have fun alone. But you know, it's not that I don't have the spirit of brotherhood, it's just that you haven't experienced the human world yet, and your face is still young and tender. You still can't let it go. I also want to bring you along, but you just won't. Alright, don't be angry, I admit that I was wrong. As long as you don't get angry, I'm willing to do anything. Really? Mingzhu Prince suddenly turned back, his eyes as bright as stars as he stared at Yue Yang. Cough, of course, even if you want the moon in the sky, I will still pluck it down for you. Just say it. In order to coax Mingzhu Prince back, Yue Yang decided to go all out. Then try plucking the moon down. Mingzhu Prince laughed coldly. You dare to say such big words? Give me a ladder to the sky, I promise to pluck it down. Yue Yang spread out his hands, expressing that although he had the ability to pluck the moon, he didn't have a ladder to the sky. Towards Mingzhu Prince's simple request, he couldn't help even if he wanted to. Mingzhu Prince looked at his shameless look, and for some reason, the anger in his heart dissipated. He couldn't get angry even if he wanted to. I don't have a ladder to the sky, you can just brag all you want. Anyway, you can't even do one thing if you say 10,000 things. Mingzhu Prince snorted angrily. You're looking down on me. Yue Yang acted as if he was about to duel with Mingzhu Prince. He glared back at Yue Yang and pretended to be angry. If you say that again, I'm going to get angry. I'm willing to do anything for you, my friend. Even if you ask me to borrow my favorite erotic secret book, I'll give it to you without hesitation. It's just that you obviously want to read it, but you're not willing to open your mouth to borrow it. Can you blame me for that? Here, this is my favorite. Even if you didn't ask, I would have lent it to you. Go back and study it. It will be very helpful for your future sexual life. Look at how good I am to you, and you misunderstood me. Mingzhu Prince was dumbfounded as he looked at the erotic book in front of him. He then looked at Yue Yang, who looked like he had been wronged. He was speechless for a long time. Yue Yang stuffed the erotic book into Mingzhu Prince's hands and reminded him again. Be careful when you study it. Don't wrinkle it, and don't tear the pages. We are all good kids, we must cherish our books. Mingzhu Prince's first reaction was to tear the erotic book into pieces and smash the boy's nose with his golden hammer. However, a thought flashed across his mind, and he smiled again. He first kept the book that was claimed to be a collector's edition. Then, he patted the shoulder of the guy from another world who was reluctant to part with the book, and praised him with a smile. Not bad, you finally did something right. But it's not enough, you still need to show more sincerity. A certain third young master already felt that he was bleeding a lot. When he heard this, he asked fearfully, what else do you want? I won't do something stupid like going through fire and water for you. Mingzhu Prince hurriedly comforted him. No one wants you to go through fire and water. Don't worry, I just can't stand your cheeky face. Why don't you show me the most serious face in the world? If I like it, I'll forgive you. No way, a certain third young master rejected immediately. One must be sincere, it's best to show one's true feelings. Moreover, when I get serious, I'm too handsome. It's not good to attract jealousy. One must be low-key and know how to hide one's shortcomings. Let me tell you, when I was young, my teacher had criticized me in public. She told me to smile more and not to show a bitter face. That was because I looked too handsome and it would affect her lessons. It would also affect the children's studies. For the sake of the country's little flower, for the healthy growth of the country's future, I had to be low-key and hide my achievements. Do you think it's easy for me to maintain a smile every day? But for the future of the country and the children's happiness, I'm willing to sacrifice my bitter face. How about it? You've never seen such a great person like me, right? I've never seen such a thick-skinned person like you. Listening to Yue Yang's nonsense, the depression in Mingzhu Prince's heart dissipated by half. In the end, he couldn't help but laugh. He wanted to get angry, but he couldn't. This guy was always like this. Either he made people so angry that they couldn't eat, or he made people laugh. In short, he was a big bad guy who provoked people. He was not a good person. After dealing with the angry Mingzhu Prince, Yue Yang was in a good mood. When he walked out of the door, he saw Kai Mu, who was smiling and wanted to hug his leg and call him boss. He kicked him. He wanted to kick this unscrupulous fellow to the highest heavens. This unkillable cockroach had shoe marks on his face, but his smile didn't change. He ran back quickly and gave Yue Yang a tight hug. I knew you could win. I'm not afraid to tell you that I was the only one in the whole place. In that kind of adversity, I supported you 100%. Who am I? I'm known as the Eagle Eye Prince. What a joke, how could the person I supported be wrong? I said you could win the championship, so you are the champion. Oh right, how should I spend the prize money later? I know a place where the girls there are all ferocious. Why don't we go? When he saw Mingzhu Prince coming out of the room, he immediately covered his mouth in fear and swallowed the words he was about to say. Mingzhu Prince glared at him. This unkillable cockroach immediately trembled and his legs twitched. Luckily, the principal came over, and Kai Mu was spared from death. Hearing the commotion, more people came over. Cheers and applause were like thunder and rain. The awards ceremony went on as scheduled, but the runner-up Burning Wind felt uneasy. He was deeply afraid that everyone would discover the secret of his divine power. After receiving the award, he didn't say much and left quickly. On the contrary, the runner-up Ching Mo was surrounded by Wolf of the Tower, Mig, and Prince Yang Quan. They asked him questions about the 108 combo, hoping to learn a move or two and benefit from it. As for the champion Yue Yang, the students basically didn't have a chance to get close to him. After the award ceremony, the president, the principal, and the other seniors asked about the power of evil deities. Although they didn't say it explicitly, they definitely knew some of the secrets of evil deities. Yue Yang didn't hide anything. Other than his own secrets, he left the recovery of evil deities and the power of evil deities to the seniors to handle. It was too tiring to carry everything on his shoulders. The president, the principal, and the other seniors exchanged opinions. Suddenly, the president said, for the time being, don't announce the recovery of evil deities, lest there be chaos in the whole human valley and those evil deities' believers take advantage of it. 1 year is not long, but it's not short either. We still have time. We should try our best to stop it. How about this? Let's maintain the original status for the time being. The Human Valley map is here. You won the assessment champion. In addition to the title of nobility, you should also get a small territory. On this map, which place do you think is more suitable? He didn't say it clearly, but the principal, who was standing beside him, gave him a small hint. Little guy, you have to think about it carefully. Yue Yang was very smart. As soon as he saw the hint from the principal, he knew where he should choose. Mingzhu Prince was afraid that Yue Yang couldn't see it, so he quickly stepped forward and answered for him. President and seniors, we have decided to choose Emerald Island. Choose Emerald Island, but it's desolate and uninhabited. It's a remote island. Can you explain why you chose that place? The president nodded secretly and looked at the principal and the others with a smile. However, he wanted Yue Yang and Mingzhu Prince to give a convincing reason. I heard that there are rich minerals there. Yue Yang lied without blinking, let alone blushing. Alright, since that's the case, the central area of Emerald Island will be given to you. However, Student Titan, your territory is only the size of a town according to the rules. It's less than 1% of Emerald Island. You can't cross the boundary. President Tian Zhao drew a small circle on the Jadeite Island's map, then passed it to Yue Yang, who was smiling and bowing. Please rest assured, President. A person like me who abides by the rules will never do something like annex the entire island. If Yue Yang was Pinocchio, his nose would probably be at least 2 feet long. Very good. The president stretched out his hand and patted Yue Yang's shoulder. Little guy, we can't do much. You have to understand us old guys. You guys go and prepare quickly. The principal caressed Yue Yang's shoulder and pulled Mingzhu Prince's hand up, placing it in Yue Yang's hand. No matter what happens, I hope you guys will remember this. You guys must protect yourselves. Human Valley is very important, but no matter how important it is, it can't be compared to you guys. If things don't work out, I hope you guys can leave the valley as soon as possible. It's a shame for us old guys to let the seedlings experience the strong wind. It's a pity that we're weak and withered, and can't give you more protection. The strong wind will pass. I guarantee that no matter what power, it won't be able to stop the power of life. Yue Yang held Mingzhu Prince's hand and bowed to these old guys who had silently sacrificed so much for Human Valley. The president and the others watched Yue Yang and Mingzhu Prince leave. After a long time, they looked at each other and smiled. They nodded in tacit agreement. They bade farewell and left, each doing their best to meet the biggest challenge of Human Valley. Even if the flying puppet can't defeat the evil deities, it can stop the evil deities as believers from running rampant. Its appearance is really timely. The president sighed. Ancestors who are staring at us from the sky, did you guys know that Human Valley's time is coming, so you sent us little Titan? Actually, 15 years ago, when that little girl came, I already had a premonition. I just didn't think that the little guy would come so quickly. Distant ancestors, please continue to guide us, especially that little fellow's path of growth. Please shine brightly for him. Chapter 11:25, I don't understand, why did you choose the Jade Island? Kai Mu, the fellow who followed them here, did not have the self-awareness of being a third wheel. He chattered non-stop along the way, even more talkative than the boastful Tang Seng, making Yue Yang, who was originally in a good mood, speechless. Isn't the Jade Island good? Yue Yang could not help but ask back. Other than the Jade Island, I can't think of anything else that's worth mentioning in that godforsaken place. Kai Mu was also extremely depressed. It's said that there are mineral deposits there. Alright, there's nothing there, but it doesn't matter. What we need the most right now is not mineral deposits. Yue Yang really wanted to stuff Kai Mu's mouth with a ball of cotton. Along the way, this fellow did not stop talking, buzzing like a housefly. If it wasn't for the fact that they were flying in a luxurious airship, Yue Yang really wanted to stay away from this meddlesome woman. No mineral deposits. Tisk tisk tisk, it's easy for you to say. It wasn't easy for you to become the overall champion, but at the most important time, you didn't discuss with us, your friends who supported you, and made such a crazy decision on your own. Really, because of this decision of yours, we've been having a headache for 2 whole days, and we still haven't recovered from it. You could have built your territory anywhere, but you chose the Jade Island, which is at least 2,000 kilometers away from the mainland. What's the use of building a territory there? Who do you expect to go there and settle down, engage in farming or business, and then pay you taxes? When other people want their territory, they can't wait to build the most prosperous place in the human valley. The closer it is to the city, the better. At the very least, it would be a small town or a village. But you're the complete opposite, running to the most remote, desolate and barren place in the world, where there's not even a single bird's feather. What Jade Island? It sounds so nice, but it's actually a deserted island. Other than sand, there's not even a single blade of grass there. Running there is simply asking for trouble. Kai Mu had a lot of objections. Initially, he thought that Yue Yang and Mingzhu Prince, who were so smart, would carve out a piece of land in the outskirts of the imperial city or some special mining area. He didn't expect that the two of them wanted the Emerald Island, a place that no one would want even if it was given to them for free. Even if I don't want it now, I still want it. Tell me, what else can I do? Yue Yang spread his hands. What should we do? Can't you see that I'm having a headache right now? Kai Mu clutched his head. Headache? Yue Yang was surprised. Kai Mu's brain could also be used. Yes, that's right, I'm using my smart brain to think about the problem. I'm thinking about whether there's any way to recover some of the losses. Damn it, I have to say, your choice is terrible. There's nothing on Emerald Island. Even the pirates wouldn't bother to visit if they were to build a territory there. Not to mention anything else, just the coastline of more than 2,000 kilometers is enough to make people flinch. Kai Mu couldn't help but ridicule Yue Yang's choice again. Isn't this good? Our territory will be very safe if we are separated by the sea from the human valley inner land. Yue Yang felt that there were still advantages. Safe? You said safe. If you build a territory on Emerald Island, do you still need to worry about safety? What you should worry about is the loneliness of being away from people. Seriously, even if you spend 100 heaven crystals to hire people to accompany you on Emerald Island, or hire pirates to rob you, not many people would be willing to go. There are more monsters in the sea than there are hairs on a cow, who would be willing to die for nothing. As for flying in the sky, how many people in the world have a luxurious airship? The worst thing is, not only is the weather terrible, there are endless storms and lightning, there is no profit to be made. Only an idiot would take a detour of thousands of kilometers and come all the way to Emerald Island, this damned place to eat sand. Kai Mu felt that Yue Yang was good at everything, except for his choice of territory. Choosing this kind of territory was simply inviting ridicule. Right now, Wan Mo, Burning Wind, and the others were probably laughing their heads off. This place is not bad, at least it is very big. Yue Yang found another advantage. Indeed, it is very big. It is at least 100 times bigger than the land managed by Silver Maple City, but what is the use of this? It has no mineral deposits, it has no value. For thousands of years, countless explorers have tried to find a new place to settle down. No less than 1,000 people have come to Emerald Island, wanting to find anything valuable from it, but they have not found anything. This is Emerald Island, the territory you have chosen. When Kai Mu thought about how a smart person like Yue Yang actually did such a stupid thing, he felt like he was going crazy. I said, it doesn't matter even if there are no mineral deposits, we can build a port here. Yue Yang picked up the map, he already had a plan. And then transport the sand from Emerald Island. Kai Mu was stunned, then immediately laughed. If that is the case, we might as well throw sky crystals into the sea, at least that would be satisfying. There is no lack of sand anywhere, the idea of using ships to transport sand on Emerald Island is really not a good idea. Instead of that, we might as well build a few wooden rafts to fish, build a shrimp boat to sell shrimp or something, but brother, who are you? You are the God's favored one, you are the smartest little titan in the world, you are the champion of the lifestyle assessment, your reputation is even greater than that puppet king in the capital, all the beauties in the world are lining up for you, but you ran to this damned place to build a port, I really don't understand. She sighed dejectedly. Originally, I thought that when you were surrounded by beauties, I would bravely step forward to save you and share your burden or something. Who would have thought that you would ask me to come here with you to eat sand? You can choose not to come, I have already advised you not to come. Yue Yang heard this and was amused. What did you say? Do I look like such a disloyal person? Kai Mu was as angry as an angry bird. If he had a slingshot, he would definitely rush towards the pig's head. All right, you are very loyal, Yue Yang thought. If you did not chase after me, then this journey would be much quieter. Moreover, Mingzhu Prince would not keep a straight face and reject me outside the door. When you are at a low point in your career and you are full of depression, When you need friends to comfort you, if I am not by your side to support you, who else can you rely on? How'd that idiot or Ching Mo that tombstone face? Other than eating and drinking during the celebration, they don't have any other skills. Only I will support you as always. It's hard to find a boss like me now. You're lucky to know me. Kai Mu stretched out his hand and patted Yue Yang's shoulder, not at all conscious of being a third wheel that was blocking the rotation of the earth. What else could Yue Yang say? He could not possibly be like Zi Wei-in, my fair princess, and say that he was very, 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 very touched. The port still needs to be built, but there is no need for fishing. No matter what, you are a champion, Lord Zhu. You are a person with status and position. Find some people to work here. Perhaps you want to do something big, but this is really not a good place. However, even if your decision is trash, I will still support you. Kai Mu took on the airs of a boss again and patted Yue Yang's shoulder, indicating that he would protect this little brother of Yue Yang. Then I will trouble you to recruit people. Yue Yang did not stand on ceremony and directly assign tasks. Recruiting people is very easy. With this charming little prince, I guarantee, there will be a little problem with the funds. This is not because my words are not good enough, but because your territory here is really too lousy. I dare say that even if you spend money, you won't be able to hire people. Kai Mu felt that recruiting people to build a territory here was a mission that was comparable to ascending to the heavens. Do you think there is any problem with recruiting people? Yue Yang stuffed a 3,000 heaven crystals card into Kai Mu's hand. Absolutely not. Looking at the crystal card in his hand, Kai Mu's eyes instantly became sharper than an eagle's, and his back became straighter than a javelin. I believe you. This time, it was Yue Yang's turn to take on the airs of a boss. He patted his shoulder and gave him encouragement. Boss, are we recruiting girls? Kai Mu wanted to clarify the last question. There are only 3 that we don't recruit. We don't recruit those who are not pretty, and we don't recruit those who are not magnanimous. When Yue Yang said this, Kai Mu's saliva almost flowed down 3,000 feet. His eyes instantly turned into red hearts. You should have said so earlier. You made me worry for a few days. Hee, really, with this thing, no matter if it's the ends of the earth or the corners of the sea, even if it's this desolate jadeite island, I can still turn it into the most lively place in the world. Soft girls, pretty girls, big-breasted girls, as many as you want. Don't worry, you can rest assured when I do things. There is nothing in this world that is difficult for me, the intelligent, handsome, elegant, and known as the #1 magic prince of the human valley. It was rare for Kai Mu to have a chance to boast, especially in front of Yue Yang. This time, he finally found the chance. Yue Yang was speechless again. After sending Kai Mu, the third wheel, away, Yue Yang and Mingzhu Prince's ears finally had some peace and quiet. The two of them unloaded the luxurious airship that was fully loaded and prepared to display their skills here. According to the secret plan that they had discussed along the way, they would build an overseas base that could fight against the evil deities in the future. Because it was far from the mainland, it would be easy to defend after building a base here. There was no need to mention the sea route. Even the air route would become impregnable after the base was built and the flying puppets were patrolling and intercepting. This was one of the reasons why they chose Jadeite Island as their territory. Secondly, within the small circle that Mingzhu Prince drew out when he was fighting for the territory, there was a secret sealing point. That was the largest and last sealing pillar of the evil deities in the human valley. It might even be the tomb of the true body of the evil deities. President Tian Zhao couldn't say it clearly, but the principal hinted at the importance of this location. Mingzhu Prince was afraid that Yue Yang didn't know the importance of this place, or that he would have an extreme rebellious nature. That was why he rushed to agree to the division point of Yue Yang's new territory. With the port and the flying puppets, no matter how powerful Ji Wei, Wan Mo, and Burning Wind were, no matter how many sealing points they broke, it would be difficult for them to break this last point. Or perhaps, 1 year later, the evil deities would return to the human valley mainland. Yue Yang would have a certain level of resistance if he secretly developed on this jadeite island for a year. He wouldn't be completely helpless and waiting for death. It was not that it was not good to develop in the inland area of the human valley. Firstly, it would be difficult to protect the secret. Secondly, the believers of the evil deities would obstruct him in every possible way. Thirdly, Ji Wei and the sky-splitting demon lord would definitely launch a large-scale attack. The impact would be inevitable. With the port built here, he would build a secret base at the sealing point. With more than 2,000 kilometers of sea and land barrier, and the patrolling defense of the flying puppets, no matter how capable Yue was, he wouldn't be able to create an army out of thin air to invade Jadeite Island and release the sealed true body of the evil deities. After the secret base is built, you can hand it over to Qing Mo and the rest. You still have to improve your strength. After all, your opponent is the evil deities. On this journey, there were actually 3 other distinguished guests. They were the oracles of the human valley, the 3 ladies in white who were respected by everyone. They usually didn't show themselves. Even when Kai Mu was still here, they refused to come out and only came out to talk to Yue Yang and Mingzhu Prince when Kai Mu and the crew of the luxurious airship left. How do we improve? Yue Yang was waiting for them to say this. Chapter 11:26. There is a place to train and improve. It is very special, maybe you guys can, but now is not the time. The leader was a girl in white with a silver grimoire in her hand. She seemed to have something else to say. Alright then, I believe that we will meet the requirements one day. It is not too late to talk about it then. Yue Yang smiled. He already knew that it would not be so easy to pass the final test. If the test was so simple, then there would have been talented warriors who met the requirements and achieved their goals in the past thousands of years. Moreover, from another perspective, the more difficult the test was, the harder it was to pass it. The rewards after achieving it would definitely be the best. For Yue Yang, the fact that the 3 oracles could stay and wait for the time to come meant that he had already succeeded half the time. Compared to Yue and the rest who traded with the evil deities for results, Yue Yang and Mingzhu Prince were undoubtedly making great strides on the right path. They were only left with the final test, the revival of the evil deities. Mingzhu Prince knew that they would not say it now, but he was not satisfied. He could not help but ask, can you give us a hint, even if it is just a sentence, is it about the Earth Valley and the Heaven Valley? The leader of the 3 girls in white smiled but did not say anything. She only stroked the grimoire in her hand. The one with the heroic spirit wanted to say something but stopped. On the other hand, the cute round-faced girl saw Yue Yang pretending to be pitiful and cooperating with Mingzhu Prince's inquiry. She could not bear to comfort him and said, actually, this place is not a secret that cannot be told. We will tell you guys sooner or later. It is just that now is not the right time. If we tell you guys, it might affect your mood and state. Yue Yang and Mingzhu Prince looked at each other and nodded in unison. They thanked the cute round-faced girl together. She did not say it clearly, but Yue Yang and Mingzhu Prince had already guessed a little. Previously, they said that no one could stop the return of the evil deities and they would leave on their own. At that time, Yue Yang suspected that if the human valley, which was sealed by only 1 evil deities, couldn't be defended and would fall, then how could the countless evil deities sealed in the Earth Valley and Heaven Valley be spared? If they couldn't survive in the Earth Valley and the Heaven Valley, where would they go? Where was the safest place to be? In addition, Yue Yang was suspicious of secret places like human valleys, tower beyond tower, earth valleys, mountain beyond mountain, and heaven valleys, sky beyond heaven. It wasn't that these places didn't exist, but after the battle at Tower Beyond Tower, it confirmed Yue Yang's conjecture. After discussing with Princess Sissy and the Sky Law Empress in the Grimoire world, Yue Yang came up with a conclusion based on everyone's thoughts. He then came out to share this bold conjecture with Mingzhu Prince, which was, the current human valley's ancient pavilion was actually, Tower Beyond Tower, and the Tower Beyond Tower, that fought with the evil deities was actually the original human valley's ancient pavilion. The two had actually swapped places for some unknown reason. The evil deity's soul had been separated from his body and sealed in Tower Beyond Tower. It was actually the original ancient pavilion. Maybe it was because the ancient rankers wanted to separate the evil deity's soul from his body, so they swapped the space between the ancient pavilion and Tower Beyond Tower. This was one of the reasons why after entering Tower Beyond Tower, people would find that it was exactly the same as the ancient pavilion, and it was especially huge, 10 times bigger than the ancient pavilion outside. Another reason was that Yue Yang had taken out god stones from the 4 peaks of the ancient pavilion and entered the ancient sealed space to search for ancient relics. These god stones, which were said to be an endless source of energy, didn't exist. After sealing the evil deities, in order to leave the ancient relics, to restrain the evil deities, the ancient rankers purposely created the teleportation door and god stones to provide energy in the 4 peaks. Yue Yang, who had the Heaven Eye's divine vision, had already found out before he even got the god stones, that the 4 peaks didn't need the teleportation door at all. Moreover, Even if there was a teleportation door, there was no need for God's stones to provide energy to operate. Everything was just a disguise. It was a test for the wise, a trial for the later generations. Only the smartest and most elite students could find the ancient relics. As for ordinary people, they would never be able to see through the mysteries of heaven, and would not even have the chance to participate in the trial to find the ancient relics. Tower beyond tower was the real ancient pavilion. Yue Yang felt that there was another reason that could support this. And that was divine power. During the battle with the evil deities, the terrifying divine power that the evil deities displayed was unparalleled. Even when he was still in a weakened state, he only used 1% of his divine power to beat Yue Yang. Yue Yang could be said to have unleashed his little universe and turned into a super-Earth, but in the end, he couldn't completely withstand it and was almost killed by the evil deities with a single finger. On the contrary, when Shifeng fought with Qinshan Wanmo, he faced Qinsh who had 100,000th of the power of the evil deities and Wanmo who had 1,000th of the power of the evil deities. Although the fight seemed to have taken a lot of effort, in fact, Yue Yang felt that the battle was much easier than he had imagined. If it was the battle with the evil deities in Tower Beyond Tower, 1,000th of the divine power would definitely make him suffer. Why was the difference between the two so great? The reason was that the ancient pavilion was the real Tower Beyond Tower. It was completely created by the gods for the elite trial, so its rule prohibition was stronger. Therefore, when Qinshan Wanmo fought with Yue Yang at Shifeng, their evil deity's power was suppressed by the rule prohibition and weakened a lot. Otherwise, the power that could be exerted would definitely be more than that. If Qinshan Wanmo fought with Yue Yang in another place, even if they were anywhere in the Valley of Men, even if they were destined to fail, and they wouldn't have lost so badly, if the divine power that the evil deities traded had no effect, would the evil deities, who had fought with Yue Yang before, still take it out knowing that it was useless? It must have wanted to restrict Yue Yang. Unfortunately, the evil deities didn't expect that Qinshan Wanmo would fight with Yue Yang at Shifeng. In the end, not only did they waste some of their divine power, but they also let Yue Yang beat the fallen flowers badly. Most importantly, Yue Yang had gained insight into part of the secret of the evil deity's power. He was no longer as confused as before, because of the exchange of the ancient pavilion and Tower Beyond Tower, and because of the attitude of the three girls in white, as well as the small amount of information that Yue Yang had collected from Queen Vivian Li and the reasoning of Princess Sissy, Yue Yang made a very bold guess. If it didn't matter if the Valley of Men fell, or if it didn't matter if the Valley of Earth and Valley of Heaven fell, then they must be fake, otherwise, the ancient gods wouldn't have created a trial ground that their descendants would never have any hope of achieving. The real Valley of Men, Valley of Earth and Valley of Heaven were most likely in the hands of the three girls in white. Only after being personally selected by them, only the best candidates were qualified to enter. It was impossible for the ancient gods to hand over the trials of ascension to godhood to ambitious juniors or evil gods. It was impossible for them to be controlled by tyrannical forces, and it was even more impossible for them to lead juniors with real hope down the wrong path. Therefore, the key to everything was these three young ladies in white. They represented the will of the ancient gods to some extent. At the very least, they were the qualified successors chosen by the ancient gods to challenge the true owner of the divine grimoire. If the current Valley of Men was fake, then the Valley of Earth and Valley of Heaven that needed to be cleared were also fake, then where was the real one? You're so scary when you smile. Please don't have any ideas on me, I won't say anything now. The cute round-faced girl was a little afraid to look at Yue Yang in the eye, because the guy from another world who was ridiculously handsome when he smiled was going to use her as the breakthrough point. The round-faced girl was the softest, and she had the most favorable impression of Yue Yang, so she was the one who was most likely to reveal the secret. Alright, don't be like a big bad wolf that saw a little lamb, quickly wipe off the saliva on the corner of your mouth. Mingzu Prince couldn't stand it anymore. It was fine if you used some beauty to get information, but don't tell me you want to force yourself on me. Do I look like such a lustful person? Yue Yang almost fainted. Mingzu Prince, which side are you on? Why did you change your side at the last minute? You don't look like it, but you are. Mingzu Prince felt that it was right to be on guard. What if this brat used his official position for his own personal gain? Alright, you win. Yue Yang squatted down gloomily and drew circles. He didn't want to quarrel with Mingzu Prince. Mingzu Prince was like a proud peacock, raising his head high. It was rare to win against him. If he didn't show off, when would he be able to? The white-clothed girl holding the silver grimoire sat quietly in the temporary tent built by Yue Yang. She was able to keep her composure. No matter what happened to Yue Yang and Mingzhu Prince, she didn't care at all. The tall white-clothed girl with a heroic aura looked at Yue Yang and Mingzhu Prince a few times, then walked into the tent to rest. Only the cute round-faced girl tilted her head, as if she really liked seeing Yue Yang's defeated look. She wanted to secretly laugh but was trying her best to hold it in. At night, Yue Yang lit a bonfire. He also caught some fish and prawns from the sea and made a sumptuous grilled fish dinner. The three white-clothed girls weren't very interested in the food, but drank some of the fairy spring water that Yue Yang brought from Tong Tian Tower. On the surface, Mingzhu Prince criticized Yue Yang's cooking, but he was actually very satisfied with the food. He was beaming with joy. Suddenly, he excitedly asked about Yue Yang's matters in Heaven Realm. Of course, he wanted to ask about Tong Tian Tower the most, but it was a pity that Yue Yang only talked about it, unless it was a topic that he couldn't avoid. Tong Tian Tower, it's said that there's a godly tomb there, a real godly tomb. The cute round-faced girl really knew a lot. There's also the godly grimoire. The heroic white-clothed girl drank a mouthful of fairy spring water and joined the conversation. You've seen the godly grimoire before. Yue Yang's eyes lit up as he asked. The godly grimoire is in the hearts of those who can see it, those who are fated can obtain it, and those who are not fated can't even see its existence. The white-clothed girl holding the silver grimoire smiled gently, as if she was asking Yue Yang silently, do you think you are a fated person, or a fated person? Her words also contained another meaning. The godly grimoire wasn't something that could be obtained just because one wanted to. No matter how much effort one put in, no matter how much price one paid, some people would never be able to obtain it, because the godly grimoire chose its own master. The godly grimoire would choose its own master. It was definitely not something that could be forcefully taken away by external forces. No matter how much power one had, it was impossible. Actually, Yue Yang hadn't thought about this problem before. The guy from another world still had a divine grimoire, that he didn't know whether it was a godly grimoire or not, but he never had the chance to use it. Regarding the godly grimoire, he didn't want others to obtain it, but not himself. Of course, if the godly grimoire chose him, then Yue Yang wouldn't be polite. Yue Yang didn't want to discuss this topic too much, because he was worried that he might accidentally spill the beans about the divine grimoire that he couldn't summon, especially in front of Mingzhu Prince and the three white-clothed girls. If he was distracted and accidentally said it, he would be done for. Thus, Yue Yang changed the topic to the heaven, earth and human valleys. If the training in the human valley is to transform into a human, then surpass oneself and become a god, then what is the training in the earth valley and heaven valley? This question was asked unintentionally, and wasn't meant to probe. It was a completely natural reaction. He wanted to bring it out to discuss. After saying this, even Yue Yang himself felt that it was too abrupt, and hurriedly wanted to change the topic. Unexpectedly, the white-clothed girl holding the silver grimoire, the leader of the three god envoys, changed her usual attitude and answered directly. Actually, it's okay to tell you. The true meaning of the Earth Valley training is destruction, while the Heaven Valley training is creation. Yue Yang and Mingzhu Prince were stunned. They looked at each other, and were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Why did she say the truth? And the most puzzling thing was, forget about the creation of the Heaven Valley, the true meaning of the Earth Valley training was destruction. Did they hear wrongly? Destruction was also a type of training. Chapter 11:27. When Yue Yang and Mingzhu Prince recovered from the shock, the three girls in white had already returned to their tents to rest. Although he knew the true meaning of Human Valley, Earth Valley and Heaven Valley, Yue Yang's heart was filled with even more confusion. Was it really that difficult to obtain a godly grimoire? To ascend from a human to a god, one had to pass through thousands of checkpoints and trials, and put in endless sweat and effort. These were all normal, but why was it that the Human Valley, Earth Valley, and Heaven Valley trials in the trial grounds were so much more difficult than one could imagine? The true meaning of the Human Valley was to transcend oneself and ascend to the godly level. It was already difficult enough, and there were even more unbelievable levels of destruction and creation after that. The trial ground was only meant to nurture a few godly level warriors, not to nurture a creator. Was there a need to make it so difficult? Could it be that the contractor of the godly grimoire had to be a creator? Moreover, the Heaven Valley with the true meaning of creation was only the 9th level, and it was not the final test. He really did not know how Her Majesty Queen Vivian Li, who had rushed all the way to the 9th level, passed these tests. My mind is a little confused, and I need to take a rest. Let's go back and think about it. We will exchange what we have obtained tomorrow morning. Good night. Mingzhu Prince was not confused about Human Valley's transformation into a human, transcendence, and becoming a god, but he could not understand the destruction of Earth Valley and creation of Heaven Valley. Yue Yang wanted to say that he could just leave it to him, but he knew that Mingzhu Prince would have to pass this test sooner or later, so he could only nod and agree. On the second day, without waiting for Yue Yang to speak, Mingzhu Prince suddenly smiled. I have thought it through. After passing Human Valley, I will go back. Being able to transcend the human body and become a god is my biggest goal. As for the Earth Valley and Heaven Valley, I will not think about it for the time being. I know that I should not bite off more than I can chew, and I still have self-awareness. Sorry, I thought I could accompany you to the end, but now, maybe this is fate. Fate has chosen us, and only the best one can go to the end. Mingzhu Prince looked at Yue Yang, as though he was saying, you are the lucky one, I can't compare to you. Yue Yang sweated profusely. It's too early to say that. I might be eliminated in the next round. Seeing him like this, Mingzhu Prince could not help but laugh. Patting him on the shoulder, he jokingly scolded, if you really get eliminated, I won't recognize you as a friend anymore. Besides, even if you get the divine grimoire, I won't be jealous of you. What are you so nervous about? It's not that easy to obtain the divine grimoire. Yue Yang didn't want to think too far into the future. He changed the topic and asked, are we really going to leave after clearing Human Valley? It has been decided. Mingzhu Prince nodded. What's next? What do you plan to do? Yue Yang was unwilling to give up. To do something that I wanted to do before but didn't have time to do. Mingzhu Prince said vaguely. Then, what is it that you wanted to do but didn't have time to do? Oh right, what is the secret that you wanted to tell me? You are going to leave soon, tell me now. Yue Yang looked at Mingzhu Prince hopefully. Before I leave, I will consider whether to tell you or not. This depends on your performance. Mingzhu Prince smiled and shook his head, rejecting Yue Yang's request. Bastard, don't force me to use force. Yue Yang's patience was not very good. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Mingzhu Prince stared at Yue Yang fearlessly. The two of them approached each other like fighting cocks, almost touching each other's nose and smelling each other's breath. A strange atmosphere quietly formed. Just when Yue Yang decided to teach this fellow a lesson and prepared to nibble on Mingzhu Prince's face, the tent suddenly opened. A cute round face popped out and looked at them curiously. Yue Yang and Mingzhu Prince hurriedly jumped back 3 meters. The guy from another world laughed. Ah, the weather today is not bad. There are no clouds in the sky is clear, it's a good day to recite poems. Mingzhu Prince sweated profusely. Big brother, can you look at the sky before you? Lie. The sky was filled with dark clouds, as if it was the end of the world. How could there be no clouds in the clear sky? Maybe it was a good day to recite poems, but it was not a good day to recite poems. There was no choice, he couldn't cooperate with this kind of guy who had a jumpy mind. He turned his back and pretended not to know this guy. He didn't want to embarrass himself. The cute round face also looked at the sky in confusion, unable to react for a while. In the end, he gave up and waved at Yue Yang and Mingzhu Prince. The storm is coming, do you want to come in and take shelter from the rain? Yue Yang moved in front of the round face and smiled mischievously. I'm very dangerous, aren't you afraid to invite me in to take shelter from the rain? Alright, I'm kind enough to let you take shelter from the rain, but you're still acting like a big bad wolf. Do you feel uncomfortable if you don't do bad things for a day? Mingzhu Prince beat the guy from another world to the ground and dragged him in. His violence made the round face sweat profusely. If I had the power of a god, facing this storm, all I need to do is say, stop, and everything will be calm. That would be great, Yue Yang fantasized. Don't dream. Mingzhu Prince felt that daydreaming was a specialty of this guy. Actually, you can do it. The leader of the 3 girls in white who was holding the silver grimoire suddenly opened her mouth and said with a smile. If you can do it, then you will have truly passed the Human Valley trial. If you can't do it, even if you successfully pass the trial and leave the Human Valley, you will just be a warrior who has failed in challenging himself on the surface. What? Yue Yang was just talking nonsense, he didn't expect her to reply like that. The Human Valley has unlimited restrictions, no inherent skill, no domain of power, no support, how can you calm down the storm? Mingzhu Prince also felt that it was impossible. Actually, the reason why the human valley has such restrictions is to limit the trial takers to the greatest extent, to let the strong trial taker become a person of the lowest level. In the weakest and most powerless environment, how can they surpass themselves? If this thought is not sublimated and transcended, then the trial taker will forever be a human and not a god. The heroic girl in white explained. Even if the thought is sublimated, there is no divine power to stop the storm. Mingzhu Prince still felt that it was hard to imagine. That's because you are still a human. Now, if you surpass human and ascend to God, then no matter how strict the laws are, they will not be able to restrict you. All the power in the human valley will instead follow you, and be yours to use. The gentle and quiet girl in white said something that caused Mingzhu Prince and Yue Yang's mind to tremble. Yue Yang was stunned. He seemed to have understood something. He was about to switch to a state of enlightenment. Suddenly, he saw Mingzhu Prince's body tremble. He was swaying, as though he could collapse at any moment. He quickly suppressed the surging thoughts in his mind, rushed over and supported Mingzhu Prince. The moment his hand touched Mingzhu Prince's body, there was suddenly a kind of power, from Mingzhu Prince's body, burst forth. Everything in the world, including the howling storm outside, came to a halt in an instant. Boundless energy formed an invisible shockwave that frantically spread out. Everywhere it passed, it carried with it an unknown will power. Even the restrictive power in the human valley. It was also shattered. In the countless space fragments that looked like broken lenses, Yue Yang's hand was violently rebounded by the unknown power. His entire body was thrown hundreds of meters away. The three girls in white seemed to be prepared. A layer of holy light shield rose on the surface of their bodies. They were completely unaffected by the vibrations of the space. Calm as ever. Mingzhu Prince's body, countless soft white lights flowed out, like moonlight. It was as though some kind of seal formed by a secret technique had been removed. Tang. Countless white lights spiraled and gathered above Mingzhu Prince's head, forming a huge pillar of light, shooting up to the heavens. And at the same time, the grimoire that Mingzhu Prince could not show in the human valley, also automatically floated out. It was actually an extremely rare grimoire. Countless sealing strengths exploded the moment the holy scripture appeared. Even young Master Mingzhu's body exploded into millions of motes of light. These motes of light gathered together like fish, forming a mass of light that was as soft as a bright moon. Within the light, there seemed to be a woman. She looked like a fairy under the moon, her golden hair like a waterfall, her eyebrows like the moon, and her long eyelashes intertwined. She seemed to be in a deep sleep, not knowing that the world was changing. When she slowly opened her starry eyes that were as bright as the stars, Yue Yang, who was dumbstruck, felt as if a window had opened in his heart. It was just that his body was completely restricted by the supreme power that was naturally emitted by the other party. He was unable to move, let alone open his mouth to shout. Under the cover of the unique secret seal in the wondrous domain, there was actually such an unparalleled beauty. The beauty with sharp ears and bare feet, covered in holy light, seemed to want to reach out and hug Yue Yang. But, her uncontrollable supreme power would only push Yue Yang further away. Moreover, the power of the laws in Human Valley started to bite back. Although it would not harm her, it would definitely throw her out of the seal, because she was no longer within the laws of Human Valley, and was no longer suitable to stay in such a place. When the beauty finally reacted, she used almost all of her willpower that she could control at the moment. A bright moon rose up. Within the territory, the magical moonlight combined with the supreme power of the seal completely stopped the space fragments that were constantly regenerating after they were broken. In that second, she leapt towards Yue Yang, her beautiful face filled with anxiety. She did not have the time to hug Yue Yang tightly, nor did she have the time to press her cherry lips on Yue Yang's lips. The stagnated space started moving again under the powerful laws of Human Valley. Actually, the beauty did not have the time to say her secret. She had already been thrown out of Human Valley by the power of the seal. The shattered space instantly mended back to normal. Yue Yang, who was standing still, finally recovered his movement. He stretched out his hand, with his palm, gently caught a teardrop left behind by the beauty before she left. In the teardrop that was still warm, there was a faint trace of willpower. That was the last message its owner left for Yue Yang. I am not barbaric. I hit you and scolded you, because I was afraid that you would easily forget me. Chapter 11:28. Why? Yue Yang couldn't suppress his anger and shouted at the girl in white who was holding the silver grimoire. Why is it like this? Give me an explanation. Her strength was originally close to the god realm, but she had not fully recovered from her previous injuries. At the same time, she lacked an epiphany. Now that she has both, of course she will automatically ascend to the god realm and leave the human valley. The girl in white who was the leader explained indifferently. In the past year, she has gained a lot from her training in the human valley. Actually, after the battle with the evil deities, she might have an epiphany and leave the human valley. It's just that she was reluctant to leave, so she persisted and continued to stay with you. However, you should also know that there is a limit to the self-seal. It can't be maintained forever, and for her, forcibly suppressing it is a very undesirable thing to do. It's not beneficial to her cultivation. Now that she is following the epiphany, ascending to the god realm and leaving the human valley, isn't that a good thing? At least give us some time to buffer, we are not mentally prepared at all. Yue Yang felt that he still had a lot of things that he hadn't said to her yet. He could only watch helplessly as she left, unable to do anything. He felt very uncomfortable. Actually, the one I want to enlighten is not her, but you. The girl in white who was the leader suddenly smiled. Her sealing ability is very strong, but she can't hold it for a few days. Her divine power is not something she can control now. Whether we appear or not, she might suddenly lose control, break through the self-seal and leave the human valley. The heroic girl in white felt that Yue Yang should not complain about this. After hearing what she said, Yue Yang also felt that young Master Ming Zhu had treated him especially well these few days. She was different from her usual self, and her behavior last night was even more abnormal. It seemed like she had already known that the seal would be hard to control. Ascending to the god realm is a good thing, you should be happy for her. The cute little round face comforted Yue Yang. Abandoning human valley, where would she go? Yue Yang asked. Returning to her grimoire world, before her godhead is completely formed, she still needs a long period of time to familiarize herself with and strengthen her power in this aspect. It doesn't mean that you'll become a god just because you've advanced to the godly realm. There are still many things that need to be formed in between, such as divine body, divine sense, godhead and so on. There's also divine sense, divine power, divine skills and so on. Lastly, it's to form an independent, godly realm, in the grimoire world. As for completely transforming into a deity, she'll be able to show off her power and go wherever she wants. She'll be able to travel thousands of miles with a single thought, and there'll be no more restrictions in the various worlds. The white-robed girl in the lead described to Yue Yang in a gentle voice. Just tell me how much longer before I can see her. Yue Yang wanted to know the answer to this question the most. Some people need a few thousand years to truly master it, some only need a few hundred years, and some others only need a few decades to master it. The heroic white-robed girl explained. At least a few decades. Yue Yang was completely speechless. Thinking about it, Queen Vivian Li had spent a lot of time to transform the black hole space into the world of ice and snow. Although it was a little difficult to transform the black hole space, the world of ice and snow could not be formed easily. From this, it would be difficult to see little Moonlight who was disguised as Mingzhu Prince, in a short period of time. It was not easy for him to see her again, but who knew that after teasing her for a few days, the ancient code would ruthlessly separate them. It was really maddening. The most frustrating thing was that she had returned to the grimoire world and not to the heaven realm. It was impossible to send her another love letter. Yue Yang was depressed for a long time, but he did not give up and asked, "If I want to see her, is there no other way?" The cute little round face nodded, giving him a trace of hope. However, her next sentence made Yue Yang speechless again. This was because the little round face laughed and said, "As long as you advance to the god realm, after you have mastered it, you can use your divine sense to connect with her divine sense and receive her guidance. Then, you can enter the god realm in her grimoire." These words almost made Yue Yang fall to the ground. Good heavens, how could it be easy to advance to the god realm? He had not even taken a single step yet. Yue Yang had no choice but to ask, "Then how can I advance to the god realm as soon as possible?" The white-robed girl who was the leader smiled. "I don't know about others, but you are an exception. Maybe you can try a special kind of trial. Do you see this silver grimoire in my hands? It's a small world with endless nothingness and endless reality. If you think it's fake, then everything in it is an illusion. If you think it's real, then everything in it is the truth." Yue Yang had long suspected that the silver grimoire in this girl's hands was actually the real entrance to the heaven, earth and human valleys. Now that he heard it, he was even more certain. He wanted to enter the trial, but Yue Yang was not a reckless person. Naturally, he would ask more about the situation inside the silver grimoire. Otherwise, what if he was cheated? Among the three white-clothed girls, the cute round-faced one would definitely not cheat him, and the heroic one might not either. However, the one in the lead, who had a gentle smile on her face, would definitely cheat him to death without paying for it. He had no choice but to ask clearly. Yue Yang thought repeatedly and asked cautiously, I have experienced the door of life and death. It is a test of the reality within the illusion and the reality within the illusion. Can you tell me what are the differences between them? Or, what are the conditions to enter the Silver Grimoire's endless world? After entering, what conditions do you have to fulfill in order to return? After entering, if you do not succeed, you will never be able to return. The leader's words made Yue Yang break out in cold sweat. Damn it, so ruthless. The Silver Grimoire's endless world has no concept of time and space. You can live inside for 10,000 years, but not even a second has passed outside. If you spend 1,000,000 years inside and 10 million years to achieve your goal, then when you return, the time is the same as when you entered. The heroic white-robed girl explained. As long as you succeed, you can come out. It's very simple. This was what the cute little round face said. Then how do I count as succeeding? Yue Yang really wanted to ridicule her. Easy for you to say. Surpass yourself and comprehend the true meaning of destruction and creation. The leader slowly stated the conditions to pass the trial. Isn't this the condition to pass the three valleys of heaven, earth and man? Yue Yang was speechless. As expected, the three valleys of heaven, earth and man were in the hands of these three white-robed girls. All the warriors in the world were fools, fighting here and there in this damned fake human valley, thinking that they had succeeded. In fact, they were all fools scheming against fools. They had not even touched the edge of the three valleys of heaven, earth and man. No wonder no one had been able to obtain the divine grimoire for thousands of years. If these three girls did not take out the silver grimoire and let people enter to pass the trial, then they could forget about obtaining the divine grimoire in this lifetime. Even those so-called evil deities had been tricked by these three girls. Originally, he thought that he was very impressive in the three valleys of heaven, earth and man. Who would have thought that it was all fake? The real three valleys of heaven, earth and man were all in the hands of others. Yue Yang really wanted to give himself a tight slap. Let's see if he still dared to look down on these three girls. He didn't dare to say whether he could enter the trial or not, but it was necessary to ask for the reason. Cough cough, I really want to know, why are you only telling me? The heroic girl in white gave him a supercilious look. We're inviting people who have the potential to succeed, okay? It's not just you. 15 years ago, the one who had a close relationship with you had already walked ahead of you. She had also successfully passed the trial, but she did not proceed to the 10th stage before leaving. Maybe she, who had the divine grimoire, wanted to leave the opportunity for you. The cute little round face nodded in agreement. It must be like that. Yue Yang's jaw dropped to the ground. Had the divine grimoire. This was the first time he had heard of someone having the divine grimoire. He really couldn't believe that the person who had the divine grimoire was actually fourth sister's older sister, his own mother, in name. Did Queen Vivian Li and prison emperor Zhan Feng pass the trial? Yue Yang suppressed his shock and asked again. The conquest queen had already passed, but Zhan Feng did not challenge her. He hoped to enter the trial after the Heaven Valley trial, but in the Earth Valley trial, he resisted the true meaning of destruction and withdrew from the trial. He originally said that he would come back to challenge, but he never returned. The heroic-looking white-robed girl seemed to have a better impression of him. He died, so of course he never returned. Yue Yang didn't dare to imagine how terrifying the endless world, which even the prison emperor did not dare to challenge, would be. Thinking about it, Her Majesty Queen Vivian Li was really awesome. She could even pass the endless world, such a terrifying place. No wonder she wouldn't tell him no matter what, she actually had such a secret. Yue Yang paused for a while, hoping to make a comparison between Queen Vivian Li and my mother, who passed the trial faster. The cute little round face held her chin and thought for a long time. She frowned a little confusedly. The conquest queen has been around for too long, I've almost forgotten, but it should be more than 3,000 years. Although she had a hard time in the endless world, her overall speed is still considered fast. Yue Yang asked closely, what about my mother? The cute little round face extended 3 slender fingers with certainty. 300 years. Yue Yang asked tentatively. Stupid. The heroic-looking girl snorted coldly. That's 3 years. It can't be, so fast. Yue Yang cried out in shock. It's 3 days. She is the fastest person to pass the trial in history. With her great wisdom, nothing in the world can stump her. Actually, she could have left in 3 hours, but in order to pay her respects to the seniors who spent 3 days to create the endless world, she stayed for 3 days. The girl in white who was the leader answered in one go. Yue Yang was so scared that he fell to the ground, cold sweat all over his body. This is too awesome, this mother is simply invincible. Queen Vivian Li still needed 3,000 years to pass the trial, but she could do it in 3 days. She was even paying her respects to the seniors. What kind of wisdom was this? Yue Yang felt dizzy for a long time. In the end, he felt that it would be too embarrassing if he got the slowest record. He wouldn't be worthy to be the son of the most awesome mother, so he asked another question. What's the slowest record? The heroic-looking girl in white answered with dissatisfaction. It's an idiot called Mystic Dragon. He spent 1,000,000 years. My sister and I wanted to throw him out of the endless world many times, but my sister was soft-hearted and insisted on giving him a chance, an idiot called Mystic Dragon. Yue Yang couldn't help but burst out laughing. This fellow also had this day. The next time he saw him, he would see where he would hide his face. Now that he was done for, Yue Yang felt that no matter how idiotic he was, it was impossible for him to train in the endless world for 1,000,000 years. What kind of freaking record was this? It could practically kill all living beings in the world. If only Mystic Dragon was by his side to ask him about the feeling of being locked in the endless world for 1,000,000 years. No wonder Mystic Dragon was so calm when he came out after being sealed by the Supreme Dragon God for 100,000 years. It turned out that he was already used to it. Yue Yang couldn't stop laughing. In the end, he waved his hand at the 3 girls in white. I will go in, but let me think about it and make some preparations. Oh right, if I break the fastest record, is there any reward? It's impossible for you to break the fastest record. The heroic-looking girl in white looked down on him. Yue Yang felt that this girl was looking down on him too much. She didn't have to be so absolute with her words, right? It's indeed impossible to surpass your mother's record, but I feel that you have the root of wisdom. Maybe it won't take a long time, definitely not 1,000,000 years. I believe in you. The cute round-faced girl comforted Yue Yang with kind words. Yue Yang was speechless. Could it be that his intelligence was on the same level as Mystic Dragon? Chapter 1129 Returning to the Grimoire World. Hearing Yue Yang talk about entering the Silver Grimoire's Little World trial, Yu, who always supported her brother 100%, firmly opposed it. On the other hand, Princess Sissy, who often disagreed with Yue Yang, was the first to express her support. As for the impatiens and the others, their silence was golden. Of course, other than these 3 factions, there were also muddle-headed factions like Inan and Yu Bing. They didn't know whether to support or oppose it. They blinked their big eyes and waited for everyone's opinion. They were prepared to follow the crowd without any opinions, but no one said anything, making them very anxious. Whether to support or oppose it, everyone had to say something. All of them were silent. What was going on? The identities of the 3 god envoys are unknown. Moreover, entering the little world trial in their hands, what if an accident happens? Moreover, transcending oneself is already difficult enough, you still have to comprehend destruction and creation. This, if it really takes a long time, how will you endure it alone? I don't want your mind to be affected because of this trial. You are not a person who can endure loneliness. If you stay in there alone for 1,000,000 years, you will go crazy. I can't watch you become like that. Also, even if you comprehend it thoroughly, you can't immediately advance to the god realm. At that time, you will be like Ming Yu Guang and leave the human valley to condense Godhead and reconstruct your divine body. Who knows how long it will take you to come back, little San, we have been waiting for you here every day because we know you will definitely come back. Have you thought about our feelings now that you have to go through such a risky trial? Why not do it step by step? We don't need to reach the sky in one step, we just need to improve together. It's best if we unite and advance hand in hand. You don't need to bear everything alone. We also don't want to see you so tired. Yu's attitude was very firm. She didn't want Yue Yang to enter the little world trial. That makes sense. You should think for us. The sickly beauty who was as gentle as water also tried to persuade him. I also don't think it's necessary to take such a risk now. Princess Fallen Flowers expressed her support. Inan and Yu Bing looked at Princess Sissy's little face. If Princess Sissy didn't say anything, they would support Sister Rain. After all, what Yu said was right. Everyone was reluctant to part with him. If he really was trapped for 10,000 years, it would be too painful. Human Valley had not collapsed yet, so there was still enough time. There was no need to act immediately. Now was not the final moment before the evil deities attacked. There was no need to enter that terrifying little endless world. Once he entered that place, no one would be able to help him. That was the last thing anyone wanted to see. Seeing that things weren't looking good, Yue Yang hurriedly expressed that his understanding of the problem wasn't deep enough. He would go and discuss with little Wen Li, Duoduo, and the others first. Everyone would continue to discuss. Whether it would work or not, everyone would have the final say. His attitude was very democratic. The more she saw him like this, everyone's heart ached even more. They clearly wanted to help him, but why did it seem like they were obstructing him? Princess Sissy suddenly stood up and bowed to Yu. Then, she looked at everyone with her starry eyes. Actually, I feel the same as everyone else. From the bottom of my heart, I don't want him to go through the trial alone. I don't want him to carry the entire burden on his shoulders. What I feel the most is that when someone needs to stand up and help him, I don't have enough ability to stand up and take charge. Now that the evil deities are attacking, the only one who can help him is wuxia. Unfortunately, she's still in a deep sleep, so there's no definite news. As everyone listened attentively, Princess Sissy raised her little fist and said in a serious tone, "Because of that, at this time, we have to think of a way to do something for him. Even if it's just a little, it's still better than doing nothing. This isn't just a trial for him in Human Valley, it's also our trial." Southern Demon King seemed to have understood something and asked, "Xianxia, do you have any good ideas?" Princess Sissy shook her head. "Nope." Just as everyone was feeling disappointed, she added, "But I have the dumbest idea." This time, before she could say the answer, Impatience had already reacted. She laughed out loud. "The gate of life and death. We'll use the gate of life and death to simulate the endless world of the small world. Coincidentally, this kid has the creation domain. If he can surpass the gate of life and death, he might be able to understand the true meaning of destruction and creation. If he can understand the true meaning of destruction and creation, then everything will be simple. I'm not good at creation. I think I'll be in charge of understanding the destruction aspect." Princess Sissy looked at Yu. It was obvious that she wanted to hand over the understanding of creation to her and sickly beauty. "We'll be in charge of understanding the creation aspect." Princess Fallen Flowers immediately assigned Inan, who had super strong mental strength and creativity, over. Of course, there was also Yu Bing, who absorbed limitless life energy from the ancient forest rune. This little girl was not good at creating people or objects. But if it was plants, then she was a super genius in this area. Destruction, creation, aren't those the same thing? Southern Demon King felt that this was her strong point. She gracefully played the Jade Pippa. "I agree." Impatience, the Sky Law Empress, of course felt the same way. For the two of them, destruction was sometimes equal to creation, and creation was sometimes equal to destruction. For example, Southern Demon King, the Dragon Princess, once she created beautiful music, it might mean the destruction of her enemies. It might also mean the destruction of certain lives, so she had no choice but to create beautiful sounds of nature. Needless to say, the Sky Law Empress, both creation and destruction were in her hands. Although she usually used more destructive power, which made people fear her, there was no doubt that she had the same powerful creativity. Sha Yi, Lu Yi and the others were a little embarrassed. They wanted to help out a little, but they were afraid that they were not capable enough, which would make the Sky Law Empress look down on them. Hai Yingwu, Aquamarine, Emerald Lord Bai Lu and Raging Flame Leader had the same thought. As for Bao, Sky Disaster and the other little girls, who knew that they could not help and were afraid of causing trouble for everyone, they were pretending to be obedient and sat properly, like obedient primary school students who were focused on class. "What are you guys still doing here? Come and help." Princess Sissy shouted loudly, "But we don't know anything." Bao, felt that if she ate buns, she could help eliminate two of them. "You guys don't have to do anything, just stand here and be in charge of the eternal part." Princess Sissy personally arranged tasks for them. "I don't understand." Bao, shook her head like a rattle drum. "You don't have to understand, you idiot. You're still 100 years too early to understand, Princess Sissy rewarded her with a spicy chestnut. Bao, who was hit, covered her head pitifully, her big eyes filled with tears. She wanted to act pitiful to gain the sympathy of others, but at this critical moment, no one had time to care about her, and this cute crying expression was wasted. What's wrong with Bao? Don't cry, don't cry. Yue Yang, who had just gone to discuss with little Wen Li, read, "Ah man, Duo, Zhang Ying and the Yao Yu sisters, had returned." He caressed Bao's little head, giving her a chance to complain. "It hurts." Bao acted coquettishly in front of Yue Yang, but when Princess Sissy returned, she immediately jumped up and stood straight. She had always been fearless, not afraid of Yue Yang or the impatiens. She was afraid of two people. One was Fourth Mother, and the other was Princess Sissy. Fourth Mother's motherly smile could soften her mischievous self, but Princess Sissy couldn't. Yan Ji glared at her. Bao dared to be mischievous in front of her. Unless she didn't want her skin anymore. Not to mention her, even Sky Disaster, the Destruction King who gave all the demonic palace headaches, had to take a detour when he saw Princess Sissy. Especially when Princess Sissy was in a bad mood, it was guaranteed that all the girls in the grimoire world would be more obedient than the other. Princess Sissy suggested a way to help Yue Yang. "We are thinking if we should try using the Gate of Life and Death. When we are really confident, we will go. What do you think?" She did not have absolute confidence that it would succeed. After all, the one who had the creation domain was Yue Yang, not her. Although everyone here had already surpassed the Gate of Life and Death. But surpassing and going a step further in the Gate of Life and Death, comprehending a higher level of destruction and creation, these were not the same level of difficulty. Just like how they were trained in the Gate of Life and Death, Yue Yang was also trained in the Gate of Life and Death. Their achievements and benefits were completely different. Yue Yang nodded and agreed. "I discussed this with little Wen Li and the others just now. In order to help me, Zhang Ying and Duo specially returned and gave up their original training." Zhang Ying smiled slightly and waved her hand lightly to indicate to Yue Yang that it was alright. Duo nodded towards Princess Sissy. Her whole body emitted a wave of fragrance and petals filled the sky, creating a beautiful world of petals. Duo comforted. "Your Highness, because of my selfishness, I have made all of you worried. Actually, Zhang Ying, little Wen Li and I have already advanced in our training. We were just afraid that it would affect your mood, so we did not say it directly." Little Wen Li did not say anything and only hugged Yue Yang's arm tightly, just like in the past. Zhang Ying waved her hand again. "Even though I have advanced, I am still far away from it. I cannot compare to Xiao Wen Li and Duo. Duo has already advanced to the godly realm and I cannot compare to her. Duo has already advanced to the godly realm." Princess Sissy was flabbergasted. If little Wen Li had not suppressed her cultivation and insisted on staying by Master's side, she would have reached the godly realm faster than me. Actually, reaching the godly realm is not fun at all. Instead, condensing the godhead takes a long time and there is no way to leave the grimoire world. It is really boring. Duo was quite modest. However, the impatiens who had just rushed over after hearing the news were speechless. "When did you advance to the godly realm?" Yue Yang, this muddle-headed master also did not know. "When I was fighting against the Sun King, I was almost about to break through. Afterwards, I took advantage of Master's advancement and broke through. Actually, I did not want to advance to the godly realm so early. If I did that, my training would be slow. It would be better to be like little Wen Li and not break through. I would continue to train step by step, enrich myself, accumulate experience, and grow further in the future." Duo smiled sweetly at Yue Yang. "Don't worry, let this little thorny flower lend you a hand. Thinking back, it was you who personally nurtured me, turning me from the world's weakest thorny flower to the flower goddess, the leader of all flowers in this world. As the owner of this little thorny flower, you have never received my support, right?" She waved her hand lightly and the entire grimoire world immediately turned into a sea of flowers. Creation. This was creation. With a single thought, thousands of flowers bloomed and all living things grew. As for Duo, she slowly retracted her hand. The blooming flowers all emitted a fragrance, and then withered, bearing fresh fruits. Could this be destruction? However, this destruction seemed to represent new life. The flowers had withered, but the fruits of life had already formed. Could it be that it was really like what the impatiens and the Southern Demon King had said, that destruction and creation were actually the same. The Impatiens and the Southern Demon King looked at each other. They had not comprehended it deeply, they were just talking about it. How could they be like Duo, who waved her hand and made hundreds of flowers bloom, then waved her hand to wither all living things, forming a field of fruits? Was this the power of a god? It was too powerful. Duo seemed to have seen through everyone's doubts. She smiled and shook her head, indicating for Yue Yang or Princess Sissy to cooperate with her. When Yue Yang randomly released a mechanical doll, she lightly tapped it, turning the metal mechanical doll into countless petals. The petals withered in the wind, turning the ground red. Finally, a mechanical doll drilled out from the soil. On the surface, it looked exactly the same as the mechanical doll that Yue Yang had created. Even its internal structure was exactly the same. However, everyone could see that this was no longer the mechanical doll that Yue Yang had created. This was because it no longer had the willpower that Yue Yang had created. Its owner belonged to Duo, who was born from a single thought. Duo signaled for Princess Sissy to attack her with her sword. Princess Sissy unsheathed her godly sword and slashed out a terrifying sword aura that could destroy heaven and earth. Duo clenched her small hand lightly, and the sword aura that filled the sky instantly disappeared, turning into a rain of petals that fell from the sky. Amidst the rain of petals, the mechanical doll leapt out. Under Duo's jade finger, it turned into a rainbow-like sword aura and counterattacked Princess Sissy. The power of this counterattack was equivalent to the full power of Princess Sissy's previous attack, in addition to Duo's guidance. If Princess Sissy had not blocked it with her sword in time, she might have been injured by this sword aura. Princess Sissy was sent flying 100 meters. When everyone saw this scene, all of them turned pale with fright. Could it be that this was the true power of a god? If this was really the case, then wouldn't a god-level warrior be invincible in the world, unrivaled by anyone? After mastering the power of destruction and creation, it is only the beginning of the Divine Supreme, but the real power is the transcendence of human valley. Only the most powerful warriors have the most powerful will. That kind of will can be called eternal, can be called the sovereign will. Under the sovereign will, nothing can be destroyed or created. Everything is eternal. In that eternity, the sovereign will that controls the power of eternity and controls everything is the strongest. I can now control your sword aura and your various fighting methods, but there are also things that I can't control, such as Master's sword aura, Master's wheel of destruction and wheel of eternity, Master's creation domain, various runic powers, etc. If the opponent was the Princess Palace Lord, then I wouldn't be able to control your 6 records inherent skill and holy domain. I wouldn't be able to change the connection between your grimoire and your guardian beast. I wouldn't be able to change your willpower after passing the door of life and death. Perhaps, I can confuse your eyes for a short time, but that is not eternal. If we want to be stronger than others, divine power alone is far from enough. We need to condense our unique divine spark and condense our true, eternal, unshakable, and unmovable sovereign will. Most importantly, we need to understand what the Holy Sovereign is. That is the first type of true eternity. Above that, there may be a higher, stronger, and more eternal existence. This has to be found and understood by everyone. Everyone's talent and effort determine everyone's achievements and future. For an existence like Master, I don't wish for him to ascend to the godly state immediately. On the contrary, he needs to enrich himself and sharpen his foundations. A small hill piled up by sand can be called a mountain, a small hill piled up by stones can also be called a mountain, and an unparalleled absolute peak that pierces the heavens can also be called a mountain. If I make a move, the protagonist will not have any chance to sharpen himself and can pass the stage with peace of mind. But I can't do this, this is destroying his growth. Now, what I can do is to give you an enlightenment that I have comprehended. I hope it will be useful to you, Master, and also to everyone. Duo clasped her hands together. The entire grimoire world was once again filled with a rain of flowers. Every petal of the flower contained supreme intelligence and wisdom. When it lightly touched a person's body, it seemed to quietly reveal some kind of secret, making people feel as if they were comprehending it but not comprehending it. It was an incomparably wonderful feeling. Yue Yang took a deep breath. His guardian beast was so powerful, there was no reason for him, the Master, to be useless. It must be possible. If Duo, Zhang Ying and little Wen Li could do it, of course he could. And he must do better, because he was the one and only guy from another world, with the guidance of the heavenly sword goddess and the protection of the Phoenix sisters. In the midst of this explosive realization, Yue Yang let out a loud roar. His whole soul instantly sublimated, expanding and stretching infinitely. The endless world seemed to be panoramic in his eyes. Destruction, creation, and self-transcendence flashed in front of his eyes. Countless fragments of his soul exploded in his mind, and millions of resonating factors flickered. Yue Yang felt dazzled. It was not that he could not comprehend it, on the contrary, there were too many of them, and it was difficult to make a single choice. Boom! He felt as if he had fallen into an endless world of soul, immersed. Chapter 11. 33 days later. Yue Yang stayed in the grimoire world for 3 days before returning to the Emerald Island in the Human Valley world. On the surface, he didn't look any different. It was as if Duo's enlightenment had never caused him to indulge in thinking. However, the strange thing was that the 3 white-clothed girls sitting quietly in the tent immediately stood up in surprise when they saw Yue Yang. It was as if the people of the Celestial Empire had discovered the South China tiger on the streets. After looking at him for a long time, the white-clothed girl who was the leader finally opened her mouth and said, "It has only been 3 days since we last met, but you look completely different." "What's different?" Yue Yang asked with a smile. "You definitely won't stay in the little world for 1,000,000 years now, I bet." Regarding Yue Yang's change, the cute little round face seemed to be the happiest. "There's a big change, but the endless world's trial is completely different." The heroic girl in white nodded in affirmation and gave Yue Yang a piece of advice. "While I still have confidence, let's try it now." Yue Yang felt that if he had the slightest hesitation, he might give up on trying. The little world in the silver grimoire, the endless world. It would definitely be more difficult than the gate of life and death. If he couldn't understand it, he would be trapped in there for 1,000,000 years like the demon dragon. Although he had little Wen Li and the others to accompany him forever, sometimes he would miss Princess Sissy and the others so much that he couldn't control himself. When Shui Wuxia was by his side, he didn't feel lovesick, but since she fell asleep, he really wished for her to return to his side as soon as possible. Entering the endless world, it was equivalent to completely separating from everyone, completely alone on the road. If he stayed in there for a month, he might not be able to bear it. If he stayed for a few months or a year, Yue Yang couldn't imagine what would happen to him. If he was really unlucky and was trapped in there for 100 years, 1,000 years, he didn't need to be trapped for 1,000,000 years like the demon dragon. Even if he was trapped for 100 years, Yue Yang estimated that he would go crazy from loneliness. He didn't worry about his own comprehension, nor did he worry about the test, he only worried about time. He was afraid that he would be trapped in the endless world for too long. His mind was out of control. No matter how long they stayed in the endless world, it was only a second outside. Under normal circumstances, Princess Sissy and the others would not feel that time was long. However, even if that was the case, Yue Yang was still worried that their souls would resonate with each other, which would cause him endless heartache. "Are you sure you want to enter the trial?" The white-clothed girl holding the silver grimoire asked solemnly. "Yes." Yue Yang nodded heavily. "I wish you good luck." The heroic girl in white nodded, wishing him a speedy return. "You must succeed." She raised her fist and cheered for Yue Yang. She was the closest and kindest person to Yue Yang. When the silver grimoire was opened, countless rays of light filled the air. In the instant that they were teleported in, Yue Yang flashed a bright smile towards the cute little round face, which could be considered as a response to her encouragement. In the previous second, the cute little round face's pure smile entered his eyes. In the next second, it turned into an extremely ugly human face. It was a person that Yue Yang had never thought he would see again. This person was the first person he killed in White Stone City, Rock. This person was so weak that he was only a level 2 braveman. Any random innate rancor could crush him like an ant. Now, he was glaring fiercely at Yue Yang. His huge palms grabbed Yue Yang's collar and laughed crazily. "Brat, you also have such a day." Yue Yang was dumbfounded. "Didn't you die, you idiot?" Rock nodded and confirmed, "That's right, I died and became your thorny flower's food. In the end, I became a pitiful flower fertilizer." With regards to this answer, Yue Yang expressed his confusion. "Since you, this idiot, have become flower fertilizer, why are you still talking to me? Look at your ferocious expression, you seem to want to hit me." Bang! Before Yue Yang could finish his words, Crag's heavy fist had already landed on his face, ruthlessly smacking him. Fresh blood splattered. Nodding. The blood splattered on the ground, forming a ghastly flower of blood. Yue Yang realized that his body was extremely weak now. Such a casual punch actually made him vomit blood. Rock used an arrogant attitude and an incomparably arrogant voice as he directly roared in Yue Yang's ear, "Brat, this is another world. It is no longer the Tong Tian Tower where you can show off your abilities, do you understand? In this world, you are just a mortal, not even worth a fart. If I like, I can tear you into 18 pieces at any time and put them together into 36 different positions. I can let you die as beautifully as you want." His voice was like a clap of thunder, causing Yue Yang's eardrums to ring. Following that, another eerie voice sounded out, "Wait, don't be in a hurry to kill him. Let me play with him. He actually dared to send a prostitute and poison wine to plot against me. In the end, he even made me die unjustly. If I don't take revenge for this, I am not Tai Kwang." The second person who was killed by Yue Yang and turned into flower fertilizer appeared. It was the level 3 hero, Tai Kwang. Originally, if he and Rock, who were as weak as ants, wanted to touch Yue Yang, they probably wouldn't be able to hurt him even if they fought him for a million years. However, it was completely different now. Tai Kwang leapt and spun in midair, his shoe fiercely kicking Yue Yang's neck. Yue Yang felt as if his neck was about to break. He felt a bone-piercing pain as blood spurted out from his throat uncontrollably. Tai Kwang and Rock picked up Yue Yang, who was lying on the ground. It was a good beating. Beating him up, while laughing crazily, he shouted that he would take revenge for being turned into flower fertilizer by Yue Yang in the past. When they found a rope from somewhere and were about to hang Yue Yang alive, Yue Yang suddenly opened his mouth and suggested, "Using a rope to hang me is too uncreative. You guys should prepare some tools. An axe, 2 saws and a set of chef's knives." What? Rock and Tai Kwang were stunned when they heard this. "Don't you guys think that hanging me alive is too easy on me? You guys should first skin me, then chop me into 4 big pieces. Boil my bones into soup, fry my fat in oil, cut my lean meat into diced meat, mix it with flour and make it into biscuits. Eat them into your stomach, and when you're full, you can pull them out to feed the fish. Finally, you can catch the fish and use a rope to hang it alive. That would be a lot more satisfying." Yue Yang suggested sincerely. "Why do you want to hang the fish?" Rock asked, a little confused. "If you don't want to hang the fish, you can also press the fish into the water and drown it alive." Yue Yang felt that drowning was also a good idea. Fish, drown. Tai Kwang was suddenly dumbfounded, as if he couldn't understand this suggestion. He stood there blankly. He and Rock exploded with a bang, turning into millions of space fragments and dissipating in front of Yue Yang. Yue Yang crawled up from the ground and touched the blood stains on his face. He muttered to himself, "It's even more realistic than the door of life and death." A hand stretched out from behind him. It passed him a handkerchief. When Yue Yang thanked it and used the handkerchief to wipe the blood stains on his face, the owner of the hand slowly appeared behind Yue Yang. It was Yue Yang's first formidable opponent, the Marquis of Zijin. He still looked arrogant, still looking down on the world, as if he had never been defeated by Yue Yang before, as if he had never been surpassed by Yue Yang before. Instead, it was as if he was completely suppressed by Yue Yang for the first time. He looked down at Yue Yang condescendingly. "I already knew that fools like Rock and Tai Kwang wouldn't be able to disturb your mind. However, you still lack confidence in yourself. Otherwise, you wouldn't be injured and bleeding. Here, if there's a sliver of weakness in your heart, it will be magnified 1,000,000 times. Moreover, here, you're the weakest mortal. You don't have any abilities and can't do anything. You can only die because of the weakness in your heart. Do you see your blood? That's where your weakness lies. Everything you see is real, including your injuries. In this boundless world, there's nothing that's fake. So, are you ready to die?" Yue Yang carefully folded the blood-stained handkerchief. If not for the fact that he had never collected handkerchiefs as a hobby before, he would have really thought that he was a pervert with a fetish. After the Marquis of Zijin finished speaking, Yue Yang muttered to himself for a while. Suddenly, he smiled. "I'm a human, of course I have weaknesses in my heart. If I were a god, would I still need to come to this damned place to train? There's nothing to be afraid of if there's a weakness in my heart. The reason why I came here and met Rock and Tai Kwang was because I had memories of the first time I killed someone and the first time I plotted to harm someone. At that time, I was a mortal who couldn't control his fate. In order to survive, I used my limited abilities and conditions to kill my enemies, then stepped on their corpses to improve. I killed my enemies, but I also had a basic moral bottom line. I felt that killing people was wrong, but I had no choice. At that time, if I didn't work hard to become stronger, I wouldn't be able to have everything in the future. I wouldn't be able to have my future happiness. So, in the end, I thought it through. Humans must move forward, and they must also look forward. No matter what I did before was right or wrong, I don't have to remember it all the time. Even if I made a mistake, I don't have to regret it. I just have to work hard to do better in the future. As long as I don't make the same mistake a second time, that would be the greatest improvement and success. What you've said might be some of the realizations you've had in your life. They might be very valuable things. The Marquis of Zijin looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. However, those are useless. They can't help you. Here, you can't do anything. You can only die miserably because of the weakness in your heart. Don't be in a hurry to deny it. As long as Rock, Tai Kwang and I appear, it proves that there's still a weakness in your heart. No matter how small it is, you can't deceive the ancient code. I've never thought of denying it. Yue Yang took out his very neatly folded handkerchief, shook his head and smiled. I just don't care. What? The Marquis of Zijin was stunned. Humans are humans because they definitely have weaknesses. Their hearts will definitely have weaknesses. What does it matter? I don't care if I have weaknesses, and I don't care if my heart has weaknesses. Humans are not perfect. What does it matter if I have some small problems? Yue Yang shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he could completely accept himself like this. He passed the folded blood-stained handkerchief back to the Marquis of Zijin, who had raised his hand to kill him. The Marquis of Zijin raised his hand again and again, wanting to smash Yue Yang's head. In the end, he let go of his hand and took the blood-stained handkerchief. He sighed and said, "The endless world is real, but I'm an illusion. An illusion like me can't use the weakness in your heart to take revenge. I used to think that at this moment, I'm real and that I can do anything, including fulfilling my wish when I was alive and killing you, my opponent. Unfortunately, I was wrong. An illusion is an illusion. When you don't admit it, I've never been resurrected. Oh my God, have I never existed before?" The Marquis of Zijin looked at his hands. His hands and the handkerchief that he was holding had turned into light smoke, drifting and disappearing within the void. You existed before. At least in the weakness in my heart, you've been resurrected and existed before. Maybe one day, this weakness in my heart will disappear, but after all, you have existed before. There's no doubt about this. The expression on Yue Yang's face was as if he was bidding farewell to an old friend that he had not seen for a long time. I can't tell if it's real or an illusion, but to be able to exist like this, even if it's just an image of your heart's weakness, I'm already satisfied. My life isn't completely meaningless. At least I've existed as a memory of an enemy's growth, as a support. Thinking about my life, although I can't achieve anything myself, I can still help others. My life has not been in vain. Ha 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 ha. Amidst Yu Shuwai's laughter, the Marquis of Zijin's entire body turned into smoke and disappeared without a trace, as if he had never appeared before. Moreover, Yue Yang also felt as if he had just entered and had never seen Rock, Tai Kwang and the Marquis of Zijin before. He touched his face. There was no blood at all. It turned out that the corner of his mouth that was swollen by Rock had never been deformed, nor had it ever bled. Everything seemed real. Everything seemed like an illusion. Yue Yang raised his head and saw a cute little girl in front of him. She was standing on a swaying chair, reaching out her chopsticks to pick up the smoked fish on the table. With one hand on the table and the other in front of her, her little butt was raised and her waist bent as she reached out. Her little hand clumsily grabbed the chopsticks, trying to pick up the biggest smoked fish. Yue Yang remembered that she had successfully picked up the smoked fish. However, Fourth Mother had hit her lightly and lectured her to sit properly and not be disrespectful. Instead, she had been so scared that she fell down. It was also from that day onwards. From the day he threw himself at her and hugged her, this little girl had truly become an indispensable part of his life. She had become his precious darling. There was no Fourth Mother here, and it was also not the house in Whitestone City that year. The moment the little girl picked up the smoked fish from the plate, the boundless world had turned into an unfathomable abyss. Yue Yang saw the little girl showing him a proud smile just like she did in the past, but before she could stabilize herself, she had already fallen headfirst into the abyss. This time, he did not have the time to leap over like he did in the past and grab her little brain and butt to protect her before she fell and got hurt. What should he do? With his mortal body and weak body, should he just watch as the little girl fell into the abyss? Was he really going to helplessly let this scene become reality? Or should he rush over and fall into the endless abyss together with her? Xianxia, don't be afraid, I'm here. Yue Yang did not rush out like he did in the past. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes and stretched out his hands. Chapter 11:31 The Endless World. The small world inside the silver grimoire was not only a test of self-transcendence, but also destruction and creation. Although the people who entered the trial knew this, it did not mean that they could comprehend it immediately. Otherwise, there would not have been a tragedy like the demon dragon, who was trapped for 1,000,000 years. Even though Yue Yang had unparalleled talent, if not for Duo's guidance and everyone's help, he would not have been able to react immediately when Xianxia was in danger. Just as he closed his eyes and stretched his hands out to his sides. Under his feet, countless water vapor condensed into ice, forming a long ice bridge that extended to both sides of the abyss. And under Yue Yang's feet, there was a small and exquisite seed that sprouted, grew, and spread into a vine. It extended endlessly into the abyss. On one side, the tough vines were calling out green branches, and flowers were growing everywhere, blooming all over the valley. On the other side, the vines were chasing after the little girl, Xianxia, who was screaming as she fell down. Naturally, the vines transformed into a beautiful swing of flowers, gently supporting Xianxia's little butt. It floated away softly, dispelling the falling force that could shatter bones and shatter a body. It floated back again at the limit. This beautiful swing of fresh flowers carried a gentle fragrance, sending Xianxia, who was screaming happily after a pleasant surprise, back into Yue Yang's arms unscathed. The little girl hugged Yue Yang's neck and called him intimately, "Brother Xiao-san, I still want to sit on the swing. I flew so high just now, I still want to sit on it." Only then did Yue Yang open his eyes. He tightly hugged this mischievous little girl who always made people worry. He dotingly hugged her and kissed her little forehead. "Where's mommy?" "Mommy is behind." Xianxia's little hand pointed behind her. Yue Yang did not need to look back. The scenery behind the ice bridge had changed greatly. It had already turned into a winding road up the mountain. It had been a long time since he had last seen the Yu clan castle in the middle of the misty mountain. 2 meters behind Yue Yang, there was a shabby horse carriage. There was no horse on the carriage, and there was a rope tied to the handle of the carriage. The curtains of the carriage separated the two, forming a shadow. "That's right." Yue Yang turned around to look, and his lips trembled slightly. He would never forget this scene. Back then, he had also pulled Fourth Mother home just like this. Rumble. The moment Yue Yang turned around, a huge metal ball rolled down the winding mountain path. The huge round iron ball was enough to flatten anything that stood in its way. Compared to it, the carriage that was about to be crushed into pieces was insignificant. Right now, should he put down Xianxia in his arms and go and save Fourth Mother, who always encouraged him and gave him a smile, or should he rush forward and use his weak chest to block the terrifying death for them? Yue Yang had no choice but to carry the little girl with one hand and slowly move forward with the other. Countless ice walls. It stood tall with a loud rumble. The iron ball smashed into the ice wall, shattering it and sending debris flying everywhere. The ice walls could not stop the giant iron ball's advance, but under Yue Yang's intentional guidance, the iron ball's trajectory was ingeniously changed. The giant iron ball crashed down with a loud rumble, brushing past the edge of the carriage by a hair's breadth. Seeing that the shabby horse carriage was safe and sound, the little girl who had been scared out of her wits immediately cried out in joy. She clapped her hands and jumped up and down in Yue Yang's arms, cheering and jumping non-stop. Without waiting for Yue Yang to heave a sigh of relief, a slope appeared in front of the rolling iron ball. The huge momentum caused the iron ball to rush up the slope. It was like a roller coaster. When it reached its limit, it quickly fell down and rolled back. Moreover, the iron ball's entire body burst into flames, burning the ground until it made a sizzling sound. Everywhere it passed, it left a trail of fire. The rocks and sand were all burnt red. "Damn you!" Yue Yang could not help but curse. He carried the little girl with one hand and pulled the rope with the other, pulling the carriage with all his might, just like how he pulled Fourth Mother up the Yu clan castle in the past. Yue Yang ran crazily, pulling the shabby horse carriage as he climbed upwards. The back of the carriage followed closely behind the blazing hot iron ball. Just as the carriage reached a safe place and the iron ball had no more strength to chase, the blazing iron ball suddenly grew sharp spikes. It was firmly nailed halfway up the slope. Yue Yang did not have the time to be surprised. He suddenly realized that the rope pulling the carriage had snapped. The carriage, which had just escaped from danger, paused for a moment and lost its pulling force. It slowly slid backwards and continued to accelerate. In the end, it became faster and faster, directly rushing towards the red-hot iron ball that was covered with iron thorns. As long as it rushed forward, no one in the carriage would be able to escape. In the midst of despair, Yue Yang once again closed his eyes. With one hand holding xianxia, he stretched out his other hand, but this time, he was not creating, but destroying. The carriage fiercely crashed into the blazing iron ball, smashing it into pieces. However, at that moment, all the flames and all the fragments were completely annihilated. The energy was turned into weak petals. The huge momentum disappeared without a trace, as if countless life channels had been drained. The woman in white, who had been sitting quietly in the carriage, slowly landed on the ground under the support of the spiritual petals. She even had the leisure time to adjust the posture of her feet before stepping on the ground again. She was steady and did not suffer any injuries at all. She smiled gently at Yue Yang, who was carrying xianxia. I know, there is no test in this world that can baffle you. She reached out to take the little girl who was still unwilling to return to her arms and nodded lightly at Yue Yang. You know, we have always been waiting for you. So, don't worry about being lonely, we are always here. Yue Yang did not dare to open his mouth to speak. He was afraid that if he opened his mouth, he would not be able to hide his feelings from the depths of his heart. Even in front of her, he was not willing to reveal too much of his inner feelings. Carrying the little girl, she slowly walked away. She did not say anything more. However, her previous words and attitude had always expressed her support. She would be at home, always waiting for him to return. She would never let him travel alone, and would never let him become a pitiful wanderer without a home to return to. No matter when, she was always this gentle. No matter when, she would always give him the greatest support. Big brother Xiao-san, you have to work hard. But the naughty little girl, lying upside down on her mother's shoulder, waved to her big brother. Yue Yang discovered that his eyes were covered with a hazy mist. This was not cowardice. It was a kind of longing for a wanderer who had left home for a long time. Although he had not truly returned home, but to be able to see them here, the ones he had missed for a long time, was also the best repayment. Yue Yang slowly closed his eyes, deeply exhaling. Next, no matter what kind of test, he would not hesitate, nor would he retreat. Because, he had the greatest, the best support. However, even if he was mentally prepared for the worst, when he opened his eyes and saw the scene in front of him, he still could not help but be stunned. This was a special place. In this place, there was a test that Yue Yang had the least confidence to pass in his life. If it was not for the clean girl who usually read quietly, but when she fought, her left hand was lightning, and her right hand was ice, Yue Yang did not think that he would be able to pass this place. Because, this was the place that no one had ever successfully passed. The 12 zodiac temples, the Virgo temple. It was even more difficult than the gate of life and death. More difficult than any other challenge. The Virgo temple tested the weakness of a person's heart. No one had ever been able to overcome their own heart's weakness alone, even the strongest person could not do it. The reason why Yue Yang succeeded that day was because he had 3 companions. There was the mysterious Shui Wuxia who refused to reveal her identity, Inan who had excellent mental strength, and the most courageous and determined sister, Yu Bing. With the help of the 3 of them, Yue Yang defeated his own heart's demon in the Virgo temple, conquered his own weakness, and passed the test in an unprecedented manner. But now, the guy from another world discovered that he had returned to the Virgo temple. There was an illusory voice beside his ear. It was as if the wind was whispering carelessly, but it was also like a lover's gentle whisper beside his ear. Stupid guy, do you really think that you have passed the Virgo temple? In fact, everything that you have experienced before was just an illusion. Including the battle in the heaven realm, the test of the door of life and death, and the trial of the land of trials. Are all these fake? Yue Yang asked with a smile. Do you think that it is real? The illusory voice mocked him mercilessly. Who do you think you are? That the best things in the world will be given to you. That all the good things in the world will fall on your head. That is the reward for my hard work, isn't it? Yue Yang shrugged his shoulders. Living in an illusion, you would rather continue to indulge in it than to wake up, is that right? The emotionless voice asked, "You can say that life is an illusion, but it is also real. It depends on how a person views it. If someone thinks that his life is real, then it is naturally real. If he thinks that it is fake and pursues the truth, then it must be fake. There is no absolute truth in the world. Truth is built on fake, and fake also contains truth. For example, a man may look like a man, but he is a strange body composed of countless smaller, loose particles, like grains of sand. Another example is a flower that looks very beautiful, but it is also formed by countless small particles. If you magnify it, you will find that it is filled with all kinds of ugly microorganisms, including its bright colors. If you look at it through a different colored mirror, then it might become very ugly, or even terrifying. There are many lives in the world, and everyone is confused. No one knows what is the most primitive truth. I am afraid that it is difficult for people to explore the way of heaven, the true truth of life and everything." Yue Yang answered, "Is this the reason why you are willing to live in an illusion?" The illusory voice asked, "Even if I am not willing, I do not have the right and ability to choose." Yue Yang shook his head and sighed, "From the moment I was born, I was a mortal, not an omnipotent god. As a mortal, what can I do? I need to eat when I am hungry, I need to wear clothes when I am cold, I feel pain when my body is hit, and I feel sad when my spirit is frustrated. Even if I want to work hard and change my fate, what can I do? I don't know which choice is right, and I don't know which choice is wrong. Sometimes I know that a choice is wrong, but I still have to do it. Can I choose freely? Impossible. Do I have the ability to choose freely? Not at all. So, mortals are simply useless." Yue Yang retorted sarcastically, "Do you think I want to be like this? Even if you pass the Virgo Temple, the gate of life and death, the trial ground, and finally come to the Codex, with your strength, do you think the Codex will choose you?" The illusory and emotionless voice asked, "How would I know if I don't try?" Yue Yang did not have an answer in his heart. "You feel that you have transcended yourself, and you have comprehended creation and destruction. Why can't you leave the endless world?" The illusory voice suddenly asked a question, "Why do you think that the three gods' messengers are good guides? Can't they be the servants of the evil deities, working hard for the resurrection of the evil deities, luring all the harmful factors that might obstruct the resurrection of the evil deities into the cage of the endless world in the silver grimoire? Actually, I'm often tricked. I don't care this time." Yue Yang laughed out loud. "If they never let you out, what will you do? Dream forever in this illusory world? Dream of your lover and family coming to your side like what you did just now?" The illusory voice asked, "A million years, if it's no different from a second." Yue Yang nodded and said with certainty, "If that's the case, it doesn't matter. Then continue to sleep and dream, mortal. We will talk again after a million years." The illusory voice became softer and finally disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. A million years. Yue Yang closed his eyes and stretched his hands. "It's enough for me to create the illusory wonderland in my mind in this endless world." He didn't even have time to start creating. Suddenly, his heart felt something. Yue Yang opened his eyes and saw that there were three little lawless, who were even younger than Shuang-er, surrounding him and looking at him curiously. What the heck? What was going on? Yue Yang shamelessly created a colorful lollipop and shook it. "Tell me, what are your names? Listen carefully, the one who answers the fastest will get a lollipop as a reward." This was a trick that was usually used to coax children, but it had no effect on the three little lawless. They looked at Yue Yang as if he was an idiot, making him feel very awkward. The little lawless on the left with a round and pink face said in a childish voice, "There was an idiot who used this trick before." Yue Yang was furious when he heard this and righteously condemned, "How preposterous, there are actually such unscrupulous people who lie to children." "Don't worry, brother is definitely not that kind of person." The little lawless on the right with short hair was so cute that she covered her mouth and laughed secretly. The one in the middle was a little lawless with delicate features. Her expression was calm and indifferent as she pointed to the left. "She's called creation." The one on the right pointed, "She's called destruction." The two little hands retracted, "I'm called eternity." When you truly understand what creation, destruction and eternity are, then you can truly transcend this endless world. Chapter 1132, In order to not waste everyone's time, I feel that you guys should give us more hints. That would be more efficient. Yue Yang pretended to be modest and open-minded, listening respectfully and modestly like a gentleman. The three little lawless were speechless. What was called a rascal? This was it. What could they do when encountering such a rascal? Give me some more hints. Otherwise, if I let this scoundrel gang hang on to me, I'll definitely pester them endlessly. The delicate little lawless in the middle smiled but did not speak. The little lawless on the right with short hair hummed cutely, indicating that she would not give any hints easily. On the other hand, the little lawless on the left with a round face was especially kind. She was a good-tempered and soft-hearted little lawless. She gestured for Yue Yang to look over, and explained further in a childish voice, creation is actually everywhere. Not only the powerful gods, even the useless mortals and ordinary people that you said can also be created. There are many forms of creation. There is creation in the form of consciousness, creation in the form of material objects, creation in the form of energy, creation in the form of life, creation in the form of enlightenment, creation in the form of law. Creation is endless, from the galaxy to the universe, to the dust particles, from the indescribably big to the indescribably small. Everything is in creation. There are fast and slow creations. There are instantaneous creations, eternal creations. There are magnificent creations, simple and humble creations. There are positive creations that are kind and masculine, and there are negative creations that are vicious and sinister. Endless creation formed the world that we see, and there are countless worlds that we know or do not know, forming even larger worlds, layer upon layer, for thousands of years, from ancient times to the future. Everything has evolved in creation. You and I are both in it. You are both the creator and one of the creations of the world. If you think that you are immortal, then you are immortal. If you think that you are the creator, then you are the Almighty God that transcends beyond the material world. These are only the creations that I have comprehended. It does not represent everything. There are definitely higher realms than me. As for what realm you can comprehend, it depends on your comprehension and hard work. This is also the difference between each god's realm and power. The round-faced lowly named creation enlightened Yue Yang with her childish voice. The lollipop belongs to you. Yue Yang was overjoyed as he stuffed the lollipop in his hand into the hands of the little lowly that he had created. Although this is a little childish, it is still your true intention. Thank you. This is the first time I have received such a gift. The chubby, round-faced lowly creation smiled like a flower and licked the rainbow-patterned lollipop adorably with her little tongue. Creation feels a little better now. What about destruction? Yue Yang turned to look at the short-haired destruction lowly. Destruction is creation, creation is destruction. The short-haired little lowly gave such an answer, scaring Yue Yang. I don't understand. Yue Yang shook his head and waved his hands. Stupid. The short-haired destruction lowly on the right unceremoniously criticized Yue Yang. She was not as easy to talk to as creation. It doesn't matter if you are stupid. I can warm your bed. Please take care of me. Yue Yang smiled mischievously. Why would I talk to such a person? The short-haired destruction lowly rolled her eyes. She had a cute, I've been defeated by you, look on her face. She was so cute that Yue Yang resisted the urge to pinch her face with great difficulty. The little lowly destruction straightened her face and put on a serious look. She raised a jade finger. I won't talk about the theoretical stuff. You figure it out yourself. However, I can explain one or two examples during your training. Whether you can comprehend it or not depends on yourself. Creation said that you can create even if you are immortal. For example, when you met that stupid dog called Wei Tai Lang, you created its future. It was originally impossible for it to reach the realm of the world-exterminating demon wolf. However, because of you, its future changed. This is creation. Of course, because its future has changed, this stupid dog's strength has become many times stronger because of you. In the process of following you, it has destroyed many living and non-living creatures, killed many living creatures and beasts of various forms, eaten many things that were originally impossible to eat, swallowed a lot of energy that was originally impossible to assimilate. In short, it has done many things that have exceeded its original path of life. These actions can be said to be a kind of new creation. Your creation, its creation, is also a kind of destruction. Because of your appearance, Wei Tai Lang has become a world-destroying demon wolf. Towering mountains that reach the clouds have been razed to the ground by it, patches of forests have been burned to the ground by it, and all kinds of living creatures have died because of it. Isn't all this a kind of destruction? It is destruction. At the same time, it is also a new creation that belongs to your personal training and its growth. That's why I said that destruction is creation, and creation is destruction. The short-haired little lowly concluded. Then is this a bad thing or a good thing? Yue Yang was dumbfounded. He had never thought about this answer. Destruction is sometimes a good thing, and sometimes a bad thing. The cute little loli, destruction, smiled. Why do you say that? Yue Yang asked. In the endless world of creation, if there is more positive energy, then the area will be more beautiful and wonderful. If there are more good people and fewer evil people in a place, then the people in that place will be relatively moral, and they will get along very well. There will be no murder, no war, no scheming, and no deceit, and no other negative things like that. On the contrary, if a place had too much negative energy, that place would be like a garbage dump. It would stink to the extreme, and people would fight bitterly with each other for small profits. Everyone would plunder from other people or the earth with an insatiable appetite. In short, that kind of place would be a dirty garbage dump that would make people feel like it was going to be destroyed quickly. For those areas that constantly use violence or cunning to constantly destroy other people's lives or the earth's creation, cleansing and destruction is a necessary means. That is a good thing in a big way. In the process of your cultivation and growth, you've killed many people, taken many lives, and plundered many treasures and resources. You can't say that you've done everything with a clear conscience, but overall, the destruction you've carried out is far from what you've created. In a big way, not only do you use the power of creation and destruction, but you also bring a balance and a stable environment that is more conducive to the creation of others. So, strictly speaking, or in some standards, you are actually not a very bad person, if you can always maintain your original self, bring more joy to others with creation, and bring more stability to others with destruction, then you will never fall. If a warrior falls, he will face a terrible seal, right? Yue Yang listened to this and felt a little scared. Complete fall, that is the final destruction, erasure, the destruction of all the existences related to the life of creation, as if this life had never existed, and no one will remember it again. If there is a trace of redemption, then that is the seal. Of course, the degree of destruction is different depending on the degree. This standard is higher than mine, and I can't say a higher level of destruction. The short-haired, destruction, little loli told Yue Yang that there was a higher level of destruction above her. What needs to use the power of destruction as a standard? Yue Yang asked, not really understanding. Use your heart, use your original self to judge. What if your judgment is wrong? That is, you have not truly discovered your original self, and have not truly reflected your most original and purest heart. After listening, Yue Yang took a deep breath. He had an urge to immediately understand, but he forced himself to resist, because the time was not right. There was still a more profound and mysterious, eternal, little loli that he had not asked. This, eternal, who was smiling quietly, was the leader of the three of them. If he could not get her guidance, it would be the biggest regret of his life. While his mind was surging, Yue Yang looked at the gentle and pretty little loli in the middle. Then what is eternal? The pretty little loli who called herself eternal, raised her small face and looked quietly at Yue Yang. The best creation is eternal, and the best destruction is also eternal. Yue Yang was stunned. This answer was once again beyond his imagination. The little loli looked up at Yue Yang and laughed. In this world, there are always some creations that are hard to destroy, and there are also some things that are hard to forget. Only mortals who can truly comprehend eternity would be able to transcend and become gods. Mortals can know what eternal is, but mortals can't control eternal. Mortals are always drifting between creation and destruction. They are born at once, and fall to the ground with a cry. During our conversation, they grow up and become high-spirited. Just because they have a little ability, they become pretentious and arrogant. But during our conversation, they grow old. Their hair turns white, their teeth fall out, and their originally strong bodies become weak and powerless. Wrinkles and death aura occupy their bodies. It is the same for women. Their originally beautiful faces wither and eventually become skeletons, and the gorgeous skin on the surface no longer exists. These are the pitiful mortals, some weak lives that constantly enjoy or struggle between creation and destruction, but have no way to escape. They have extremely poor willpower. They enjoy the slightest bit of pleasure, indulge their desires, and stay up all night long. They cry at the slightest bit of pain. They can't bear the blow, and they are unwilling to improve themselves and surpass themselves. If you want to jump out of this limitation, you must surpass them. Only when you completely surpass that limitation can you obtain your true self, and can truly live in eternal. Because once you have eternity, you will have a body that will never break, knowledge that will never be wrong, and that will never be shaken. Then, in your long life, you will be able to create everything for yourself, and obtain supreme happiness and happiness. You will be far away from all the sufferings that mortals are immersed in. Only when you reach that realm can you be considered as truly powerful and real, and not as illusory as smoke. This is eternity. If I can't comprehend eternal, then I am just a dream. Yue Yang's mind trembled. You're not even in eternity. In the blink of an eye, you'll vanish in the vast sea of people. In the endless great world, you're not even a speck of dust. Millions of years later, who will remember your existence? Who will know of your existence? What meaning does your existence bring to others? No matter how wonderful a person's life is, in the river of billions of years, he is not even a speck of light in the galaxy. On the contrary, if you are eternal, then you are the Lord of time, the Lord of creation, and the Lord of destruction. Your existence gives all lives in your life the most basic meaning of existence, and then extends to more and more intersections. Everything is created by you, everything is arranged by you, everything is controlled by you. Can such a you still be a dream? The eternal, lowly standing in the middle smiled. Her little face was shining, and that was the light of endless wisdom. Yue Yang slowly closed his eyes. He opened his arms. His stretched body casually fell down. It was like a kind of embrace, but also like a peaceful sleep. It was as if his body and mind had long become one with heaven and earth, and there was no longer a single barrier. In the next second, his body bloomed with billions of rays of light, like a sun, illuminating the entire endless world. The entire endless world, at some point, had become Yue Yang's heart. It was shining. Chapter 1133 Earth Valley, Outer Mountain. Although true talents were welcomed everywhere, there was no place in the world that valued talents more than the mountain beyond mountain. The Outer Mountain was originally ruled by 10 deities. However, the two strongest of them had fought for the position of the ruler for 10,000 years, causing immeasurable losses to the subterranean valley and the Outer Mountain. Because of this, the 8 deities who were implicated in the 10,000-year war decided to join forces. Taking advantage of the weakened state of the two strongest deities who were heavily injured from fighting each other, they turned their divine bodies into ashes and sealed their divine senses. Deep under the Outer Mountain, when the two strongest deities fell, the 8 evenly matched deities who were injured in the joint sealing war decided to take charge of the 8 worlds of the Outer Mountain. At the same time, they brought in outstanding talents from the subterranean valley, hoping to restore the Outer Mountain that was devastated by the war of the deities as soon as possible. For 10,000 years, no matter what kind of talent, as long as they came from Earth Valley to Outer Mountain, they would be hired. The 8 gods were in charge of the 8 worlds. In an era of peace, the god nation they decided to build needed a large number of talents. Therefore, anyone who came here would be worth 100 times more, and everyone would fight to hire them. Receiving platform of Outer Mountain. The messenger on duty, Old Spear, sighed all day long. The rule here was that every year, the messenger representing each side could be on duty for a month. During this time, the talents received would belong to the representative on duty, unless they had signed a divine contract with the other side. For the remaining 4 months of the year, the 8 messengers would join forces to recruit talents, and the highest bidder would get them. The problem was, the messenger of the Southeast God Nation, Old Spear, had been on duty for 28 days, but had not received a single talent. He was far from the 3 talents mission given by his superiors. How could Old Spear not be anxious? How could he not drink and sigh all day long? Old Spear no longer hoped to achieve the mission. He only hoped that he would receive a talent, so that he would not have to eat eggs. Talents nowadays are getting fewer and fewer. It wasn't like this 6,000 years ago. Whether it was Heaven Realm or Tong Tian Tower, they were constantly sending talents to Earth Valley. Even if many of them were not willing to stay for long, it would not be a problem for them to train for a period of time. Now, there aren't even many youngsters who come to the Outer Mountains to train. Alas, it's really getting worse year by year. Old Mao shook his head and sighed. He picked up the wine gourd and poured a mouthful of wine into his mouth. He reckoned that he would not be able to keep his career of never breaking eggs. If he had known this would happen, he would have retired 3 years ago. Now, he could not even keep his integrity in his old age. Sir, someone seems to be coming over there. As an oracle, Old Spear was considered a middle-level official in the Outer Mountains. Based on his identity and status, he could have several servants. The one who spoke now was a clever little guy with a vision like that of an eagle. This little smart ass was called Grasshopper. He wasn't very strong, and he didn't have the ability to become a talented person and enter the outer mountains. However, he was eloquent and had superb eyesight. He could be considered a talent. Therefore, when Old Spear was on a business trip to the underground valley, he took a fancy to him and brought this young, clever boy, who was only 300 years old, back to beyond mountains and took him in as his servant. When Old Spear heard this, his hand that was pouring wine into his mouth suddenly stopped. Someone's coming. Could it be that a really talented person had come? Could it be that God had eyes and couldn't bear to see him lose his integrity in his old age, so at the last moment when he was about to eat eggs in disgrace, he sent him a talented person? Look carefully. Maybe it's a divine servant who has returned from a business trip to the underground valley. Don't be mistaken. Old Spear suppressed the excitement in his heart. In fact, he had already used his eyesight to see clearly. The person who came was really a new talent who had never been registered before, and not a divine servant who had gone to the underground valley on a business trip. But what puzzled Old Spear was that this talent who seemed to have come from the sky was really too young. According to the natural fluctuations of life coming from his body, Old Spear found that this young man was actually only about 20 years old. Only 20 years old, unbelievably young. It should be known that in a place like the underground valley, 300 years old was just an adult, and 20 years old was not even a kid. To put it bluntly, this young man who was only 20 years old might not even be weaned on milk yet. Welcome, welcome. Whether the other party had weaned on milk or not, Old Spear felt that he had to take down this young man who was as young as a baby. Otherwise, his career of not eating eggs for thousands of years would not have a glorious and perfect ending. Old Spear usually had a bit of pride in his identity when he received talents, and the first contact he would definitely be with a servant. But now, he didn't care about his identity as a divine emissary, and rushed forward to grab the hand of the person who came. Where is this? The person was not only young, but also muddle-headed. He had come to the mountain beyond, and didn't even know where he was. It really made him speechless. Welcome, this is the receiving platform of the mountain beyond. I am the divine emissary of the southeastern divine kingdom, Maupati. You can call me, Old Spear. Old Spear, who would never allow himself to eat eggs, put on a face full of smiles and did not let go of the person's hand. He was extremely enthusiastic. The receiving platform of the mountain beyond. The person was stunned when he heard this. After a long while, he murmured to himself, I was actually thrown to the mountain beyond by that guy. The clever big brother beside Old Spear immediately realized that something was wrong. This person was too young, and he seemed to have no sense of direction. He must have gotten lost and taken the wrong way, which was why he had inexplicably come to this receiving platform. He was not a genius who had been teleported here because he had fulfilled the conditions. He hurriedly reminded his master, Old Spear, my lord, this doesn't seem right. What kind of person was Old Spear? He was a super smart person who had never made a mistake in thousands of years. As a divine emissary, if he couldn't tell at a glance that something was wrong, then he would have lived for thousands of years in vain, and had also been blind as a divine emissary. However, for the sake of that shameful record that was about to be born, he decided to pretend to be blind for a while. Anyway, the young man in front of him was still too young. Even if his current strength had not reached the standard of a talent, he was still worth training. Wasn't there a saying that youth was the greatest potential? He waved his hand and interrupted Grasshopper. There is nothing wrong with this is a talent. Little friend. Ah no, little brother, may I ask what your name is? My surname is Yue, and my name is Titan. The person who was thought to have no sense of direction was an extremely handsome guy. It would have been fine if he didn't smile, but when he did, it was simply incredible. Old Spear was glad that he didn't like men and wasn't a woman, otherwise he would have been charmed by this brat. Titan Yue, is it? I'll just call you Little Titan. Little Titan, what are your specialties? Old Spear gestured to Grasshopper to register as a talent. Specialties. Does being handsome count? As soon as Titan Yue opened his mouth, Grasshopper, who was in charge of registration, fell to the ground, almost having a brain hemorrhage. Cough, 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 there's no need to talk about being handsome. Everyone can see that other than being handsome. Do you have any other specialties? Old Spear wasn't angry at all. Firstly, he needed a talent like Titan Yue to protect his perfect divine emissary career, so that he wouldn't be shamed. Secondly, he was still a young man, so he was always a little arrogant. He was only a 20-year-old kid, so what was the point of arguing with him? Other than being handsome, I'm also good at many other things. I'm not a pretty boy who's good for nothing other than my face. Titan Yu scratched his head, unable to say what else he was good at. Then all right, handsome, as your specialties first. Old Spear felt that he didn't need to make things difficult for this little kid. He was only 20 years old, and it was already amazing that he could stop drinking milk. What other specialties could he have? Wouldn't asking him this kind of thing be making things difficult for him on purpose? Old Spear waved his hand, telling Grasshopper to write, handsome, as his specialties. Grasshopper reluctantly filled it in, pursing his lips. He felt that being handsome was useless. Being handsome couldn't be used to make a living. Thank you. In the future, when I think of my specialties, I'll definitely tell you. Titan Yu thanked Old Spear gratefully. You're welcome, it's enough that you have this specialties. Old Spear patted Titan Yu's shoulder, indicating that this specialties were also very valuable. Especially that smile that was brighter than the sun, it was extremely lethal. Women couldn't resist it at all. Old Spear felt that he had to be more careful in the future. It would be best if he didn't bring this Titan Yu back to his house for a banquet. Otherwise, all the women in his house would be hooked away by this brat's smile. Can you tell us where you're from? If you need to keep it a secret, it's fine if you don't tell us. Grasshopper was very unhappy. Originally, he was considered the most handsome by Lord Mao Po Di's side. He was also young, so many people around him, including Mao Po Di's family, doted on him. There were even people who said that he was Lord Mao Po Di's illegitimate son. Now that this Titan Yu had come, his position was in danger. In terms of age, this Titan Yu was even younger. He was only 20 years old, so young that it was unreasonable. It was even more incomparable in terms of appearance. This little wimp was truly a handsome guy. He was so handsome that it made people jealous. Just one smile would suffocate people. If Lord Mao Po Di had specially introduced this Titan Yu, then his own position would probably be replaced by this brat. Although he was very unhappy in his heart, he didn't dare to show it on the surface. Instead, he beat around the bush, hoping to understand more about the other party. After all, only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you emerge victorious in every battle. For an upright person like me, there's nothing to keep secret. There's nothing that I can't tell others. Titan Yu patted his chest, indicating that he was an upright gentleman who could withstand the organization's test. He was worthy of the world, the earth, and the people. However, this kind of attitude did not reduce the unhappiness in Grasshopper's heart. Instead, it made him feel even more annoyed. He thought to himself, isn't he just a 20-year-old brat? How many days have you lived? How many things have you experienced? Even if you want to keep secrets, you have to live a few more days and experience a few more storms. Tong Tian Tower. After Old Spear heard Titan Yu's reply, he frowned. Tong Tian Tower has been around for thousands of years. It seems like there aren't many newcomers. What happened over there? Nothing happened. It's pretty good. Titan Yu indicated that there was something wrong with Tong Tian Tower. How did you come to Mountain Beyond Mountain? Grasshopper couldn't help but ask this question. Originally, he couldn't ask this question in detail, as it involved the privacy of a person's training. However, towards Titan Yu, who had lost his way and ended up in Mountain Beyond Mountain, Grasshopper really couldn't help but ask. I don't know either. Originally, I was cultivating in a place, and just when I was about to finish cultivating, an unknown guy, probably an inhumane and emotionless bastard, suddenly threw me, who was absorbing energy to my heart's content, here, and even asked me to take something. Titan Yu spread his hands, and shook his head even more muddle-headed than a muddle-headed person. God knows what that means. In any case, I somehow ended up here. I'm not too sure either. Ah, that's right. Old Spear was stunned for a long time. If it wasn't for his own career as a guide, he definitely wouldn't accept such a muddle-headed person. However, he didn't have a choice right now, so he could only turn a blind eye. Furthermore, although the other party was young, he had potential. It was true that he had a bad sense of direction, but it was possible that he had a big shot backing him. Otherwise, why would he be sent to Mountain Beyond Mountain? This kind of person should be treated as a freeloader. It wouldn't be much to accept one more. Furthermore, the big shot behind him might be a deity, or even the one from the Southeast God Kingdom. Otherwise, why would he be sent to Mountain Beyond Mountain when he was on duty? No matter what, it was a must to accept this Titan Yue. Whether or not he could get on the good side of the big shot behind him, let alone help him temporarily. At the very least, he couldn't offend that kind of super big shot who could easily send people to mountain beyond mountain. Grasshopper was a quick-witted person. He had also thought of this point. His jealousy towards Titan Yue was still there, but the thought of secretly making a move to trip him up was immediately scared out of his mind. Little Titan, according to your age and strength, you are still a little short of our standards. However, we, the Southeast God Kingdom, do not stick to one pattern when it comes to talent. You have potential, so we have decided to hire you. As long as you agree, you can sign this God contract. Of course, this is only temporary. When your strength has increased and you have proven your worth, you will receive a higher salary and better treatment. Old Spear gave Titan Yue a special talent God contract that Grasshopper had been looking forward to for many years but had never been able to obtain. Temporary trainee divine servant. Titan Yue glanced at the God contract and shook his head in dissatisfaction. I will not be a slave for others. I am a young master at home. Grasshopper fell to the ground again. You are a hedonistic young master, even a blind person can see that. No matter what your status at home is, when you come to mountain beyond mountain, without strength, you are not even worth a fart. Although it was a temporary trainee divine servant, the treatment was 100 times better than Grasshopper, who had already contributed tens of years of labor to the Southeast God Kingdom. This brat was still not satisfied. He must have seen a ghost. Divine servant is not a real slave, but a title of a rank. Old Spear smiled bitterly and explained, initially, there were no divine servants. There were only divine attendants, divine envoys and divine generals. However, because we wanted to attract a large number of talents who could not reach the standard of divine attendants, we specially created a divine servant, which is a lower rank than divine attendants. Divine servant means a servant who represents God in this world. To a certain extent, it represents God's will. How is it bad? Grasshopper could not help but roar crazily. In any case, I will not be a servant, even if it is God's servant. Titan Yue expressed that there was no room for discussion. Even if you want to, you don't have the qualifications. Grasshopper was completely enraged. Brat, could you at least have a little bit of self-awareness and a little bit of shame in your heart? You don't want to give face. Then I will go back. Titan Yue turned around and left. Don't ever go back. Coming here is a kind of fate. Old Spear hurriedly stopped him. On second thought, if the supreme being who sent Titan Yue here was really the one above him, and he sent the seed of potential back home, he reckoned that he would not be able to complete the mission. Getting scolded would be a light punishment, and he might even be punished with a thunderous rage. This was not something he could bear. As he thought of this, he secretly shivered. He hurriedly put on a smile. I, Old Spear, am only a divine envoy, my authority is actually quite limited. However, I will do my best to give you a divine contract as a trainee divine attendant. What do you think, Master? Grasshopper almost thought that his master had gone crazy. You shut up. Old Spear felt that at this time, if he did not sacrifice the child, he would not be able to catch the wolf. In order to keep this Titan Yue, he would have to pay a little bit of blood to recognize him. In any case, he was not restricted to one type of talent. No matter what, he had to get the talent first. Chapter 1134. In order to draw a perfect end to his career as a guide, Old Spear used his greatest authority and unprecedentedly hired Titan Yue, whose only specialty was handsomeness, as a trainee divine servant. Even though his subordinate big brother strongly objected, and Titan Yue, who had no self-awareness at all, was still dissatisfied, Old Spear still managed to convince Titan Yue no matter how hard he tried. Grasshopper had the urge to commit suicide. Comparing oneself to others would only make one angry. He had served the Southeast God Kingdom for tens of years, yet he could not even become a trainee God servant. This brat came and became a trainee God servant, and he was still unsatisfied. This really made him speechless. But what could he do? Who told him not to encounter such a good opportunity that only came once in 1,000 years? If he had come to the receiving platform at the end of his master's career, Grasshopper did not dare to think further. Of course, thinking back, Master Mao Po Di treated him well, like a nephew, helping him everywhere. If not for Master Mao Po Di's appreciation, he would never have been able to make a name for himself. Thinking of this, Grasshopper's resentment towards Old Spear completely disappeared. But towards this pretty boy Titan Yue, who was so lucky that he did not know what kind of dog shit he stepped on, he was extremely jealous and resentful. Of course, the clever grasshopper would not show his jealousy too much. Firstly, he had to take care of Master Mao Po Di's face, and not let Master Mao Po Di lose face. Secondly, this was really unwise. So what if he was unwilling? The result was already set. If he continued to argue, he would only become enemies with his opponent, and immediately create conflict and hatred. Bring him to the receiving platform to rest. After 2 days, we will depart and return to the Southeast God Kingdom. With the divine contract in his hands, Old Spear was in a good mood. Yes, Master. Grasshopper replied respectfully, but swept a cold glance at Titan Yu. Follow me. What level are you? Titan Yu, this newbie, actually reminded him, if your level is lower than mine, then you should be more respectful. Ah, you. When Grasshopper heard this, he kicked his heels and almost stumbled to the ground. He thought to himself, you're just a newbie, and you're no different from a pig waiting to be slaughtered. I didn't let you treat me to a meal, so I slashed you. I'm already being merciful, and you still dare to lecture me. Who do you think you are? Looks like I have to teach you the rules. If there's anything you need, you can ask him to do it. Of course, you're still a newbie and there are many things you don't know. You can also ask Grasshopper. He's a know-it-all. Old Spear tried to smooth things over, reminding Grasshopper to be careful and not compete with the newcomer. He also reminded Titan Yu that the newcomer should be more humble and learn more from the seniors. Yes, my lord, with Old Spear here, Grasshopper naturally wouldn't fall out with Yue Yang. He put on a smile and said, Lord Divine Servant, please come with me. That's more like it. Titan Yu swaggered off. He didn't feel like a restricted newbie, but more like a hedonistic young master teasing girls on the streets. He completely treated Grasshopper as his lackey. Old Spear saw this and secretly shook his head. If he had any other choice, he definitely wouldn't have chosen this Titan Yu. But he was lacking in talent. Now that the escort stage was deserted, where would he find another talent? Moreover, this Titan Yu was still young, and he had a supreme being supporting him from the shadows. His future achievements were just around the corner. Investing in him now wasn't without returns. If it wasn't for the fact that the escort stage couldn't easily leave the escort stage, he would have personally brought this strange newbie to the escort stage to rest. Who was the supreme being that had sent Titan Yu to the escort stage? Could it be the one on top of his head? If the answer was yes, then wouldn't he have done a great service? It was a pity that Titan Yu's words just now were a little unclear. He couldn't be sure and couldn't find out the details of the inside story. Forget it, he'll think about it later. Maybe the supreme being behind him wanted to do things secretly and didn't want to make it public. Old Spear was in a good mood as he watched Titan Yu and Grasshopper leave. At the very least, his career as an escort had come to a perfect end. 3 hours later, in the sky, a golden light flashed. Several divine envoys dressed in luxurious clothes stood proudly under the lead of an awe-inspiring god general covered in golden armor. Old Spear turned pale with fright when he saw this. He hurriedly rushed forward and blocked the few people. He shouted sternly, Ji Zhang, what are you doing here? This month is our Southeastern God Kingdom's escort month. Your Western God Kingdom still has 2 months before it's your turn. Now that you've forcefully come here to intercept people, could it be that you want to break the God's peace pact made by the 8 great gods and declare war on our Southeastern God Kingdom? Spear Potty, you've really gone senile. The leader, a tall divine general clad in golden armor, strode over and looked down at Old Spear. He snorted coldly, with the generosity of our West God nation, who in the underground valley doesn't know about it? Who doesn't know? Talents are all coming to serve under my master, fighting to be the first to sign the God's peace pact. Why do we need to intercept your talents? Besides, do you still have talents to receive now? You can't even wait for one in a month, can you? Ha 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 ha, the subterranean valley may be big, but where are the talents and elites willing to serve under your Southeastern God Kingdom? Even if there are, they're probably trash and trash. Let me be kind enough to tell you a piece of news. Poor old man, your Southeastern God Kingdom won't have any more elite talents. Even if there's one, you won't be able to receive them. Why? Because all the talents have signed the God's peace pact with our Western God Kingdom. It's not just you. Other than the East God Kingdom, all the other God Kingdoms won't be receiving anyone within 100 years. That's what I'm saying. Do you understand? Even if you stay here for 100 years, you won't receive a single elite. You broke the gods' peace pact. You actually took the initiative to steal people from the subterranean valley. Old Spear's face was red with anger. They signed with us willingly and of their own accord. We didn't force them. Do you understand? We didn't break the gods' peace pact, and we didn't steal people. It's just that your terms weren't generous enough, and you couldn't attract elites to join. Ha ha ha. The tall god general called Yue Yang reached out and pushed Old Spear away. Yue Yang, you bastard. Old Spear was shaking with anger, but he could do nothing to the other. This sort of trick was extremely despicable, but he could not find a flaw in it. We had the same starting point, and I'm already a god general today. What about you? Yue Yang spat disdainfully. You have no right to lecture me. If not for you back then. Old Spear gritted his teeth, forcing himself to calm down. Hey, you still have the face to talk about back then. How many people did you kill because of your cowardice and hypocrisy? Yue Yang waved his hand forcefully, his power exploding. He sent Old Spear flying dozens of meters away, viciously slamming Old Spear's body to the ground. You hate me, and I hate you even more. If not for trash like you, she wouldn't have died. Trash like you, live on, because I want to see you suffer for the rest of your life. And now, it's just begun. What's going on? A voice as majestic as a god's rang out from the transportation gate on the escort platform. Brilliant light shone, a light and majesty even more intense than the descent of a god. It filled the entire escort platform in an instant, like the sun breaking through. Not only the noble and arrogant oracles, but even the tall golden-armored General Yue Yang knelt down on one knee, almost as respectful as the Lord God of the West God Nation, to welcome the visitor. At first, Old Spear thought that the visitor was the Lord God of the West God Nation, and he was scared out of his wits. There was a sense of fear in his heart that made him want to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. But because of his identity as the escort envoy of the Southeast God Nation and his own willpower, he could barely resist it. He desperately suppressed the fear. But even so, he lowered his head, not daring to look at the visitor. Yue Yang's voice was full of joy. Welcome, young master. Yue Yang has been waiting here for 1,000 years, just to welcome young master's arrival today. The voice of the godlike visitor was soft and clear like a spring, but it could easily penetrate the bottom of one's heart. It was sharper than a sharp arrow. Call me by my new identity. You can call me young master. It's fine if you're one of us, but outsiders might be suspicious if they hear it. Yes, young master. Then Yue Yang will be presumptuous. Golden Armor General Yue Yang presented a divine contract to the visitor with both hands. In order to temporarily conceal young master's identity, Yue Yang will temporarily give young master the identity of a trainee god servant. In the future, young master can say that you're Yue Yang's descendant. Your identity in the Earth Valley and the personnel arrangements in the mountain beyond mountain have also been made. Please take a look. I'm at ease with you taking care of things. The visitor took the divine contract and chuckled. Who would have thought that I, Yue, have already reached the Earth Valley? Evil deities, you clan's boy, Kai Tian, against the heavens, burning wind, Wanmo and everyone in the human valley are all pawns in my palm. Haha, fight, you will never be able to escape from the human valley. The next place that I, Yue, will conquer is here, the mountain beyond mountain. Yue Yang and the others stood respectfully behind him, their eyes revealing a devout and fanatical light. Old Spear was so scared that his whole body was cold, and his body was like wood and stone. He couldn't move at all. No one looked at an ant like him, including Yue Yang, who was his sworn enemy. Everyone followed closely behind the godlike man, turning into a sky full of flowing lights, flying across the sky. Hoo, I must report this to the God Master. Old Spear, who had climbed up from the ground, couldn't calm his fear even after a long time. Light of Oblivion. Behind him, there was a humanoid beast that looked down on all life in the world. When Old Spear turned around in fear, its slender palm pressed on Old Spear's forehead. With a flash of white light, Old Spear fainted on the ground with a dull look in his eyes. The humanoid beast with purple gold eyes spat on Old Spear's body contemptuously, and said mockingly in human language, "You call this a strong warrior? Humans are really a trash race. Here in the Earth Valley, I finally don't have to be locked in the grimoire to rot like in the human valley. In order to celebrate this rare freedom, I will happily kill 10,000 strong human warriors." The humanoid beast with unfathomable combat power stepped on Old Spear's head with its foot. Although it could easily crush his head, but it didn't do so. Maybe it felt that killing such an ant was meaningless, or maybe it was because the death of a guide from the southeast god kingdom could easily cause trouble, plus old Spear's memory had been erased. The humanoid beast with purple gold eyes lifted its leg in disdain, turned into a gust of wind, and disappeared instantly. Titan Yu, who was resting quietly on the big bed in the reception room, suddenly opened his eyes, and smiled. It's a small world, it's a small world. This way, it'll be much more interesting. He didn't know if it was because of Ji Wuri's arrival, or the need of the trial. It was a stroke of luck that the mysterious, emotionless existence in the endless world had thrown him to the earth valleys, mountain beyond mountain. If he didn't know the situation here, even if he returned to the human valley, he would still have to be on guard and spend all his effort to look for Ji Wuri. Now, he could directly fight him here in the mountain beyond mountain, which saved him a lot of trouble. He didn't need to be restrained like in the human valley. However, who was that mysterious existence in the endless world? How could that fellow have the ability to throw him out of the endless world and bring him to the earth valley's mountain beyond mountain? Was it done intentionally to stop Ji Wuri, or was it a chance encounter? Did that mysterious almighty really want him to come here to look for some ancient relic? Yue Yang thought for a long time, but he couldn't figure it out. In the end, he slapped his head. He was really stupid. Instead of thinking hard, why not ask Queen Vivian Li? It just so happened that he was comprehending creation, destruction, and eternity in the endless world, and had reached the godly state. He could ask her, if that mysterious mighty person hadn't thrown him out of the endless world, he would have completely comprehended and absorbed the unknown divine power of the endless world. If that was really the case, it might not be a good thing. After all, the heavenly sword goddess's request was to build a good foundation, not to break through. With a slight sense, the jealous fellow grasshopper next door was already sleeping soundly. Yue Yang immediately returned to the grimoire world. After reporting the good news to Yu and Princess Sissy, he couldn't wait to enter the black hole sealed space to look for Queen Vivian Li. Chapter 1135 The Black Hole Sealed Space. When he entered this sealed space again, the appearance had changed greatly. The original power of the law had been weakened by at least 80%, and it could only be sensed outside the world of ice and snow created by Queen Vivian Li. After entering the world of ice and snow, Yue Yang found that this was really a wonderful and indescribable crystal world. All the words in the world could not describe this brilliant and extraordinary space of creation. At this moment, Yue Yang could really feel the gap between himself and Queen Vivian Li, and also the power of the Divine Supreme. Everything was created with the hands. One thought, one world. Only such an existence could be called a god. Empress Fei Wenli, who had sensed Yue Yang's presence, personally came to welcome him. However, before she could embrace her beloved little boy, she was stunned to discover that the Yue Yang who had entered once again was completely different from before. The more Queen Vivian Li looked, the more surprised she became. Finally, she covered her mouth with her hand and barely held back the exclamation that burst from the bottom of her heart. Although she knew that Yue Yang's super talent was unparalleled in the world, she also knew that his comprehension was so outstanding that it was simply unprecedented. This was a genius that only appeared once in 10,000 years. In this world, she believed that no one knew his future and growth better than her. However, even so, when Yue Yang appeared in front of her this time, she still felt incredulous. Divine Supreme, in just a few months, this little guy had actually advanced to the Divine Supreme realm. This was not what surprised Queen Vivian Li the most. What surprised her the most was that the little boy in front of her had far surpassed the Divine Supreme realm and even her greatest imagination. He had reached an extraordinary realm that she had never dreamed of before. You have completely understood creation, destruction, and eternity. Empress Fei Wenli hugged Yue Yang excitedly and kissed his face a few times. I didn't tell you the true meaning of the God realm before because I was afraid that once you understood it, you would advance to the God realm. From then on, your progress would be stagnant and it would be difficult for you to advance as quickly as before. I didn't expect that not only did you comprehend it yourself, but you also far surpassed it. You haven't even been fixed in the divine state. That's great. I've been worried before, but now, I'm completely relieved. By the way, how did you do it? What? Yue Yang was still a little confused. I'm saying that you've already reached and surpassed the standard of the God realm, but it's not fixed at your current position. How did you do it? Empress Fei Wenli didn't understand how this little guy could be so different. I don't know. I thought everyone was like this. Yue Yang sweated profusely. Could it be that other people didn't cultivate like this? Ha ha ha, interesting little man, you can't be thinking that after reaching the divine state, you can still improve as quickly as before, right? No, no, except for you, everyone in the world has the same standard, that is, after reaching the divine state, they can show their great power, because they have transcended the human body and reached the divine state. There is no longer any restraint, their mind is unparalleled, they can create everything in the world with a single thought, they can destroy everything in the world with a single thought, they have become eternal in the divine state. Queen Vivian Li laughed and said, warriors like this, can they still improve easily? Of course not. They can't bear hardships, and they can't cultivate their own shortcomings, because everything in their body has surpassed the human body and reached the divine state, which is a relatively eternal state, that is to say, there is no way to easily change, whether it is bad or good. For example, a warrior who has reached the divine realm is like a weak human who has suddenly risen to the innate realm that he could not have imagined before. If there is no higher cultivation method to guide him, then how can he improve? Of course it was impossible, because the precelestial realm was already an unimaginable realm for the originally weak human. After reaching it, it would require a long period of time to understand and adapt, condense godhood, and make everything perfect. Only then would one be able to have even higher achievements. Moreover, even so, the progress in the divine state is very small. It is absolutely impossible to be as easy and fast as before, because the divine state warriors have no way to cultivate at all. Their potential has been exhausted, and the combination of mind and power, turning into divine thoughts and divine power, they do not need to move their hands and feet, just with a thought, they can do all kinds of things. How can they still cultivate like before? Of course, it is impossible. So that is to say, although the human body is extremely weak, it is actually the most precious. When a warrior surpasses the human body, it means that he can no longer make great progress in the future, and is also fixed at a certain realm. It is the first time I have seen a little guy like you who has reached the standard of the divine state, but has not become a god, and is even muddle-headed. Queen Vivian Li sighed in the end. She did not know the reason. However, Yue Yang could be so different, and this was the result that she hoped for the most in her heart. What did this mean? This meant that Yue Yang could continue to grow rapidly in this divine state. When all the other divine state warriors were advancing slowly at the speed of ants, he still had a human body, and could still cultivate and improve like before. In this way, his future achievements. It would be unimaginable. Her words confused Yue Yang. Yue Yang could not help but ask, since all the warriors who have reached the divine state will be fixed at the same realm standard, why is there a difference in the strength of the divine state? Shouldn't it be the same? Queen Vivian Li laughed when she heard this. The divine state is a standard. After reaching the divine state, one will be promoted to a god and be fixed at this position. Yes, this is what I said just now, but I did not say that everyone's level and strength after reaching the divine state is the same. The higher the potential, the more effort the warrior put in cultivation, and the more thorough the understanding of the martial artist, the higher the level he will reach after advancing, and the stronger his strength will be. For example, if a person has 100% potential, put in 100% effort, and 100% understanding of the true meaning of creation, destruction, and eternity, then after he becomes a god, the divine state level he will reach is quite high. Similarly, if a person only has 80% potential, doesn't put in enough effort, and doesn't understand the true meaning of creation, destruction, and eternity, but because of various reasons, he finally reaches the divine state, then how can his level be the same as the former? Hearing this, Yue Yang suddenly understood. Cultivation and talent are different, foundation and comprehension are different, and the achievements are also completely different. After some people reach the divine state, they become a powerful god. Some people also reach the divine state, but only become a small god. No wonder the heavenly sword goddess kept asking him to cultivate. No matter how much time he spent, he had to build a good foundation. It turned out that there was such a limit to his future achievements. If he were to cultivate with such a perfect foundation, he really did not know what kind of realm he would reach in the future after he advanced to the divine state. Of course, not to mention other things, it seemed that the longer he cultivated, the better. Before he completely broke free from the shackles of the human body, before he completely advanced to the divine state, the longer he cultivated, the harder he cultivated, and the more his potential was developed. The more effort he put in and the more content he comprehended, the higher the divine state level he would obtain in the end. If I continue to cultivate like this, wouldn't I be able to go against the heavens? Yue Yang was a little greedy. If he did not reach the divine state, he would not feel that cultivating for 10,000 years was too little, nor would he feel that 100,000 years was too much. It would be best if he could cultivate forever, and finally become the world's number one. What a fool's way of thinking. Everyone's talent and potential is limited, how can he continue to cultivate? There will eventually be a peak. When one's potential reaches the peak, it's impossible to improve even if he wanted to cultivate, because that's the end. Moreover, if one continues to cultivate like this without a goal, who can persevere? Even if there are no accidents in the middle, cultivating without a goal is very likely to cause one to go astray, become a persistent pursuit, and fall into a disadvantageous position. Queen Vivian Li smiled and waved her hand, indicating that this method was not advisable. She then added, moreover, although the speed of cultivation in the divine state is slow, it's not that there is no progress at all. With the accumulation of time, one can naturally improve slowly, just that it's slower than when one cultivates with a human body. Reaching the divine state is safe and comfortable. Although the speed of improvement is a little slower, why not? That's true. Yue Yang laughed. Cultivating is only for the sake of stimulating one's potential faster and better. As long as one's potential reaches its peak, then it would be sufficient for one to attain the immeasurable position of the immortal state. So, don't think too much about it and just focus on cultivating. Queen Vivian Li could not help but give him another kiss. This fellow was too blessed by nature. He reached the divine state but did not advance to become a divine state, and could still continue to cultivate. This made her a little jealous. Understood. Yue Yang remembered the purpose of his trip and asked, I was originally in the human valley, later on, I entered the Silver Grimoire's endless world to train. After much difficulty, I finally comprehended it. Suddenly, I was thrown to the outer mountains of the underground valley by a mysterious force. Moreover, that mysterious force vaguely transmitted a wisp of consciousness to me, asking me to obtain the underground valley's ancient artifact. The underground valley's ancient artifact was originally in the hands of the two true gods, Tian and Bing Li. However, they were enemies and died in battle. Now, it's probably in the hands of the fake gods in the outer mountains. Queen Vivian Li shook her head indifferently. The fake gods are the fake gods. If it wasn't for the fall of Tian and Bing Li, the ancient artifact would never be in their hands. I've also trained in the Silver Grimoire's endless world, but I've never felt the mysterious force that you mentioned. Maybe it's some ancient senior, or some ancient god's remnant consciousness. As for why you were thrown to the outer mountains of the underground valley, there must be a reason. Maybe it's to guide you. If it wasn't for this senior's guidance, I'm afraid you would have uncontrollably advanced to become a divine state, wasting a lot of your potential. How could you be like now, able to continue to cultivate, have the enlightenment of the divine state, and condense your divine persona in advance? Queen Vivian Li did not immediately explain why Yue Yang was thrown to the outer mountains of the underground valley, and not back to the human valley. However, it was obvious that she knew a little about the reason behind it, but she did not specifically explain it. That's really the case. Yue Yang thought about it. If it wasn't for that mysterious and emotionless consciousness that threw him to the outer mountains of the underground valley after absorbing the endless world's energy, he might have already advanced to become a divine state. That was close. In short, it's all because those old ghosts are biased. You, a little fellow, have always been guided by them, while we, on the other hand, have to fumble around on our own. Queen Vivian Li rolled her eyes at Yue Yang unjustly, showing that she was jealous of his fate of having someone watching over him everywhere. Yue Yang laughed out loud. Her Majesty, the Queen, with such an expression, was really too cute. It was extremely rare. After talking for a while, Yue Yang suddenly remembered the true gods and the fake gods that were mentioned just now, and remembered the evil deities that were sealed in the human valley. Hence, he asked the Queen, are there true gods and fake gods in the divine state? Can you tell me about the difference and strength level between the evil deities in the human valley and the fake gods in the mountain valley? Queen Vivian Li thought for a while and replied, although it's not an absolute standard, we call all the divine state warriors who don't have a summoning grimoire, fake gods. This is because even if they reach the divine state, they are still relatively weak, and it's impossible for them to have their own world. Their divine power, divine sense, and divine persona are all relatively low, and they are unable to comprehend more in the divine state. There are many flaws in many aspects. Although they are also in the divine state, they are not perfect. On the contrary, We call the divine state warriors who have summoning grimoires and can create their own world that belongs to them, true gods. This means that they are truly omnipotent gods. At least, they are omnipotent in their divine position and below their divine persona. If there is a peak among the true gods, it would be the Holy Sovereign. The Holy Sovereign is the title of our Tong Tian Tower in the heaven realm. It means the supreme existence among the true gods. In the past, only warriors who absolutely have the will of a supreme being, a super strong divine persona, and a platinum grimoire or above can be called the Holy Sovereign. Among the Holy Sovereigns, warriors who have divine grimoires and holy grimoires are the Holy Sovereign who surpasses everything. Yue Yang frowned. How many divine grimoires and holy grimoires were there? There seemed to be a lot of ancient great gods. If each of them had one, how would it be enough? Besides, the divine grimoires that they met now did not have an owner. What was the reason for this? Queen Vivian Li could not answer Yue Yang's question. I don't understand about the ancient gods. They have their own reasons and rules of existence. Let's not think about these for the time being. Even if it's not too long ago, there are still quite a lot of powerful seniors. It's not something that we can pry into with our current realm. We'd better train steadily and slowly explore when we reach the top. I believe that it will be the true knowledge that we will be looking for in our lifetime. After a pause, she told Yue Yang a little about the situation of the Earth Valley and the Human Valley, but it was not too detailed. She hoped that Yue Yang would explore it himself. In the end, she could not bear to see Yue Yang disappointed, so she reminded him, there's nothing to be afraid of with fake gods. You just have to fight carefully. If you can't beat them, just run away. They only have the advantage of numbers. As for the guy from the Human Valley, you have to be careful. Don't let him take back his real body. Yue Yang was worried that Princess Sissy and the others had been waiting anxiously in the grimoire world. He was almost done asking around, so he quickly left. Although Queen Vivian Li was a little reluctant, she did not try to persuade him to stay. She touched Yue Yang's forehead lightly with her slender index finger. She sent a wisp of divine sense. It could be considered as a reward for him. It was also his personal enlightenment and guidance in the divine realm. If it was someone else, they would definitely not exchange this precious experience for any treasure. But now, it was completely selflessly presented to him. Her Majesty the Empress sometimes wondered if she was treating this brat too well. When she sent him back, she did not forget to remind him, although you have not fixed your position in the divine realm, you have, after all, comprehended the true meaning. Be careful not to easily share your divine sense with those girls. Otherwise, you might accidentally hurt them. If your strength is not enough, they will be heavily injured because of your divine sense. If your strength is close, they will directly advance to the divine realm because of your divine sense. It will be a great waste of their untapped potential and talent. What? Duo and the others have already advanced. They can still continue to cultivate. Who was the one who guided them? This is really inconceivable. Forget it, I can't care about your matters. You can slowly worry about it yourself. Of course, Yue Yang knew who guided Duo and the others. The Phoenix Sisters. Maybe there was also the Heavenly Sword Goddess behind them. Only they knew how to control their own cultivation in the godly realm, so that they could continue to advance. As he thought of this, Yue Yang suddenly wanted to see the Heavenly Sword Goddess again. Even if he didn't ask or do anything, just by looking at her, he would be able to obtain peace of mind. Chapter 1136. After returning to the grimoire world, Yue Yang, Princess Sissy and Yu gathered together to discuss for half a day. After resting for a night, they went out of the reception center. With regards to Yue Yang's strange experience, Yu and Princess Sissy were both shocked and glad. Duo and the others had not returned from their training, and Shui Wuxia had not woken up. Everyone could only put aside the problem of the divine realm for the time being. In Yue Yang's heart, he actually hoped to see the Heavenly Sword Goddess again in his mental world and get the best guidance from her. However, when he entered the mental world in his sleep, he found that only the big loli was accompanying him to train as usual. There was no trace of the Heavenly Sword Goddess. The Heavenly Sword Goddess was not someone he could see whenever he wanted to. She would only appear and give him pointers during the most important or urgent times. He had to wait patiently. There was no hurry now. The Heavenly Sword Goddess would come out to take a quiz every once in a while. At that time, he could ask her about the divine realm. Yue Yang had broken through the Silver Grimoire's boundless world and comprehended creation, destruction and eternity. Although he had been thrown into the Earth Valley's outer mountain and temporarily couldn't find a way to return to Human Valley, this did not affect his good mood. He whistled and slowly got out of bed. He stretched his body. Ignoring grasshoppers knocking on the door, he carefully washed up and slowly opened the door. The door opened, revealing Big Brother's face, which was even darker than a coffin's lid. "I thought you died in there. I called you for a long time, why didn't you respond?" Yue Yang pretended to be surprised, but her lame expression was even worse than those minor actors who only deserved to eat lunch boxes. With one look, one could tell that she was faking it. "Did you call me just now? I didn't hear you. I'm sorry, I really didn't hear you. What's the matter?" Grasshopper could not wait to tear down the door, grab it in his hands and smack this brat to death. With great difficulty, he managed to suppress his anger. "My lord wants you to get ready. We need to set off immediately and return to the southeastern divine nation." Old Spear, who had fainted on the ground yesterday, found that his mind was blank after he woke up. It seemed that there was something very important that he couldn't remember. But no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't remember what it was, which made him restless. He sat there in a daze for a long time, unable to find his lost memories. Even though his body was unharmed and did not seem to have been attacked, the loss of part of his memory made him feel uneasy. After returning to the reception center, Old Spear found that there seemed to be no problem with his memory. The memory of receiving a strange newcomer in his mind was exactly the same as reality. Old Spear really suspected that he had not lost his memory, but he could not explain why he had fainted on the ground, nor could he explain the awkward feeling of losing part of his memory. He thought for the whole night. Unable to find an answer, Old Spear decided to end the summoning and return to the southeastern divine nation in advance. Only when he returned to his own territory could the uneasiness in his heart diminish. Old Spear woke up early in the morning and ordered Grasshopper and a few of his subordinates to make preparations for the return journey. Old Spear might have had some doubts about the strange newcomer, Yue Yang, but he could not help but wonder if the powerful being behind Titan Yu had done something to him. He could not help but respect him even more. The journey back was peaceful, but Old Spear was still very cautious and careful. Then, he stepped into the borders of the southeastern divine nation and entered the border pass. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Rest for a day. Tomorrow, we'll hitch a ride on the hovering mothership that will take the border army back to the capital to report on their work after they have been relieved of their duties. You can walk around the border town and buy some necessities, but do not cause any trouble. Old Spear was familiar with the divine general who was stationed at the border town. Before he went to the general's mansion for a banquet, he deliberately gave him a reminder. "Yes, sir. Don't worry." Grasshopper quickly made his stance clear. At the same time, he glared at Yue Yang. "Can heaven crystals be used here?" Yue Yang did not even look at him. He extended his hand and took the small bag Old Spear handed him. He opened it and saw that there were more than 10 heaven crystals inside. He was delighted. Yue Yang did not have a lot of other things on him, but he had quite a lot of heaven crystals. By the looks of it, even if he came to the underground valley, he would not need to live a hard life. Grasshopper did not dare to complain about Old Spear's private gift to Yue Yang, but he felt very indignant in his heart. What a lucky bastard. It had to be known that this small bag of heaven crystals was equivalent to half a year of his salary. Now, he gave it to this pretty boy just like that. He did not even say a word of thanks. Before Old Spear left, he saw his subordinates' expressions and was a little worried. He made an exception and gave each of his subordinates 3 heaven crystals before he left. After all, they were all his trusted subordinates, and he did not want a small bag of heaven crystals to cause a rift in their relationship. 3 heaven crystals might not be as valuable as Yue Yang's small bag, but it was more or less enough to save some of his pride. Grasshopper's expression finally turned for the better. He snorted at Yue Yang. There was a hint of arrogance in his nose, as if he was saying, "After all, I, an old man who has been with the Lord for a long time, is more favored." Yue Yang looked up at the sky and pretended not to see this person, causing Grasshopper to feel powerless, as if he had punched empty air. He felt displeased. The other subordinates were also overjoyed. Once they thanked Old Spear, their kind superior, they hurried out and went to the market at the border outside the inn to buy the specialty products of the border city. Without Grasshopper's unqualified guide, Yue Yang strolled through the market at the border city. The things here were not scarce just because it was located at the borders. On the contrary, the things here were quite abundant. It was a dazzling sight. West God Nation's Earth Essence Mithril, one of the top 10 forbidden items in the 8 Great God Nations trade. There are only 3 bottles now. I risked my life to receive this commission from the Earth Valley's Yun Tian bandit. 1 bottle can be exchanged for 1,000 heaven crystals, no bargaining. Those who are interested in buying it, hurry up. South God Nation's Purple Coral, it is intelligent and clears the heart, only 50. Ink Jiao, Wind Chaser, Snow Treading, Purple Lightning, Shocking Thunder, all kinds of rare mounts, all sold for 200 heaven crystals. Green Snake Mark Grass, it can cure hundreds of poisons. Eating it can increase the toxicity of plant-type beasts. There are also ambergris wood, iron leaf brambles and star stamen purple sky net. Selling God Nation's Frontier Token. With the token, you can pass through the God Nation's frontier. Permanently exchange for heaven crystals, Northeast God Nation's Lion Rolling Snowball, the biggest pearl in the mountains beyond the mountains. This treasure is warm in winter and cool in summer. It emits light day and night, the light is soft and does not dissipate. It is the best choice for decorating a noble's house. The price is 300 heaven crystals. First come, first served. Come and take a look. As Yue Yang walked through the border town's market, he realized that the market here was even livelier than the plaza in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. What made him feel the most inconceivable was that here, everything could be bought. What prohibited items, what treasures, what pearls and gems. Everything was here. As long as there were enough heaven crystals, one could buy anything in the border town's market. Prohibited items and illegal activities were simply like floating clouds to the merchants here. The most awesome thing was that the fellow who sold the West God Nation's Earth Marrow Mithril was standing right under the top 10 prohibited items warning list. It was as if he was openly challenging the Southeast God Nation's border town's laws. However, the garrison guards standing not far away acted like they were blind, turning a blind eye to it. Yue Yang walked around the market. He didn't sell much, but he still bought a few things that caught his eye. For example, some beast eggs with extremely high growth potential. In Tong Tian Tower, no matter how many beast eggs there were, it would never be enough. Especially the beast eggs with high growth potential that Yue Yang brought back, they had become one of the indicators for the rise of various clans. The kings of various clans fought fiercely for them. If it wasn't for Elder Nan Gong's reasonable arrangements, it might even cause another war. Of course, what Yue Yang needed the most right now was not beast eggs. It was information. Tell me all the secrets you know. Don't stop talking, don't repeat yourself, don't be long-winded. If I'm satisfied, you can get 1 more heaven crystal every 5 minutes. Yue Yang observed for a long time. In the end, he found a traveling merchant who was very eloquent. He placed 3 heaven crystals on the other party's gemstone scale and promised a large reward. Young master, you were right to find me. I know the secrets of the underground valley the best. I won't be able to tell you everything even if I told you 3 days and 3 nights. Oh right, I heard that a group of ferocious meteorite bandits had just attacked the Fire Island and slaughtered everyone there. After plundering countless treasures, they escaped into the meteorite belt. The South, East and West God Kingdoms are preparing to form an outer realm army to exterminate the bandits. Everyone knows that the underground valley and the outer mountains are constantly moving closer to each other. Once they touch each other, the entire world will be destroyed. Everyone is trying to stop them from moving closer to each other, but the meteorite bandits are destroying them every day, as if they want the end of the world to come sooner. Although the underground valley and the outer mountains will move closer to each other for at least 10,000 years, and we might not meet the end of the world, we still have to fight for the survival of our descendants. The West God Kingdom is currently expanding their military. It is said that they have a 1,000-year plan. They intend to unify the outer mountains and the underground valley within 1,000 years, but I don't know if it's true or not. What's next? Oh right, I still have the biggest secret. After the 2 master gods, Tian and Bing Li, died, it is said that an ancient relic was lost in the scariest, no man's land in the outer mountains, the land of God perishing. It is also said that the ancient relic was split into 8 parts and is in the hands of the 8 master gods. There is also a rumor that the master gods of the East and the West used the excuse that the ancient relic was lost to hide the ancient relic and are secretly absorbing its divine power. The strength of the 2 master gods continues to increase, and they have already far surpassed the other 6 master gods. That's right, it's for you. For the sake of the heaven crystal, that guy tried his best to reveal all the rumors he knew. He talked until his mouth was dry. Yue Yang listened for a long time and finally had a certain understanding of the underground valley and the outer mountains. He felt great and casually grabbed a handful of heaven crystal as a reward. He threw it to the guy who was so tired that his tongue was hanging out and he was panting like a dog. What a generous young master. I think he's either a prince or a marquis. Holding the heaven crystal, the guy who was so tired from talking suddenly regained his energy and started to guess Yue Yang's identity. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he guessed, he would never be able to guess it. Although it was just a rumor and could not be completely trusted. But there were also some good points. After Yue Yang got the information he needed, he did not stay any longer and returned to the inn leisurely. Underground valley, outer mountains. Since he had come to this place, no matter what the situation was, it seemed that it was necessary to get Tian and Bing Li's ancient relic. At least the mysterious existence in the Silver Grimoire's endless world needed him to complete this mission. Otherwise, he might not be able to return to the human valley. Jiwari had come to the underground valley, but the evil deities were still there. He had to go back to the human valley. Otherwise, everything in the human valley might really be schemed against by that fellow Jiwari. If he wanted to get the ancient relic, it seemed that he had to pay attention to one person, and that was the God Master of the West God Nation. Who was that fellow to Jiwari? Could it be that he was also from the central shrine? The land of God destruction seemed to be a place worth paying attention to. As Yue Yang was thinking, at the entrance of the inn, a bare-chested giant with extremely strong muscles suddenly squeezed out from the wide door. He angrily glared at Yue Yang, the innocent passerby, as if he was very dissatisfied with Yue Yang walking with his head lowered and disrespectfully giving way to him. Pelican, don't be rash. We have urgent matters to deal with, don't cause trouble. Following closely behind, there was a middle-aged man wearing a gorgeous fiery red fur who shouted to stop the angry giant. HMPH, what are you looking at? If you continue to look, I will tear your skinny bones apart. The muscular giant with boundless brute force roared angrily. He glared fiercely at Yue Yang, then helplessly followed the middle-aged man and left, as if he really had important matters to attend to. Otherwise, he might even attack Yue Yang, an innocent passerby who was just passing by. When Yue Yang entered the inn, Grasshopper, who saw everything in the hall, suddenly walked up quickly and warned in a low voice, "Those two people are fallen sky pirates. You idiot newbie, don't provoke those fugitives, they are not people you can provoke." Although Yue Yang was usually very low-key, he would never do anything like trembling his tiger body or releasing his aura like a tortoise. But it didn't mean that he was timid. On the contrary, if someone really provoked him, he didn't mind giving that person a loud slap in the face, to let those arrogant fellows understand what it meant to be slapped in the face. So what if it's a fallen sky pirate? I didn't provoke him. If he dares to attack, I will beat him up so badly that even his mother won't be able to recognize him. Yue Yang shook his head without a care in the world. If this was the legendary falling sky thief, then it was really not enough. Tisk, keep bragging. If that big guy really attacked you just now, you would be crying for your mother. Grasshopper snorted disdainfully. If he had the guts to say that in front of those two fallen sky pirates, who didn't know how to brag after the fact. Although there were dozens of heavenly meteorites with different levels of good and bad, even the weakest heavenly meteorites couldn't be provoked by an individual. Even the divine generals of the heavenly meteorites wouldn't dare to say that they could defeat the leader of the heavenly meteorites easily. All right, you win. Yue Yang didn't want to quarrel. He spread his hands, shrugged his shoulders and turned to leave. Interesting, what an interesting young man. It's a pity that he's too young. Sitting at a table in the corner of the hall, there was a bearded man in shabby clothes. He looked very much like those drunkard mercenaries in Tong Tian Tower who were so poor that they had to pay for their drinks on credit. When Yue Yang walked past him and went up the stairs, Yue Yang, who was holding a wine cup and continuously pouring wine into his mouth, suddenly flashed a terrifying light in his drunken eyes. However, it quickly disappeared, and he returned to the appearance of a drunkard who was in a daze. Chapter 1137. The next day. Following Old Spear, Yue Yang followed the border army returning to the capital. They boarded a small airship and boarded a dark purple, shuttle-like super behemoth that was 2 kilometers long, 500 meters wide, and 300 meters tall. It was a flying ship. This gigantic airship called Pelican was not something that the luxurious airships that Yue Yang had ridden on before could compare to. Even the largest airship was just a tiny mosquito in front of it. It was pitifully small. This airship that could easily accommodate tens of thousands of border army soldiers was the hovering mothership that Old Spear had mentioned. It was a super warship that could attack and defend. It was powered by parangons. It would never run dry. There was another record. Ever since Tian and Bing Li, the two gods, developed and built the hovering mothership, no one had ever been shot down on the battlefield. Even Tian and Bing Li, the two gods, had fallen. But the hovering mothership that they had created together had never had a record of being damaged in battle. The hovering mothership was also a symbol of the strength of a god nation. For example, the Eastern and Western god nations, the most powerful of the 8 god nations, each had more than 50 hovering motherships. The largest, Super Overlord, class hovering mothership was said to be more than 10 kilometers long, 2 kilometers wide, and more than 1 kilometer tall. There were more than 100 decks inside, as well as cabins that could accommodate more than 500,000 people. It was definitely an invincible super overlord of the sky that would sweep away the enemy as soon as they appeared. The overall national strength of the Southeast God Nation was far behind that of the Eastern and Western God Nations. They definitely did not have any super overlord class hovering motherships, and even the smallest ones did not exceed 10. The Pelican that Yue Yang was riding on today could be considered as one of the top 5 airships among all the airships in the Southeast God Kingdom. It had just been commissioned for less than 2 years, so it could still be considered a new ship. Why are there so many merchants and goods other than the border army? Yue Yang found that there were nearly 10,000 merchants boarding the ship behind him, and goods were constantly being shipped in, piling up like a mountain below the ship. Clearly, this Pelican was not just for transporting soldiers. It seemed to be doing some business along the way to earn some transportation fees. There hasn't been a war for a long time. The 8 god nations are relatively peaceful. Small fights are common, but weapons like hovering motherships are never used. Normally, the hovering mothership is used to protect the country and intimidate the greedy galactic pirates like the meteorite bandits. If there's no need to patrol the borders or enter the turbulent meteorite ring to chase after the meteorite bandits, then the hovering mothership will most likely be used to transport some goods during the voyage, slightly reducing the severe economic pressure on the god nation. You don't know how this kind of huge thing burns money. It's practically a bottomless pit. Because Old Spear valued the newcomer Yue Yang very much, he said everything he knew without holding back. Bumpkin. Grasshopper secretly rolled his eyes. He really was a bumpkin who didn't even know about hovering motherships. There are so many people on the ship. What if space pirates or spies sneak in? Yue Yang suddenly frowned. A strange feeling rose in his heart. Ha 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 ha, impossible. Seeing that Yue Yang didn't understand, Grasshopper felt inexplicably comfortable and laughed. Even if the space pirates really sneak on the ship, so what? Did they want to rob the ship? That would only be walking into a trap. There were more than 3,000 elite guards on the ship, and tens of thousands of border army soldiers. How many space pirates would it take to seize the ship? Besides, even if the space pirates seized the ship, would they be able to operate it? It was impossible for it to open. This wasn't a small dinghy. One had to go through the most professional training and study to learn how to operate it. Moreover, it wasn't something that could be operated by just a dozen people. Just the standard crew in the control room already exceeded 200 people, not including the maintenance and logistics personnel. My young master, don't worry. Ever since the birth of the suspending mothership, no one has ever been able to take it down, whether it was from the outside or the inside. No one has ever succeeded. The hovering motherships are definitely not something those bumpkin space pirates can mess around with. Those guys who only know how to destroy without building anything, hey, they don't even know what technology is. It's better to be careful. Yue Yang noticed that the shabby man who was drinking in the corner yesterday had also boarded the ship, so he couldn't help but remind him again. Hey, Grasshopper didn't say anything else, but he had a look of disdain on his face. It's always good to be careful. Old Spear didn't deny it, but he didn't mind it either. After going through identity verification on the landing craft and waiting for a while, the border army personnel came to guide them. Only then did they officially board the gigantic pelican that was hard to see from head to tail. When Yue Yang stepped onto the hovering mothership, he even looked back. He found that the merchants boarded the ship in slightly different positions. It was probably the same as the planes before he transmigrated, with first class, business class, and economy class. Following Old Mao, they entered the huge ship and boarded a kind of shuttle. It was like riding an elevator or a roller coaster. They glided forward in a dazzling manner until they finally arrived at the upper deck of the hovering mothership. Although it wasn't the gemstone cabin that only royalty or divine generals and above could board, Old Mao still sat in the most luxurious gemstone cabin, the Pearl Cabin. The interior design of the Pearl Cabin was comparable to a presidential suite. It had everything. Yue Yang stepped on the floor that was made of pure white bear skin. He felt that the people of the Southeast Divine Kingdom really knew how to live a luxurious life. It was fine if it was a normal luxury cruise, but even a warship was like this. He really didn't know how to evaluate it. Old Mao was invited to a banquet by a border army general he was familiar with. He reminded Grasshopper to take good care of the newcomer, Yue Yang, and went out. Grasshopper was different from the other servants who were relatively honest. He didn't want to pay attention to Yue Yang from the bottom of his heart. But with his master by his side, he had to bite the bullet and serve him. As soon as Old Mao left, he couldn't sit still anymore. Are you going to the Gladiator Square? There might be a carnival going on there. If you haven't seen it before, I can take you there to see it. Grasshopper looked at Yue Yang with a sense of superiority. He was just short of saying, "You country bumpkin, hurry up and worship me." "Thanks, but I don't want to go." Yue Yang smiled. This Grasshopper wanted to use this carnival as an excuse to tease and ridicule him. How could he not know that this was a small trick of a small character? He couldn't be bothered to care. Instead of wasting time on this kind of small character, it was more practical to use this time to study this suspending mothership. Tisk. Grasshopper's face showed a provocative expression that said, "Country bumpkin is timid." Unfortunately, his expression was ignored by Yue Yang and wasted. He sent away this super jealous Grasshopper. Yue Yang returned to his room and locked it from the inside. Then, he tried to raise the creation domain and use the strongest heaven eyes divine vision to carefully observe and sense the surrounding environment. The more carefully he observed and sensed, the more Yue Yang felt curious. This suspending mother ship, Pelican, was made of a very special material. The huge body of the ship was seamless. Except for a very small amount of impurities, it was almost purely made of a kind of material. It was not gold, iron, or stone. He didn't know how such a huge body was artificially made. What made Yue Yang most curious was that this kind of material contained a slight nomological power. It was not easy to detect on the surface, but in fact, any life that stepped into this suspending mothership would be weakened by 100 times. Because of the existence of this nomological power, the suspending mothership, which was originally indestructible, was even more indestructible. To destroy such a huge ship, unless it was a god. Yue Yang thought of this and frowned slightly. If there were many substances that contained nomological power in the valley and the mountain beyond, wouldn't it be impregnable? The true meaning of passing through the valley and the mountain beyond was destruction. What was the relationship between the two? Where did these indestructible substances come from? Perhaps, these substances that contained nomological power were related to the ancient relics that the mysterious consciousness wanted him to obtain. Destruction was the true purpose of the valley. The existence of these substances completely went against the ancient will. This could also be the reason why Tian and Bing Li fell, Yue Yang thought for a long time. He felt that he had figured out a direction, but it was still relatively vague. He could only wait for time to fill in the gaps. While no one disturbed him, Yue Yang tried to cut the body of the ship with the world exterminating wheel in his self-created domain. He found that the world exterminating wheel, which could even cut a god's body, could only make a faint crack. On the body of the ship, he couldn't help but be shocked. Based on this result, Yue Yang came to a conclusion. Inside the ship, the nomological power emitted, reducing people's strength by 100 times. However, the ship's defense against attacks was weakened by nearly 10,000 times. No wonder Old Mao and Grasshopper were so relaxed. It turned out that this Pelican was really indestructible. Yue Yang finally managed to cut a small piece of the ship. He brought it back to the grimoire world. When Princess Sissy and Impatience saw it, they were all shocked. This substance was too sturdy. Only divine power could break it. It can be used to build a giant ship. This proves that there are many of these substances in the valley and mountain beyond mountain. Princess Xianxia swung the Helltiger divine sword with great force, but she only managed to cut out a small piece of the hull, leaving a jagged gap. She frowned and shook her head, wondering, how did they use such a hard material that contains the power of laws and cannot be broken by external forces? Even a god can't easily build a 2-kilometer-long supergiant ship. This is not a problem of creativity. It's just that they can't control these strange rocks that contain nomological power. Impatiens also felt that there must be a reason. Could it be related to the ancient relics? Yu Yu's guess was the same as Yue Yang's. I can't be sure now, but it's most likely related to the ancient relics. It might even be related to the fall of Tian and Bing Li. Fallen Beauty thought for a while and made a judgment. Before the fall of the two true gods, Tian and Bing Li, something must have happened. That's why the 8 great god kingdoms are here. The true meaning of destroying this underground valley might have been deviated due to this substance. That's why that mysterious senior's consciousness allowed you to retrieve the ancient relics and change the direction of the underground valley and the mountains beyond the mountains. Compared to the demonic god in the human valley, it seems like the situation in the underground valley and the mountains beyond the mountains is much more dangerous. Otherwise, that senior wouldn't have sent you here in such a hurry. One evil deities is enough of a headache. Does he want me to fight 8 of them? Yue Yang was a little speechless. That's different. In the human valley, you can't use your strength. Southern Demon King laughed. In the Earth Valley, there's no prohibition on fighting. It's just 100 times weaker. 100 times weaker isn't enough. Yue Yang was sweating profusely. Not to mention a fight between experts, he would be tortured even if his strength was weakened by 10%. Now that his strength was weakened by 100 times and he had to fight 8 of them alone, it would be weird if he didn't get beaten up. The worst part was that his opponent was not a human, but a god. Although Queen Vivian Li said that a false god was not as strong as a true god, he was still a god. Xiao San, you have to be careful. If you really can't do it, we will help you. The one who doted on Yue Yang the most was his sister, Yu Yu. Brother, do your best. The one he trusted the most was always Yu Bing, the girl who worshipped her brother. In her heart, her brother was undefeatable. He was as invincible as a god of war. Yue Yang stroked the silky hair on her forehead and nodded, giving her an affirmative answer. Not only for himself, but also for everyone else. For Bing fourth mother and the little girl who were waiting for his return in Tong Tian Tower, for His Majesty, Night Empress and Ji Zun who were trying to break through the heaven stairway, this battle had to be fought even if it was difficult. This hurdle had to be overcome even if it was difficult. Chapter 1138. He stayed in the grimoire world for another day. If Yue Yang was serious about doing things, he would definitely be a highly efficient doer. Since he had discovered this special material that contained the power of the ancient code, Yue Yang started to think about it. Although this material was not a treasure, it would be a good choice if it was used to make a puppet, armor, a battle arena or even a small black room for training. Just like that, the daring Yu clan's third young master cut through his room that was comparable to a presidential suite. Other than the parts of the ship that he could not cut, he used the Wheel of Destruction to cut through the rest of the place. If not for the limited time, Yue Yang would have thought of a way to make a big hole in the thick part of the ship and take out 1,000 tons of materials. After inscribing the runes, the armor made from this material is really not bad. Princess Sissy changed into a dark purple full-body armor. Although the style was a little old-fashioned, it was much sturdier than normal armor. It gave her a sense of security and she couldn't help but praise it. You're not even helping me at all. You're just a big idler, but you're watching me work half to death. Yue Yang complained, criticizing Tigress for not being loyal. Don't you still have Sister Rain to help you? Princess Sissy actually wanted to help, but this was really not her expertise. Whether it was recasting the material to create the armor or inscribing the runes. These were not her expertise. These two things were always done by Yu Yu and Sickly Beauty to help Yue Yang. If Shui Wuxia was here in the past, she would occasionally help because she was proficient in runes. However, the one who could cooperate with Yue Yang the most was Sickly Beauty, who had spent half her life studying runes. Sickly Beauty was not very satisfied with the newly created super sturdy armor. She felt that there was still a lot of room for improvement. Right now, there was too little time, and he wasn't able to do everything satisfactorily. If he had more time, he would be able to design and improve it over and over again, and it would definitely be perfect. Not everyone loved battle armor as much as Princess Sissy. Besides, Yue Yang had also created the moon armor before. Be it the design or the auxiliary functions, it was much better than this relatively clumsy dark purple battle armor. For them, the most important requirement for a battle suit was to be beautiful, to be able to change, and to have all kinds of auxiliary functions. For example, the dark purple battlesuit was bulky and had no ability to change shape. Only a few runes that could be submissive to the power of the natural order could be inscribed on it. Most of the useful runes were not compatible with the dark purple battlesuit, which made everyone who was originally excited give up. As for the permanent defense and the power of the natural order that could offset the enemy's attack power by 10,000 times, they completely ignored them. They also knew that if the enemy was far stronger than them, they would not be able to survive. No matter what armor he wore, it would be difficult for him to win. It would be better to wear the previous moon armor. On the contrary, if the enemy was of equal strength, the dark purple battlesuit could indeed remain undefeated. However, it was too clumsy, and it would not be easy to win, especially if the enemy was retreating. If they wanted to chase after them, the heavy armor would definitely be a burden. It would be better to wear the moon armor and use its flexible auxiliary abilities to combine tactics to defeat the enemy. If the enemy was not as strong as him, even if the enemy was in a group, he would be able to defeat them with the moon armor. Why would he need to wear the dark purple battlesuit? Moreover, the moon armor was a battle suit designed by Yue Yang according to everyone's different body shapes and needs. For everyone, it was unique. How could the dark purple battlesuit compare? Lastly, and also the biggest reason, if someone improved and the moon armor could not fully support the owner's combat power, Yue Yang could still upgrade and recreate it. One was a battle suit that would constantly accompany the owner's improvement. It was personally made by his lover and was the crystallization of his heart's blood. It would protect the owner's body closely. The other was a battle suit that had great defense but did not have much room for improvement. It was both clumsy and heavy, and it might not be suitable for the owner. In this case, everyone's choice was obvious. If you guys don't want it, then I'll make a battle puppet mech. Although Princess Sissy had personally demonstrated it, the result was that no one was interested in it. Yue Yang suffered a huge blow. His creation that he had spent a day creating was ignored just like that. It was really sad. It's a little ugly, but when used in battle, it is a battle suit that allows people to attack with ease. Fortunately, Princess Sissy admired it. She really had a discerning eye for heroes. That's you. Not everyone needs to charge and break through enemy lines like you. Impatiens would definitely not wear such a clumsy battle suit. Princess, don't think too much. This battle suit is actually quite good looking. Together with the Prison Tiger Divine Sword, it would be a perfect match. The Southern Demon King covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Although she did not like this kind of super defense battle suit, she did not want to affect the morale of the people. HMPH, you guys can be proud of yourselves. Princess Sissy looked down on their attitude of wanting to look good no matter what. Tigress, you treat me the best. Let's make a couple's outfit and piss them off. Yue Yang hurriedly comforted her so that Tigress would not give up. Is this the new battle suit that brother invented? It's so majestic, I want one too. The only person who would always support her brother was Yu Bing, the little girl. She had been training diligently all this while. When she had finished training, she saw Princess Xianxia wearing a dark purple battle armor, and immediately became interested. She was still young, and her heart was pure. She did not pay as much attention to maintaining her beautiful appearance and clothes as adults. Bing is the most obedient, I will definitely make the most beautiful set for you. Yue Yang was overjoyed. He then turned and asked Inan, who came with Yu Bing, do you want one too? No, Inan's aesthetic seemed to be more correct, so she immediately refused. Such a direct refusal, it's too sad. Yue Yang was speechless. Ha ha ha, Impatiens, the Sky Law Empress, was overjoyed. Perhaps it was because she saw that few people appreciated Yue Yang's creation. Raging Flame, who rarely participated in the discussion and expressed her personal opinion, took the initiative to ask for a set. In addition, because she took the lead, Bai Lu, who was known as Jade Girl, also said that she could order a set. Forget it, you're not participating in the battle. It's just a decoration. Drunken Cat stood up to support her husband. At the same time, she ordered a set for Niu, the little panda girl, and told Sickly Beauty to design a set of her favorite, mother-daughter outfit. After this commotion, in the end, the people who decided to buy this super strong defense, which Yue Yang named Black Tortoise armor, included Princess Sissy, the White Tigress, Yu Bing, who supported her brother and thought it looked good from the bottom of her heart. There was also Raging Flame, who was too tall and only felt awkward wearing the moon armor and really needed the Black Tortoise armor. There was also Drunken Cat, who felt that having a set of Black Tortoise armor would allow her to perform better in certain battles. After some hard work, not counting her own set, they finally had 5 orders. Yue Yang thought for a while and decided to make a set for Ah Man, who was still training in the divine grimoire world. There were still a lot of materials left. Yue Yang made a 10-meter tall battle puppet mech named Nine-Headed Dragon, and found that there were still quite a lot left. It was not enough to make an arena for a martial arts competition, but it was more than enough to make 3 small practice spots on the ground. Stepping on it would weaken one's strength by 100 times. For a little girl like Yu Bing, whose strength had improved by leaps and bounds, this kind of training spot was like adding wings to a tiger. She needed this kind of training environment. When the dark purple materials were laid on the ground and turned into a small training spot, Yue Yang realized that he had unknowingly stayed in the grimoire world for 2 days. He didn't know what was going on outside, so he quickly went out to take a look. When Yue Yang put away the quintet golden puppet mice that had been warning him for a long time, he opened the door. When he looked out again, he found that Grasshopper's face was darker than the bottom of a pot. "Where the hell have you been these 2 days? You didn't even answer when I knocked on the door. If not for Master stopping me, I would have thought that you were a corpse and was about to call the guards to break the door in." Grasshopper was not in a good mood, because his luck in gambling these 2 days was not good. He had lost a lot of money on the gambling tables at the carnival. He had managed to pick up a girl with great difficulty and was about to get a room, but he did not expect to be challenged by someone on the spot. He won at first and then lost. His opponent turned the tables at the last moment and he could only watch helplessly as the girl in his arms threw herself into someone else's embrace. "We've reached the capital." Yue Yang looked out of the window. The white clouds outside were so vast that he could not see the ground at all. Not yet. The pelican seemed to have changed its direction halfway and stopped at Whitewater City. "It's still on the way, but Master wants you to prepare. I believe it won't be long before we reach the capital. Don't sleep like a dead pig." Grasshopper had been gambling these 2 days and did not pay much attention to the outside. He did not know where the pelican was. Woo! A strange horn sounded from the depths of the ship. The sound was too soft. If not for Yue Yang's sharp hearing, he would not have been able to tell where it came from. The horn sounded. It was faintly discernible. What was even stranger was that the horn only sounded for a few seconds before it stopped, as if nothing had happened at all. Grasshopper listened attentively, his face full of confusion. The sound just now was an alarm. Someone is invading the pelican. How is that possible? It's most likely a false alarm, or maybe I heard wrongly. It's impossible for someone to invade a flying pelican. Yue Yang's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. But, having experienced countless life and death situations, his expression did not change. Instead, he asked with a smile, "There's an alarm, what can we do now?" Grasshopper was very impatient. He waved his hands and said, "False alarm. This is a false alarm. What you need to do is to not do anything and continue to lie like a corpse." "Ah, I'm a little tired too. I'll go back to sleep first and then go on a killing spree when I wake up." The alarm sounded and he did not need to do anything. That was the perfect time to slack off. It had nothing to do with him anyway. Yue Yang adopted an attitude of, "It's none of my business, I'm hanging it up high," and went back to his room to rest. Who cares how much he fought, as long as the enemy did not come knocking on his door. After returning to the grimoire world, Yue Yang and Luo Hua Beauty took a comfortable bath together. After resting for 2 hours, Yue Yang came out feeling refreshed. He casually picked up the historical records of the 8 gods of the mountains beyond mountains that was placed on the table and started reading. However, before he could even read 2 pages, an ear-piercing siren suddenly sounded. The siren was so loud that it could shake the entire ship. Not long after, Big Brother slammed on the door crazily and shouted, "Get up quickly, someone is invading the pelican." The siren has sounded, the ship's siren has sounded. Yue Yang slowly closed the book and shrugged his shoulders. Although the alarm had sounded, he had probably missed the best opportunity. 2 hours ago, if he had been more cautious, the situation could have been salvaged. But now, it was already too late. Chapter 1139. Yue Yang opened the door and found Grasshopper standing outside with a panicked expression, as well as a few other subordinates who were also at a loss. Old Spear had not returned, and they did not know what to do. Especially when the Gannet was invaded, which was a big event that had not happened in 10,000 years, they were completely at a loss. Should they go with the guards on the ship to defend against the invaders, or should they stay in the room and wait for the chaos to subside? If they went to defend against the invaders, the guards on the ship might misunderstand that they were on the enemy's side. Most importantly, if their master rushed back and did not find them in the room, he might be furious. What are you still doing here? Hurry up and follow me to the west to provide support. There are invaders there. Just as they were hesitating, a team of elite guards rushed over. One of the vice captains roared crazily at them. The urgent battle at the front made him urgently need all the help he could get. Gather first and run forward. There's an armory in front, and you can get equipment there. Don't worry, you don't actually need to fight at the front. You just need to help treat the wounded and move some necessary items. I promise there won't be any danger. The captain, on the other hand, was even calmer. He gestured for Grasshopper and the others to gather first and be in charge of logistics. Understood. Hearing that they did not need to fight and were only in charge of logistics, Grasshopper's morale was greatly boosted. The hovering space carrier was indestructible. If they helped with logistics now, wouldn't it be a military merit when the battle was over? They did not need to bleed and could get military merit. Why not? Participating in such a battle was also an extremely rare opportunity and shining point on one's resume. In the future, it would definitely be the proudest topic of conversation at the dinner table. When His Excellency returned, he would definitely praise him greatly. Grasshopper was instantly overjoyed when he thought of this. However, before the team finished gathering, another team of guards ran over. In the opposite direction, this team had obviously suffered a great blow. All the members were seriously injured and covered in blood. They retreated from the direction of the previous team in a disorderly manner, as if they had just been defeated by a powerful enemy. The strongest captain in the team was missing, and the vice-captain had lost an arm. They staggered and were supported by two similarly injured members as they returned in a sorry state. When he saw Grasshopper gathering the team, he immediately cursed, "What are you doing? Support, it's already chaotic enough up ahead. Our people can't tell who is the intruder and who is the passenger. Do you still want to add to the chaos? We don't need any reinforcements. You just have to stay in your cabins obediently, and that would be enough." Grasshopper felt wronged. You were the ones who said to gather the troops to reinforce them. Now, he suspected that there were spies among the passengers and told everyone to go back and stay put. It was really hard to be a good person. In the beginning, it was your guards who didn't see through the invaders, spies. It was your guards who were incompetent. It was your inspection that wasn't strong enough. What does that have to do with us? Feeling resentful in his heart, coupled with the fact that the accusation was hard to bear, Big Brother waved his hand in extreme displeasure and told everyone to go back and rest. He didn't want to do anything else. In any case, there was no reward for doing something, and instead, they would be suspected. Although Pelican belonged to the Southeast Divine Nation, and everyone had a duty to protect it, he was not a guard on the ship. If he did not have to do the job himself, that would be perfect. He could just go back and cover his head with the blanket and wait for the results. It was impossible for the suspending mothership to fall. Perhaps these guards didn't want the passengers to take away their hard-earned military merits. With this thought, Grasshopper secretly despised these defeated soldiers. Things had already come to this, and they still didn't need reinforcements. They were even afraid that others would snatch the merits. They were really so stubborn. All right, I'll wait for the results. Let's see how many lives you have to pay for it. Although it was safe to go back and stay, they would still lose the merit. Everyone could not help but lose the courage they had just mustered. They looked at each other. Helpless, they returned to their cabins and waited for the results of the guards on the ship to quell the chaos. In less than 10 minutes, more soldiers came and knocked on the cabin doors one by one. At the same time, they brought new orders for everyone to immediately rush to the front line as reinforcements. "Didn't you say that you don't need us? We just received an order from your superior, saying that there are suspicions of intruders among us, and we can't go out to provide reinforcements. We must all stay inside and wait for the invasion to subside." Grasshopper was now very arrogant. He knew that these people would come back to beg him. "That's it, I don't know. It's very chaotic at the front, and we urgently need some strong reinforcements." The soldier whose face was covered in blood could not make up his mind. If he brought a team of people to provide reinforcements, it would indeed be fatal if there were intruder spies among them. However, the front line was in urgent need of reinforcements. On one hand, it was an order from his superior, and on the other hand, it was a critical situation. He really did not know what to do. "We don't have enough strength. It's better for us to stay at the back." Grasshopper pretended to decline. He wanted to wait for the soldier to beg him for a while longer. Then you guys stay here. Be careful, don't run around. It's very dangerous outside now. Who knew that the soldier believed his excuse? Afraid that there really were spies among them, he rushed out to close the door of the corridor outside, locked it, and hurriedly went to find new reinforcements. Grasshopper almost cursed out loud. You stupid soldier, it's fine if you don't understand empty words, but you even locked the door of the corridor. Great, it's impossible to go out to provide reinforcements now. Why do you keep running into this kind of people? Yue Yang was overjoyed. On the surface, he did not dare to laugh, but he almost suffered internal injuries from holding back his laughter. The situation was serious. They would come back to let him go out to provide reinforcements. At that time, he must ridicule those stupid soldiers a few more times. Grasshopper heard the sounds of killing outside. It seemed that the situation was serious. He felt that he still had a chance to make a contribution, so he calmed down and gathered his companions in the corridor, quietly waiting for the next wave of reinforcements. Who knew that after waiting for more than 2 hours, there was still no call for help? Grasshopper could not sit still anymore. If not for the sounds of battle, he would have suspected that the intruders had been annihilated by the guards on the ship. Otherwise, why did no one come to ask for help? Another half an hour passed. The closed door of the corridor outside finally opened. Grasshopper's originally gloomy and dark face immediately changed into an expression. He snorted, as if saying, "How is it? You guys can't do without me, right?" The person who opened the door was a soldier, but it was not the previous one. Instead, it was another tall and unfamiliar man. Unlike the previous soldier who was covered in blood, this person had no bloodstains on him at all. He was clean like a gentleman going to a banquet. His face did not have a trace of the anxiety of the previous soldier. On the contrary, he was full of smiles. Before Grasshopper could open his mouth to ridicule him, he clapped his hands to signal everyone to listen to him quietly. Not bad, you guys have already gathered. You saved me a lot of effort. However, please note that I am not here to ask for help. Please do not misunderstand. The tall soldier was full of smiles. The disturbance caused by the invasion has been quelled. Hearing this, Grasshopper had an indescribable regret on his face. Such a good opportunity, such a good military contribution, but it had slipped away just like that. The battle that you mentioned has indeed ended. The tall soldier nodded in agreement. Then, do you still need help? Although I do not specialize in medical treatment, I have specialized training in treating external injuries. Grasshopper really hated himself for putting on airs just now. If he had gone with that soldier just now, his contribution would have been 10 times greater than treating the wounded now. Just now, the chaos had not been quelled, and it was extremely precious. But now, the chaos had already ended. At most, it would be the icing on the cake. Needless to say, the contribution would be much smaller. Most importantly, there would definitely be a lot of people competing for contribution now. It would not be like the chaos just now, where those who were afraid of death would definitely not dare to go to the front lines. There would be no pressure to compete. No need. The tall soldier waved his hand, indicating that there was no need. You guys should have a lot of wounded, right? Grasshopper lost his voice. Were there that many people competing to treat the wounded? We are not particular about injuries. If it is a minor injury, we can just casually bandage it. If it is a serious injury that cannot be treated, then we will just throw it out of the ship, the tall soldier casually replied. Then how is that any different from barbaric galactic pirates? Grasshopper was about to faint. He had never heard of an injured soldier being treated like this. This would definitely be court-martialed. We are galactic pirates to begin with. The tall soldier revealed his identity with a smile. You must be joking, right? Grasshopper's body stiffened when he heard that. He squeezed out a smile and said, "This is not a joke." Hee hee, you think it's a joke? Then let me prove it. The tall soldier raised his hand and slapped Grasshopper hard in the face. Grasshopper saw stars and became dizzy. Half of his teeth were even knocked out. However, the tall soldier still maintained a smile on his face. He grabbed Grasshopper's hair and slammed Grasshopper's head against the wall, causing a huge dent on Grasshopper's face. Then, as if nothing had happened, he asked, "Do you still think that I'm joking now? If you still don't believe me, I can continue to prove it." "Sir, spare me." Grasshopper's mouth and nose were bleeding. He could not care less about the pain and hurriedly begged for mercy with a muffled voice. "As long as you follow me obediently, I guarantee that all of you will be very safe. Of course, if any of you want to play some tricks, I don't mind playing a trapeze game with you. Right now, we are at least 10,000 meters away from the ground. If we accidentally fall, tisk tisk, I believe it will definitely feel very good. Of course, if anyone is willing to play trapeze, I will give you a rope and a 10-ton meteorite for free. This kind of tying method of playing has just become popular, but those who have tried it before have all responded very well. It should become popular very soon. Everyone thought for a while. Tie a 10-ton meteorite to their body and throw it out of the ship. It would probably be like a shooting star. If it smashed onto the ground, there would not even be a speck of it left. It was better not to play this kind of trapeze game. It was better not to be so fashionable. Everyone's faces turned blue. They all expressed that they had been obedient children since they were young and had never been late or left early. Only Yue Yang's expression remained the same. He did not say anything. The tall and big soldier also noticed Yue Yang's existence. His smile did not change, but his eyes were like a poisonous snake's as he looked over. Grasshopper was afraid that he would tire everyone to death by himself, so he hurriedly rushed forward to explain. This fellow is a newbie, he has some problems with his intelligence and doesn't know how to be flexible. Sir, please don't blame him. If you want to blame someone, just blame him. If he did not say it, the tall and big soldier would be very unhappy. However, his act of sacrificing one's own life made the other party despise him. Unknowingly, he reduced his killing intent towards Yue Yang. Even now, looking at Yue Yang's expression as usual, facing them calmly without the slightest bit of fear, he was very pleasing to the eye among the group of green-faced, trembling cowards. The tall and big soldier saw that these people were still trying their best to push them aside in order to survive, and felt even more disdain in his heart. If they were not enemies, he might even praise Yue Yang and feel that he was unyielding. You're really not afraid of death? The tall and big soldier opened his mouth to probe, wanting to know if Yue Yang was pretending to be calm. I've always wanted to try the trapeze game. Also, a 10-ton meteorite is too light, I can't even bring out a meteorite that's less than 100 tons. Yue Yang also smiled. He seemed to be demonstrating that he should smile like me. That's what you call handsome. This radiant smile made the tall and big soldier's eyes stare blankly. Interesting people usually don't die early. The tall and big soldier shook his head and waved his hands, laughing loudly. A galactic pirate who knows how to play trapeze is also quite interesting. Yue Yang did not hesitate to go tit for tat. If there's a chance, let's play a little, but not now. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to have so many rewards from this trip. Good, our galactic pirates haven't had new blood for a long time. Luckily I came early, otherwise, if Wind Eagle found out, he would definitely snatch people from me. I really want to see that guy's jealous expression, haha. The tall and big soldier laughed loudly towards the sky. When he walked out, a group of rough men wearing the ship's standard armor, but they were obviously barbaric galactic pirates, walked over. Their expressions were filled with excitement and respect as they saluted the tall and big soldier, calling him Boss Yehu. It seemed like this bandit leader's name was Yehu. Where's Wind Eagle? The tall and big bandit leader Yehu casually asked one of his subordinates. There seems to be a small disturbance in the east side. Wind Eagle brought his men over there. Lord Raven had just gathered his men at the Warriors Plaza, waiting for Boss to go over. Boss, what's the matter with these lambs? After that rough man reported, he was surprised to see Grasshopper and the others. I don't know why they were locked inside the cabin. I thought that it was Mao Po Di who was guarding this place, so I came over to take a look. The tall and big bandit leader Yehu laughed and said, we didn't meet Mao Po Di, but we did find a good seedling. There, that's him. The tall and big bandit leader pointed at Yue Yang and said, this kid is very interesting, and he has a lot of potential. He's not someone that you rough people can compare to. You guys watch carefully, even if Wind Eagle comes to snatch him, you definitely can't give him to him, not even with 1,000 pieces of gold, understand? I know, this kid is a treasure. The rough man laughed and said, as long as he doesn't cause trouble, I'll treat him like a little ancestor and serve him, okay? You glutton, it's rare for you to be smart for once. The bandit leader Yehu waved his hand at Yue Yang and said with a smile, I still have things to do, so I don't have time to chat with you for now. When I'm free, I'll definitely have a drink or two with you. Before that, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip with your brothers. I believe that you're also a smart person, so there's no need for me to worry too much." He gestured for his subordinates to look after Yue Yang, then flew up and floated away. Grasshopper and the others looked at Yue Yang with jealousy and hatred. At the escort platform, Old Mao treated him differently and even gave him a trainee divine servant. Now, he actually met the galactic pirates who invaded the sky-suspending space carrier, and even the bandit leader valued him so much. It was really hard not to be jealous and hateful. Why? They were all humans, but their experiences were so different. The rough man's reply was to kick Grasshopper's back and scold, "Scram, I don't want to serve you lambs." On the other side, he put on a smiling face and said to Yue Yang, "Little guy, be good and come with me. I won't treat you badly." Grasshopper almost vomited blood on the spot when he saw this. Chapter 1140 The Gladiator Square. There was a space even larger than a football field in the middle of the Pelican, which was the floating carrier. It was usually used for all kinds of competitions or banquets held by the crew and passengers when they were tired from the journey. That was why it was called the Gladiator Square. When Yue Yang and the others arrived, they found that the Gladiator Square was already full of people. The crowd was so dense that not even a drop of water could pass through. There were tens of thousands of them. More than 30,000 border soldiers and more than 5,000 crew members of the Pelican had been captured by the meteoric bandits, who numbered less than 10,000. Apart from a few elite guards who resisted and were captured after a hard fight, the meteoric bandits tied them up and guarded them. Most of the crew members were like sheep who surrendered to the enemy easily. They had never fought a fierce battle, much less resisted the invasion dutifully. The crew members, who were unharmed, did not need to be guarded. They all crouched on the ground and held their heads with their hands, waiting for the meteoric bandits' arrangements quietly. They were even more obedient than the merchants who were forced to cooperate with them despite their complaints. "Damned bandits, if you have the guts, fight me in a gladiator duel. I'll fight 10 of you alone." A tall man who was tied up by dozens of chains was roaring furiously in the middle of the square. If the dozens of meteoric bandits had not been pulling him back, he probably would have broken free with brute force. "Hey, you've lost to me. How dare you be so arrogant?" Yue Yang noticed that there was a tall and skinny man dressed in black with a huge cape fluttering behind him. He floated down from the top of the cabin. What was particularly eye-catching about the man was his pair of extremely long and thin legs. They did not look like legs. They looked more like razors. It gave off a terrifying feeling that it could easily slit someone's throat. The pair of pointed leather shoes gave off a strange visual impact that could kill people's hearts. Contrasting with the pair of legs, it gave people a hair-raising sense of danger. The man in the black cape not only had a pair of long legs, but he also had thin and long arms that were unbelievably agile. He spun and took out a top hat with his right hand. He put it on his head. Then, he pressed his left hand on his chest and pretended to be a refined and courteous gentleman. He bowed to the tall man who was bound by chains and said, "Thunder Beast, with your strength as a quasi-divine general, it's really unfair for you to be a fifth officer who can't even make it into the top 10 on this Pelican warship. Why don't you join us and become a carefree space pirate? Wouldn't that be better? If you're willing to come, I, Raven, will definitely not fight with you for the position. I'll give the position of number 2 to you, and I'm willing to be number 3. Other than Winged Tiger, your Thunder Beast is the biggest one. What do you think? Don't even think about it, you corpse-eating trash. Fight me if you have the guts. How dare you pathetic galactic pirates recruit me? I am a prospective divine general with a bright future. I will be a general or even a marshal of the Imperium in the future. How can I be a traitor? Ha ha. That's hilarious." The tall man who was bound by the chains roared and struggled with all his might. However, many of his bones had been pierced through. His collarbone, ribs, spine, and even his femur had been pierced through his skin and muscles, locking onto his internal bones. There were also dozens of muscular space pirates pulling on the chains with all their might. Even with dozens of people working together, it was impossible for them to break free. The expression of the man in the black cloak did not change at all. His thin lips even revealed a faint smile, as if he had already expected this. His nose bridge was high, but it exuded a kind of unapproachable lonesome feeling. His eyes were covered by the brim of his hat. No expression could be seen. However, anyone who looked at him would feel a sharp aura approaching them. Drag him down and torture him slowly. We'll release him when he agrees to join us. We have plenty of time. The man in the black cloak waved his hand and instructed, if Thunder Beast is unwilling to surrender, bring the next one. And you guys, there's no need to be anxious or afraid. We just want to find someone to cooperate with and do some legitimate business. When I'm done with my work, I'll take good care of everyone." The merchants around the man in the black cloak all shivered when they heard this. It was obvious that they were extremely afraid of this young man. "Raven, even you can't move Thunder Beast. Do you think that I, Blood Leopard, will surrender to you?" An elite captain covered in blood walked out proudly while being restrained by the chains of dozens of people. Although he was covered in wounds and was chained up, his expression was completely unlike that of a captive. He looked more like a general patrolling the battlefield. He was as lofty and unyielding as a mountain. The man in the black cloak, Raven, laughed loudly when he heard this. After a long time, he stopped laughing like a knife. "Blood Leopard, you're indeed a loyal and righteous person. It's indeed difficult to force you to surrender, but I heard that you're also a very filial son. Back then, your father died early in battle, and your mother raised you painstakingly. Is this rumor true? When you return to the capital this time, you'll have the opportunity to be promoted to the Royal Guard. A filial son like you naturally wouldn't leave your mother behind in such a poor place like the frontier fortress. You'll definitely bring her to the capital to enjoy her old age. To be able to raise such an outstanding person like you, Raven really wants to pay a visit to the old lady to express his heartfelt admiration." Blood Leopard's expression changed immediately. Fury surged in his chest like fire. "Raven, you despicable person. If you dare to touch even a hair on my mother's head, I'll definitely kill all of you space pirates. Despicable and shameless person, how dare you?" Raven waved his cloak and completely ignored the other party's fury. He chuckled and said, "What's going on? If I find the old lady in the crowd, I'll definitely treat her with respect. Why would I hurt her? Don't worry, don't worry. Someone, bring Lord Blood Leopard to rest. When I find the old lady, we'll have a reunion." The elite captain, Blood Leopard, gritted his teeth in hatred. Although he was cursing along the way, he couldn't do anything and was forcibly dragged out of the venue by the strong space pirates. Seeing this, Yue Yang couldn't help but be a little interested in these space pirates. At the very least, this Raven and the Winged Tiger from before. They were quite interesting. He just didn't know why people with such strength would want to be space pirates. Yue Yang also noticed that there seemed to be two types of rule power in the Gladiator Square. One was the weakening that he was already familiar with, which weakened the combat power of any life force. The other was the enhancement that he was completely unfamiliar with. This enhancement was ineffective against life forms. It seemed to be several times or even 10 times stronger against battle dolls or non-life beasts, if they were of the same strength. If one person piloted a battle doll mecha and the other was bare-handed, it was very likely that they would be completely defeated by the opponent piloting the battle doll. This Gladiator Square was a bit like an extension of the rule power in the Human Valley. However, there was no limit to the combat power of life forms here, just that it was weakened by 100 times. Although the Human Valley prohibited personal combat power, it was also not as enhancement as here. If this Gladiator Square or an environment similar to the Gladiator Square could be placed in the Human Valley, then the battle against the evil deities wouldn't be so desperate. Before Yue Yang could think about it, 2 more men were dragged out. One tall and one short. One fat and one skinny. The tall and fat man's face was full of panic, and his mountain-like body couldn't stop trembling. If it weren't for the dozens of burly space pirates dragging him, he almost couldn't move at all. On the contrary, the short and skinny man who looked like a dwarf was extremely calm. His footsteps were as heavy as a mountain, and he walked out step by step. On his side, it was not the space pirates who were dragging him, but he who was dragging the space pirates. "Welcome, the third captain and first mate of this ship, the legendary Meat Butcher, who can make children stop crying, and the Ulna General, who is known as the most honest person in the Southeast Empire. If you two don't mind me, Raven, being long-winded, I'd like to repeat the words I used to persuade you to surrender." The man in the black cloak clapped his hands to show his welcome. "Bah," this was the reply of the short man, Ulna General. "I'm willing to surrender, Lord Raven. I'm willing to abandon the darkness for the light and support the Revolutionary Army." This was the reply of the tall and fat Meat Butcher. "The two of you have always been most powerful when you work together. It's too much of a pity for one of you to abandon the darkness for the light. My dear Meat Butcher, the third captain of the Pelican, can you persuade your companion and subordinate, General Inchbone? If he agrees to surrender, I can hand over the entire pelican to you to manage. Do you see that? The pelican that you've always wanted to dominate and the suspending sky mothership that you've always wanted to control is right in front of you. As long as you can convince General Inchbone, it will be yours. The man in the black cloak persuaded Raven endlessly. When Yue Yang heard this, he suddenly felt that this guy wasn't bad. If he became a diplomat, he would be a top-notch talent. Lord Raven, General Inchbone is too stubborn. I can't persuade him. Why don't you let me surrender first? The fat meat butcher's lips trembled as he begged for mercy. No, you might not know this, but I'm a perfectionist. If I can't get the best, I'd rather destroy it. Do you understand? If you're the only one who surrenders, then I'm sorry, but I'll fry your fat into oil and add a sumptuous dinner for our brothers. The man in the black cloak, Raven, blew lightly into the meat butcher's ear. I say, General Inchbone, just agree. They've already taken down the pelican. Now we're all in their hands. You've seen the current situation. If you don't agree, you'll die. Just agree. The meat butcher shivered. He didn't dare to imagine the process of his fat becoming a dinner. Bah, the short Inchbone only had one reply. Since it's like this, then fine. Men, drag them away. Cut off the fat and fry them in oil. Break the bones of the skinny and make soup. Raven's tone was like a chef's. Help. Just when the meat butcher was so scared that he was wetting his pants and crying for his parents, a tall and sturdy black shadow suddenly flashed in the sky. The shadow swooped down at an extremely fast speed, dodging the interception of a few galactic pirate captains. In an instant, the shadow swept into the crowd and grabbed a person. It was the extremely unlucky grasshopper. The shadow stood in front of him and used him as a human shield. He then shot out a sharp blade from his other sleeve and pointed it at Yue Yang, who was beside Grasshopper. He shouted sternly, "Stop! Let him go immediately, or else I'll kill them all." Grasshopper was scared out of his wits. He shouted in fear, "No, don't. I'm not a galactic pirate. I'm not a galactic pirate, I'm an innocent passenger." Yue Yang was the calmest. He took a small step forward and placed the sharp blade that was originally pointed at his neck against his own carotid artery. Then, he opened his mouth and criticized, "That's more like a hostage taker. Not professional at all." Chapter 1141. Everybody was rendered speechless by Yue Yang's action. He had become a hostage. Everybody backed off in fear. You, on the other hand, almost want to participate in the whole process. Can't you just watch from the side and be a bystander? The man in the black cloak, Raven, was shocked by Yue Yang's behavior, too. But then he burst into laughter. That's right, whatever you do, professional aside, you should at least have a proper attitude. I apologize to everybody. I did underestimate and play with you earlier, but I won't do it anymore. I've decided to be a professional space pirate with a proper attitude from now on. The tall and sturdy man who was holding Big Brother in one hand and holding Yue Yang in the other suddenly reacted. Raven, I don't care who these two people are to you, and I don't care what kind of crafty plot you have up your sleeves. Release them immediately, otherwise, I will really kill them. Grasshopper was so scared that he almost peed his pants. That was too unfair. They were innocent passengers, and it was already unfortunate enough that they were kidnapped as human shields. How could they be the companions of the space pirates? The black-cloaked man, Raven, threw his head back and laughed out loud. Suddenly, he stopped and said, "Go ahead and kill them. Killing the two of them isn't enough. You can catch a few more in the surroundings and kill as much as you want. After all, it's a waste of rice for me to keep so many people. I'm dragging them to the deck and throwing them away. You think I dare not kill them?" The brawny man was trembling in fury. "Kill them however you want." Raven did not even bother to look at him. "You scumbag." The burly man didn't wait for Zhu Chen to beg for mercy. He angrily slammed Zhu Chen, the human shield, into the ground, causing a loud bang. Zhu Chen screamed again and again, thinking that all the bones in his body had been shattered. But after howling for a long time, he suddenly discovered that there wasn't even a trace of pain in his body. He was safe and sound. Just as he was surprised, he looked up and saw that the burly man had already leapt up like a tiger, pouncing towards the black-cloaked man, Raven. Failure. Yue Yang shook his head and made a puzzling comment. Although the brawny man was tall, he was not clumsy at all. He was as agile as a leopard, dodging the attacks of several space pirates in the sky. He flashed in the sky continuously. He squeezed his way out of the encirclement and made a path for himself. Then, he pounced towards the black-cloaked man, Raven, who was on the ground. The black-cloaked man, Raven, did not expect the burly man to have the ability to break out of the encirclement in the air. His reaction was a little slow. Just as he was about to attack, the burly man's fist had already smashed into his face. Boom! The sound of the punch was as heavy as a drum. His powerful fist brought with it a powerful fist aura. The shockwave sent everyone within a 10-meter radius around the black-cloaked man, Raven, flying. Be it the space pirates, the crew members who were holding their heads, or the merchants who were watching the show, they were all sent flying. The scene was a mess. Almost 100 people were stacked together like a human pyramid. There were also people who were sent flying far away and fell into the crowd, causing a commotion. The shockwave created a strong wind that spread out, making it impossible for the space pirates who were rushing to help to move forward. Those who were slightly closer could not even open their eyes. However, the brawny man who thought that he could kill his opponent with one punch, was shocked to find that in midair. The Raven in black in front of him. He had used his face to block his iron fist that could shatter mountains. Raven was punched in the face, but he did not seem to feel anything. There was even a strange smile on his lips. With one hand, he gently pressed down on his hat that was almost blown away by the shockwave. His other hand slowly lifted up, passed over the burly man's arm, and fiercely punched the burly man's face. Boom! The brawny man was sent flying as if he had been hit by a cannonball. With a boom, he hit the dome of the arena that was hundreds of meters high, and the huge impact was reflected downward, smashing into the ground like a meteor. The burly man, who had temporarily lost consciousness, fell headfirst onto the ground in front of the black-cloaked man, Raven. The entire arena shook to the point of trembling. The black-cloaked man, Raven, raised both of his hands up high and danced like a conductor conducting an orchestra to play a beautiful piece of music. Beneath his feet was the unconscious burly man, a challenger who had tried his best but failed miserably. As the victor, the black-cloaked man, Raven, was in no hurry. He waited quietly for the brawny man to wake up. He waited for the brawny man to wake up. After an unknown period of time, the burly man couldn't help but let out a painful groan. His eyes hadn't opened yet, but his consciousness had recovered. He was immediately in pain, and his whole face was twisted by the stinging pain. The burly man who was lying on the ground shook his big head vigorously, trying to wake himself up a little, and also trying to regain control of his body so that he could immediately stand up from the ground. However, his wish was not fulfilled. No matter how hard he struggled, his weak arms could not support his heavy and bloody body. Crazy bull Wuba, if I can't even defeat you, how could I, Raven, dare to come here to snatch the suspending mothership? You should know that there are 2 divine generals on this ship. If I can't even take down a small divine attendant guard captain like you, wouldn't I be courting death by coming here? Raven shook his head and waved his hands. He revealed a sincere smile. Maybe you are not satisfied, but I don't mind telling you the truth. Actually, other than the 2 strongest divine generals on this ship, the first captain of the Gannet, Griffin Marshal, and the first commander of the Border Army, Thunder Eagle General, who has been relieved, no one else is a match for me. This includes the Thunder Beast, Blood Leopard, and Ulna that you all think highly of. The brawny man was shocked and doubtful. He squeezed his voice out through his teeth. Impossible, I don't believe it. Raven smiled confidently. I'm telling the truth. The brawny man named Crazy Bull Wuba roared. You are misleading us with your lies, Raven. Others might not know your strength, but I do. You are the same as me. We are both divine attendants, and you are even weaker than me. I have chased you for almost 10 years. Do you think I don't know how strong you are? You must have used some despicable means to ambush me again to fake your strength. The man in the black cloak, Raven, did not deny it. He waved his cloak behind him, causing it to flutter in the wind. You are right, but that was in the past. The current me is different from the past. Mad Bull Wuba, if I want to defeat you now, I only need to lift a finger. Hearing this, Crazy Bull Wuba's expression suddenly changed. He asked in a trembling voice, You obtained the forbidden power. Oh my god, you are dead. You are dead. Raven laughed loudly. That's right, if I use the forbidden power improperly, I will be dead. But I already know how to use it properly. I will not be cursed by God. Besides, you also know that with the protection of that thing, it doesn't matter how I use the forbidden power. Most people were confused by what they heard. But Yue Yang, who had the Heaven Eye's divine vision, noticed that inside Raven's black clothes, there was a dark purple pendant tied around his neck. It looked like stone, but it was not stone. It looked like gold, but it was not gold. It was a brand new item that Yue Yang had never seen before. On the surface, it looked very ordinary. If one did not know better, they would think that it was just a decoration on the cloak. But in Yue Yang's eyes, he could see that the pendant that looked like a fragment contained a huge amount of divine power. This kind of divine power was relatively peaceful and did not have any attack power. It had a continuous, invisible, and silent beneficial effect on living beings. It was because of this little thing that Raven could use the forbidden power that Crazy Bull Wuba spoke of without restraint. And under Yue Yang's observation, Raven was very smart. He did not put the forbidden power into his body at all. Instead, he used an unknown method to attach it to his black clothes and cloak. If Raven took off his black clothes and cloak, his battle power would immediately be weakened 100 times. But now, it was as if he was wearing the best armor and holding the best weapon, the pendant fragment that could peacefully suppress the forbidden power on his black clothes and cloak for Raven's use had piqued Yue Yang's curiosity. What exactly was this pendant fragment? An ancient artifact. Almost without thinking, this term flashed through Yue Yang's mind. Only this kind of explanation could convince Yue Yang. Otherwise, even if this was the outer mountains of the underground valley, it was impossible for such a vast and peaceful divine power to be stored in a small fragment of the pendant. If this pendant was really an ancient artifact, then based on its fragment, the ancient artifact should be very big. At the very least, it would not be a small piece. As a space pirate, why would Raven have an ancient artifact? At the same time, Raven was not second to none among the space pirates. He was only the second in command in a certain space pirate team. If even he had a fragment of an ancient artifact, then as his boss, Winged Tiger, the other, Wind Eagle, or the leader of the space pirates must also have a fragment of an ancient artifact. Who was it that secretly gave these space pirates a fragment of an ancient artifact? Who would support a group of thieves behind the scenes? What was their intention? According to the conversation between Raven and the Mad Bull, it should not have been long since he obtained the fragment of an ancient artifact. Otherwise, there was no reason for the Mad Bull not to know about the changes in Raven. Moreover, the space pirates had only just invaded and robbed the suspended mothership, which meant that the space pirate leaders had just obtained the fragment of an ancient artifact and the forbidden power. Apart from these space pirates, who else had an ancient artifact? Countless questions surged into Yue Yang's mind, and he could not answer them for a while. However, while Yue Yang was puzzled, he was also a little glad. Luckily, he had run into the space pirates at the very beginning and found the whereabouts of the ancient artifact. Otherwise, he really would not know where to look for it. Now, the space pirates had come to him. As long as he followed the clues, the truth would eventually be revealed. As for now, he did not need to take action yet. He could only wait and see what would happen next. Perhaps, in the end, there would be even more surprises. Chapter 1142. Yue Yang was the most comfortable hostage out of all the hostages. Not only did he not need to squeeze into the Gladiator Plaza with the others, he was also treated very well by the galactic pirates. Other than abundant food and clean clothes, he was also given a private cabin. Although it was not as luxurious as the original cabin, it was still much better than a normal galactic pirate's. After the galactic pirate, Spotted Duck, who claimed to be Yue Yang's big brother and said that he would protect Yue Yang in the future, delivered dinner, Yue Yang unceremoniously chased Spotted Duck, who was pretending to have a heart-to-heart talk, out. Yue Yang slammed the door shut, almost smashing Spotted Duck's nose. Then, Yue Yang leisurely returned to the grimoire world to rest, not bothering about the outside world at all. Spotted Duck rubbed his sore nose and went back to report to boss Winged Tiger. Hearing this, Winged Tiger laughed out loud. Raven, who was at the side, frowned slightly. This young man is probably not easy to control. He is not the kind of person who is willing to be under others. Black Leaf, you are just jealous. Winged Tiger patted Raven's shoulder, shook his head and smiled. I understand. You are also a young man. No matter how broad-minded you are, you will also be a little jealous of others who are more outstanding and have more potential than you. When a person sees a strong opponent, no matter which faction they are from, they will always feel a little unhappy. This is human nature. I am not. Raven wanted to say something but stopped. It's okay, I understand. Winged Tiger nodded. Just like what you said, although this young man has potential, it is still uncertain whether he will be willing to join us. A young man like him might always have a capable person guiding him. We are just a bunch of galactic pirates, it is hard for us to accept his bright future. However, I am just trying my luck. Before this, don't let that fellow Wind Eagle know. Otherwise, even if he falls out with us, he will still snatch him away. Yes, I know what to do. As expected, Raven did not harp on this topic. Boss Winged Tiger, there's news from Lord Feng Yi's side. He said that Marshal Griffin, General Golden Eagle, and Envoy Mao Padi haven't been found yet, a brawny space pirate hurriedly reported. Things are a little strange. Raven frowned again. Griffin, Golden Eagle and Mao Padi are definitely still on the ship. They are waiting for an opportunity to retake the Pelican. Winged Tiger, who was wearing an ordinary soldier's armor, nodded. I dare say that the Griffin and the Golden Condor are hiding in the dark, spying on us. What they are truly afraid of is the Flamingo, who was able to hold its own against two people, and not me and Wind Eagle. Perhaps they already know that we have grasped the taboo power, so when the ship changed, they hid themselves, not giving us a chance to attack. However, this doesn't mean that they will give the Pelican to us so easily. I have a feeling that there will be a fierce battle later on. Right now, this is just the warm-up. Blackleaf, you have to be more careful in the future. I will be extra careful. The man in the black cloak, Raven, did not dare to be careless. Even though he had grasped the taboo power and his strength had increased by 100 times, the positions of the Griffin Marshal and General Golden Eagle were not raised by nepotism. Their reputations were built through real battles. No one could look down on them. Winged Tiger, who was wearing an ordinary soldier's armor, pondered for a while. Pausing for a moment, he said to the vulgar space pirate, "Go to the captain's cockpit and tell the Pelican to hurry up. We have to reach the meteorite belt between the mountains and the underground valley as soon as possible. Only there is our territory, and only then will we be truly safe." Although the Pelican isn't the fastest suspending space carrier, it can still travel 10,000 kilometers in a day. From the looks of it, we will be home in half a day. Ask Pelican to keep a close eye on it. At this juncture, we cannot make any mistakes. After Spotted Duck left, Winged Tiger fell into deep thought again, guessing where the Griffin and the Golden Condor would be hiding on the ship. What was the safest place on the ship that he had overlooked? What was the safest place on the ship? Winged Tiger could not come up with a solution. Helpless, he let out a long sigh. Although the plan was perfect, there were many loopholes in its implementation. It seems that after I obtained the taboo power, I could not maintain my previous cautiousness and meticulousness. Instead, I became overconfident. In an extremely ordinary cabin, there was a table. Two people were sitting opposite each other. There was chess on the table. They were busy fighting. The chess player was staring at the chessboard with full concentration, as if he could not hear the footsteps of the space pirates outside. Beside the two of them, there was a man sitting and watching the game. He looked slightly nervous, but it was unknown whether it was because of the chess game or because of the approaching footsteps. Grimoire World. As soon as Yue Yang returned to the Grimoire World, he immediately gathered everyone. Princess Xianxia and the others were originally resting, but upon hearing the news, they hurried over. Yu and the others were still alright as they had changed into their formal attire. However, Phoenix Fairy Beauty was too lazy to change, so she just wore her faintly discernible nightgown and directly came over. The two blooming vermilion fruits propped up her towering peaks. As if this was not enough of a temptation, this Sky Law Empress couldn't help but yawn, causing her chest to ripple. Seeing this, Yi Nan, Sha Yi and the others almost felt inferior and hid away like little quails. What the hell, how long has it been since she last saw her toes? Princess Sissy could not help but complain. Don't talk about you, Xiaonu, don't misunderstand. Yu was afraid that Xiaonu would be sad and quickly comforted her. Ha, you guys can't be jealous, only little scoundrel knows how good it is. Phoenix Fairy Beauty gave Yue Yang a, "You know what I mean," coquettishly, causing Yue Yang's mouth to go dry. He almost didn't announce the end of the meeting and immediately carried the Sky Law Empress to the bedroom to discuss the 72 styles in the room. If you are asking us to look at your pig face, then you have succeeded. Princess Sissy punched Yue Yang in exasperation. Cough cough, actually I have something important to discuss with everyone. Yue Yang quickly regained his senses. Forbidden power. An ancient artifact fragment that can control forbidden power. After listening to Yue Yang's detailed explanation, everyone fell into silence. After a long time, Fallen Beauty was the first to speak. Could this ancient artifact fragment be related to the ancient artifact you are looking for? Definitely, otherwise why would the senior in the silver grimoire endless world ask him to come to mountain beyond mountain to look for it? I'm just thinking that it would be troublesome if this ancient artifact was broken into many pieces and collected. After careful consideration, Princess Xianxia felt that the biggest suspect for the destruction of the ancient relic was the battle between the two gods, Tian and Bing Li, and their deaths. If that was the case, it was very likely that the other 8 false gods had the largest fragments of the ancient relic. What Raven and the other galactic pirates had obtained was just the smallest fragment that contained the least amount of divine energy. I don't know about the situation in the underground valley, but there are no restrictions in the mountain beyond mountain. We can go out and help you when the time comes. Impatience was already prepared. If there was a need, she would go out and challenge a fake god. Although it's not a ban on martial arts, weakening it by 100 times is not a factor that can be ignored. Yu very rationally pointed out the key point. If only we could also use that forbidden power. The Southern Demon King sighed. No. Fallen Beauty rejected immediately and said sternly, first of all, we do not know how to obtain that forbidden power. Second of all, regardless of whether we will become dependent on it, using other people's power to strengthen ourselves is a kind of false power. We cannot do that, otherwise, it would be like rowing a boat against the current. If we do not advance, we will fall behind. I am just making a hypothesis. The Southern Demon King quickly explained. This is just from a tactical point of view. It is not entirely wrong to do this, but it is not the best choice. We should try our best to avoid it. Sickly Beauty, who rarely spoke up for the Southern Demon King. As Yue Yang's first woman, although she rarely interfered with the matters of the outside world, her position in everyone's heart was actually quite high. Even the Queen of TNFA, Impatience, had to be respectful to her. When everyone looked over, the Sickly Beauty revealed a smile. Her face was like 100 flowers blooming in spring. Even if the crowd was filled with all kinds of unique beauties, it would be hard to compare to the Sickly Beauty's rare smile, which was as gentle as water and as calm as still water. Sickly Beauty reached out her hand, gently caressing Yi Nan, who was sleeping in Yue Yang's embrace. Yue Yang's soft and tender face was as gentle as a mother's. Inan's long eyelashes trembled slightly. She seemed to be half awake, but because of Sickly Beauty's comfort, she quickly fell into a deep sleep. Sickly Beauty raised her jade-like finger to her lips and made a gesture for everyone to keep quiet. She then said softly, taboo energy is difficult to control, and it is very likely to harm the body. It is not beneficial for cultivation either. We should try not to use it if we can. However, I believe everyone has noticed that the divine energy stored in the ancient relics can resist taboo energy. We don't have to use taboo energy, but we can use the fragments of the ancient relics. Yes, with this, the enemy's taboo energy is as good as useless. Princess Xianxia was so happy that she almost slapped the table and stood up. However, when she saw Yi Nan sleeping soundly in Yue Yang's arms, she quickly sat down again. Although she had lowered her voice, she could not suppress her excitement. Xiao-san, you came back this time to inlay the fragments of the ancient relics on everyone's Xuanwu battlesuit, right? The person who understood Yue Yang the most was still Yu. How did you guess? Yue Yang was surprised. Look at your complacent face, you're just like a child asking for praise. Unless you're blind, who wouldn't be able to tell? Yu laughed as she scolded him. However, she was the first to guess Yue Yang's intentions. Her heart was filled with sweetness. You also stole the fragments of the ancient relics. This time, Princess Xianxia was so excited that she couldn't sit still anymore. She jumped up and punched Yue Yang lightly, almost waking Yi Nan up. It was rare for her to be so cute as she stuck out her little pink tongue, and then reached out to pat Yue Yang's cheek. Good boy, you did well. Looks like I'll have to reward you with one next time. She had originally wanted to say that she would reward Yue Yang with a kiss, but seeing that everyone was watching, she couldn't resist her pride and immediately changed her words. Not bad, I'll reward you with a candy next time. Everyone was really at a loss for what to do with this prideful princess. Even if you kissed him in front of everyone, no one would say anything. Is there a need to make things difficult for yourself? Even if you don't feel tired talking like this, everyone will feel tired for you.